Welcome aboard, everyone. Charles Moskowitz here. Michael D. Shaw is joining me, slightly delayed due to computer issues, but here you are, Mike, cranking it out.
It's funny, Chuck, how within really a few years of the advent of the internet being publicly available, people started relying on it to an extent that it's unbelievable. I mean, if it's down for a minute, people get upset.
Oh yeah,
and rightly so.
No, you freak out. I mean, can you imagine? Like my phone, I remember my computer's not working. I'm there having a complete meltdown.
Yeah, It's just so. And in the famous words of, I have to tell you, the first computer I ever bought, I had a friend who was an old-time mainstream guy, right? And this was an IBM PC, if anybody remembers that.
Was this the old-fashioned big desktop?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I had one of those.
So what happened was they came out with their first model that had a hard drive in it. That was the IBM XT, which I got. And my friend Alan Stewart, and again, old mainframe guy, older than me, he opens it up and said, "It's a miracle this thing works at all," because he was used to the huge IBM 360 mainframe, takes up a whole building.
Oh yeah, I remember you to go online. There was the handshake, and you hear like the clicking noise. And I mean, back then I was the head of a pretty big and successful business, so I had money back then. I spent a lot of money on this big, monitor and the keyboard and a printer and a column and memory and all the bells and whistles. Now, basically the laptop can do all of it you can get one for like $300 or $400 at Costco.
Yeah, it's a whole different thing. But anyway, the best thing that I saw all week, and I'm sure you see it because you watch all this crap, was that joint press conference of those Senate Democrat leaders. And you know what I know why you're laughing.
With Schumer.
And
that was
they were asked, okay, Schumer was the head of it. And he's asked, what about the pardon? Well, I got nothing to add. And then the next reporter comes up, what about the pardon? So he's asked 5 times. All right, here is my sincere question to you in the audience. Biden's a dead duck. Why not, Chucky Schumer, just say, hey, we were disappointed. But to not even speak, do you appreciate how gelded this guy is? The Senate Majority Leader doesn't have the huevos to just give an honest statement. Hey, we were let down. But
that's why they lost. That's why the worst violator, of course, was Harris. I mean, they could not answer a direct question on the most simple things. I mean, we've all seen the congressional testimony over the past couple of years. Josh Hawley and Ted Cruz and some of these other guys asking questions of people, and they just would spit out this kind of like shibboleth, this kind of pre-planned slogan, and they kept repeating it. Some of these judge appointees are the worst. Oh my God, they're just like little robots. And I think that really peeved a lot of people, and this is why they voted for Trump.
Well, this stems from, and it's one of my great cliches, the Model UN mentality.
Right.
What do I mean by that? Because this probably predates some people. Back in the day, and you tell me if even in your era this was true, you get all the kiss-ass 7th and 8th graders, and they would be the Model UN. And they would have this set of liberal beliefs that were drummed into their heads. And the problem is most of these people never changed. Because
it's a finishing club for the future left-wing activists. I know my daughter was briefly involved in it. She didn't like it, but she went to she went to the convention in Boston for it,
All right.
and one of the main speakers was Noam Chomsky.
Oh, there you go.
And you know, he's there rambling along, and all of a sudden he said something outrageous. He goes, "The United States got what it deserved on 9/11," or something typical.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, my daughter's like, she's like, "What?" You know, her ears pricked up.
Yeah.
But yeah,
She was smart. I mean, she was actually smart as opposed to just being a quote good student. So
Right.
the point is, and I think you'll agree, that the ones that weren't smart, like your daughter, there was it. They
Oh,
they
they
were
just
very
was spoon-fed, and it's kind of how to act, how to walk, how to talk.
yeah,
It's a finishing school for the left, and for the future, you know, rulers of the world.
and
You
they
know,
never change. Then
no,
and
they don't.
it's pathetic now, really, to watch it because I knew people like this that had some intelligence, but despite all that's happened, they don't change. And
No, they can't. They're locked in. I mean, as I've said, a classic example is Harris, who obviously is not the sharpest knife in the drawer, you know, complete tool, but
yeah,
nevertheless, she just could not answer a question. I don't think she's capable of it. So programmed at probably such an early age, probably by her Marxist father, that she just, it's like there's no one home. It's like a robot. It's a hologram. There's lights. It's made up of like pieces of particles of light that look a certain way, but that there's nothing really there. It's I know I use
that's
that
a good
analogy.
analogy.
Oh,
I never
I always use that. It's a hologram phenomenon. Smashing the hologram. That's the subtitle of my new book.
Oh,
I'm well. It's not out yet. I'm writing it. But you know, look, there's a lot to be celebrate right now. I'm cautiously optimistic, but I think that there are some damn good things going on.
I can't believe you're in a good mood. What's wrong?
I know I'm not used to it. I don't know. I almost don't know what to say. You know, it's like I'm used to this kind of, you know,
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with myself. I mean, it's one victory after the next. Even this most aggravating story that's just coming out, that Biden, after pardoning Hunter, which in the broad sense, I suppose I don't blame him. If it was my son, I'd do the same. However, there's now talk within that administration, whoever's running it, that they're going to pardon all these rotten people. I mean, you know, Fauci and
Yeah.
Schiff and Liz Cheney. I mean, it's aggravating. It is. I mean, I think it's the last miserable gasp of a dying, illegitimate regime that has just weeks to go. They weren't able to trigger World War III in Ukraine, even though they gave a green light to mines and far-range missiles to hit Moscow. That didn't work. They're on their last legs. So Biden has just done something that involves some kind of an executive order that they claim will have legs after he leaves, that
Well,
allows
there's
something
really no
like,
such thing, but they always talk about that. I mean,
yeah, I mean,
because
they're trying to do all of this crap. You know, this is like, I mean, Massachusetts is a microcosm of this. They say they're leaving the candle on at night, you know, the day before the legislative leaves for Christmas and the day before the governor leaves for a new administration. They're there at like 11 p.m. at night on Christmas Eve, signing laws and signing legislation and trying to ram through. You know, so this is a very dangerous time, but the days are waning, and I think the big
you know,
stuff, they're not going to pull it off. But he did sign this one thing that is aggravating, and that is that it allows something like upwards of 42,000 federal employees to not show up to work. Did you see that?
yeah,
Yeah, I mean that as it is, apparently it's very revealing that they're allowed to they only have to come in and show up one day out of the month. I mean, these people what are they doing? It's like a no-show. I mean, the real work is done by consultants who are also ripping everyone off.
well,
I mean,
right. I mean, the story on that, and this is not well known to the public.
yeah,
Right? Remember, I lived in the DC area for almost 20 years. there were people that I knew, obviously not going to mention the name, but this guy worked for a contractor for Department of Agriculture.
Right.
He was getting paid 3 times the salary of the agency guy who was supposedly a supervisor. And that's not uncommon.
And he was a subcontractor. He was a because look at, I mean, Harris pissed through about over $1 billion of, no one knows where the money disappeared. Now they're 20 million in debt. And you know, it's been, I think there's some whistleblower has said that consulting firms and consultants became multimillionaires overnight. They just put the money in their pocket. They did nothing. And, you know, I mean, I could just give a personal anecdote here as well. This even happened to me. I mean, in my campaign, people got checks for doing nothing that I didn't know about. I had this one guy, you know, all of a sudden they all come out of the woodwork, you know. And then he got a check as a consultant, and I ran into him at a Starbucks 2 years later.
Oh.
And he sheepishly said to me, he says, "I want you to know that I did nothing, you know, for that money." I'm like, look, I kind of suspected that, but I mean, that's the way this business is. I mean, you know, everybody's like getting these checks. And it's a situation which in Washington is so bad now that you have people who haven't shown up for years. And I think that the exciting news is that Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk are fully aware of it, and they're going to clean out those rat's nests, every last one of them. And I don't think if Biden is signing some kind of an executive order to protect them, I don't think that's going to work. You know,
No,
I mean,
it is going to work. And of course, the problem is for them that they're making it worse than it is. All right. If you have to decide an executive order to protect 40,000 people that are working, there's not going to be a whole lot of sympathy against government cuts. And
do you think he's going to do this blanket pardon of like Liz Cheney and all these rotten, you know, swamp monsters?
I'll tell you whose name is at the top of the list is Fauci.
Oh, I know. Oh, you know, the Mengele Fauci. I mean, that's aggravating. I mean, obviously, if they accept
Chuck, the good news is about that, and you know what I'm going to say. Yeah, it's terrible that this guy's killed thousands of people, maybe more. But now they're admitting it.
You know, I mean, yes. I mean, obviously, if they're not getting pardoned for nothing. I think that the party line is, well, this is all Trump's fault because Trump is going to prosecute these people. I don't think anyone, even the liberal media, didn't buy that when they claimed that about Hunter. Everybody knows that he was just a real scumbag. I mean, on the top highest order, nobody bought this at Trump's. First of all, he's not even on the list of people that Trump is going to prosecute. I mean, and also, unlike them who make up crimes, like they'll take an alleged campaign misdemeanor, turn it into a felony, split it into 34 pieces, and get 34 convictions from a corrupt jury and a judge who's made $85 million in contributions to his daughter's firm. The Trump people aren't going to do that. They're not going to make up crimes. There's plenty to work with there. They're going to work, you just work within the law. I just had on earlier today this lawyer, Peter Tickton. He's been around a while. He's actually a longtime personal friend of Trump in Florida. He's in Florida. He's bringing a case in Florida regarding voter fraud. And he's calling for the decertification of a congressional race because the independent, so-called mail-in ballots, which come in at an average of like several hundred to 1,000 a day in a period leading up to an election, he discovered that there was on one day 185,000 of them came in, which is statistically impossible, and that someone had shut off a little computer machine run by the state, which requires that they prove that they have a driver's license and that there's one other proof of personhood. that was shut off by someone or automatically the day those came in. And he's got a lawsuit. It's happening next week. And it's going to open up a whole deal. He knows Pam Bondi, who's going to be the attorney general. He knows Trump. They're aware of this. And I think that if they open this thing up, because he says this is just the tip of the iceberg in terms of a national phenomena. Trump won anyway because he got such a huge vote, but they were doing this crap that we've been talking about for years with these fake votes. He says that they're almost like drone votes. They're phantom votes. They're not connected to a real person. I've heard about this before. I mean, this has been out there, but he now has the receipts for it. And he says that if the trial is on track and it really gets the kind of traction that it should get, it's going to open up a can of worms because Trump actually, in Congress, the Republicans actually carried 40 or 50 more seats than they actually seem to have. And that this was more done on a local level than nationally. Probably Trump did get bigger amounts of votes, but for the it was mainly a congressional thing. They couldn't take down Marco Rubio and Tim Scott because they like Trump. They had a big vote that these kind of votes couldn't overcome, but they were able to take out several close elections for Congress. And if this thing is exposed, oh, it would be beautiful. I mean, we'll there'll be a lot of new congressmen coming up.
Well, there's three elements that are very entrenched that are going to be attacked. One is voter fraud,
right,
which is everywhere, and you just have to use your old friend inductive reasoning, right? How did California go from being at worst a purple state to be blue as hell? It's voter fraud.
Yeah, but I think we have to differentiate. It's not so much voter fraud, like people engaging in fraud.
Voting fraud.
Well, yeah, that's a felony, and that's something that it's out there, but it's not. There's no big change in that. That's been going on since the days of Washington. What has changed is what I would call election fraud, ballot fraud. Good. These are not real people. These are fake ballots. This is, Attorney Ticton talked about ballots that are made up of algorithms that are entered into the computer system, that somehow they appear and then they disappear. It's like a ghost. They show up in the system a few days before an election and then they vanish. And he says that it is something it's a national thing. It's an international thing, actually. And that he's on the tip of an iceberg on a huge story. One that I think that the leftist media is going to try to, ignore, but it's percolating. As I said, he has Trump's air, he has Bondi's air. They know about it, and it's going to be very, very interesting to watch.
Yeah. Well, with as you call election fraud, there's also healthcare fraud. There's also defense industry fraud. And I think that's going to be the one that's hardest fought. All right. The reason they're after Hesketh is that he's the first actual war fighter, I think, in at least the last 100 years. Well, they never.
And yeah, this is a big
war was, but in the research I've done, they've always been bureaucrats.
Oh yeah, always desk. I mean, and also, I mean, the fraud in the Defense Department. I mean, they cannot pass an audit.
They failed 7 straight audits.
Yeah, and I mean, even my own Senator Ed Markey, before he went in the tank for the left completely, back when he was making his bones as a rep, he was the one, he held up a toilet seat and said, this cost $2,000. He's the one that kind of exposed that back in the early, I think it was in the late 80s. He's been around forever. Yeah. But now he's completely corrupt. He's a complete stooge of the leftist, powers. But back when he started out, he was a fairly decent, solid Boston Irish guy, who knew how to go in and knock some knock around some things. And he brought this up way back then, so this is nothing new. And yeah, Hegseth is somebody who could go after it. He's not part of it, and that's exactly why they're going after him.
He's not part of it, and it really is interesting that the only argument they can use, forget about all this crap they're trying to dig up on him, but the generic argument that, well, this is unprecedented. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Let's look at Robert McNamara. Boy, he hit a home run. He was another typical industry guy. How many lives have that guy had?
I mean, all these people, Schlesinger. I mean, we could look at all of these guys, and that they're getting into like digging up someone's personal life, and I don't think it's going to work. I heard just yesterday, I don't know if this has been confirmed, but apparently all of the Republican senators are backing Hegseth, and that includes, even the real rhinos like McCarthy and Collins. So this is a huge victory. This is a major step.
I think they're backing him because now they know which way the wind is blowing. There seems to be this whole bulldozer going through the entire corrupt government structure. The big money is in defense, and the big money is in healthcare. And that's the thing that they have to fix, those rotten agencies. Isn't it funny that the guy from Stanford, Bhattacharya, I believe his name is, he was on their enemies list, and now he's going to be head of the whole NIH.
Oh yeah, and Kennedy, that I don't think they can touch him. They've demonized him. They've tried to go into, his past, and they're digging up personal stuff. I don't think, this is the same crap they've always pulled. I mean, if they can't find something, they'll make it up, and they'll basically bribe people and hire people to come forward. I mean, this goes back to Anita Hill. That was the first example. She was a mediocre mid-level executive working under Thomas, and he might have told a few dirty jokes. Fine. He never touched her. He asked her out, not appropriate, but it's not like that has to come up in a Supreme Court hearing. I think that she was awarded. I think that she was groomed, and she got money. I think that apparently afterwards she was charging $10,000 to appear as a as a speaker at a college, and she got a big fat book deal. Then she got a tenured position at Brandeis, and she was rewarded.
Yeah,
where she heads the diversity and inclusion department. So, right, she does. So she was. I think that's how that works. I think that she was given some plums.
Well, you're from that area, so you tell me, how does the destruction of Brandeis University reputation comport with the Brandeis family, if it's still even involved?
I don't know if they ever were involved. I just think they named it after Brandeis because he was America's first Jewish Supreme Court justice. Right. It has nothing to do with Brandeis. It's just they wanted to come up with a good name to kind of give a brand. But even now, I mean, there's a woman making the rounds attacking Hegseth. For what? He was seen publicly drunk. There's no one's ever charged him with anything. But I think she's getting an award. She's going to get a book deal. She's going to get her fat face on television.
How about that? If everything she says is true, it doesn't matter anyway.
So
she
what?
The guy's room.
I mean, these are like the worst kind of like attacks. I mean, and she's appealing to the cottage industry of Trump haters, which are people who do spend money on books. Trump's own niece made millions, peddling her book. Right. And she was a disgruntled family member. It wasn't even against Trump. She was angry because the family screwed over her father. Fine. But she's used that anger to, hook into the Trump derangement industry. I mean, and as I said,
such a large percentage of book sales are based on this vicarious sort of weird sensation. Okay. If you go to any fat person's house, you'll see 2 bookshelves full of how to lose weight books. Right. And if you go to any liberal's house, you're going to see, I mean, before Trump, you'll see whatever the flavor of the month, left wing cause, all the books.
Oh yeah.
And
You walk into Brookline Booksmith here in Boston, near where I live, and it's all those books on the front of the house. I mean, that they're like in the windows, and along with the Black Lives Matter flag. Not to putting aside the fact that I think the head of Black Lives Matter endorsed Trump, but putting that aside, I mean, there's still, and they have what's called the apple pie and motherhood placards. We support science. We oppose hate. All these euphemisms that are saying that they hate Trump, basically. But
I've always wondered, because as a marketing guy, I'm always a student of human behavior. All right, maybe you hate Trump or you're liberal, whatever you are. How does it make it any better? How does it hurt Trump by you sending money for a book describing how bad he is? How does that affect anything?
They just wallow in this stuff. Yeah. I mean, look, I saw it at my Thanksgiving table.
Oh, I was going to ask you.
Oh yeah, I mean, there are people, with due respect to her, my 91-year-old mother is one of them, that are going to spend the rest of their lives just stewing in hate and rage and anger and just absolute bitterness. I mean, I don't know how they sustain it. And it's so like they repeat, all of a sudden these people are experts on tariffs. They don't even know what a tariff is. They should have taken a little time to look it up in a dictionary. And they're like, all of a sudden they're like, anything that they can get. And it's, I mean, it's just, it's really like, and I think that cult is diminishing. I do. I think that
I think you're right. Reality has hit too many of these people right between the eyes. I mean, you can be the most flagrant model UN type there is, but after a while, you're going to see, hey, you know what? My worldview that was pumped into my head when I was 12 maybe doesn't apply anymore. But then by the same token, you and I have met people who still talk that way.
They do.
And you just can't convince them otherwise.
It's like Michael Savage says, it's a mental disorder.
Yeah,
it's a mental disease. And I said to them, I said, look, I certainly respect opposing Trump's political positions, or using reason. And I get the fact you may not like him personally, you don't like his style, fine. But really, I mean, this kind of hatred, this irrational hatred. Look, I didn't like Obama. I disagreed with his socialistic agenda. I didn't like him as a person particularly. I found there was something about him that I didn't like his character. But when he did something that I thought was good, I praised it.
Right.
I wanted what's best for the country. I mean, I was glad that he wasn't worse. I wasn't like, stewing. And same thing with Clinton, who was even more of a loathsome individual. Yeah. But still, I mean, I never was, there's something really wrong with them. I mean, yeah. And I said, look, Trump has won. He won a substantial mandate. Get over it. You don't have to like him, and you can criticize, but it's like the campaign is over. You lost. Get over it. It's like, it's a really, no. Because, although I will tell you, I haven't seen any. I mean, after John Kerry lost in Massachusetts, you still saw those signs up on the lawn a year later.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that with Harris. Those are gone. Nobody's. She's bad. I mean, she's like, just as I said, it's going to be like Dukakis. People don't want to ever think about her again.
Well, no one voted for Harris.
And by the way, you're right. I think her husband is leaving her, from what I understand.
It was pretty clear to me.
Yeah.
Having been around, the Hollywood situation, but that was just an arranged marriage.
Right.
Obviously, she had to have some quote husband.
Sure.
She was going to be on a political trail, but just
terrible.
You almost feel bad for them because good God, what a terrible candidate.
Oh, just the worst. I don't
Yeah.
think there was a worse candidate in history. I mean, it was horrible. And now
Well,
that,
people have made the argument that she was the worst
oh yeah,
president
well,
in history.
hands down the worst figure to ever reach that level in a presidential campaign. And I mean, I think most people are relieved, even people who hate Trump. They're not happy. They would not have been. They're happy that she's gone. I mean, it was awful. And you know, they may hate Trump, but Trump is, at least, even for the worst Trump haters, they understand that Trump is consistent. He is who he is, and we know what to expect from Trump, and he delivers it. I love that stuff. But even if you don't, there's a virtue to that. Same thing was in a way true of Reagan, even though I'm not a big fan. But he was consistent. You know, he carried himself in a certain way. He stood for certain things. You knew what to expect with Reagan. You know, and there's something to be said for that.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, I would agree. People have asked me, what do you think she's going to do now? She's going to disappear, right? Who the hell wants to interview Kamala Harris?
well, I mean, Bill O'Reilly says she's going to run for governor of California.
Well, if she does, we'll
She's going to have to run
probably
against Caitlyn Jenner.
she's not popular.
I don't think
She
so.
doesn't realize everybody hates her. You know, it's
She
kind of
doesn't
like
seem to realize it.
you could almost compare her career, if you follow the movies, to Rachel Zegler. It's the same thing. Some pumped up situation, and in the case of Rachel Zegler, it's even worse because she torpedoes herself nonstop. At least Harris would generally keep her mouth shut.
Yeah.
Imagine being Disney, already spending over $300 million on the live action Snow White. Everybody hates this broad. Everybody. The trailers have come out, ratioed 10-1, 15-1 on YouTube.
Yeah.
I just don't get it. And they changed it. Here was the latest thing to come out. Well, in the original story, it's Snow White because her skin is white as snow. I'm not making up the following.
No, I know.
They changed the story to she's Snow White because she was out in a snowstorm as an infant and survived.
That's a good one. Oh,
So
can't have a white girl, you know.
And of course the other problem, which is just killer. Magic mirror on the wall. Who's the fairest of them all? All right. If you look at Gal Gadot and Rachel Zegler, who's better?
Enough said, yeah. Oh man, yeah. That's a huge debacle.
The DEI thing is just dying a well-deserved death.
Yes.
And it couldn't come any sooner, you know.
It's yeah. I mean, so yeah, these are all great and wonderful byproducts of this election. It really, you know, and I don't know, the Democratic Party could be in the wilderness for another 40 years. It'll be like the Israelites in the desert before they finally find a new promised land. I mean, they just, I think they're clinging. They're like, it's like the reverse of what Obama said, bitter clingers, holding on to their.
Exactly. I mean, the whole thing was based on, it's basically a communist model, right? You find the hobby horse du jour, all right? In 1917, it was the peasants and the poor workers. There's always some oppressed group.
Right. There has to be like that's part of like the critical theory. You know, you need to set people against each other, find a group that's, you know, being oppressed. I mean, it's the great conspiracy theory of exploitation. I mean,
I mean, let's face it, it worked for a while. You could be sympathetic to the peasants and the low-paid workers.
Right.
The trouble is they ran out of victim groups, you know? not that many people are sympathetic to trans women playing collegiate sports. So
No, I mean, this is like the lost. This is kind of the Waterloo,
yeah,
it seems, and conveniently, this case is now before the Supreme Court, and it doesn't look good for them. I mean, it's just you have you know, Ketanji Jackson, who comes across as about it's just as a dimwit. I mean, she says something about that she's comparing sex change operations for children to miscegenation. I don't know how
yeah.
she makes
Well,
that up.
but she was outdone, I think, by Sotomayor.
Oh, yeah, another one.
Sex change operation has about as much risk as taking an aspirin.
Yeah,
So
I mean, I think I think that most people, including most liberals, are cringing over that. They don't want to talk about it. It's so, and it's just coming at a time when, you know, they're already on the ropes, and you know, this is one of the reasons, one of the many reasons why Trump won is because people reject this whole agenda. You know, sex change operations for children is ghoulish. It's, you know, it's sinister. It's sick. It's really something that, you know, and meanwhile, you have these young women who are trying to come forward and testify in terms of what they've been through. They're the real heroes, you know, and they're being ignored and they're being shut.
they're being ignored and silenced, and you really have to wonder about big pharma, about the whole
It's a
healthcare.
billion-dollar industry, right? People
Yeah.
are making. I mean, Steve Bannon had on this guy the other day that it's just heartbreaking. I mean, he had twin sons, and one of them, I don't know what he did. Maybe he picked up a Barbie doll or something when he was 3 years old. The wife decided that he was actually a woman, a girl in a boy's body. They got divorced. She got custody. She's forcing him to have sex change operations. The father can't even see the child. It's heartbreaking. It's like, oh my God. And they got this radical judge, you know, basically, you know, coming down on him because he disagrees. I just don't think that's going to fly in this country. It's so evil and so despicable.
It is evil, but remember, they've controlled the institutions for 50, 60 years. So it's not going to come back all at once. But we let it deteriorate to this extent. And shame on us. All right. So
yeah, I mean, this is how far it's gotten. Sterilizing children, removing a young girl's fallopian tubes and a boy's testicles. That's what we've come to. That's the symbol of the opposition now. That's what they're fighting for now. I mean, that's how low it's gotten. Have they run out of everyone else? I mean, this would have been unthinkable even 3 years ago.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Always something. No, they want to call in the show.
Okay. Tell them to come on.
Yeah. So
By the way, I mean, just
I think this is as low as it's probably going to go. And I have zero sympathy for these idiots that have followed this train from championing the peasants and the workers down now to this transsexual stuff. And people, you know, nodding, yes, you know, that's the cause. It's all despicable.
It's ugly. And by the way, if someone is watching this live stream, you can call in 508-637-5596. We could take a call if you want to call in. 508-637-5596 is the number. I think we also can take chats on Kick and on Rumble. Let me just see if I can see that. I'm terrible with this. Yeah, I mean, I should get Discord, whatever that is. People tell me that that's something that could be used for, like, technically to get chats. I am really bad at that. By the way, if somebody knows someone who understands how to do some of these things, contact me and I'll hire you. You know, to help me, because there are these various live streams that I just don't know how to hook them up, but I should have, and they're not even, you know, a lot of them are free. I mean, I should be live on Substack. I should be live on Telegram.
All you have to do is find a conservative young person
Yeah,
in the Boston, Brookline area.
I
There's
should.
got
I
to be
mean,
2 or 3.
that's what I need. I need some kid maybe from BU at the BU
Yeah,
Quickie Job Service who it probably could do this in their sleep. You know, they just line up, but I don't really have the the wherewithal for it. I mean, I've done some things, but anyway. So
well,
my
you're already on 33 networks.
yeah, I mean, I am up there, but I need help to get them on more of them and eventually get some consistency in terms of regular times and all of that. So anyway,
What
but
about
these
your
are
what about your upcoming book? You dropped a hint on
well,
that.
yeah, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. I mean, I'm working on that slowly.
What's the
But that,
subject, if I may ask?
well, I am studying. So I'm going to get a degree in sociology through Arizona State University, and I'm using a lot of this assignments and materials and research for the book because it goes into what's happened to education. It's so far left that and you know some of the people that are taking these, as you say, like with Model UN, you have young people who are taking these courses who really don't know better and who are just steeped in this stuff. And it's real, you know, it's Marxism brought up to today and put into today's paradigm about you know the different causes. And so I'm writing about that, and I'm taking notes, and I'm writing papers, and I don't like to leave anything unpublished. So when I write a paper, I'm then incorporate. It's kind of easier that way, you know. I have a
Yeah.
paper I've written, and then I incorporate it into the book. So
Right.
it's
In
kind of
the case of your old friend Sam Blumenthal,
yes.
how long ago did he notice this trend in education?
Well, Sam has written a shelf load of books on this. His magnum opus, I think, is NEA Trojan Horse in American Education,
Yeah.
where that was the first book that really launched him, and very influential, where he goes into the history of how this kind of behavioristic leftist um, modality took over public education and how it originally was not that. He shows how Harvard really started out as a Puritan thing. I mean, it was congregational and how it changed. And same thing with Yale and all these colleges. They started out as Christian colleges and they changed. And he goes into when that happened, how that happened, and points to several major figures, including particularly John Dewey, as coining the phrase change agent and turning education into a tool of world change and reconnoitering the human being as opposed to teaching people how to think. So yeah, I mean, I think Sam, if he were here today, he'd be very pleased with what's going on. Trump has said that he's going to abolish the Department of Education, and he will, because he means it. And Reagan.
Well, that was absolutely the low-hanging fruit. Okay,
Yeah.
you could get rid of the majority of federal agencies, but if you wanted to pick the absolute easiest one that has no justification existing at all, that would be it.
Oh yeah, I mean, and that's just the beginning. I mean, there's this what do they call it? Council of Democracy or something.
Yeah.
It was started actually by Jesse Helms, and it was started as in a sense, it was good in the beginning, but now it's run by Victoria Nuland and her husband, who basically wrote a column in the New York Times calling for Trump's assassination, and you know, who is instigating color revolutions. They're behind the Ukraine revolution. Now they're starting trouble in Georgia. You know, and they're out there. I mean, they get something like an annual $300 million check from the taxpayer. I think that Musk and Ramaswamy are going to cut them off at the knees right away. And these other things are just, we're going to, you know, it's a beautiful thing to watch. I mean, I don't think that they're going to be corrupted. You know, we'll see. But I think that these guys mean business. I think that, you know, the wind is on their back. I mean, it's going to be, I think that all of Trump's people are going to be confirmed. You got Mike Davis out there, who I think would have been an interesting attorney general pick. He's the Project 21 project outfit. He was involved with helping shepherd in the Kavanaugh to U.S. Supreme Court. He's been around. He knows the score. And he's like, if any senator votes against, the Senate is there to advise and consent. And if someone has to have a pretty damn good reason to vote against a nominee of a president, they are there simply to look at whether or not someone's fit for the office, or if there are anything really major reasons why not, and there isn't. And so he says if they try to pull any crap on any of these people, those senators are going to feel a certain level of wrath. Not just in terms of being primary, but there's other things that he's in touch with that I think he can do. Maybe some of the old, going back to the old J. Edgar Hoover approach. I don't know. I don't know what he has in mind, but nothing violent at all. I'm just, that there's going to be a price to pay if they don't vote for the nominees. Trump won the election and he has a right to appoint his cabinet. And that's that, just like any other president, unless there's a damn good reason. So I think that Trump is going to get his people in, and it's going to be great. I'm
really looking forward to it. And what's nice is what an attitude change on your part.
Yeah.
My goodness.
After 4 years of traveling in the vineyards, and just being disheartened, it's exhilarating.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing to have seen. And it doesn't mean we dropped the ball, because, as I said earlier today, I had on this attorney, Peter Tickton, who is bringing a case in Florida of voter fraud or election fraud. We have to stay on that. They still have that apparatus. It's still in place, and they will use it again. And they have used it around the edges. You still have Mark Elias, who almost got, stole the election in Pennsylvania, right? The Casey. They meant business. I followed him on Twitter. They were trying to get him in. And the only reason
people are going after him now. On his Twitter feed was full of lawyers that claimed they knew the guy, that said he's got a serious, not making this up, BO problem. And they were arguing with him in Supreme Court, couldn't stand within 10 feet of the guy.
Oh, he's obnoxious. I don't doubt that. He looks like a hound. But the only reason that stopped is because even Shapiro in Pennsylvania finally stood up and said it's over. Forget it. Yeah. So, I think that they're still out there. They still have this machine in place, and we still have to stay on it. We still have to interview people. We still have to examine it. There still has to be challenges to it. It has to be pulled out root and branch. It's like weeding a garden. These are deadly, weeds. They are, they're invasive species, that need to be. It's like in Florida, that snake that's destroying the Everglades. Yeah. They've hired bounty hunters to go in, and they're paying the big money for every snake they get, and they get more money for every egg that is in the snake. I saw a video about this. These guys went in and this huge thing. They slid it open the stomach, and something like 30 eggs came out. We're going to be able to build a house on this. This is like, and they deserve to. That's what you do. You have to get rid of these things, or else they're going to strangle the entire Everglades. It's an invasive species that was put in there by who knows who. And that's what this is what this voter fraud thing is. It's an invasive species that it has a grip like a snake on our system, where every man, one vote, with the sacred system of elections. And I just think that, you knock them back, but they're still there, and they can grow again. It's like the kudzu plant. You can burn it, but it's going to come back. So we have to stay on this, and I will stay on it.
Well, that's great. But it's good to see you in a positive mood.
Yes.
can't wait for what happens. I could just see Trump on January 20th walking off the podium, and immediately everything happens, you know?
It's
So
going to be, I mean, I heard Steve Miller talk about this, and he said, look, the world is going to change on that day. And I believe that.
yeah,
It's going to be, it's already affecting the world. Romania just elected a conservative guy who's stopping the trafficking of tens of thousands of Romanian children, apparently.
yeah.
Germany, the liberal government's collapsing. France, the liberal government is collapsing. England, I think that Harwell, whatever his name is really unpopular, and he's probably going by the way of the glue factory. Ireland, I think, just elected a relatively conservative prime minister. It's happening, and it's all because of Trump. It's a boomerang effect all over the world. I don't really understand what's going on in South Korea, but maybe there's something with that. I don't know. But
God bless. You know?
Yeah, it's a worldwide phenomena where people are waking up and they're taking back.
That's great.
Yes, people are reasserting or asserting for the first time their sovereign rights as citizens under God.
And look, MSNBC and CNN are at their lowest ratings in decades.
They have become, I mean, Rachel Maddow was literally crying on the air. They had to cut away. She was like, so yeah, I mean, and they're gone. They're gone. And I don't know, rumor, I suppose.
Does everybody realize that whole mess wouldn't even exist but for the way cable TV is set up? And cable TV is dying. I mean, I always said, and I maintain this, and I said this, I think, on your show and years before. What a business model. You charge 100 million customers for something that 80,000 people watch. What a deal.
Oh yeah, right. And then they pipe it through the airport.
Yeah.
But I think that Elon Musk might buy MSNBC probably at a cheap price, and maybe he'll replace Rachel Maddow with Laura Loomer. Anyway, so Mike, what do you have coming up on the Substack?
Well, you know, when things quiet down a little bit before Christmas, I'll put up a couple articles. I haven't done anything for about 10 days. So
just if the war against Christmas is over too, I think it is.
Yeah. Well, that, you know, the war on Christmas that quote doesn't exist. Yeah.
Yeah. And the war against Thanksgiving didn't go over too well this year either.
Yeah.
So I think that culturally there's some very interesting developments. America in many ways is back. So thank God.
Yeah, well, it's been away for a long time, so
yeah,
glad to see it back.
Be it back, but we have to keep educating and keep moving the ball. All right, Mike. Well, I'll talk to you soon.
We will see you.
Thanks a lot. I have a what do I have? I have HP. I think it's a pretty good brand. I don't know, and I've had it for a long time, and I think these things have a shelf life. But
well, when I was active with my businesses, I get a new machine every 2 years. Didn't want to screw around.
I'm about due for it, and so yeah. Anyways, Mike, I don't know if you heard the news just come over the wires here, but
Gates, yeah,
yes, and that's not good. I mean, that's troubling. I know he had some personal problems before his marriage. Maybe he hired a few hookers. I don't know, but I just he would have been a very key figure at the very
sometimes the trouble with being a flamethrower is you have a pretty exuberant personality, and the trouble is, as good as he is in doing the good things, he's pissed off a lot of people on both sides.
Right.
And they were probably marshaling a lot of resources to make it very difficult for him. And besides, he's got a Senate appointment that's going to be given him by DeSantis. So what the heck?
So you think he'll be, yeah, okay.
I think that I think that
Won't he have this? Well, I guess that's something he doesn't have to go through any confirmation process.
yeah. So maybe he was always saying this was all made up and so on, but you and I know where there's smoke, there's fire.
No, I
Right?
mean, look, the man obviously had some issues, but I think
Yeah.
that look, I think he kind of cleaned up his act after his marriage. With whereas you take a guy like Bill Clinton, and the problem started after his marriage.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's obviously a double standard, but there you have it. I think that I'm worried that any attorney general in Trump's administration, that's such an important position, not only because they can protect Trump in the same way that Janet Reno protected Clinton, by the way, or
Oh, for
Holder
sure.
protected
And
Obama.
she was completely incompetent anyway. I mean, that was a joke appointment.
No, but she stopped any attempt to try to. Clinton
Yeah.
was surrounded by scandal. I mean, if you look back, you could look at the archives of news. He had a scandal a week.
Pretty
Cabinet
much.
members taking money, people doing all sorts of stuff. And she kind of ran interference. That's the only function I think she had, basically, was she knew how to run interference to protect him. And that's, when you're a person, when you're a figure like Trump, you have to have that. He's going to have, we're talking here mainly about the lame duck period here. They are going to throw they're not stopping. I mean, the Trump hatred is as vigorous as ever. I think that they are, besides the fact that they're trying to start World War III with nuclear Russia.
Yeah,
So, I mean,
Biden should be just for that impeached.
oh, clearly. I mean, who knows who's in charge of that, anyways? I mean, this whole policy of giving Russia a green light to fire missiles, or Ukraine
Ukraine,
to
right.
fire these advanced missiles, and also lay landmines. This was done. Biden wasn't even in the country when that was done, which brings up the broader question of who ran that illegitimate, rotten regime. But putting it aside, probably, yeah. They're trying to set a trap for Trump by launching a war that Trump will be embroiled in. They don't give a damn how many people they kill. And on a domestic front, my understanding, according to the reporting of Natalie K. Winters, who I think is a pretty in-depth reporter, they're doing some of the same crap they did when Trump came in the first term. And Obama basically embedded various figures inside the government that could not be easily removed, could not be easily discovered, and that would basically thread and marble the Trump administration and just run interference every chance they could get. They're lining up people like Mark Elias, who's not going away. I think he's ended the big steal in Pennsylvania now that even Shapiro has come out against it. So he's now lining up, according, again, my source on this is Natalie Winters, lawsuits to bring out against Trump. Every single thing he does is going to be a lawsuit. There's going to be lawfare, is going to go in a high gear. That's not going anywhere. You've got a shadow government set up. I forget who was talking about this openly on NPR. I believe he was a congressman who was like, we're setting up a shadow government, just like they have in Great Britain, where you're going to have, for example, the shadow attorney general is going to be none other than Shifty Schiff and the shadow secretary of state. And each of these people are going to be there to attack and criticize every time one of Trump's cabinet members and office holders, whatever they do, they're going to get attacked. They're going to get criticized.
Well, here's the good news. All right.
Yes.
No, seriously. This is not his first rodeo. All right.
Right.
So this second term, he's got pretty much more of a free reign, and he's figured out, I think, who his loyalists are. So this may sound threatening and so on with all the stuff they're doing, but you got to look at the other side of it. This is all they've got. They're destroyed. And I believe that Democrats are going to be out of power for a long time. And I'll tell you why. They haven't figured it out. you keep doing this crap. You keep, and I wrote about it. I think it's a good example. This Alan Lichtman idiot.
Oh
with
my
his
God.
13
I had
keys.
him on my show and he basically hung up and left after he
Now, he's
said
a little
that,
prima donna.
oh, I mean, he basically said that Trump has to be impeached because of his war on women. I'm like, hello, where in the Constitution? I mean, this is absurd. You know?
So, but what I was getting at by that is that, and there's a point to this. All right, in the article, I talk about his quote 13 keys.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Well,
right.
the problem is that if he had followed his own model, he would have predicted Trump would win. If you take his 13 keys, it's incontrovertible that Harris was going to lose. So his head was so far up his ass, so to speak, that he couldn't even use his own model correctly. And by the way, that also applies to this primary model guy who's used this to predict supposedly every election since 1912. Well, here's the problem. There wasn't a legit primary candidate on the Democrats this year. Whoops. So that all fell
Right.
apart.
Well, the whole thing is
The other one, the primary was Biden, but he didn't run. Okay. So I think that let him double down and triple down and bring out all these weapons, but they're going to lose. They're going to keep losing because what they're doing is they're simply denying the fact that the FDR model of winning elections doesn't work anymore. All right. They don't
I
have
think
all
that
the
Nate
right-
Silver kind of got a wind of that, and he changed his tune, and came out and acknowledged that Trump was going to win. But they're going to try to do all this crap. You're right. I mean, it's the same old playbook. It doesn't work for them any longer. They haven't learned anything. They're so mired in this really demented and irrational hatred. Either that or they're.
And it gets more and more irrational by the day.
And you got people on the inside, people like George Soros and his son Alex, who have announced, oh, heaven forbid, they said, don't break bread with any Trump supporters. Don't meet them. Don't talk to them.
I missed a chance to go to lunch with Alex Soros.
Oh, well. I mean,
I'm going
first
to
of all, I
slash my
don't think
wrist.
any self-respecting Trump supporter wouldn't want to be seen having lunch with him. Your career would be up the river. But putting that aside, I mean, they obviously haven't learned any. It's the same old bit of stuff. I'm seeing it still. I mean, they're just it's like they're locked into some kind of and their brains are locked into some kind of an iron cage. And
well, it's very sad. I think we talked about this before. And the shorthand I use for it is the model UN mentality, which may be lost on some people. The idea was back in the day, the little kissy-assy smart kids in junior high would be appointed to the model UN.
Right.
And this was a big deal. And these were all the smart kids. And this was the worldview they had when they were 13, 14 years old. The trouble is, it doesn't apply anymore. But instead of modifying their view, they're just trying harder and harder and harder to make it work. It's pathetic. I've seen this in high school sports all the time, where the team is losing by 30 points at the half, and what we have to do is double down and do even more on the same losing game plan we've already done.
It's the definition, as I said, it's the definition of insanity.
Yes.
You had that pop psychologist Dyer, I think his name John Dyer, back in the 70s, the erogenous zones. He wrote his research based on spending many years working in mental hospitals and observing mental patients and their patterns. And one of the things takeaways from that was that the pure sign of mental illness is that someone would do something over and over again, even though they knew it didn't work anymore, but they would keep repeating it. That is someone who's mentally ill. And that's what they're doing. They're mentally ill.
I think that's true. And, I had said in the past weeks that there's no talent on that side. Now, there's talent to do the same old crap they've been doing time after time, but they can't adjust. So what do? Well, as I mentioned in the current article, they attack the customer, so to speak. I mean, Lichtman, the people have to go to that video. It's unbelievable. This is the best time I've ever seen Cenk Uygur. He just laces into this guy.
Yeah.
And
now he wants to be on Musk's Doge, I guess.
Yeah.
Apparently. And they're all basically, selling out to Trump. You've got Joe and Mika, Morning Mika, meeting Trump. I don't know why Trump even gave them the time of day, but putting that aside.
Showing that he's gracious and all that.
Yeah, I mean, they were off to Mar-a-Lago. Now they're on the verge of being fired. MSNBC is considering changing its name. All these leftist media outlets are going down the tubes. I think that, but and look, I feel elated. I want to celebrate. I want to relish the moment. But at the same time, this war ain't over. It's just starting. I mean, Obama laid some very ugly traps for Trump as he left the door, including the Steele dossier and all of that stuff. That all was. This is a matter of public record. I mean, that was devised in the Oval Office with Obama, and Biden was there also, and they all basically put this thing together.
Yeah.
I don't know if they can pull something like that off again, but I think that
I don't think so, because they don't have the advantage that Obama had. Okay, right. Remember, he was the golden child. And, as an aside, he could have done a lot of good. Instead, he chose to do evil. And I'm telling you, history is not going to be kind to that guy.
And by the way, speaking of Obama, I don't know if you heard this, but Obama wanted to appoint RFK to Health and Human Services, and the drug companies called him and said no.
Yeah.
So he didn't do it. It's just to show how much he was a stooge of this.
No, Obama was a garbage human being, and
he had no background. He had no authority. He was just another one of these, as bad as they all were. Biden, the Bushes, Clinton, they've all been bad since Reagan. Since Reagan was shot, it's all been bad. I think that's of course why they despise and fear Trump. And I think that this time around, Trump isn't going to he's not going to step into another Steele dossier thing.
No.
He does need to get a strong attorney general, though. I don't know who it'll be. And I hope it's someone that maybe Matt Gaetz could be brought in as an advisor, to whoever, right? Let Gaetz be the kind of informal attorney general if he can't.
Well, what do you think a Street Fighter type like a Peter Navarro? I don't know if he has a legal.
Oh, I think he's great.
Yeah.
Well, I put Steve Bannon in there. Well, first of all, I don't think he's a lawyer. So I think a attorney general has to be a lawyer.
Pretty much.
Maybe if Trump can get the recess appointment, he could still put Matt Gaetz in there.
I think the trouble with that is that would just be a flashpoint forever and ever.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, they've got so many things on him that it's a big distraction. It's too bad, but that's where we are.
One way, and maybe I'm glad that Trump chose not to go this route. I was kind of relishing a real street fight in that, okay, bring it on against Matt Gaetz or whoever. And believe me, there's no shortage of dirt on the other side.
Well, when they talked about releasing the ethics report, I think that Marjorie Taylor Greene made the very good point. She said, fine, release all the ethics reports.
Yeah.
Right? On all sides, both parties. They have an immunity fund in Congress that they basically use to pay off people who are making accusations. And it's been used, I think, many dozens of times. Let it all come out. If they want to have it come out, fine. Let's have it. So, but the point is that maybe that's why he's stepping aside.
Well, the trouble is, that sounds fun, but it's kind of a distraction from getting stuff done. I
No,
think
it's a
you'll be
big
able to find.
distraction, and you could be blackmailed. It's like I understand that like J. Edgar Hoover used to show up at the LBJ White House, and he'd bring lots of these files with him, and they would go through it and look at all the dirt, and they'd have big laugh, and they would just and they would just go through everybody and what they had on them. So I mean, this is all blackmail material, and I mean, obviously, this wouldn't happen if it was a Democrat appointee. We know that. But here it is. I mean, I just hope he finds somebody who can pick this thing up, because you can't have another, weak person like a Jeff Sessions, or you can't have another backstabber like Bill Barr. You have to have somebody on the outside who is going to come in and do. This is such an important position right now. I mean, I don't know who it would be. Peter Navarro would be fine.
Yeah, I don't know if he's a lawyer.
I don't either, but he'd be fine. I don't know. I can't
He's a
think of
tough
him.
guy.
He is.
And ideally a tough guy without a lot of past.
And also, Mike Davis is good from the Century One Project. He would be a tremendous attorney general. Recently, Tish James made some comments about continuing with the lawfare in New York, and he came out and he said, "I dare you. Go right ahead. I'll have your fat ass in prison so fast your head'll spin." And that's what he said, and I'm quoting.
Yeah.
I mean, he's like, he would.
He could be the guy.
He could be. That would be tremendous. Okay, so that would be. I'd feel a lot better seeing him in there. He is like the real. I've listened to him this past year on with the Steve Bannon and filling in for Steve Bannon while he was in prison. He's tremendous. So
Well, what I like about him too is he got this sense of humor. I mean, in the same speech where he went after Tish James, and he was talking about Alvin Bragg, Fannie Willis, and Tish James, said, "Where the hell they get these people? Weight Watchers?"
Exactly. Yeah. Right. And I'd like to see them investigated for how much money they've gotten from all this, and throw in Fannie Willis, big Fannie.
Well, let's talk about money for a second.
Yeah.
All right. What happened with the total of tens of millions of dollars that the Harris campaign spent on celebrities, this was just incandescently stupid. All right. They were reversing cause and effect, right? Well, because we spent all this money, it's going to do all this good. And can you imagine giving $2.5 million to Oprah to make some kind of speech that essentially slavery is going to come back under Trump?
Oh, it was horrible.
I don't get it. What is in it for her? She's a multi-billionaire. Does she have to now go on TV and expose how stupid she is?
Well, she did it for Obama too, and she did it for Biden. She's a hack. She's a liberal. She's drank the Kool-Aid. She's just. I mean, you could see from her interviews, and she's kind of. I never really got what her appeal was, but whatever it was, it's gone. I think that she kind of bit the dust after she left her show. For a while, she was the biggest radio talk show host in history.
Yeah.
But once she left that show, she just faded. And I think that she's never found her footing again. She moved out of Chicago and she moved to like a tropical temperature. I think she's retired. I think she just had it at that point. So whatever happened to her, I mean, that's obviously an embarrassment.
I think it was part of the it girl phenomenon, right? She was the it girl because the color purple, and she does the radio thing, and oh man, there's black women are people too, and they can do stuff, and isn't that great? Then she puts out the magazine and all the fashion stuff and so on, gets a lot of money with her broadcast empire. But then, as with all these it girls, Clara Bow being the original one, people start thinking about, wait a minute, why is she the it girl? What's behind all this? And then the facade sort of falls apart. And unfortunately, in the case of Clara Bow, went kind of negative, but
Yeah.
Oprah had enough money that she was able to withstand. She doesn't need this anymore. Although she did take the $2.5 million from.
Yes, I know. Really, what the hell? I mean, she's one of the richest women in America.
That was. This is so important to me that I'm going to charge you $2.5 million. Yeah.
I mean, and obviously Harris has gone down in complete disgrace. I mean, imagine spending over $1 billion of contributions and money sent in by people, for her campaign, on giving like 10 million to Beyonce and who else? Nobody knows where that's just typical of a Democrat liberal. The money disappears into some gigantic vacuum. It's like Black Lives Matter. Everybody probably is building mansions. They're all like, cashing in billions of dollars disappearing. And she then leaves the campaign $20 million in debt. I mean, can you imagine what a disaster that would have been? I mean, it's really, Trump kind of had a great troll in that he said, "Hey, I have a surplus. I'll offer to pay off the campaign debt for her." But meanwhile, I heard Bill O'Reilly say that in response to your speculation about what will happen to her, he said, she'll do some shows. She'll be on TV. Maybe she'll fill in, co-host The View for a while. But when Newsom leaves California, she's going to run for governor because apparently there was a poll done and she had 70% approval among Democrats, which means she's a shoo-in. So she'll become governor of California, as awful as that sounds.
Well, we've had so many awful governors in California that.
How does California put it? I mean, is it just a stolen election there? I mean, I know that when Hillary got that huge popular vote in 2016, there was a lot of evidence of fraud. There was a lot of, like kind of street activity of signing up illegal aliens in Los Angeles, and you've talked about what happened to battling Bob Dornan, and I guess.
Well, Dornan, Chuck, was the beginning.
Yes,
and I think it was a trial balloon for the fraudsters. All right, because they could have stopped that, nipped it in the bud, but they didn't. Mm-hmm. So the Republican Party of California, it's 100% their fault for letting it go. And if you think about it from a strategic point of view, what a great test case, right? You take a popular congressman, I think he was in for 4 terms.
Right.
Loretta Sanchez, who, by the way, that wasn't the name she used until the campaign.
Right. It's like she's as phony as Kamala.
Yeah, it was some Anglo name I don't remember.
She became black.
But she suddenly became Sanchez, which was her maiden name that she never used professionally. And there was clear evidence of illegals voting.
Yes.
There was also clear evidence, unfortunately, of complicit Catholic churches allowing her to speak. And you don't do that. All right.
No, why were they cozying up to this?
Because it started even before then. There was this sort of left-wing liberation theology thing that was going through the church.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the Pope you have now is part of that.
Right.
So this allowed the massive corrupt infrastructure to start. Okay, there was always an active Democrat Party in California, and when I was a kid, LA politics was dominated by Sam Yorty. I can't think of her name. Mm-hmm. These various people who were just fixtures forever, and of course that took advantage. In fact, Yorty was actually one of the rare conservative Democrats.
Didn't he run for president?
Ross Wyman was the other one. They were working on this since the 1940s. And I think they let Schwarzenegger come in as a token, quote, Republican. But they were just vicious. I mean, Gray Davis was recalled
I remember that. Yeah.
as a Democratic governor. And here was a guy who was a perfect candidate, right? War hero, worked in the party forever. And, all the chickens came home to roost when he was up there, the power issues. No, it's been a mess. It's been a corrupt mess forever. Not maybe quite as long as the state of New York, but close.
But pretty rotten. And I mean, I suppose that in this, kind of war to MAGA-ize the country, which is, I think, something that is ongoing.
Yeah.
And then when President Trump puts his hand on the Bible, it's going to be enthroned. And we need to make sure that we identify and call out all of these enemies. Every time they file a lawsuit, I hope that we can file a counter lawsuit. Every time they bring up, we should be the shadow government. Every time they do something, we should expose it. Not because we'll ever change the core of it, but because we can all continue to peel off percentages of the population who are sick and tired of it, especially if Trump is winning and doing well, which I think he will. And but I don't know where I was going with this, but
well, how California got corrupted to this extent.
I mean, can it be saved? And can the blue states? I just had Trevor Loudon on my show earlier today, who he's from New Zealand. He's an expert on communism. Interesting guy. They have this new movie out called Behind Sheep's Clothing, which is really interesting. He talks about the influence of China in the United States and how strong it's become. We even talked about in Massachusetts. He says there's this Chinese Progressive Association that really owns the state. We don't know it, but they control a lot of what's going on in our state. And he shows that this is like part of Minnesota with walls, and California, major infiltration by the CDC, Chinese Communist Party, the CCP.
Well, it ends up being, and I think you'll agree, a major cultural issue. All right.
Oh, and by the way, just in the middle of my interview with Trevor Loudon, TikTok canceled my they canceled my live stream, and Trevor said, "Oh, well, you mentioned China, that's a no-no for TikTok."
Yeah.
I think
what happens, and the cultural problem is this. All right. Generally speaking, people on the right are normal. They have families, they have careers, they have things that they truly care about.
Yes.
People on the left are freaking animals. All right. They don't care about family. They don't care about anything other than politics. It's almost like everybody, in a sense, is Ethel Rosenberg. And, you just have to look at it that way. So that's all they do. It's for the great cause. And the people on the right just aren't wired that way. Okay. So we're always going to have a disadvantage because you're up against these psychotic zealots. But their fatal flaw is their platform and their programs are terrible, and they don't know how to get to normal people. Now, the question that you and I have been struggling with, whatever happened? How did suburban white women become so deluded? I wish I knew.
Well, that is the core. I mean, I don't know what exactly. I know what you mean. I know this personally. I mean, it's like what is it? Abortion? I mean, I don't know. It's there's just something going on there in the water. Suburban white women used to be conservative. They used to be the backbone of conservatism. I don't know what's happened. I mean, it's there's been like there's something manipulating going on. I don't know.
Well, I mean, my friend, the late Vin Lewis, said it ended up being sort of pure hatred, right? They're raised with feminism, but then they get trapped into having families and kids. And all that would have been avoided if they'd only had aborted everybody. So they're walking around with this huge chip on their shoulder.
Yeah, but aren't they happy to have a family with kids? I mean, don't they love their
According
husbands
to
and their
them,
children?
a lot of them aren't. A lot of them aren't. That they felt they were thrown and shoehorned into that role. They hate their lives.
They resent it. Yeah, I know women like that.
And
They always feel like somehow they gave up, they sacrificed
well,
their
and again,
wonderful
it
life.
goes back, unfortunately, to this Model UN thing. You know, when you were
Yeah.
a bright college student at age 19, and they filled your head with all this feminist BS, and you thought that was the gospel, then you come into real life and find that no, it doesn't work that way, which comes back to maybe my all-time favorite cliche, is real life more like high school or college. All right.
Hmm.
And the people that thought real life is more like college are pretty damn unhappy as they grow older.
Right. No, it's true. And the colleges, of course, speaking as I'm continuing with my own college studies with Arizona State, and it's real left stuff. I mean, it's really like, I mean, I keep notes, and I'm actually going to
Already
probably,
surprised, right?
yeah, I mean, I'm going to publish a book using all the information I'm getting. But it's become I mean, this is what I mean. Trevor Loudon talked about this in my interview with him. I mean, they control the high ground, the culture. They control the academia, media, entertainment, Hollywood, television networks, all of it. Publishers, historians are all on the left. You take a look at Wikipedia, it's all left. I mean, they've totally, Wikipedia, when it started, it was a great resource. I could get a lot of information from them in my own books and my research. It's all now been deleted. It's not, I mean, I'll give you, just as if anyone wonders, let me make a suggestion. Look up a page on Hunter Biden on Wikipedia, okay? And see what they have to say about him. That will tell you everything you need to know. It's complete bullcrap. It's complete propaganda. And they have
And the
removed.
sad thing, if I can interrupt, is that if you pick a topic that isn't political, the material is usually fairly accurate.
Right. Well, the one thing that the one redeeming quality with Wikipedia is you can still go to their footnotes and get source material.
Yeah.
Even though they've also removed some of that, but you cannot get to a lot of the great stuff that I used to be able to get to.
No.
The alternative history of this country, and it's all gone. It's all been deleted. I hope that one of the byproducts of this new administration is that we're going to get away from the censorship. I don't think it's going to ever be completely, but I think that we're going to move into a little bit more freedom. The real censorship started in 2018. It was before the pandemic. That's when I first had my YouTube channel taken down. And there are a lot of groups that are coordinating in that. Unfortunately, one of the big ones is the ADL, and they really are trying to control what we see, what we learn.
Let me ask you about the ADL, okay? When was the Rubicon crossed? Where they changed
they've always been a left group. I mean, since they they started with this the Leo Frank case in Atlanta, and they saw an opportunity to essentially make anti-Semitism a national issue and use it as a way to raise money and organize in the same way that the NAACP uses racism. I mean,
unfortunately, Leo Frank was guilty. However.
Leo Frank was he brutally raped and murdered that girl, and then he tried to blame the black security guard, and the trial was the most racist thing. I mean, you're going to trust this black man? You look at him; he's completely innocent. And the ADL came down from New York, and they orchestrated the whole thing with their lawyers, and it was really a disgrace. They still stand by that. It had nothing to do with anti-Semitism.
No, they still do? They haven't disbanded? Oh, my word.
He was convicted several times, And then when they pressured the governor at that time to commute the sentence, I guess that he was corrupted. He was working as a lawyer. He had worked as a lawyer in one of their offices, and so he did commute the sentence. And just as Leo Frank was leaving prison, he was kidnapped and lynched, right? And he deserved it. And that governor had to leave the state. I mean, it was.
And wait, and they're hanging their hat on that still?
Oh yeah, there was just a Broadway show about this with Leo Frank. The evils of that anti-Semitic incident had nothing to do with. I mean, it's a disgrace that he happened to be a Jew, but it had nothing to do with that. I mean, and the South is not generally anti-Semitic anyway. Putting that aside, they generally, are very tolerant toward Jews. They admire Jews, especially with Judah Benjamin, one of the main figures in the Confederacy.
The Confederacy, yeah.
Yeah, and he was Jefferson Davis's right-hand man, and he was a true Confederate.
Yeah.
So I mean, generally speaking, it was a non-issue that they made into an issue for political reasons and for social,
I learned something today. I thought they had disavowed that finally.
No, absolutely not. Oh no,
boy.
They still stick by that story. They'll never change that. So that's the story of the ADL.
Day one. All right.
They've been leftists since day one. They are like the ACLU is to the establishment. They're Fabian socialists. They want to gradually change the country by changing the meaning of words.
Well, but like the ACLU, and you know more about this than I do. I mean, to his credit, Roger Baldwin, who founded the ACLU, was a communist. All right. However, he disavowed the Communist Party some years later. But now you're going to tell me that the origins of the ADL, they never disavowed that. So
no, and I don't know if he might have disavowed the Communist Party, but he didn't disavow communism.
No.
I mean, the ADL, the ACLU, to this day, I mean, they will continue to promote leftist causes and denounce, do you think that they would take a case against the Black Lives Matter? I mean, never. I mean, they're very much an apparatchik of the international illuminated left-wing establishment. And I think that they ran a full-page ad denouncing Trump, calling him Hitler, this kind of thing.
Well, here's the good news then, going back to how we started the show. The left hasn't learned a damn thing. They're going to keep doubling down on the same ineffectual talking points, and they're going to wonder why they're losing the muse.
A good book on the history of this, and I probably have it in my book collection, is None Dare Call It Treason by John Stormer.
Oh, man, I wrote about that. Oh, John Stormer.
7
million copies, baby. Self-published.
Yes, and not only that, but I think that he came out with a revised edition that was double the size, I think in the 1990s. I don't know if he's still around, but it's
he died only a few years ago. But
but he goes chapter and verse into a lot of stuff from the ACLU and from the the National Council of Churches, how they were a communist front, how the ADL is a communist front. He shows all of the communist takeover of these, or creation of these establishment institutions, and how they then went ahead and became dominant in the media in terms of what would be, the official and approved narrative.
Right.
I mean, obviously the Southern Poverty Law Center, which spawned that rotten Secretary of State in Michigan, Jocelyn Benson. I mean, they're very much part of this communist movement, and that he goes into it chapter and verse. I have to get that. I mean, he really quotes it, and he does a brilliant job. You have the whole perpetual war for perpetual peace movement.
Yeah.
He shows how they wanted to have what's called, quote, convergence, and that this is a policy that was openly espoused by Roosevelt. That basically the idea was that the United States would move to the left, the Soviet Union would move to the right, and they would both meet and converge at some point in the middle to create a world government. You think I'm making this up? There was this, no, I mean, this is documented. This guy, Rowan Gaither, he was the head of the Ford Foundation, I think, or the Rockefeller Institute. He was interviewed by Norman Dodd, who was a researcher in the late 1950s, as part of the Reese Committee hearings, which are not well known today, but they were very pivotal. They investigated the big foundations and how they had been infiltrated by communists. And he interviewed Rowan Gaither, the head of the Ford Foundation, and he went on record as saying all of this. We were working toward convergence. We were working toward creating a new way of being, a middle ground that would merge, capitalism and communism, Sovietism and Americanism. And we were pouring money into doing this from these big foundations, which were created thanks to Wilson in 1912, 1913. Anyway, interesting history. But that's
well.
so.
I mean, the good thing is it's history, and they keep using this, and it ain't working anymore.
Well, it never worked. But the point is, they're still doing it, and they still have that kind of power. They have, George Soros is no piker. I mean, these guys have international power. They have a way of framing narratives the way they want them framed. They will create a world war if they think it's going to benefit, and they're trying to do that right now. Yeah. We have about how many weeks left of this corrupt, illuminated, illegitimate administration? I think the rest of this month in December, and then 2 weeks in January. During that time, they could create a world war. They're already, firing high-end advanced missiles into Russia. And Russia's firing back. They just hit a power plant in Dnipropetrovsk in Ukraine. The people that are going to suffer from this are the Ukrainian people who would like to see some kind of a peace agreement and who are willing to give up a couple of those Russian provinces. Who cares? I mean, they're Russian anyway, in order to get peace. But they're going to try to push for this massive war. I mean, this is what I wanted to talk about today. Between now and January 20th, there's a lot of things that could go down. There are we don't know what could happen in the world, but it's a very, very dangerous time, the lame duck period. In the 1930s, I think it was, Congress actually passed, I don't know if it was a constitutional amendment, it probably was, to kind of reduce the lame duck period, because it used to run from
to March.
November, it's all the way through till March of the following year, almost 6 months.
Right.
And it was a lot of crap went down. I mean, it was a very bad time because you had an outgoing administration, and if it was from another party, they could do all sorts of things. I mean, thinking in Massachusetts, it says they have this idea where they have the lamp in the State House on the night before the governor leaves. He's burning wax, signing legislation, passing laws. You've got Elizabeth Warren trying to shove through, along with Schumer, radical judges. They've got 50 openings, and it's and shame on J.D. Vance and Rubio for not going and doing their work right now in the Senate to stop this from happening, because there were votes, and they went home for Christmas? I don't know. It's like they have to be. This is a fight. They just passed through this radical appeals court judge who had given a pass to child rapists, saying that laws against child rape are racist. I mean, this person is going to be on the bench as a fairly young man. He's going to be there for decades. And this is in the South. I think it's Alabama, Georgia, and Florida. So, I mean, they're putting in position people that will never get rid of them. I mean, they'll be there forever. And, they're shoving, this is all lame duck. As Congress goes out, they're keeping the midnight oil. They're burning candles at night, signing who knows what. I mean, it happens every time there's a lame duck and there's a change of parties. And it is a very dangerous time. I mean, they like to talk about democracy. You can't get less democratic than this. I mean, this is real, insider power play. where you're
Well,
putting
it is, and it's really pathetic because how can anybody, even on the left, support some of these horrible judges? You know, everybody watching this
Oh,
show,
they're
I'm
cheering.
seeing on YouTube some of these proceedings where, first of all, most federal judges are terrible. It did not used to be the case. I'm old enough to remember I had a friend in high school whose father was a federal judge when it actually meant something. Now it tends to be people that can't get a real job or zealots.
Oh, they're cheering. I mean, I don't. There's this guy on TikTok that I follow, Aaron Parnas. He's like Harry Sisson with a brain.
Yeah.
He's like this twerpy little guy, white guy. He's a lawyer. He looks like he's in his early 20s. He brags about how he graduated law school when he was 21. And he just keeps going on almost every day. He does a TikTok, talking about how wonderful it is that these elections are still being challenged and they're still counting, and we're going to beat, McCormick in Pennsylvania. And I mean, it's ridiculous. And he's like bragging about all the judges that are being put on the bench. He's happy about that. He's got this smirk that he really needs to wipe off of his face. It's just disgusting. But it's that mindset. It's this amoral, little, party hacks. They don't care. They just want the power.
They don't care. Maybe they will if they get involved with the system. I had the misfortune many years ago being involved in a large federal case, and I can't begin to describe how incompetent the federal judiciary is. This guy was falling asleep during the proceedings. He was a damn drunk. It was outrageous.
Yeah.
And
they have real power. I mean, they can.
Oh yeah.
They can ruin a person's life. They can change the course of the country's direction. I mean, I think, and Elizabeth Warren, of course, is all, she's working, 18 hours a day trying to get these people jammed through in these last miserable weeks. Who knows what else they're doing?
It's just a numbers game, because even Warren would admit that some of these people are just total scumbags.
Oh, she doesn't care. They don't care.
Yeah, they don't care.
They want to have their seat warmers. They're going to do. I mean, you see them being interviewed by people like Senator John Kennedy. He's hilarious. And he just asks them basic questions about, are you familiar with, the Clark versus so-and-so? No, they never heard of it. I mean, these people are dumb as bricks in some cases.
Yeah.
But
think about it, Chuck. Who would want that job? All right. If you're a halfway decent lawyer, you're going to make 3 to 4 times what is paid there.
They want power. They want to have
power.
Change the world for communism. I don't know, make a more collectivized world. These people they have that glassy-eyed look on their face. You could tell with that smirk. It's like Rachel Maddow on Speed. They just, of course, she's getting $6 million a show, but putting that aside, I mean, they want power. It's a very powerful position. It's these people who have like low egos and low self-esteem, they feel important, and in a way, they are important in a position like that. They can change lives.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, there is a small number of people that seem to really want to be on the bench to do some good. I mean, right. I knew a guy who was a really, really good litigator with a big firm in LA and making serious money. But he got the call from whoever the president was at the time.
Yeah.
We want you under the. And talk about taking a pay cut. Good God, But I guess he was a true believer. The guy was, not necessarily liberal.
Right.
But this was some sort of brass ring. I truly don't know why.
No, I think that most of them are good. I mean, in Massachusetts, the federal bench is very good. And even though many of them are liberal leaning, they're pretty good. I mean, they are committed. They're hardworking. They do want to try to be fair. I'm not, but there are these political appointments that Biden seems particularly involved with that are just rotten apples. I mean, it's very bad. But I'm not trying to, it's like most Catholic priests are religious people, but you have some bad ones that give the whole bunch a bad name.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think the same thing is true with the judiciary. Most of them are good. I do think that they are well-meaning and hardworking, and they do their job. But you do have what I'm talking about here particularly is these really rotten Biden appointees are just bad news. I mean, they're just being shoved onto the bench, and they serve the purpose of basically siloing power as Trump goes in. And then, of course, you have others on the bench who are now not going to leave. They won't retire because they don't want to have Trump have an opening. I mean, right? I mean, of course, that backfired with Ruth Bader Ginsburg, but
yes, it did, didn't it?
Yeah, and I think Obama actually asked her to step aside, and she said, "Nope, I'm going to live forever. I'm not going anywhere." So they blamed Trump because he had an appointment.
She was rotten to the core, and and this friendship between her and Scalia, I will never understand. But
whatever. I mean, the thing is that they become there's a sense of invincibility after a while that they're indispensable and they're never going to go. And but here we are, Mike, in these final miserable, decrepit days of this rotten, illuminated regime, this illegitimate regime. I just I don't know what they're kind of dismoored of any responsibility. They can pretty much now show their cards and do whatever they want to try to perpetrate their power. I think they're still in denial in a way that they have been beaten and that they are going to go. Donald J. Trump, assuming something drastic doesn't happen, God forbid, he's going to put his hand on the Bible on January 20th, and he's going to be president. And it's going to be a great day because he's going to go in there and he's going to kick ass. And he has a lot of things that are going to happen. I do believe that, assuming he gets there. And they don't really, they're trying to figure out these sort of sneaky, miserable, end runs around that. And Obama tried to do it and it was bad, but I don't think they're going to pull that crap off again because Trump, isn't going to be fooled this time.
No.
I just hope that we don't have nuclear missiles hitting Boston anytime soon. That's all. I mean, who knows what they're going to do?
Well, what about not your mayor, because I don't think you're directly living in Boston, but
I do live in Boston.
Oh, all right.
Oh, yeah.
Michelle Wu saying she's not going to cooperate.
Yeah, that's what they're. I mean, look, you've got Pritzker in Illinois. You've got. They're all saying this.
Yeah, well, they're talking big, but when
in a way, there's actually a silver lining to all of it because what they're doing is they're asserting states' rights.
Yeah.
Right. That's good, even if they're left-wing states. It's states should. They were. They're complaining about that with Roe versus Wade. They want the federal government to come in and mandate abortions. But at the same time, hypocritically, they're all about states' rights when it comes to Trump. I say that, if they want to go that route, that does set positive precedent. It is a reinvigoration of the 9th and 10th Amendments. They do have a state right in many areas. They don't have to cooperate.
They have a state right in immigration,
though. No, they don't. But they don't have to cooperate. And Homan has said as much. He goes, if they don't want to cooperate, that's fine, but they better step out of the way with regard to a federal prerogative, which is immigration, especially when you're dealing with crime. And that they're talking about a lot of, they're going to put people in jail and they're going to separate families and put people in cages. No, that's not what's going to happen. They're going to, Trump in the first year is going to focus on criminals, on drug dealers, on drug traffickers, on sex traffickers, on people that are bad, violent people, all the, not the best, as Trump likes to say, and and deport all of them. Good. And also, he's going to cut, as I said, I think I said earlier, they're going to cut off their money, which is going to save the taxpayers billions, and which is going to result in a self-deportation. If they don't have any more money, they won't stay.
Yeah.
Now, if some of them want to get jobs and be gainfully employed and not be criminals, I don't think that Trump's going to go after them. Maybe eventually
it's going to be wonderful to go after the criminal element,
right,
and look into all the corruption involved with putting these people up at hotels and whatnot.
That's right, and that's exactly what's happening in Massachusetts, and in other states. I mean, the state is going broke, putting people up in fancy hotels. They have this meal plan. They get $75 a day. I mean, and they have the state's hired a caterer to feed them all. I mean, the state is going broke. There's no logic to that. What are we supposed to get out of that? Meanwhile, so I think that once you cut that off, they're gonna leave, and we're gonna have millions of people.
Well, what it is virtue signaling with somebody else's money.
Yeah, but why is this a virtue? What's virtuous about bringing people in?
I hate to go back. I mentioned the third time. It's this Model UN thing. You see, we have to do right by these people, and to take the old term from Rudyard Kipling, white man's burden, right? And,
I thought that there was a hilarious YouTuber. I don't know who he was, but he went to, during the campaign, he was knocking on the doors of people with Harris Waltz signs.
Oh yeah, I saw some.
Hey, we have an illegal alien here. And there's some guy would come out of the van. He wants to move. He wants to live with you. Will you take him in? It's like, so I mean, to a man they said no. Of course. What do you mean? I can't. I have children at home. I can't do that. No, you'll send them all. It's like what DeSantis did with Martha's Vineyard that time.
Martha's Vineyard.
It was hilarious. Martha's Vineyard deported them. They hired 150 National Guardsmen came to the island. They put them on a bus and they deported them, sent them to a camp, I might add, at Otis Air Force Base in the Cape. That's what the liberals did when it came to actually dealing with illegal aliens instead of sending them to the red states. Anyway, it's going to be very interesting to watch.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, it's, they're going to complain, but the point is that the American people voted for Trump, and it was a mandate. And that, you want to talk democratic principles. That's what we have. Democracy. We have democratic principles. They're complaining, well, Trump is going to get rid of agencies and he's going to fire all these people. Guess what? That's what every administration is supposed to do. Every administration actually has done degrees of this when they take office, because that's why we have elections. Why bother if you're going to just keep people in there forever? Why, that's a dictatorship. It's an oligarchy. Why bother having an election, really? Yes.
Well, why was it okay for Roosevelt to create all these agencies, but someone can't come back in and either consolidate them or eliminate them?
Or get rid of them. And that's exactly what I think Trump's going to do, starting with the Department of Education. You get rid of about 80% of it, and maybe the rest of it can be absorbed by another department, the little piece, the tiny piece that they do that's actually of any worth. But you get rid of all of these federal agencies. And I think that with Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, that's exactly what Ramaswamy just gave an interview where he said, we're going to consolidate agencies, get rid of them in some cases. We're going to pare them down. That's what Musk did at Twitter, and it worked beautifully. That's what's going to happen. And I say hallelujah. I never thought I'd see the day. I remember the late Sam Blumenfeld back in the Birch Society. They've been talking about this for a generation, and you never thought it would happen. Well, it is happening. And they can, and as Steve Bannon would say, they can suck on it if they don't like it. He's on fire. You got to listen to him. I don't miss a show.
Oh, he is. Good.
Since he got out of prison, he is like kicking. I mean, he's like amazing. I mean, he's great. I mean, I'd love to see Trump give him an appointment. He's tremendous. Although I'd like to see him stay at the War Room. I mean, he's doing he's got millions of followers. It's huge.
Yeah.
I mean, he's doing gangbusters over there.
Yeah,
So
he said his go to prison really helped his game.
Oh, he didn't. He just came out. He's better than ever. He didn't miss a beat. I mean, he's roaring, and I just think that he should continue right where he is, where he's really playing a big role, in a way very similar to the role Rush Limbaugh played, except, he's taken the glove. Rush Limbaugh, in a way, kept the kind of.
He was.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't go too far outside of certain lanes, because he knew that they could pull the plug on him. But I think that with the internet, with Bannon, he doesn't care. He was already thrown off of Facebook and Twitter years ago. It didn't matter. He just keeps moving along. He's got his own network. He's consolidated it. I mean, to my way of thinking, they can't do to him what they could have done to Rush, just because of technology now being what it is. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that he should continue on doing exactly what he's doing. I mean, and other people, I mean, I certainly emulate that. Other people should try to create their network as well.
It's going to be an interesting holiday season.
and a festive one, I might add.
Yes, festive.
So, Mike, what do you have coming up on your Substack?
All right, well, I had that piece that went out last night called Victory, but we focused on the issue of blaming the consumer, and your favorite guy, Alan Lichtman, who just gets to be more of a joke with every passing day. I mean, after he was pilloried on all these video forums, he gets interviewed on a YouTube video by his son, who said essentially that, well, even though
there's the only one left that will interview him.
Yeah. I mean,
and some of these left-wing historians,
some
of these left-wing historians have really gone off the deep end, like Mitchum, who has written some pretty good books, completely Trump deranged, and Michael Beschloss, he wanted Trump to be executed.
Yes.
Remember that? Because of the after Mar-a-Lago was raided, because he had papers that might reveal some national secrets. Anyways, they've all shown their true colors. They're absolutely insane. So I guess I'll talk to you next week.
We will see you next week. Looking forward.
All right. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moskowitz, welcome to the program. The movie in question is Beneath Sheep's Clothing, and my guest to talk about it is author Trevor Loudon. Trevor is a New Zealand author, speaker, political activist, blogger. He was vice president of ACT New Zealand, a classical liberal and right libertarian political party from 2006 to 2008. The author of 5 self-published books on U.S. politics. Trevor, thanks for joining me today. It's an honor.
Always good to be on. Thanks, Charles, for having me.
Trevor, before we get started, I have to ask you about this New Zealand story with this haka, which took place in the parliament. I mean, it's something that, in spite of myself, I can't stop watching it. It's fascinating. And what is going on there, briefly? What's happening with that?
Well, we've got to see the head of the ACT party, which you mentioned I used to be the vice president of, is David Seymour. And I knew him very well when he was the head of Young ACT when I was the vice president. And he's introduced a bill defining the rights conferred to all citizens under the Treaty of Waitangi. That was signed in 1840. It's like your Declaration of Independence. It was a founding document of New Zealand. And what it was was the Maori citizens, the native race, transferred sovereignty over New Zealand to the British Crown in exchange for British citizenship. Okay,
Mhm.
they became citizens. Now, the left, the communists, ever since then, have been trying to say, no, this was a partnership. Maori are equal partners to everybody else. Maori should have 50% of representation in government. Maori should have 50% of this, 50% of that, 50% control of the airwaves, the seabed, etc. So David Seymour's act, law, was to basically codify the rights so that Maori and everybody have exactly the same rights as everybody else. Nobody has special rights, which I 100% concur with. That's the principles that America is founded on. But the left spins this as though this is a horrible bill taking away the rights of people. No, it's not. It's stopping communists. The Maori Party is a communist party, effectively. Is stopping communists getting leverage over all of New Zealand society, way out of proportion to their numbers. So that's what it is. It's a complete scam. And David Seymour was calling out the scam and saying every New Zealander should have exactly the same rights, no more, no less, regardless of your ethnic origin, which I think you and probably all of your listeners would agree with, Charles.
Of course, and the bill doesn't take any rights away from the Maori. It just simply recognizes that all citizens of New Zealand are equal and that the Maori are free to organize their identity any way they choose. Doesn't change anything. It just it doesn't give special group rights to any particular group.
It just stops Marxists using race as a wedge issue to get more powerful themselves. Like, for instance, they were pushing things, and it happened in some places that Maori, who are 15% of the population, would get 50% representation on government boards. So this is a great way to blackmail people. Oh, we're on the Waikato Water Board. Well, if you want to build a new pipe, you'll just have to give a couple of $100,000 to our Maori Resource Centre. And then it's ending an endless stream of scams, of special privilege, of affirmative action. But the left-wing media, of course, says, oh, this is taking away rights from people. It's like saying if you arrest the mafia, you're taking away their rights.
Do the Maori have a particular geographic part of New Zealand, or are they well distributed throughout the country?
They're well distributed. Well, look, the further north you go, the more Maori it gets. Like New Zealand is about 1,000 miles long, 2 main islands. When I grew up in the South Island, Maori were probably 2% of the population. If in the far north are probably more like 40% of the population.
I see.
The further north you go, the more Maori citizens you find. But they are everywhere. Every community has Maori citizens.
And the other thing, I mean, this gets into a broader question of the indigenous issue, which is something the left is, I think, using on an international scale as a leverage to try to undermine sovereignty and to use people. And just to go to that briefly, my understanding is that historically, the Maori people and the British arrived in New Zealand roughly around the same time. It wasn't like they were there first, and if they were there first, it wasn't. We're not talking about a long period.
No. The Maori arrived about 1,000 years ago from the Polynesian Islands, so they were well established by the time the British came. The British established formal sovereignty in 1840, but there'd been British communities there for about 60 years before that. A lot of Massachusetts whalers were there, by the way. There's a lot of Massachusetts blood in certain communities in the northern, because the sailors had to have something to do in their time off, you know, and so there's a lot of Massachusetts ancestry in certain parts of the North Island.
Just like a lot of Massachusetts people are in Hawaii. They settled here.
Exactly, because of the whaling industry, and that's
whaling industry and also missionaries.
Yeah, exactly.
Missionaries.
Well, that's exactly the same pattern in New Zealand. And the Maori are basically the same Polynesian race as the Hawaiians. They're the southern reach of the Polynesian diaspora, which went to Hawaii, Tahiti, and many islands in the South Pacific. But look, you're right about this being used internationally. The communists call this the nationalities question. It was devised by Stalin. It's where you don't have a working class, you find ethnic minorities, religious minorities, racial minorities that you can instill a sense of grievance in and use them as revolutionary cannon fodder. So this is the Hawaiian independence movement. It's a Marxist movement. The La Raza movement, which wants to return the southern states, southwestern states to Mexico.
Sure.
The communists who worked in the black community in America and the Native American community for decades. So this is a common thing. Wherever there's minorities, there's Marxists stirring them up.
Right, and they want to sow division, and they run on this assumption that somehow if a timeline indicates that a group of people were there before another group, they have some kind of a divine right to that country. And of course, they apply this very arbitrarily because they will never apply it to Jews.
To Israel, that's different. That's different.
Yeah, to their homeland of that tiny little swath of land that we call Israel. I want to bring things to politics right now, and I feel remiss if I don't talk about the fact that after the resounding victory, thank God, of President Donald J. Trump to serve a second term, he received both the electoral vote and the popular vote. It's interesting that all those states that were trying to get rid of the electoral college by signing a pact saying that all of their electors will go to whoever wins the popular vote, they're now going to have to send all their electors to support Trump.
Yeah, isn't that a sweet injustice? Isn't that sweet justice?
Yes, and also that Republicans have taken both houses of Congress, and it does look like we're moving toward a significant realignment politically, one that is as profound as any going back to the Reconstruction after the Civil War.
Yep.
But they are causing a lot of problems in these miserable final weeks of this lame duck, illegitimate, illuminated, radical regime. They're trying to trigger World War III in Ukraine. And I do think that that's obvious. Now you have green lights for the Ukrainians to fire advanced missiles into Russia and place landmines. And it's all happening in these final weeks. I think that they're trying to embroil the United States into a world war, which will, of course, make it difficult for President Trump to fulfill the mandate that he called for, which is to bring about a negotiated peace in that war. Do you think that is the case?
Well, look, I'm a big Ukraine supporter, so I'm glad they're getting these capabilities. But yes, look, Biden didn't. The Ukrainians have been pleading for 2 years to be able to strike back into Russia when they've got troops massed across the border ready to attack them. They're not allowed to attack them. So now Biden has given them some limited capability right at the end of his term. I think this is basically to take a card off President Trump's table. Basically, there's nothing to do with helping Ukraine here, though I'm glad they have the ability to defend themselves. This is all about sabotaging President Trump.
Well, that's right. And I think that both sides want a negotiated peace at this point. And I don't think it's realistic for the Ukrainians to expect Russia to return Crimea or some of those eastern provinces. So there's going to have
Russia wants all of Ukraine. Russia's not going to negotiate.
Well, that's right. That's why there has to be a negotiated
all of Ukraine. So there is no negotiated peace.
Okay.
Really, in my opinion, because Russia said quite plainly, we want all of Ukraine, not just the parts we occupy, all of it.
Right, but they're not going to get all of Ukraine because
they're not going to negotiate till they do.
Well, that's just it. There has to be painful concessions. A war can only end with a total victory by one side or painful negotiations. to result in the compromise. And I think that Trump's position is that to protect Ukrainian sovereignty, there's going to have to be, and to stop the war and the killing, there's going to have to be a painful negotiated peace. And that's sort of where I am with it. But let's go on to your movie.
It's not mine, it's Julie Bieling's movie, but I'm interviewed in it.
You're interviewed in it.
Role in it. Yeah.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the movie, because it gets into a topic of how much communism and communist ideas have infiltrated our liberal Western democracies, and something right under our eyes which we don't see. It's imperceptible, but yet done in the broad daylight. So,
yeah, well, look, the movie is Beneath Sheep's Clothing, and Julie Bieling did it. She was a missionary in Russia not long after the collapse of communism, and wrote a thesis on how the Russians suppressed, how the Soviet communists suppressed religion, specifically the techniques they used. And she found that when she got back to the States, she found that the Democrats were using exactly the same tactics against Christian churches and conservative Jews, Catholics, etc. here, even Mormons. And so what she's done, the movie basically showing us how we're in a communist revolution. That's what we're in right now. Now, Donald Trump has put the brakes on that, and he's going to reverse a lot of it. But we got to understand that's what we're in.
right.
You know, we're in a 70% completed communist revolution. They have our education system. They have Hollywood. They have sport. They have most of the universities. They have the Democratic Party, the unions, and they're trying to consolidate their power by winning one more time and legalizing 30 million illegal immigrants, so who will then vote Democrat religiously. So we're in a revolution. Donald Trump is putting the brakes on, but they ain't going away. They're going to be fighting tooth and nail, and I mean violently, lawfare, everything. And Julie's is the best movie I've seen out there that actually makes it real to people that that's what we're in. You know, that we can understand that this isn't just stupid Democrats or silly liberals. Open borders, the indoctrination of kids, destruction of the energy industry, all of it is communism. All of it is a manifestation of the American communist movement, which is allied to various foreign communist movements.
Yes, I mean, well, more philosophically, I think that Whittaker Chambers got it right in his book Witness, when he noted that communism is the world's second oldest religion, and that it goes by different names at every generation, but what it is essentially rule by man, as opposed to the sovereignty of a creator of the universe, with man under God having a limited sovereignty. And that every generation has had to grapple with this idea. It really, in the modern times, was launched with the French Revolution. In the United States, it was launched, I think, or got the successful foothold with the election of Wilson in 1912, and the transfer of sovereign powers to unelected bureaucracies like the Federal Reserve and the Council on Foreign Relations and all these other groups that are shadowy and unelected and don't represent the people. President Trump has thrown a stick into the hornet's nest by basically openly calling for a return of sovereignty to the people under God, and not to this clique of internationalists who want perpetual war and the erosion of sovereign borders. And for that reason, while he won, the war goes on. It's not over. In fact, this is just the beginning. They're not going to sit down and allow for a reversal of hundreds of years of setting the stage for their creation of this international beehive of where nation states become just pro forma and provinces of a world order.
Yeah, look, and you now analyze it perfectly, Charles. This is ultimately satanic. You know, the natural order of things is God, man, nature. You know, and there's hierarchies. You know, we're given institutions to govern ourselves, like the church, like civil government, like like the family. They're the godly institutions. So communism in its various forms, and you're right, it's gone back thousands of years, has always sought to overthrow and undermine the church, to overthrow and undermine the family, and to overthrow and undermine civil government, to basically give Satan the upper hand on earth. That's what communism it is, and its various names. Today we call it sometimes globalism or the deep state, but it is communism, and it's heavily influenced by China, by Iran, by Cuba, by North Korea, other countries who have control over large numbers of our senators and congressmen, and have their agents working all over our communities. Like if you look at Boston, there's a group there called the Chinese Progressive Association, which is a communist group, works with the Chinese Communist Party, and basically runs the Boston City Council and runs Elizabeth Warren and many of your other Congress members. So
And
all
Michelle
over
Wu.
America.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Massachusetts is behaving in a very strange way. I think particularly since Maura Healey and Michelle Wu were elected.
Yeah.
And you have this phenomena, I think, manifested in this spending, maxing out the state budget to pay for bringing illegal aliens in and putting them up in nice hotels, giving them 3 meals a day. There's no sense to it. There's no logic to it. And the state's going broke over it.
Unless it's part of a revolution.
And now they're covering up a pedophile scandal that involves these people. I'm not going to go into details about it because it's a story that's just emerging. But in normal times, this would be enough to force them all out of government, but it won't happen here. They just control the levers. I mean, the Boston Globe is a huge power in the state, has been for many, many decades, and they kind of call the shots in terms of what is permissible and what isn't in the public sphere. And I'm sure Massachusetts is just a microcosm for a lot of other states, not all. We have some, they call the red states, more freedom oriented, but they still control what, the high ground of the culture, as you say. I mean, I think there was Andrew Breitbart once said that, politics is downstream from culture, and they control the big culture, the big media, big tech, big, entertainment, Hollywood, all of it, academia. They really have, and they have worked to develop this stranglehold on it slowly over time. It's like a Fabian approach where they gradually weed out their opposition and install their friends and agents.
That's exactly how it works. How do you take over a university or a union or a church or a government? You just get a few people into key positions, secretary of a union, president of a union, chancellor of a college, head of a sociology department in a college, and they just hire their friends. They keep hiring their friends, and they get rid of any opposition. And that's in 10 years, you could take over a university or a church or a labor union. And that's what's happened. Most of our institutions in America, the unions, churches, Hollywood to a large degree, are controlled by communist sympathizers, many of them loyal to China. And one way it exhibited, if you look at all the states that had the harshest lockdowns during COVID, Massachusetts being one of them, Minnesota being another, headed by Tim Walz, the Chinese communist aficionado, California, Hawaii, Oregon, all of the states that had the worst lockdowns were all the states with the most Chinese influence. Because it was designed not for public health, it was all about wrecking our economy. Because
nothing to do. That's a huge scandal, and they were able to shut down small, as you say, mom and pop businesses, and while leaving the big box stores open, shut down the churches, shut down the schools. Children had to get education through Zoom, which, by the way, actually turned out to backfire on them because we got to see.
Yes, I agree. Exactly.
And eventually the regime had a major setback thank God for the Canadian truckers who
Yeah.
stood up and said, we're not going to go for the forced vaccines of the the jab, which of course is questionable, and the whole regime collapsed here in Boston. Michelle Wu, our new mayor, talk about maybe communist associations.
Oh, absolutely. She is
Yeah, I mean, her first
very heavily
act was
tied into the communist movement.
you couldn't go into a store or a restaurant unless you showed your card proving you'd had the vaccine. And that happened right when the truckers struck, and there was fear that the trucker strike would spread to the United States. So they backed down, and she backed down.
Yeah.
And so they had a setback, but they're going to try something else. I mean, this is it's only a matter of time. I think that they've had another setback with the election of Trump.
Yeah.
And the team that he's putting together is tremendous. They're going after every one of them. They have people who they're planting a strategy, from what I understand, where they're going to sue everybody. Every move he makes is going to be lawsuits, attempts to impeach him. And I think that Trump has become sophisticated enough, and the people around him, that they're going to respond by countersuing. There's going to be, they'll tie them up. I mean, they'll bleed them out. This is a tough group, and I just was censored on TikTok. I guess I said something that PO'd the TikTokers, so I've been suspended for a week. Sorry about that. So anyway, that's the agenda. Look, I mean, it's happening in real time here. They still.
It's wonder because we were talking about Chinese influence in the.
Yes, I think that was the key, mentioning Chinese influence.
Yeah,
I think you're absolutely right, which is profound. China has, basically established a censorship regime in the United States with scores of, they got the EKG thing. I mean, they got rid of that to an extent, where if you don't rate well in 3 areas: economy, environment, governance, and social consciousness, you get a lower score and you can't function as well. I mean, that's open in China, but in this country, it's a little more subtle.
yeah.
But it's a gradual tightening up of control over the lives and the destinies of citizens.
Well, that's right. And what people see these things, they see the open borders, they see the ESG, they see this transgender education, they see the lockdowns, they see the destruction of the US energy industry, all of these things. What they don't see is that these are all arms of the communist octopus. All of these can be linked back to China. The COVID, obviously, Black Lives Matter was a Chinese operation.
Right.
The election, every state has major Chinese-backed election voter registration organizations. The Chinese Progressive Association does that for you in Chinatown. They run Boston through doing that. So if people understood the actual depth of Chinese penetration of every level of our society, from Congress and the Senate to Hollywood to the unions, whatever, they would be shocked beyond measure. But this is why they had to get rid of Trump with the COVID and the Black Lives Matter and the election shenanigans. And now they're freaking out because they've overplayed their hand, and Trump is a lot smarter this time and a lot better people around him. So we're going to see a battle royal coming up over the next few years. But as the point being, don't go to sleep. It ain't over. Too many people went to sleep the first time Trump got elected, and they came back and they won the election and they rubbed our noses in it like little puppies in the carpet,
Right.
And we got to understand Trump's a leader, but we got to all be involved in taking our country back, all of us.
Yes, indeed. And we, as we said, the battle is just beginning. I mean, it's a great victory. We should bask in it and enjoy it as we enter into the festive season. But they're setting all kinds of booby traps for Trump. And I mean, even Obama did this when he set up the Steele dossier, and he put people that they call it burrowing. They burrow people into the civil service and into administrations and positions that you can't remove them. I mean, right now, in the final miserable days of this administration, Elizabeth Warren and a couple of other senators trying to shove radical judges into place. And
Yeah.
by the way, shame on Ted Cruz and J.D. Vance for not going into the Senate and working to stop this. You know, they're sitting on their laurels. It's these are positions that are going to be with us for decades.
And look, their own literature, I read the left literature, they're talking about the job is to entrench their word, entrench as many justices in the system as we can to hold up the Trump agenda, entrench their word. So this is a very organized, very disciplined, very focused revolutionary program that we're dealing with.
Indeed, it is a color revolution. In fact, recently one of the congressmen, I forget his name, he openly stated that they're setting up a quote shadow government. They want Shifty Schiff, who basically lied for years about having proof that Putin colluded with Trump to steal the 2016 election. He's going to be set up as a shadow attorney general, and they're going to everything that whatever Trump does or any of his cabinet members, they're going to counter it. So, I mean, this is like it's subversion at its worst. And they point to the British system as an example. Well, guess what? We kicked out that system in 1776. I mean, we don't want to go back to that.
No, we don't. We got a constitutional republic, which has set the country free and made the most prosperous and great country in the world. But he just mentioned Schiff. All the time he was going on about Russian collusion, he was working closely with the Committee of 100, Communist China's main influence operation in America. Mm-hmm. So he was going on about Russia, 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 and nobody called him for his China, China, China. Deeply in bed with the Chinese Communist Party all through that time, and nobody called him on it. And that's why I write my books exposing this kind of stuff. But Adam Schiff is hardcore, and he's connected to the Committee of 100, which, as I keep saying, is Communist China's main influence operation in America. But this is the thing, you know, Elizabeth Warren is deeply tied into the Chinese Progressive Association, Communist China's main influence group in Massachusetts. So is Ed Markey. So are several of your congressmen. So is Michelle Wu. So are several other people on the city council. China controls Boston. You know, China controls San Francisco, LA, Boston, I believe Portland, Oregon, certainly Honolulu, and many other cities around the country, the Twin Cities as well. And so we got to understand how deep this is and the battle that Trump's got on his hands, and that we have to play a role in this.
You know, what we can do is exactly what you're doing right now, Trevor, which is to identify, expose, and then oppose the nature of this conspiracy. And I use that word openly because they call it that themselves. I mean, the entire communist edifice is by nature a conspiracy. They don't operate.
That's what they call themselves. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They're not operating out in the open. I mean, they're not. They are subverting institutions because they know that if they came out in the open, they would be kicked out so quickly their heads would spin. So they do it through, you know, careful, subversive, well-studied means of changing perceptions. People that are involved in this, some of them don't even know they're involved in it.
Yeah.
You know, it's very, very tricky and very difficult to detect, which is why it's very important, especially now with Trump coming to power, that we get into identifying the nature of this. And by the way, your blog is called the New Zeal blog. I really recommend.
TrevorLoudon.com on New Zeal blog,
TrevorLoudon.com, New Zeal blog, shining the torch for liberty. You get into American politics. You have your book is Stealth, Kamala Harris's Communist Roots. That was something that I think people did become aware of that one.
Well, that's the book just behind me. You can see it just there. Stealth, Kamala Harris's Communist Roots. But that is not just about Kamala. That's about the movement that made her, the communist voter registration groups, the massive communist infiltration in California and other states. So, yeah, I recommend that. But But beneath sheep's clothing is a must see for everybody too.
Yeah.
People.
I mean, the
would
reason they couldn't steal the election this time around is because the Republicans at least learned some lessons from last time, and they were able to field thousands of volunteers who worked the polling places, who sat in the counting rooms to make sure that there were more eyeballs on those absentee ballots. They couldn't do a mass mailing of absentee ballots this time around, but they couldn't pull it off. But yet they still are counting in some places. They're still trying to do rear guard actions.
See, there's a group called Seed the Vote, which is run by the Chinese Progressive Association of San Francisco, which works directly with the Chinese consulate. They are running the vote curing operations around the country. That's where they send their people, and they're openly saying this is to get more seats for the Democrats. They're openly saying this. So that this Chinese operation is going around finding faulty ballots and getting them cured. But they only get them cured and admitted if they're Democrat ballots. If they think they're a Republican ballot, if the person who did it is a Republican, they're not going to cure theirs.
No,
so
they
they're
get
still trying to steal seats. They're still trying to steal state Senate seats and congressional seats around the country right now. This is China.
There's still 3 seats they're counting in California. And of course, you have in Pennsylvania the attempt to steal the Senate seat. One of the electors, one of the election officials there actually openly admitted that they were counting illegal ballots. And she said, I don't care because everyone breaks the law anyway. So even their communistic governor has come out, Shapiro, and has put a stop to it. It's just so obvious that they can't do it.
You should be going back and throwing out all the ones that have slipped through.
Yes, they should. And also, we do have now groups on our side like Turning Point USA. You've got Charlie Kirk, and you've got others who are curing ballots for us. So, I mean, they've learned some lessons. They're going out and doing, voter harvesting now because that's how the system works. We all voted early this time around. We didn't wait for election day. We didn't fall into that trick. They still stole Arizona, but the stealing has been met on the field by people who are playing that same game. And I think that's been very important. Although now that President Trump has won, I hope that he doesn't forget about the fact that we need national reforms on voting. We need national voter ID. We need to have paper ballots, get rid of the machines. Elizabeth Warren in Massachusetts put a bill up in 2018, I mean, where she said that the voting machines are rigged and that we need all paper ballots. Of course, she denies that now, but that's we have to call that up and say, I support Elizabeth Warren's bill.
And I do too, but that's the thing, isn't it? All these reforms have to be put in place, and people have to go to jail for committing vote fraud.
Oh, absolutely. And by the way, it's not voters
stealing your car or stealing your ballot.
Yeah, I mean, this is a crime. It's a felony. It's not individuals committing voter fraud either. It's election fraud. It's ballot fraud.
It's organized, hardcore. It's like an organized crime issue. And I want President Trump to set up an organized crime unit, federal government, that goes and does RICO lawsuits against the organized ballot crime operations in Boston, in New York, in Los Angeles, in Chicago, and you start finding the low-level people, and you say, we've got you for vote fraud. You get 2 years in jail, but you can go free if you rat on who paid you, and you go up the chain and you find the people at the top and you put them in jail. And if you do that, vote fraud will be gone. It'll be over.
I think that's an excellent program. I mean, those rotten big city machines have been in power by these means for several decades now. That goes back to the 1960s.
At least, and we're not going to fix the country unless we fix that problem.
I totally agree with you. That's the first priority, returning the voting system to one man, one vote. And the integrity and sacredness of that system has to be restored. So, Trevor, just briefly, let's talk a little bit about this movie again that you're here to promote. What will people expect to see with if they get this movie?
What they'll expect to see is understanding that communism is alive in America and it's way more powerful than they think. And it'll show how it's done, the ways this is manifesting, because we all see these weird things going on, whether it's open borders or transgenderism or the attacks on the energy industry, whatever it is, but we don't understand that it's cohesive, that this is part of an organized program by our enemies to bring us down. So the movie features me, James Lindsay, Alex Newman, and a whole bunch of other people some of whom who lived under Soviet communism and are talking what they saw back in their own country. They see is exactly the same that was happening in our country until the last election, and still is happening, though at a now more on the defensive than it was. So look, it's a great movie. It's very, very gripping and very educational. And I want millions of Americans to see it. I really do. And I don't make any money off it. I was in it because I believed in it. And I just want people to see it.
And now more than ever is the time to learn these these messages, these lessons, and to examine your local politics, your state politics, and when you see strange things going on, like governors saying, "I'm not going to allow illegal alien criminals to be deported," or "I support sex change operations for children," or any of these other things which are hard to explain, you know that there's something rotten underneath, because these are not things that people elected our government to do or to allow.
These are not stupid people. They're saying crazy stuff, but they're not stupid people. These things only make sense if they have an agenda to weaken and divide the country in preparation for a revolution. And you got to look at it through that lens. And Beneath Sheep's Clothing will help you to understand that lens, how we actually look at these phenomena and see the connections between them.
I can already see the battle lines forming around the issue of deportation of illegal aliens.
Yes, absolutely.
And I think that the Trump administration is going to focus on, first of all, deporting the worst people. I mean, certainly in the first year, criminals, fentanyl dealers, drug dealers, violent criminals. And also, I think that there's going to be a massive self-deportation because they're going to cut off the money. They're going to cut off the fancy hotels and the dinners and the credit cards. Even Mayor Adams in New York is already starting to do this, which is why I think he's under attack.
100%.
He's actually shown a little independence, and I think that's going to be the Trump strategy. But their strategy is going to be to try to resurrect all of this old demonization. Oh, he's separating families and the children in cages, and we're going to hear all that kind of propaganda. How do we respond to that?
Well, I think like Leo Hohmann is, you don't apologize for it. You said these people are criminally in the United States. They are taking the place of legal immigrants. There is no justice for this, and for the integrity of the American system, and for a lesson to all of those around the world who want to cheat that system. These people must not be allowed to enjoy the fruits of their criminal activity. And when I say criminal activity, jumping the border is a crime.
Exactly.
It's not just everybody who is here illegally is a criminal by definition. They've committed immigration fraud.
Law and order. And the idea that they would be flown in by the Biden people, that shows how Biden, I think, to the degree that he had any scruples or brain left was very compromised, probably by China. And
100%.
yeah,
You know, he's China's man. He's been China's man since at least 2001. He was Russia's man since the early 70s, and Iranian's man since the late 70s. But you know, but this look, allowing the borders to go wide opening, having 10, 15 million people streaming across the border, that's not stupidity.
no,
That is a deliberate program to alter the United States on a permanent basis, to swamp the conservative voting base, to cripple the hospitals, cripple the education system, and economically destroy us. That only makes sense if it's malicious. This is not, these people are not that stupid.
oh no, it's quite deliberate.
You know, it is absolutely deliberate. The goal is the social transformation of America on a permanent basis towards socialism. You imagine, had Kamala Harris got in and she legalized 30 million illegal immigrants who then voted 90% Democrat, that was their goal, to have a one-party state that could never be thrown out, ever.
You never get rid. You'll never get rid.
Close to getting it.
You never. Once you have a communistic government in place, it's very difficult to get rid of it. I mean, look at Venezuela. You can look at the Soviet Union. It took almost 100 years to get rid of that. I mean, it's they become they immediately assume control of all of the levers of power, all of the nexus of influence in a country, and there's just no defeating them. So I mean, yeah.
You know, people used to say to me when I campaigned against communism in the 80s, they'd say, "Oh, Trevor, if the people in Russia didn't like communism, they'd just organize a revolution and throw it off." And I'd say, look, to do that, you need a few people, right? So you got a room, you got 25 people in it. You're going to organize a revolution. 5 of those people are KGB informants, but you don't know who they are. And if they tell the KGB what you're doing, you're going to get executed. So are you really going to try and organize this counter-revolution?
No, they use, of course, they have the mechanism of terror. I mean, I've talked to a couple of Iranian exiles here who have told me that they go back. Some people try to go back and they all get killed. I mean, it's just they control that ability and they have an outreach all over the world. And so, you know, through terror, certainly China does this. China has in colleges the Confucius clubs, which keep an eye on Chinese students, making sure they're in line. You know,
yeah,
so
and they had about 17 secret Chinese police stations in Minneapolis and others, monitoring anybody who might say something bad about China, and then their families will get pressured. They will get kidnapped. They've actually kidnapped people from this country and taken them back to China. Chinese nationals living in America who have criticized the Chinese regime have been kidnapped and returned to China.
Oh yeah, and
that was right under Tim Walz's nose. Tim, China-loving Walz in Minnesota was allowing this to go on.
Yes, and it's something that, I mean, we can see how China even handles its own citizens. People disappear if they run afoul of the Communist Party. So, so Trevor, let my viewers and listeners know where they could get more information about you and your excellent work.
Yeah, trevorloudon.com. That's my website. All my books are available there. And Beneath Sheep's Clothing, you go to beneathsheepsclothing.com or go to Amazon and look it up and get a copy. Excellent. There.
Trevor Loudon, as always, I want to thank you for joining me. Great conversation.
Always a pleasure.
Welcome to the program. Charles Moskowitz here, live. Taking your calls, 508-637-5596, 508-637-5596, or you can text me or chat me, whatever you want to call it. I'm also live on TikTok right now and on Podomatic, so thank you. And of course, the flagship station is Rumble. Welcome aboard. Thank God, first of all, I just want to say again that President Trump has won a resounding victory. This is not something that for 1 minute I or anyone in this country should take for granted. This is not only a miracle, but it is a game changer in world history for the better. We really bit the bullet recently by avoiding another illegitimate regime. I don't want to go more than that with regarding the opposition because TikTok will take me down. There's still censorship. But I just feel grateful. I feel happy about it. I almost at a loss for words. Be we need to continue the fight forward. This is just the beginning. President Trump, God willing, will be inaugurated and will begin his administration on January 20th of next year. And I can only count down the days. We don't know what kind of mischief they may be pulled off in the meantime. It looks like they're trying to instigate World War III. Maybe embroil the administration into a war with Russia, nuclear Russia. They're going to start authorizing American missiles in the last weeks of this miserable administration. That's really, I don't think anything that anyone sees in any other way than a deliberate, blatant attempt to try to launch World War III. The new administration, God willing, they get to the finish line without that happening, and without them killing half the population of the planet, will be in a position to negotiate a reasonable peace with both sides of that war. A war that really, we now know from information recently released that the Biden regime, whoever was running the shop over there, instigated and started when they had Biden go up and give a speech where he basically gave a green light to a limited Russian invasion of Ukraine. And that's exactly what happened. You know, it's interesting if you look at these things from a modern geopolitical standpoint, that a lot of wars were started that way. Korea was started that way. You had Secretary of State Dean Acheson deliver a speech a couple of weeks before North Korea launched a full invasion of South Korea at the National Press Club. He was the Secretary of State, where he said basically the same thing. He gave a green light to North Korea invading South Korea by saying that South Korea was outside of the U.S. defense zone. You know, so many other double talk kind of references. So you have to ask yourself, why do they want war? They want war because they want world order, and they want to wipe people out and weaken the world in a way broadly, and more specifically, various populations, socially, psychologically, culturally, every other way, so that they can implement their world order designs. They can turn the United States into a province of the world, as a sort of a gendarme of the world. And also they make money from it. Arms dealers. I mean, it's interesting that the Clinton family, the Bill and Hillary, reestablished the Clinton Global Initiative shortly after the launch of the Ukraine war. These are scams. They're making money from taxpayers, with the blood of young people in these countries, and enormous suffering. And I mean, the immorality of it is impossible to calculate. And they have an interest in keeping perpetual war. The historian Charles Austin Beard developed, kind of blew the lid on this. He was an establishment historian in the 1920s with his book, Perpetual War for Perpetual Peace, noting that has been the policy of what, you might euphemistically call the Anglo-American establishment, the United States, the British Commonwealth Empire, and all of their apparatus, including their secret apparatus, such as the Council on Foreign Relations and networks of other societies, That has been their policy since World War One. Perpetual war for perpetual peace, constant nation building, constant interventions, constant arms dealing, and war, right up until today. Donald Trump was a distractor. He stopped this. He came in and he said, no, the United States will have peace through strength. We'll offer a hand of support to our allies and a hand of friendship to our allies, but we will not any longer engage in this perpetual war. We are the peace party. That's why we elect, one of the many reasons why we elected Trump, to get us out of wars, to stop this policy. Hi, you're joining me on TikTok. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. How you doing?
Good, very good. What are your thoughts?
What do you say?
Yeah, welcome aboard. We're talking about the new administration coming up. We're talking about this push toward World War III on the part of this decrepit Biden regime. What do you think?
Oh, that's really nice, though. Like, where are you coming from?
Well, I'm in Boston. Where are you?
Oh, you're in Boston. I'm from Africa.
Really? Which country?
Yeah, Nigeria.
Nigeria. Wonderful. Great country. One of the powerhouses of Africa. I understand there's a fantastic.
Yeah. We are the giant of Africa, you know. Gosh.
You got a great economy. You've got great. Lagos has a great skyline.
Economy, like the economy is bad. Like we didn't have any fucking great economy, to be sincere with you.
Oh, okay. Well, I hope that Nigeria could be a leader in African sovereignty, you know, in the development of all these great independent states. I know there's some corruption, and that's too bad. Maybe you should run for prime minister.
Yeah. I know. Yeah, I know, right? I don't hope everything goes better, you know.
Well, what do you people think?
What are you up to now? Like,
well, I'm just doing a live stream here on my station. Let me ask you, what is your impression of President-elect Donald Trump?
Oh, you mean the elected president Donald Trump, right?
Yes. What do you think?
Wow. Yeah, I think it's a good decision for the Americans. You know, Trump is a leader, is a all-round and father that knows what to do, you know?
Yes.
He's someone that is moved with a great ambition that wants to make America great again, you know?
Yes. I mean, well, I couldn't agree with you more. And by the way, I've talked to people overseas, and they're generally very, very favorable
I'm
to
very
Trump.
happy
Good.
for Trump and for American people.
Thank you for saying that. And we're very excited and hopeful, you know, that we want to have a more prosperous and freer world. So very good, you know. I think that most people I've spoken to overseas have said this. They're grateful and happy that Trump is in office because they want to stop the wars and they want to stop the.
Everybody's happy that Trump is happy.
I agree. Listen, thank you for joining me. Nice to see you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. You're welcome. Anytime.
All right.
Yeah. All right, my friend.
All right. Take care. All right. So you're welcome to join me, obviously, on TikTok. This was, and by the way, you could call in at 508-637-5596, 508-637-5596. So I want to get to the main. I mean, I'm kind of riffing here and not getting into the main subject that I suggested today and that I put on the masthead, and that is the MAGA cabinet, the appointments that President Trump have made. All of them are brilliant and excellent. All of them must be approved and must be seated. It's that simple. Donald Trump won the election. He won on the Electoral College. He won on the popular vote. He swept all of the so-called battleground states. Congress is Republican, both Senate and House. And he made inroads in all of the blue states, by the way, including Massachusetts. And thus, he has a mandate to govern, and we must ensure his ability to govern smoothly and effectively, not like last time. And the most important way to do that is to ensure that all of his nominees are confirmed and put into office. Now, the deep state, as President Trump calls them, the double government, as Michael J. Glennon calls them in his book by the same name. He's a professor emeritus at Tufts University, Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy. He's a former legal counsel to the U.S. Senate. He's an insider. The military-industrial complex, as Eisenhower called it. The power elite, as C. Wright Mills calls it, my sociology mentor. They will do whatever they have to do to try to stymie, slow down, impede, obfuscate the Trump mandate. They're already talking about setting up a, quote, shadow government, unquote, with people like Shifty Schiff from California operating as Attorney General. I mean, it's really, really subversive and frankly un-American. This is what they even say openly. I mean, there's an interview about this that I listened to on NPR. I forget the name of the guy, but he said that the British have been doing this for many centuries. Yeah, the British. I think we got away from them when we kicked out King George III. I mean, excuse me, but hello, we had a Declaration of Independence. We don't do that here. We may be, the Democrats could be part of what's called the loyal opposition, of course, and they absolutely should criticize. I do. I mean, we all do. That's American. But the idea of setting up a shadow government, really? Anyway, it's more serious than that. And the big problem, of course, is not really them. The problem is the rhinos. The problem is people like Mitch McConnell, who is anti-Trump, who hurt Trump in the first term through, dragging his feet, making sure that he couldn't function in many areas. He's going, thank God he's out. But his replacement, John Thune of North Dakota, is apparently his protege, and that's very bad. It's not good that he won. I will say about John Thune that when he started in Congress, probably about 12 years ago, he was a Christian. His main motive was to bring morality and faith to his functioning as a U.S. Senator. And he was a pretty good guy. I don't know. I think that, power corrupts, as Lord Acton said, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And that political figures, when they're in office too long, are all, without exception, bad people. President Trump, by the way, is proposing term limits, which would be great. And I think Thune possibly has become corrupted by the system. You no longer are serving the interests of the country, the interests of your own constituents, and you start to serve your own interests and do favors and trade favors with other political figures, and you lose your moorings. I don't know if that's true about Thune. So far, he has said he's recognized President Trump's mandate, and he has said that he will allow for recess appointments, if not bringing people through the process quickly. We'll see. There is an insider fight over this right now, because McConnell has apparently gone on record as saying that he's going to oppose recess appointments. even though it's been done before. It was done by President Obama, by the way. And yet, Mike Johnson has stood up. So we have an ally in him, at least at this time. I wouldn't trust anyone, but he seems to be a stand-up guy. He has stood up and said that the Constitution states that both houses of Congress have to agree to a recess, and if they don't, then the president, as chief executive, can come in and call a recess for Congress. Now, that is a constitutional theory. I'm not sure it's ever been done before, but Mike Johnson is a pretty smart lawyer. He has stated this by quoting from the Constitution, and that is one way to get it done. Either way, it has to be done. We have to get all of President Trump's nominees in their seat. We have to do it now. We have to call our congressmen, our senators, our representatives, and let them know in no uncertain terms that we expect all of President Trump's nominees to be seated in their respective offices. Now, Pete Hegseth and Matt Gaetz, particularly Matt Gaetz, they seem to have some personal problems, or did have some personal problems that are being brought up as ways to stop them. I would argue that this is very political, because those same types of problems would not have been brought up had they been playing ball. I mean, whatever Matt Gaetz was doing before his marriage, I think he was married in 2018, it doesn't look good. It's not good, free, solid moral behavior, okay? Whatever it is, and I'm not saying any of it is even true, but I think it probably a percentage of it is true. It was before he was married. It was before he was in Congress. It was before he was married. He is married now. Apparently, marriage has done for him what it does for a lot of men, in that it's made him better, made him more moral. It's straightened him out. And, and by the way, I would contrast that with Bill Clinton, who really misbehaved after his marriage, or probably before too, and who did, the stuff that Gaetz is accused of is nothing, remotely comparable to the activities of Bill Clinton. Not to mention other major figures like Joe Biden, for example. Let's not forget about Tara Reid and other people. I mean, this is the kind of thing that goes on. It's not good, and it should be identified, but it's personal. It's not, it's not really should not have bearing on his career. He's not running for Pope. He's no angel. He doesn't hold himself up as some paragon of virtue. He's a tough lawyer, smart. He'll defend President Trump and protect him. He'll protect the MAGA movement. He will investigate the real corruption that has permeated the Department of Justice. You have a guy like Merrick Garland. He's probably as straight as an arrow. I mean, he's probably never, he's never even jaywalked. And yet he has launched a complete politicization of the Department of Justice, using it to spy on political opponents of the present regime, however they're perceived. Spying on parents as they go to school board meetings because they criticize critical race theory or transgender surgeries or COVID laws. Spying on Catholics in church, spying on pro-life Christians protesting outside of an abortion clinic, spying on whoever else this regime sees as an enemy. That's, that's evil. That's un-American. I mean, he's turning the FBI into a Gestapo, basically. And by the way, I hope Kash Patel is chosen as FBI director. That would be a beautiful thing. So I would rather have somebody who is going to go in and know how to function. And you should see, you can watch it on YouTube, some of Matt Gaetz's examination of corruption in Congress, when he questions Merrick Garland, when he questions Christopher Wray. He is just a tremendous lawyer and advocate, and he thunders and he takes no prisoners. He just goes in and he does it. So I think that he would be a fantastic attorney general. I understand he's got some personal problems. I think that we need to turn a blind eye, overlook those, and look at the interests of the country and of this administration first. Same thing with Pete Hegseth. I don't know a lot about Pete Hegseth, but I know who his enemies are. And he's a decorated veteran. I mean, my sense is that he's interesting because of the fact that for 20 years, he actually was directly involved in real combat, unlike people like Mark Milley and, these sort of desk officers who really never saw combat. And as such, he's a disruptor of the system. He understands the actual inner workings, the guts of the military. And in that capacity, I think that he is a person who more likely will make the military what it should be, which is a fighting force, a force that can protect both coasts, that can protect America from invasion. That's why we have it. It's not a social experiment. I think that Hegseth will get rid of that aspect of the military, and that is something that is good for all of us. In fact, all of the cabinet positions are oriented in that way. They want to bring back the function of their respective offices to its original function. Most of them have expanded too far beyond those functions, and they've particularly gotten involved in politics. The obvious example is the FBI. Now, the FBI has always been problematic. I mean, under J. Edgar Hoover, it was problematic. It was spying on people. But at least Hoover went after genuine enemies of the United States, like the Ku Klux Klan, like the Communist Party, like the Mafia. Since, I think probably starting with Mueller, and then on through Comey, and then finally with Wray, you have these political lawyers who are not agents, who don't have a background in investigation work, who basically have used the FBI and turned the FBI into a political house. I mean, that goes after people they don't like. I mean, Comey made his bones by going after Martha Stewart, right? I mean, it's just, it became arbitrary, and it's dangerous for freedom. So I hope that Kash Patel is the nominee, and I believe that he'll make it right. Anyway, I'm going to take off at this point, but I will just give out the number one more time if you'd like to call in. 508-637-5596, 508-637-5596. So just to encapsulate here and sort of wind it up. Thank God President Trump has won. We need to enjoy and feel happy and grateful for that victory. I certainly do, especially as we enter into the Thanksgiving, Christmas, Hanukkah season. I feel good. I mean, I'm pleased with the direction of this country. At the same time, we have to understand that this is just the beginning of the fight to take back our country. We have to make sure that President Trump's nominees are confirmed. We have to make sure that President Trump's agenda is carried out. That doesn't mean we can't criticize when criticism is warranted, but we have to do it in a constructive way in order to make things better, not to tear things down. Anyway, I want to thank you for joining me. My books are available on Amazon Books. Charles Moskowitz. You can check them out. I'm looking forward to a reduction in the censorship regime as we enter into this new year. I am planning on expanding my live stream capacity. I'm planning on inviting various guests. I am planning on doing the program consistently at the same time each day so I can develop an audience and start to get people calling in and texting, and we can really have this experience. And I feel optimistic about that. That was my original purpose in terms of getting into this back in 2018, around the time the censorship started. So I feel optimistic personally. I feel optimistic as an American. I feel optimistic as a Jew. I feel optimistic as a person, as a man. And I guess I covered all my bases. So anyway, thanks for joining me, everyone. Check out my books. They're available at Amazon Books. God bless you all. God bless America. The program, we're now live. Thank you very much. Charles Moskowitz here. The number to reach us, 508-637-5596. If you'd like to join the conversation, 508-637-5596. And of course, you can send chat as well. I'm doing a little live streaming here to discuss an issue that's very important, both to me personally, but also, I believe, to the world. And that is my basic advocacy and suggestion that the state of Israel immediately annex what is called the West Bank and Gaza, what has been called historically and in Israeli circles, the lands of Judea and Samaria. I advocate that they do this before President Donald J. Trump takes his oath of office on January 20th, which of course is really less than, 2 months away from now. And that they get it done. They get it done now. They have a ceasefire in of course, on the northern border with Hezbollah, but that they must do this now. This is a unique, historic opportunity for Israel to take the bull by the horns at last and codify what was certainly a military victory in 1967, the Six-Day War, but which will end this ongoing political agenda to tear out from the very heartland of the tiny state of Israel another state that would be hostile to its existence. This would be like, creating a Taliban state out of one of the American states, or an ISIS entity out of one of the American states. To expect Israel to do that politically, militarily, it would be insane. Religiously and spiritually, it would be wrong. Israel must assert sovereignty over that tiny country that was recognized by the Balfour Declaration, was recognized as part of the British Mandate of Palestine, at least the western part of it. The eastern part, Transjordan, was basically the Arab part of Palestine. And they have to stop the quibbling and the ongoing and endless arguments and discussions. Get it done. Get it over with. Israel is Israel. Israel today, before I address the political issues, I want to address the spiritual issues, and then I'll go to the practical question. The spiritual issue is simple. The Lord God, King of the universe, blessed be he, spoke to Abram, who became known as Abraham shortly after this message, where he told him to go up and go to the land that I will show you. That land is exactly the parameters of the state of Israel today. That land, Abram did go up, Abraham as such, as the world's first believer in the creator of the universe. And he established a commonwealth there. He fought wars with the Canaanites, the seven nations, and he successfully established the first completely sovereign Israelite commonwealth. That continued through his rule and through that of his son Isaac, and then on to his son Jacob. Of course, we know the story of Joseph and how he ended up in Egypt, and he became the de facto prime minister of Egypt after saving the country from famine. And then Jacob and his sons, dealing with terrible famine in Canaan, went down and had a reunion with Joseph, and they lived in Egypt, where eventually, after Joseph's death, they became slaves. We all know the story. They would then be liberated by the hand of God and his messenger, Moses. They would wander through the Sinai for 40 years, where they would receive the Torah at Sinai, at Mount Sinai. They would then conquer the land that God had shown Abraham, that being exactly the parameters of the state of Israel today. The book of Joshua talks of how Joshua crossed the Jordan and defeated the Canaanites at Jericho. Now, the book of Deuteronomy is clear about two things here. Firstly, that 2.5 tribes of the 12 tribes asked to stay behind, to stay on the other side of the Jordan, and yet remain part of the Israelite Confederation, and continue to help with their brother tribes in the conquest of Canaan, which God commanded the Israelites to do. So that tells us that the border of the Holy Land was the Jordan River. The Jordan River today is the exact border between Israel and Jordan, or the Kingdom of Jordan, or Transjordan, which, of course, according to the British Mandate, is Palestine. So you have the border established. The second piece in Deuteronomy that I would note is that when Joseph blessed his sons and his brothers, and God and Moses, I think, or God blessed them, the borders of their tribes were clearly delineated. And those tribes stretched from the Jordan River to the Great Sea, the Yam Soph, which of course is the Mediterranean, and from the north, Dan, to the south, Beersheba. Those are the exact borders of the state of Israel today. The Tel Dan is actually in Metula, which is in the very northern tip of Israel. And of course, Beersheba is a city today. It's one of the oldest and most ancient continually inhabited cities. And it's in Israel today. The only part of the state of Israel today that is outside of these lands that God commanded Joshua to conquer is a stretch of desert that goes from Beersheba south to the Gulf of Eilat. That's called Negev in Hebrew, which is a word for desert. So, in other words, Israel exists in the parameters of that great land. That is a fulfillment of the commands of the Torah. It is the commands of the God of Israel, the God that we believe is the one God. There is no other God before him. Why God chose Israel, I don't know. I mean, that only God knows. But that is the very cornerstone of our faith. And it is very clearly delineated that we are to establish a commonwealth in that land, and we are to observe certain laws that would separate us from all the other nations and make us into a priestly sect. That's the concept of the chosen people. Not to go too deep into that, other than to point out that this concept has been misinterpreted by both Jew and non-Jew historically to mean that the Jews are involved in a command to control other people. to control the world because we're superior. Not so. That's not what it's about. We are not superior to any other human being. All men and women, I may add, according to the book of Genesis, were created in the image of God. We are all equal. We are all children of God and images of God. And it is that element of the book of Genesis that was recognized, thank God, by the founding fathers of the United States Republic. That's what Jefferson pointed out in the Declaration of Independence, issued July 4th, 1776, where he stated, all men are created equal. That's where that came from. It came from the book of Genesis. God said that all men and women are created in the image of God. We all have the same rights under God. We all are born equal. We all die equal. We're all equal. So I just wanted to dispel that misconception, one that's been occasionally amplified by people who don't mean us well. But also at that time, the borders, as I said, were clearly delineated between the 12 tribes, and Joshua conquered Canaan. He left some of the Canaanites where they were, which means that in some ways he failed to completely conquer Canaan. And that failure continues, frankly. But on a more practical level, the land of Canaan became somewhat of a diverse region where you had both Israelites, Canaanites, Philistines, and others. So you had an Israeli or an Israelite kingdom, but it wasn't, ethnically pure. It had different ethnicities in it, for better or for worse. And that's, of course, the story of the book of Judges, the book of Kings, the book of Samuel, right up through the book of Chronicles. I'm just getting into a brief history here, okay? The kingdom is united under first Saul and then David. And then it reaches a zenith of power under Solomon, where it becomes a great, powerful empire. Jerusalem is established as the capital. Solomon builds the temple in Jerusalem, which is actually not commanded in the Torah, but which is in the writings. And then, of course, Saul falls into sin, and he spends so much money on his concubines that he bankrupts the country. 3 years after his death, his son Rehoboam turns out to be worse and not even as intelligent as Solomon. And then the empire divides into two, Judah and Israel, or Judah and Ephraim. The northern kingdom becomes more pagan. They set up idols, mainly because they wanted to stop people from making pilgrimages to Jerusalem, since the two countries are now enemies. And at times, friends, Judah remains Judaic. It remains children of Judah. It adheres to the covenant, with some major lapses and some bad kings like Manasseh. But nevertheless, it retains its consciousness, its identity as the inheritors of the covenant of Sinai, the extra code and all of it, and the worship of God, the rejection of idol worship with all of its evil practices. Eventually, the northern kingdom is taken away by the forces of Nineveh, of Assyria, in the person of Sennacherib, and they are dispersed to, generally according to the prophets, regions in what is today Iran and Azerbaijan. The kingdom of Judah continues, and the kingdom of Judah is more than just the tribe of Judah, of course, because Judah had conquered Benjamin, and you had the disbursement of the tribes of Levi and Simon. Since both of those tribes never received an allotment, they were dispersed among all the tribes. And you have elements of the northern kingdom who had made their way to Jerusalem to worship at the temple and who stayed, and then in exile reuniting with the Judahites who had been eventually sent into exile with the Babylonian conquest in the person of Nebuchadnezzar and the destruction of the temple and of Jerusalem. So that happened maybe a century later. Then, of course, after the destruction and the exile, the Judahites, the children of Israel, are commanded to return to their ancestral land once again as clients of Cyrus the Great of Persia, who conquered Babylonia and who is referred to as the Messiah in the book of Ezra. His Ezra, the scribe, and his general Nehemiah lead the children of Israel, or a big portion of them, not all. Many of them stayed in Persia or Babylon, where they set up, by the way, an incredible and learned civilization of Judahites, or what in English we call Jews, and eventually leading to the writing of the Babylonian Talmud many, many centuries later. But Ezra returns to Jerusalem. It's miraculous. He reestablishes the state in Judea, or Judah. Judea is just a Roman, Latin, Greek way of saying it. He rebuilds the temple, and he reestablishes the Commonwealth under Persian sponsorship. Eventually, Alexander the Great defeats Persia, passes through Judea, recognizes the Judean client state under Greek control. The Greeks, of course, after Alexander's death, his General Ptolemy takes over and rules from Egypt, still recognizing the sovereignty of the Judeans, the semi-sovereignty. And by the way, around that time, Ptolemy, or one of his children, developed the Septuagint, which is a Greek translation of the Torah, and which basically brought Torah principles to much of the world. After Ptolemy eventually has a war with Antiochus of Syria, who victoriously presides, he conquers Judea. A lot of Judeans are beginning to become super secular. They're becoming Greek. They're becoming Hellenic. There's a civil war there between them and the religious Judeans, led by the Hasmonean clan, which is a priestly clan. Eventually, the Hasmoneans defeat not only the fellow Jews who were secularists, but also the Greek state under Antiochus. That's the story of Hanukkah, which is a story of sovereignty. It's a story of nationalism. It's a story of religious assertion, one that should and has inspired all of man ever since. And by the way, the book of Maccabees is codified by Catholics in their Bible, the Vulgate. It's not actually codified in the Tanakh. But nevertheless, we observe Hanukkah. Judah Maccabee, the son of Mattityahu, establishes sovereignty, complete sovereignty, even though he does send a gift to Rome, because Rome at that point was the major power in the world. After several wars and the martyrdom of his brothers, each of whom had a period of control, eventually Simon, who was the last of the Hasmonean brothers, his son, John Hyrcanus, becomes a powerful ruler of Judea, expands Judea, and then, of course, his son further expands it, that being Alexander Yanai, who was evil. And then when Yanai dies, his wife, Queen Salome, becomes queen for a great period of time. I don't think it was long, maybe 10 years. And after her death, her two sons, unfortunately, fell into a civil war. The Romans used that as an opportunity to back one of the sons and install him as a dictator under Roman auspices. And the general Pompey, Gaius Pompey, entered Jerusalem and entered the temple. And while that ended the sovereignty of Judea, the infrastructure continued. They were punished by the installation of Herod, who was an Idumean and who was a forced convert as such by Hyrcanus, which is seen as a sin in the Talmud. And he was evil, very evil. And he established what you might call the so-called deep state, what President Trump would call, in Judea. And the Herodians under Herod would control all of the institutions. They'd control the high priesthood. I would argue that they were the ones who were responsible for the crucifixion of Jesus, because they're the ones who advocated it to the Roman dictator, Pontius Pilate, who, by the way, I know that he's portrayed this way somewhat in Christian sources, who I think wanted to soften any attack on Rome later on, as they basically eventually literally took over the Roman Empire. Nevertheless, according to Alexander of Philo Alexander, a Jewish scholar in Egypt, and according to Josephus, who was one of the primary sources as a historian of those times, Pontius Pilate was a very cruel and brutal dictator who probably crucified thousands of people outside the walls of Jerusalem. Eventually, he was so brutal that he was even too much for the Romans, who recalled him after he massacred Samaritans who were going to pray on their holy mountain, Mount Gerizim, which is in the heart of Samaria. By the way, the Samaritans, generally scholars believe that they are descended from a hybrid of the 10 tribes of the northern kingdom and the invading Assyrians and other surrounding peoples, and that they continue to practice Judaism, belief in God, and except with some differences. They approached Ezra to ask for a reunion. Ezra refused. Now, for reasons that we don't totally know, but that's what happened. And they're still there. They live around the city of Nablus, which of course is the Greek city of Neapolis, or the Roman city of Neapolis, and goes back to the ancient Hebrew city of Shomrim or Samaria. And they continue to practice a form of Judaism. They have had a rapprochement with the Israeli chief rabbi, and that is a relationship that ought to continue to be explored. A lot of Palestinians who trace their lineage back many centuries, and that's only a small segment of people who call themselves Palestinian, by the way. I'll get into that in a minute. They trace their ancestry back to the Samaritans, and the Samaritans, ethnically, genetically, are very similar to the ancient Judahites. So, in a sense, in the broad sense, we are brothers with the Samaritans. So back to the history of Israel. In 70 AD, the temple is destroyed due to a civil war amongst the Judeans, with a cult of zealots who were feared and hated by people like Josephus and by the establishment, basically dividing Judea into factions that defeated each other. So the Romans were able to walk in and pick up the pieces, just like they did under Pompey, and destroy the temple. About maybe 75, 100 years after that, you had another rebellion, the Bar Kokhba rebellion, where the Judeans achieved sovereignty for, I don't know, maybe 3 to 5 years. They were defeated by the Romans under Hadrian. Hadrian used a classic Roman technique, the one that the Jews always feared would happen, one that Rome did to Carthage, which is that he really destroyed Jerusalem and built a temple to his god Apollo on the ruins of the temple. He changed the name of Jerusalem to Aliyah Capitolina, and he changed the name of the country from Judea to Palestina. The reason he did it, according to most historians, was because Palestine was the name derived from the ancient Philistines, the sea people who had settled on the coast and who were the eternal enemies of the ancient Israelites. Goliath, for example, was a Philistine, and the wars between Judah and between Israel and the Philistines are legendary. David had wars with them. Eventually, they were defeated by David, and they disappeared from history at that point. So you had the complete defeat of Judea, and yet they continued on in a weakened state. There was a disbursement of Jews, one that started by the Babylonians but continued and accelerated throughout the Mediterranean. Jews, according to history and archaeology, settled in the Rhine Valley of Germany. They were as far as Ireland. They were traders. They were merchants. They got into business. They were known to be polyglots. In other words, they knew many languages. So they made themselves useful to various courts. There's a big Jewish community in Saranasia, which is today in Libya, Benghazi. They were in Spain. They were everywhere. And yet they continued in Roman Palestine and Byzantine Palestine, and they continued to write the Talmud, or the Palestinian Talmud. And they continued to have communities there. They never left. They continued right up till Herodotus, who was a Byzantine emperor and who was oppressive to the Jews of Aleppo, of Antioch, and and basically at that point the Jews formed an alliance with his enemy, the Parthians. The Parthians came in and defeated him, and for about 20 years, this was just before the Islamic conquest in the 6th century, the Jews again asserted sovereignty in Judea. People don't realize this. It was a difficult one. It was insecure, but it was under Parthian sponsorship, which of course echoes Cyrus the Great. They were able to establish sovereignty for a brief period of time. Herodotus came back in, completely defeated them under the guise of the True Cross, and there was a bloodbath by the Byzantines at that point. About 10, 15, 20 years after that, you had the Islamic conquest, the Battle of Yarmouk, which was fought by Abu Bakr at the Yarmouk River, which is near Lake Tiberias. And the Islamic forces were successful in conquering Palestine. One of the caliphs at that time, I think it was Ali, or Omar, he allowed the Jews to return to Jerusalem. He allowed the Jews rights under his control. They did not reassert a sovereignty at all, but the community was able to reestablish itself somewhat. And they formed an alliance with the Muslim authorities. Some have speculated, for example, that the famous Dome of the Rock, which is on the Temple Mount, is actually a synagogue. It is unlike any other mosque in the world. It has writings on the wall which could be viewed in some translations as Jewish, as Hebrew, or as derived from the Torah. And we don't know this, but it is at the site, according to faith, that where Isaac, with Abraham, did the Akedah, and when Melchizedek ruled in Jerusalem, he never died. He went to heaven. one of the few figures in religious history who did so, along with Elijah and along with Jesus, who can make that claim. And so you had Jews in Arab-controlled Palestine at that time, which was not really a separate government. It was ruled by the Umayyad Caliphate, then eventually by the Abbasid Caliphate. This period went maybe for a couple of hundred years. Eventually, you had the Crusades come in. The Jews of Palestine helped the Saracens, which is what the Frankist Crusaders called Arabs, defend Palestine from the invasion by the Christian Crusades. They were allied with the Arabs and they were slaughtered by the Christians. These are just facts of history. And by the way, with regard to the Crusader kingdom, Israel has learned lessons from why that kingdom eventually failed. The reason that kingdom failed, according to many historians, is that after the Frankist king, I think it was Godfrey, or I don't remember the name, established the kingdom in Jerusalem, the original Crusader kingdom of Jerusalem. They invited their wives and children to come in from France, and there was a great celebration. The wives and children decided to go down to the Jordan River to celebrate and to, where Jesus was baptized and all of it. And while they were down there, they were slaughtered by a gang of Saracens. One of them escaped and was able to go back to Jerusalem and talk about what happened. And the reaction to this by the kingdom of Jerusalem, the Christian kingdom of Jerusalem, was rather than to go out and fight, they built higher walls. They went behind the walls. They cowered in fear. In many cases, they sent their wives and children back to France, and they kind of hunkered down into a siege. And that was the beginning of the end, because if they weren't willing to get out and fight, they were not going to survive. And eventually they didn't survive. I mean, there were several more crusades, but they were not ultimately successful. And eventually they were defeated on the fields of Hattin by Saladin. Israel does not respond that way. When Israelis are attacked, they don't cower. They may just temporarily for a day to protect their lives, but then they come out and they fight and they defeat and smote the enemies that are trying to wipe them out. The same enemy that successfully defeated the Crusades. So that's a lesson learned. After Salah ad-Din, who was Kurdish, so the Arabs were gone at that point, ethnically, ruled an empire. Eventually they were defeated by the Mongols, who came in and really devastated what was left of Palestine. And at that point, the country, according to historians, really became a kind of a backwater. There was very low population, low industry, low development, low activity there. The Turkish eventually, under the rule of Osman, became the Ottoman Empire. They took over and they ruled the area for 400 years, from 14th century, right up till World War I. And they did so with a kind of a loose hand, the Milliyet system, where they had local families, local tribes who were loyal to them, basically serve as landlords and send them tribute, but otherwise were left to their own functions. And of course, one of those tribes, the Husseini family, their son was Haj Amin al-Husseini, who was the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, who was one of the people who started the war against Israel. I write about this in one of my books called the Nazi Connection to Islamic Terrorism. So anyhow, every generation, and I get into this, by the way, in my most recent book, right over my shoulder here, The Anti-Semitic Imagination, I document how in every generation there were Jews who tried to make Aliyah, to go to the land that God showed us, to go reestablish our homeland, and that this was uninterrupted in every generation, every decade, from the ancient times till today, and that there were communities there in every generation. The Jews never completely surrendered that land. They never completely gave up in terms of population. Napoleon tried to reestablish Jewish sovereignty there, and he was not successful. But in a way, Napoleon, in around the turn of the 19th century, kind of could be viewed as one of the fathers of modern Zionism. Zionism, again, being a movement that it's both nationalist and religious, that has existed within the Jewish people and their allies in every generation and in every decade and in every year from the ancient times right up till today. After Napoleon, you had wealthy Jews like Montefiore and Edmund de Rothschild later, who became interested in Zionism and who tried to help establish Jewish settlements from European Jews in what was then called South Syria, and did so very successfully. I mean, it's a great history of how they established neighborhoods. Montefiore established that neighborhood right outside Jerusalem. The Khan Yunis, I forget, no, that's an Arab name. I forget the name of it. Harnof, I think, the one with the windmill. Rothschild, who was one of the few members of the Rothschild banking dynasty that was actually friendly to Israel, he set up what eventually would become the Jewish National Fund, which purchased land from local owners at fair market value and turned it into this massive Jewish fund that to this day technically owns the title to about 85% of Israel outside the West Bank. And all done, on the marketplace. They continue to proceed. Anyway, so we're up to more modern times. I'm not going to get into that. It's just too much for today. There are many, many books written on how the Zionist movement, people began to make Aliyah. It was an organic movement. Yes, it did not start with Theodor Herzl and the Zionist conference in Basel. It actually started more in Eastern Europe in a big way, with the first Aliyah, which was 19th century, and the second Aliyah, which was in the late 19th century, and which was mostly Russian Jews, mostly religious Russian Jews, but also left secular types as well. I get into this in my book. I'm not saying you have to buy the book. You can get it from your library. The Anti-Semitic Imagination, Charles Moskowitz, where I show the different waves of settlers coming in, a lot of them from Russia, some of them from Western Europe, even some from America, and how they really started to develop what you have today, which is this incredible, organic, dynamic society that is established. So that brings me up till now. And by the way, let me give out the number you're welcome to call, 508-637-5596, 508-637-5596. So we're up to modern times. Hi, Paul. Nice to see you on TikTok. By the way, you're welcome to call in, as is anyone else. 508-637-5596. So again, I've got the history of Israel. The modern history is accessible. We know what happened at the establishment. I've written books on the topic. There are many good books. 1967, Israel successfully conquers all of British Palestine, and that means what's called the West Bank, what actually before 67 was called West Jordan, but which historically is called Judea and Samaria, and religiously certainly is called Judea and Samaria. Oh, I got a warning on TikTok because I said Judea and Samaria. I don't know, whatever. I guess I'm still there. Thanks for the warning, TikTok. I don't know what I said, but just for you who are watching the show on TikTok, let me mention that I could be shut down any second. Looks like I might be suspended, in which case, check out charlesmoskowitz.com and all of the live stream sites that are now carrying the show. Okay? Just a forewarning. I don't know what I said. I'm not going to worry about it. We've got Paul wanting an invite. You're invited, Paul. I am now advocating, especially after the events of October 7th of 2023, where you had a genocidal assault on Israelis attending a rock concert and Israeli villages along the border of Gaza. I am now advocating that Israel annex Gaza and they annex the West Bank in its entirety. And they do it before President Trump takes the oath of office, God willing, on January 20th of next year, which is only about 6 or 7 weeks away. That they do it now. They rip the Band-Aid off the arm. No, it's not going to be easy, but they must do it in order to assert sovereignty over that tiny country, that they assert the rights and the privileges of all the citizens of that country, both Jewish and non, both Israeli and Arab and otherwise. And that the only way to do it is to get it done. Declare sovereignty. Donald Trump, President Trump, I believe, will recognize that sovereignty once he takes office, but it has to be done first so that he can do that. He can recognize it. And the best time to do it is now, today. Get it done. Declare sovereignty. Okay, so what do I think will happen if Israel does this? I think nothing will happen. They'll just do it. Israel should offer citizenship to Arabs in Judea, Samaria, and Gaza. They should offer citizenship. If they get citizenship, then they'll have all the same rights as any and all other Israeli citizens. They'll be free to travel in Israel. They'll be free to live as Israeli citizens. They should have that. All of them should have it. Israel shouldn't be afraid to offer it. Now, what would citizenship entail? Well, let's look at the process of receiving American citizenship as an example. Someone doesn't just get American citizenship. Every year, you might note, and certainly here in my own community of Boston and in other major cities, there are what's called naturalization ceremonies where new citizens take an oath to support, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. They pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States. They take a test to see whether or not they have basic knowledge of American form of government, American culture, and other factors. And they swear a loyalty oath to the United States. It's a process. You don't just get it. It just isn't handed out. And one of the questions that I believe used to be asked, I don't know if it still is, if it isn't, it should be, is whether or not you have loyalty to an enemy of the United States, namely the Communist Party. Have you ever been a communist? And you have to disavow that if you were, or you shouldn't be, obviously. And you have to say, I no longer adhere to foreign alien principles that are anti-American and that are antithetical to American government and way of life. And I totally, wholly, and with all my heart adhere to and accept the American way of life as part of my responsibility as a citizen of the United States. So I would suggest that, therefore, only naturally, there has to be that same process in the state of Israel. So if you have Arabs living in Hebron or Nablus or Ramallah or Gaza or anywhere else who want to become Israeli citizens, they would be required to go through a basic process to get to that point. And that should include probably a year of education on Israeli history, on Judaism, on Israeli law, and on other factors. And then they should be required to take a test, mostly written test. And finally, they should be required to take an oath of loyalty to the Jewish state. And once they fulfill these obligations, and once it is demonstrated that they are not adherent of or affiliated with enemies of Israel, like, for example, Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the other enemies who are openly and avowedly dedicated to destroying Israel, then they should be welcomed as citizens. I just think that's the right thing to do. Now, if they become citizens and they take the oath, and then they obviously will then be expected to be loyal to that oath and continue on as loyal Israelis. If for some reason they behave in a way that contradicts that, then of course that is a violation of that oath, and that's a crime, and they should probably be prosecuted or expelled. Now, as far as Arabs who don't match up to that level, or who don't want citizenship, I would say to them, that's okay, as long as they are peaceful, as long as they don't take up arms, then they shouldn't have to become citizens of any country. And for that reason, I would suggest that the Palestinian Authority should be allowed to continue operating sort of like an American state. It's like Massachusetts operates within the United States, the federal system, or Rhode Island or Delaware or any other state. I know that's an inexact comparison, but the Palestinian Authority should be able to continue to engage in municipal decisions, infrastructure, roads and bridges, welfare, healthcare, all of the normal things that local sovereign states do. They should not be able to make foreign policy. They should not be able to have military, of course. And they are under overall Israeli law, but they have limited local autonomy. They can elect people if they want to elect Hamas, as evil as that is. As long as they are observing the laws, then fine. I have a feeling they won't. I know that there was experiments after the Six-Day War in 1967 where municipalities elected governments, and some of them became radical and they went to war, in which case they had to be ended. I hope that doesn't happen again, but it might. Either way, as long as they want to be loyal, as long as they want to be peaceful, they should be able to operate local and regional sovereignty. Those who want to continue to fight Israel, those who want to continue to take up arms against Israel, ought to be treated no differently than what Tom Homan, the new head of security and border control in the United States, is talking about doing to radical criminal gangs like the Frente Amplio from Venezuela and syndicates, crime syndicates who are illegal aliens coming into the United States. They should be viewed as terrorists. They should be detained. They should be expelled. And if they want to fight with weaponry, they'll have to be killed. And that's something that I think we can assume is going to happen in Israel. They're not going to just put down their arms. They aren't now. And thus, Israel is going to have to continue fighting them until they are defeated. And that war could take a long time. It could take 100 years. It could take 1,000 years. I think that Chaim Weizmann was once asked, the first president of Israel, by a reporter, when do you think there'll be peace between Israel and the Arab countries? And I don't know if he was making a flippant comment, but he said essentially it's going to take 1,000 years. Well, I hope and pray it doesn't take that long. I hope it doesn't take much time at all. But if you have a subversive element inside your country that's continuing to kill you and fight you, you have a moral obligation and a practical need to stop them, to defeat them. So if Israel declares sovereignty over its entire country, I assume, unfortunately, that particular element of the war will continue and will continue over time. And I think Israel should take its time. It doesn't need to go in guns a-blazing. It just needs to control its borders, stop any flow of weaponry to them, and just gradually, carefully, strategically, and surgically take them out one way or the other. So that's my rant for the day. I think Israel needs to get it done. I think it will not affect Israel's position in the world. There may be some wringing of teeth, and the UN, which, of course, every day they condemn Israel. I mean, every agency of the UN, you could have an agency on basket weaving, and somehow they're able to work in a condemnation of Israel. Israel does not need to concern itself with any of that. Israel needs to preserve and protect and defend its own citizens and its own interests, both politically and nationally, as well as spiritually and religiously. And therefore, they have nothing to apologize for, especially after the attack of October 7th. People who were slaughtered that day, over 1,000 Israelis and guests, their blood cries out from the grave for justice. This is doing them justice. This is making sure that their deaths were not in vain, that their deaths led to a positive change. I think that it is taking an evil event and making it into something good, just like Joseph in the Bible, in the Torah, took an evil event, which was that his brothers threw him into a pit, a snake pit, and left him there to die. Eventually, after a chain of events, he turned it into something good, and he was able to redeem his brothers and forgive them for their horrible, evil sin. I think that in that same way, Israel is right to respond to this evil, which if they don't respond to will happen again. They have a right, a moral obligation, and a practical necessity to respond to it by declaring sovereignty over their tiny country once and for all, and to then let these other issues work themselves out in their own time and on their own terms. Anyway, on that note, I want to thank you this afternoon for joining me. Now that President Trump, thank God, has been reelected, I am assuming that some of the censorship is going to start to fall, and that I'm probably in this next year going to establish a regular live stream that will be consistent. I haven't done that this year, but I'm hoping to do it next year, where I come on at the same time each day and where I open the phone lines and really start to develop a great online experience for myself and all of those who participate, and where we will be able to really, drill down and talk about issues of all sorts. Okay, looks like I have. Oh, nope. You're welcome to come on board on TikTok. I almost got a guest. I'm signing off, but you still have some time here if you'd like to join me. So once again, I want to thank you all for listening. Check out my books. They're available at Amazon Books. Charles Moskowitz. I've written probably about 20 books. They're all there. And God bless all of you. God bless America. God bless Israel. God bless President Trump. Keep him safe and keep his family. I'm very optimistic about the future. I'm very bullish on President Trump's establishment of his cabinet. We need to support all of them. And on that note, I shall say adieu until next time. Thank you for listening. Good afternoon and welcome to the show. Charles Moskowitz here. Michael D. Shaw will be joining us shortly, probably by telephone. I felt compelled to go on the air today to celebrate. Hallelujah. MAGA is triumphant. President Trump and the MAGA movement has entered the fray. Thank God. I do think that there's a hand of God. God is watching over this country. This is almost a miracle, given what we've been up against, what President Trump has been up against for 4 years. The very fact that he survived and the fact that we're all here today. I know it's going to be a difficult road forward. I'm not a utopian. I'm not a perfectionist. But we can at least relish our momentary victory. Thank God. Anyone who'd like, and by the way, I've I've been banned from TikTok, so sorry I'm not there. But welcome aboard. I just welcome Podomatic. Thank God this is a day to celebrate. President Trump is triumphant. The MAGA movement is triumphant. And we have created a moment in history that is unlike any in certainly my lifetime in this country. President Trump, we should remember, was not supposed to be there today. And, oh my goodness. This was not supposed to happen. They tried to kill him. They tried to bankrupt him. They tried to imprison him. They tried to discredit him and his family. They tried to do everything they could to throw every piece of mud they could come up with. And yet he prevailed, and that he was triumphant. And today he is the president-elect. Hallelujah. Now, I always thought that he would win. The only question was whether or not they would let him win, and I didn't think they would. And I do think they tried to do everything they could to stop it. But they didn't stop it, and Trump probably would have done better had they not tried everything they could, I think, to steal the election, but they were behind the times. They didn't estimate what was going on. Now, President Trump and the Republican National Committee, under the auspices of Michael Whatley and Laura Trump, and they did a wonderful job. They basically embraced the model that was established by Glenn Youngkin of Virginia, who understood the lessons. Mike, here you are, but let me give you the number to call so you can be right in the system here. That and I'm giving the same number to others as well. 508-637-5596. That's what you called and you ended up here. Oh, that's odd.
Well, what number did I reach?
You reached my regular number. So what I'm going to do is maybe hang up and try it again. I'll shut my phone off. That might do it.
All right.
All right. Thank you. All right. Michael Shaw is having a couple of power problems, so that's why we're having some technical difficulties. Oh, I see the problem. SKYPE. I need to put this on. It might help if I actually did things right here. The code in Charles Moskowitz. That would be 535-705. 535-705. Sign in. Here we are. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, so the basically the situation is such that Glenn Youngkin and the Republican National Committee learned the lessons of 2020, and they realized that they could not allow it to happen again. That being the level of election fraud that took place. So what they did, starting with Glenn Youngkin in Virginia, is that he fielded thousands of volunteers to man the voting booths, to man the counting rooms where they get the absentee ballots, to make sure that there was a Republican there, and he basically put up a staff of lawyers who understood the law and who were prepared to deal with any interruptions in that election, and to do so quickly. And the result was that there were very few interruptions, and those that did take place, they were in court within an hour, and they were dealt with. Like if they tried to block access to any of the polling places, or if they tried to inappropriately count ballots or discard ballots, or if they were counting illegal ballots or fake ballots, or those or anything else that we could describe, who knows what. People who saw this would drop a dime, and they would basically let me just see if we can get this thing, and they would deal with it right there. Well, that's exactly what President Trump did, and that's why he won. I mean, he would have won anyway, and he also got such a big vote, but he was able to thwart efforts to steal the election in Georgia, in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, and in Wisconsin. There were instances of fraud. Everybody was watching. They tried to, and in Arizona, they tried to keep illegal aliens on the ballot. And they had hid this from the public until it finally came out. They had lawyers there making sure that those votes would be taken off the ballot because they were not legal votes. They were not connected to a citizen. And in some cases, they were not even connected to any person. There were reports that the Gateway Pundit also would be applauded for doing a great job of reporting this. There was, tens of thousands, who knows how many thousands of ballots that were mailed out to bogus addresses. And there were a lot of reports of this. The Republican National Committee caught it immediately. They were sharp as a tack, and they were able to stop it in its tracks. And the result is, look, Trump would have won anyway, and they're still trying to show up, apparently, in Philadelphia and Detroit with boxes of ballots. So it's not like they're not trying. But the Republican National Committee was fully engaged and fully prepared to deal with the problem. So you had, they couldn't pull it off. And as a result, we genuinely had one of the most honest elections in American history. Now that President Trump has won, thank God and hallelujah. I just love saying that. He needs to, I hope that he doesn't just drop the ball on this issue. And I hope that he does pursue broader questions of election reform. I understand that elections are state by state, but if there is a remedy nationally, and that's something that maybe Congress and the new administration can look into, to make these necessary reforms, then let's hope and let's pray that they do it. What is this? Let me see if I can get Mike to call in.
Hello.
Hi, Mike. How are you?
Okay, so did you get that number thing worked out?
Well, I mean, for some reason, you're not coming in on the computer, but that's okay. We'll just do it this way.
Oh, all right.
No problem at all. So, Mike, we have a lot to celebrate in this country of ours today. I think that the election of President Trump is a miracle. And I also think it is an act of conscious, hard work on the part of the Republican National Committee, which should be applauded, and which prevented the kind of voter fraud. They learned the lessons of 2020, and they followed the example of Glenn Youngkin in Virginia. And I followed this on the Gateway Pundit. They did a really good job of reporting it. That every time voter fraud came up, and by voter fraud, I should be more accurate, election fraud, ballot fraud. Voter fraud is rare. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of unaccountable ballots that were on various rolls in different states. Whenever this came up, the Republican National Committee had thousands of lawyers ready to go and to challenge it in court right down to the hour and get these ballots thrown out. And they did this in Atlanta, Philadelphia, Detroit, and Milwaukee, the key cities in the key states, and in Maricopa County. So this is why President Trump won. He would have won anyway. I think that even if they didn't do it, he got such an overwhelming vote that he probably would have won anyway. What do you think?
Well, here's a darker interpretation, if you will.
Sure.
Yeah, all due credit to Lara Trump, but this also smacks to me of Ronna McDaniel working for the other side, because it's just too dramatic of a difference.
Well, she might, whether she actually was or not, she might as well have been.
Yeah.
I mean, and I don't think that they expected such a disastrous result. I think that in spite of the stealing and in spite of the theft and the VOA votes from overseas and all these other things that they tried to pull off, it just wasn't enough to overcome Trump's vote. It was fantastic.
It wasn't enough, and I didn't mean that literally. I'm just saying that by Ronna McDaniel being a rhino and doing business as usual, and being an election fraud denier,
No.
in effect, she was working for the other side.
Yes, and as were all of the rhinos. Mitt Romney and Chris Christie and Paul Ryan, who's one of the worst. who was basically stabbing Trump in the back while he was Speaker of the House. All of these guys, Bill Kristol, not to mention the Cheneys.
All these other factors don't seem to be even as large anymore. I mean, Josh Shapiro could have helped him win Pennsylvania, but that wouldn't have mattered anyway.
No,
So-
and it just, the vote was so convincing. I mean, there's still, according to the Gateway Pundit, there are still trucks arriving in Philadelphia and in Detroit with boxes of ballots. They're still doing it, and they're not going to get away with it. The Republican committee is there meeting them at the door.
Well, that's what I was saying, in previous shows, that there's no talent on the other side.
No,
You can't bring up the 1953 playbook and keep using it. It doesn't work anymore.
yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, the whole thing is so ham-handed and so cheesy. I mean, they're trying to do the same freaking thing they did last time, and they were depending on the media. The media didn't even buy it. I'm sure you watched some of the returns. I mean,
Oh yeah.
the liberal media, even like people like, what's his name over there, the pretty boy on Channel 5. I mean, the one that tried to screw Trump during the debate. They weren't even buying it. I mean, they all looked crestfallen. Rachel Maddow with a smirk was just off her face. She looked normal almost. The
hardest of the hardcore are still taking the position that despite the result, despite the popular vote, the American public is wrong.
I know, and they're going to lose because of that, because that's why they lost in the first place. One of the reasons, and they're doubling down. I was listening to NPR here in Boston a little bit, which is what made me run back home to do this show. But what's his name, Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan, and they're doing the same crap. I mean, it's all because they don't like a black woman, right? And they're all, in other words, we're all racists and sexists, and it's just such bull crap. I mean, then the fact that they would be still. I mean, this is, the one of the ugliest and darkest moments of this whole rotten campaign on their part was that they stooped to calling everybody Hitler and Nazis. And, people are like, no, we're not Nazis. We don't have anything against a woman. This is garbage. We're tired of this.
This is a great case of sin clouds the intellect. And you've seen this already in the entertainment industry, that with failure after failure after failure, these movies, they attack the audience.
And I just wonder if it's putting aside the fact that it's really a form of mental illness when you do something over and over again and it doesn't work. Who is it that he did a book years ago, back in the 70s, one of these pop books. It's got this book called The Androgynous Zone or something like that. I mean, it was John Dyer. He was a therapist who researched his book by spending a good bit of time in prison and in mental institutions, studying what people's behaviors were. And one of the things that he noticed about people who were mentally ill and institutionalized that made them who they were is that they would keep doing the same thing over and over and over again, even though it didn't work. And they couldn't kind of get out of that. They became like fixated on this action. And that is one of the signs of mental illness. And that's exactly what they are about.
Well, it is interesting because I think what's happening here is the liberal media seems to be composed of people that, my shorthand for this is the junior high school model UN type, that they have this particular picture of the world, and that's what it's supposed to be. And when you're in junior high, when you're in the model UN, that's great. But then they start getting into real life, and the way they avoid encountering this is they're only with like-minded individuals. So you can be in that echo chamber of being in your media center, but the problem is you're selling a product to the general public, and the general public, in a sense, might be wrong. I mean, if you get into specific issues like, was Betamax better than VHS? Well, in some ways it was, but the public didn't think so because VHS tapes were longer, you record more. Okay, and I'm using that as a trivial example, but the point was that sometimes your idealized version of what's supposed to be happening isn't really what's going to sell to the public, and they just don't see it. And the reason that they don't change is, hey, they've been doing this for 50, 60 years, whatever it is. It would be catastrophic for them to admit, I'm wrong.
No, they'd probably,
Putting out this-
they would melt away.
racist-
It would be like it would be like throwing a bucket of water in the face of the Wicked Witch of the West.
Yeah.
In the Wizard of Oz, they'd melt. All my beautiful wickedness is going down the drain. How could you, you little brat? It's sort of it's kind of like, except in their case, it's one thing to keep repeating this thing, that this worldview that's not true or that doesn't reflect what reality really, but that the particular worldview that they are pushing is so nasty and so ugly and so defamatory toward
It
others.
gets more and more ugly the more they cling to it.
Yes.
And by the way, has Harris conceded yet officially?
I think that she's maybe waking up from a drunken evening. I don't know what the hell is going on, but talk about classless. I mean, she sends out this guy who basically makes a quick statement, and then you see if that's at that point I knew it was over, obviously, and then everybody leaves, and at that point I went to bed. It was over.
That was the Hillary Clinton playbook. But I ended up watching Charlie Kirk had a streaming thing, which was just great.
Oh, sure.
I mean, there were these 4 or 5 guys on there that were consulting every possible website and Twitter feed that you couldn't possibly do on your own.
Yeah.
And getting these updates and being very conservative in some cases with which states they were going to call. And then they started making fun of Arizona with this. I think it was just total denial on the part of Maricopa. They couldn't bring themselves.
No, they couldn't. They even the media, they couldn't. They were like choking to actually declare the reality of it. I think it was only just a few hours ago that corrupt, rotten Secretary of State in Michigan, Jocelyn Benson, who I've been talking about for years, she finally has conceded Michigan. And it's sort of just they don't want to take that bitter pill.
No, because you see, they were right and everybody else was wrong, and it was going to work out like this. And
it was hilarious to watch it. I mean, it wasn't as funny as 2016. Because then they really didn't expect anything like it, and they were completely shell shocked.
Oh, you're exactly right. Because as much as I hate Hillary Clinton, she did at least have some credibility.
Yeah, and I think that was a shock to them. It was a shock to a lot of people. We all were shocked, but this time around, I mean, it was kind of known, and they just looked so morose and so crestfallen. That was just amazing to see.
It was fun to watch because there was no doubt from the beginning. It was just piling up, and the map was getting redder and redder. And
my
there
God.
are all these clips that are going out there. Like I think there was one on CNN. Well, is there any county, and I don't know how many thousand counties there are in the U.S., is there any county in the U.S. that Harris did better than Biden?
Oh, I saw that.
A single one.
That was with David. Was it with David Muir? Or is it?
Yeah.
Oh no, it was Jake Tapper, and he's looking at it. He's like, "Holy smokes! Not a single county." And they showed the map of the United States, and it was completely blank. There was just nothing. It was. I don't think that I think she collapsed in just about every demographic, except maybe one. And that would be suburban, well-to-do, single highly educated white women. Now
Yeah.
you can attack me for saying that, but that's the core.
No, that's exactly what it was, because it's the same mentality. And so this is just tremendous. And I guess RFK Jr. has already come out and saying he's going to dismantle the FDA.
Oh
which,
my
of course,
God.
I've been calling for years.
Yes.
You
I can hardly wait.
You can do everything the FDA does with a few contractors, and there'd be no politics. So it's it's just
it's a beautiful thing.
Dawning here.
It is, and the other thing I've noticed is squealing about is this is an assault on bureaucracy. And not only are they saying this, I saw a video of this on YouTube. They have them. It's like a talking head thing. Bureaucracy, 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 bureaucracy. With each one of them making the exact same statement, like somebody sent this out to them, and they got the message. And I say hallelujah, good.
Yeah.
Throw out the freaking bureaucracy.
They were saying that as if it were a bad thing.
Exactly. They're so out of it. They just don't see this. I mean, this is what Elon Musk did at Twitter. He cut about 80% of it, and it became better and stronger and more free as a result. Probably more profitable too.
Yeah. Well,
so
it just became big and fat, and it was very much typifies a tech company with too much money. So
and they must be shaking in their boots, because they know that the people around Trump and Trump himself, that they understand this, because these people are business people. Elon Musk was in business. Even J.D. Vance, I think he was in business.
Yeah.
I mean, all of them. I mean, they understand what bureaucracy is, and they know how to kind of pare it down and turn it into a more efficient machine. And all these layabouts, all these hacks, they know their days are numbered. They better look for a job, because they're going to be out on their backside.
Well, and they're completely unrealistic about stuff. I mean, as we had discussed on previous shows, how can you have a job at the LA Times and quit thinking that there's going to be another media job waiting for you?
That's right. Those are plum jobs, and they're disappearing anyways.
Yeah. So what's the upside? Okay. And you're gonna start taking out a Substack column, and you're going to be all bitter about how you were forced out. It's sort of like a riff on Colin Kaepernick, right?
Right.
He was offered a couple of deals, and he didn't take them. Everybody forgets that, He just decided he was going to make more money being a professional race baiter.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Good luck to these people that left Washington Post, LA Times. There's no upside.
No, and if
the
they can,
industry is done. And what's going to happen to MSNBC with Joy Reid talking about it was all racist and fascist, and everybody in the country is wrong?
No, they're going down the tubes. I mean, this whole, on one hand, it surprises me that they're still using that argument, because it obviously failed them, and it's insulting, and it's denigrating to about, pretty much most of the country.
Yeah.
And yet they're doubling down, and they're gonna end up.
But that was, I figured that would happen again, based on what was going on with the movie industry. And all these videos of Amanda Stenberg and Rachel Zegler Brown, it's all the fans, and the fans are negative, and we produce all this great stuff, and they should love it, and it's garbage. So,
well, they don't get it, and the Democratic Party is gonna go the way of the dodo bird if they keep that up, because they're losing, traction. I mean, it's so out of touch and so elitist, and this old playbook, which comes out of Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals, it just doesn't play anymore. No, too many people have been red pilled now, and they're gonna. I mean, they'll continue to rally their base, but that base is going to start shrinking even more. You know, they lost this election in a bigger way than you can imagine, and they're going to continue to lose if they keep that up. If they don't reform the Democratic Party and get rid of that kind of woke, hostile fascism, and they don't get rid of lawfare, they don't get rid of censorship, they don't get rid of goose stepping, attacks on their opposition, then they're going to be extinct. It's going to be like the Whigs. That could happen.
This is almost a mirror when when the Republican Party was all rhinos.
Yeah.
You had to have voices come up and say, we really should get more conservative because the idea of driving off a cliff at 55 miles an hour versus 80 miles an hour is really not a good selling point. And it took all this time, and it took a complete outsider.
That's right.
Remember, Barry Goldwater was a senator and a big political figure for a long time.
Right.
And he couldn't change it. So
no, but this is really almost revolutionary, and already you can see an international alignment by like-minded nationalists in their countries. People like Milei from Argentina and Orban from Hungary, and I think Meloni in Italy and several others. They're all
the guy from Poland whose name I
not Musk, not Tusk, the other one who was basically removed due to a color revolution thanks to the EU. They're all coming around to congratulate Trump, and it's really the beginning of a major movement toward a kind of a nationalist, populist, sovereign development. And I think that Trump is, he's going to do some amazing things. You've got Ukraine, which, by the way, now there's video out that shows that Biden basically gave Russia a green light to invade Ukraine, mainly because they wanted to have war so they could feed, trillions of dollars to the defense industry,
right.
And it creates international order and all the other interests, which is the policy that's been in place in this country since Wilson. And, Trump is going to put a stop to that. He's going to probably take Putin and Zelensky and invite them maybe to Camp David and make them hammer out an agreement, because Ukraine now is on the verge of collapse. They've got, they have maybe another 6 months. And, the atrocity of that and all the losses of, lives. I mean, it's really loathsome and evil. And I think that it never would have happened under Trump, and Trump is going to stop it. He said that he could do it even before he takes office, which I think is possible. I mean, Eisenhower did it in Korea before he took office.
Yeah. Well, that's right. That's a good analogy. So,
and the way my understanding from history is the way Eisenhower did it is that he flew out to Korea and to Panmunjom, where he met with both sides. And he said, look, I'm going to become president in 3 weeks. And if you don't stop this war, I'm going to drop a nuclear bomb on you. And they believed him. And they stopped the war, and it's been peaceful ever since. I'm just saying Trump he knows how to do that. And I think that he could do that. I think he could do it with the Israeli-Arab conflict too. I mean, I'm happy that he's pro-Israel, but he might force the Israelis to make some painful concessions to get peace with the Palestinian Arabs, and I hope he does.
Well, it was divine intervention. I'm not sure we deserved it, but we were given another chance. And it is, again, we've said this a couple of times, the funniest part of all this is they're just doubling and tripling down with the same crap. They just don't get it.
They really don't. And they've now seen that the rug has been completely pulled out from under them. This is a glorious day. We ought to relish it. I know that it's going to be a long slog. I'm not utopian about this. It's going to be a war. But we can enjoy a moment of basking in the sun, for now and relish our victory. and now get to work in terms of how to define it for people, how to make people understand what this is about, make people understand about, Trump derangement. Why did they hate Trump? Were they manipulated? Yes, they were manipulated by this deep state apparatus, and they ought to take another look. They ought to take another look at this whole movement because it's incredible. And, it's time to get into the program now. It's not going to be easy, but it can be
I
done.
think there are going to be more conversions than you might expect.
Oh, yeah.
Because, the old hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. How about hell hath no fury like some wild-eyed optimist who got taken over by this crap, seeing how they were misled and just sort of do reverse Harry Sisson, right? Oh, well, it
Oh,
was
my
all
God.
BS. Well, yeah, his initial tweet was, how could the country be so wrong? And other people are saying that, that the women didn't come through as much, or whatever it was.
Oh, my God.
It's just not.
It's not flying. I mean, he's talking. First of all, he's paid by by an ad agency. I mean, that's something that's been public. And in fact, it's now being said that the Harris campaign was literally paying people to go to those events.
Yeah.
But I mean, in the case of Sisson, he's doing this thing where he shows up with these two other goofballs, and it's so embarrassing. I mean, they're these white, privileged, empty-headed dimwits, standing there like in front of the camera with goofy faces. They've never worked a day in their life. I mean, and they're like, oh, well, we support Harris, and they make these ugly charges. They're probably all on a payroll, and they're dumb. You can tell that they're just dumb. I mean, it's embarrassing. This is what they say. Well, we represent, men for Harris or some crap like that. Really? That's what it's come down to. I mean, you see this thing and you're like, that's a sad state of affairs that they would represent men for Harris or men for anybody. But anyway,
Who knows? You may have a situation like in Germany after World War II when suddenly you couldn't find any Nazis. So
well, that's fine. Look at Germany after World War II. Under Adenauer in particular, it became a powerhouse, and they were all former Nazis. Who cares? They all, I mean, Adenauer was not a Nazi, but he was certainly a man of the right, and he was able to negotiate an end to conflict between the unions and create a united economy that turned into a powerhouse in Europe. An incredible story. So if they want to join us and put aside, their past, great. Come on down. I believe in redemption.
Oh, of course.
Anyway,
And I believe you're going to have a bunch of converts because I think the only ones who are going to stay on the other side are the ones who are paid to do it. But at some point, the MSNBC and CNN model cannot sustain. They're only around because of the old cable system, but that's falling apart.
No, they've lost the momentum, and it'll be interesting to watch what happens to them because, they're not going to be able to sustain that, not any longer. I mean, they barely were before, but now this is a big blow to them, and we'll see. We'll see.
I mean, remember the way that it worked was 80 million cable subscribers were paying so that 400,000 people could watch CNN.
Well, I mean, they got certain deals, like they were piped into all the airports.
Yeah,
and
which
stuff
you
like
don't
that.
see that much anymore. So, well, good. I mean, you seem to be in a much better mood.
Oh, totally. I mean, who isn't? This is a great day. I mean, I'm exhausted. I was up late and I, just stressed out. And I'm sitting there in a stupor on my couch, eating pistachio ice cream. And all of a sudden, something happened on the TV, and I said, "Wow!" And I sat up. I think that it was when I don't know, one of them said something, and I think one of the big states came in, and I was then riveted, and you could just see the whole thing unfold. So I think, like a lot of people, there was like a moment where you realized that you'd crossed the Rubicon, and that they were not going to get away with it, and that the election was going to happen fair and square. And Trump, of course, came out with his beautiful family, and he gave an eloquent speech. And I think that I think you've said that Trump has been somewhat humbled, maybe after having been shot, and that he's becoming molded into just a great statesman. It's just an incredible thing. Anyway.
Well, good. We can all
All right,
relish
Mike.
it. It's going to be exciting times now,
Indeed.
and not the least of which is that you seem to be in a positive mood. So
Oh, totally. Totally.
don't lose that.
No. I mean, I'm very optimistic. I really feel very, very, I'm just absorbing it, and I'm basking in it. And I hope that everyone is, including people who didn't like Trump. We all want to see things work out well. I think that everybody's relieved that it was not close, even whether they admit it or not, because then we would have had Mark Elias there with his team of lawyers, and they would have been dragging on week after week. And the liberals were talking about doing that, and they can't do it. It's too late. He got the popular vote, for God's sake. I mean, not just the electoral. Plus Congress.
And, he won the popular vote, they said, by at least 5 million. And then, of course, it's all falling apart. Don't forget, people say, well, wait a minute. How is it possible that that Biden got 81 million votes? Well, he didn't.
That's right. All of a sudden, what happened? They just evaporated. And yeah, it is falling apart. And also, the fact that Trump got such a large popular vote shows that those votes came from the so-called blue states. They came from New York. They came from California, from Massachusetts.
Yeah, well, I was waiting for Massachusetts to go red. But
No, that's not
happen.
That's not. I don't. There's not much hope for that.
No,
But
but they didn't lose these classical blue states by all that much. I think it was New Jersey by 3.
I mean, they almost Trump. They held on to Minnesota by a thread, and New Hampshire too. So they didn't. I mean, they lost steam in every single state, maybe except Vermont. I mean, and the District of Columbia. Other than that, they barely held on, and that's why the popular votes there. Both houses of Congress are going to be Republican, which means that little Jamie Raskin is going to have to put away his impeachment filings. Right? I mean, he died. Yeah, he was talking about this one with Bill Maher. Impeachment. We're going to not certify the election. That's all out the window. Ain't going to happen. Thank God. So, and I think that most Americans, including most liberals, are relieved. It's just so miserable. The lawfare agenda is dead. The censorship agenda is dying. It's not completely dead, but we'll see. All of it is going. It's disappearing. And if the Democrats don't learn that they need to move into a new way of thinking, they're going to be dead too. So anyway, Mike.
All right. Well, great. I mean, it's like night and day with your mood here.
All right.
So
great talking to you. I hope you
we'll get the power on.
Yeah, get your power back.
And we will talk to you soon.
All right. Take care. Thanks. All right. So that was Michael D. Shaw coming in by phone. He's having some kind of a power outage. And I've said what I've had to say. I mean, I've been taken off of TikTok for some reason. I don't know what I said that offended them, but whatever. I appreciate y'all joining me today. I'll give out the number one more time if you'd like to call in, 508-637-5596, 508-637-5596. And or you can text me or chat me, as it were, on Rumble, which is the flagship station. That's rumble.com, Charles Moskowitz. My books are available at Amazon Books. Just put my name in the server, Charles Moskowitz, and you'll see a bunch of books come up. That's how I sponsor the show, with my books. So All I can say is God bless America. Thank God it's a new day. It's a new day in this country, a day of sunlight and hope and goodness. Anyway, thanks for joining me, everyone. Have a great welcome to the show. Charles Moskowitz here, live streaming on all the usual live streams and downloading on all the usual podcast sites. I'm in the process of expanding my live stream numbers, only in that there are all these wonderful live streams that work independently, but I can't figure out how to get them to work yet with my system. I am clumsy when it comes to these matters, but I would just mention to anyone listening that if you know how to do these things with live streams, I'll pay you. Contact me. Send me an email. I want to hire you. I need help figuring this out because there's all this opportunity. And I do think that now, as we enter into the glorious age of President Donald J. Trump
2.0.
Yes, we're going to see a reduction in censorship at last. So I want to be ready and to hit the ground running on that. I am already thinking about really launching a weekday regular show with calls and all the things that I wanted to do before the censorship regime kicked in around 2018, just before the pandemic.
Yeah.
When suddenly I was taken off YouTube and all that. But I think that already I'm seeing positive response. Already there's a loosening up and everything looks like it's a go. You know, things are looking very, very good. I'm feeling giddy, actually.
Well,
More
I think
than-
what's happening, Chuck, is that the 25% of the lost audience of CNN and the 50% of MSNBC has all signed up on your channel.
You know, that they've lost a huge audience. I don't know if you saw this, but even like the left-wing podcasters and YouTube channels, like David Pakman was quoted in an article in the Gateway Pundit. He noticed that right after the election, he lost something like 25% of his subscribers.
Oh, that was glorious watching that video.
And you know, he had been growing for years, and I think that they made the point that even the left is sick and tired of all the gaslighting and lies that they were pushing all those years. And, you know, it's all kind of, you know, people have had it with it. And it's just, I think that Joy Reid is now gone. My understanding is she just deleted her entire Twitter X account. And, you know, they don't know what to do with themselves. I mean, it's just, it's all falling apart. They can't. Apparently, MSNBC is up for sale, and they can't get anyone to buy it.
Well, I have heard that the Daily Wire wants to buy it. Obviously, it's not going to stay liberal, but there is some value in having a TV network. Not the value that there used to be, but that David Pakman thing was great because if you watch the video, he was figuring out in real time what was going on. First, he said, you know, maybe it's just a tech glitch, or maybe a couple of people subscribe. But then toward the end of it, he was beginning to see that if you keep lying to people and telling them all this dire crap and it doesn't come true, then it's going to fall apart. And what's going to happen after that, remember, this is just news media. But the people that were really lying to you, where it really affected your life, unfortunately, was public health.
Oh, yes. And, you know, I've heard rumors that RFK is going to be the head of the EPA.
You mean HHS?
Yeah, Housing, Health and Human Services.
Well,
which it's. I mean, and he's been talking. I mean, he's got a channel where he's like, I'm going to clean this place out. I'm going to. We're going to get to all the toxicity that's put in food, the pushing of vaccines unnecessarily, and you know, he's one of America's preeminent environmentalists, and he's got guts. I mean, he's a very successful lawyer who's had lawsuits, won many lawsuits against drug companies and against all of these people. And that's huge. That's, this is like, I can't believe this is happening.
Well, the other thing with him is he's got a big chip on his shoulder now because he was betrayed by the party of his family. He was betrayed by his own family, for God's sake.
Yes, he was. And yeah, he does. And he's on the right side. He's probably a lot closer to where JFK and where his father would have been had they been were they alive today. And I think that he knows that. And he wants to by the way, speaking of that, he wants all that declassified. And Matt Gaetz, he's going to declassify Diddy tapes and all that crap. Epstein. Oh my God, that's why they're going into a frenzy right now against him. But that's Trump needs somebody like that. I mean, in his first term, he had like Jeff Sessions. The guy was like a noodle. I mean, he didn't do anything to help defend Trump.
He gave, it's funny. My wife was mentioning Jeff Sessions.
Yeah,
and I explained to her, reminded her that he got the gig because he was, to his credit, the first senator to endorse Trump.
Right.
But that ends up being pretty thin gruel, unfortunately, because the guy turned out to be a lightweight.
Right.
Some good old boy that just kept getting reelected in Alabama. And
yeah, and I think Trump, and then of course Bill Barr was worse. He was an outright traitor. I mean, he actually lied to Trump. Oh yes, we investigated the election and we found nothing. So I think Trump has learned his lessons. It looks that way. Trump he has somebody in there because obviously I think it's fair to say that he's going to have 4 years of attempted impeachments and lawsuits and bullets and everything you can imagine they're going to keep throwing at him. And so you need a guy like Matt Gaetz. I mean, he's I've seen some of the video of him in Congress interviewing people like Christopher Wray. I don't know if you saw this.
Oh yeah, well he's a flamethrower with that.
Oh yeah. He's a tough, like old-fashioned Southern lawyer. He has a great ability to smoothly move forward on an argument. I mean, JD Vance has that too. I mean, they don't take any crap. I mean, you can throw everything at them and they just keep going, and they know how to keep the thing. They keep on the topic. They don't get rattled. And you can see in his interview with Christopher Wray, and he's saying, you don't know where the Hunter Biden laptop is. You've had it in the FBI for 10 years. And Christopher Wray, what an evil individual. You can see they have a close-up of his face. He's got, Tourette's syndrome. He's twitching and everywhere you can look. I mean, the guy is just, there's something really rotten. And now I understand that just before coming on the air, I'm looking at news. Kash Patel is going to be the new FBI director.
Is it FBI or CIA? It was
FBI. FBI.
Yeah.
That's freaking amazing. He's going to clean, because he wrote a book about this gang, Washington Gangsters, I think it's called. I wish I'd interviewed him back then. I probably should have. I whatever. But the point is that he knows the score. I mean, he's going to clean that office up and get through all of these, rotten, FBI officials.
Well, let me tell you about the FBI. The morale at that place has been going down the toilet since, believe it or not, about 2005. And I'll tell you why I know this. As some of your viewers may recall, I'm a California guy, moved to the DC area for some years, came back to California. Point being, when we had moved to Northern Virginia, I joined a health club and got to be friendly with a woman at the front desk, who then I found out her husband was an FBI special agent detailed at headquarters.
Right.
And she just wouldn't stop talking about how bad the morale was and how everybody hated the leadership. And that was back then. And it was only getting worse and worse and worse. Chris
That was
Wray,
probably back when Mueller was the director.
yeah.
Or Comey before him. These people are political hacks who are just weaponizing, and I think Wray has been the absolute worst. I mean, they're going to Patel is going to take the politics out of it and start to investigate actual criminals, actual enemies of America, people who are, the drug cartels, whoever. He's going to stop prosecuting Catholics by sending spies into churches and parents at school board meetings. I think that the other thing, Gates made mincemeat out of Garland. What a rotten individual he is. These people, I mean, they have the nerve to talk about, criticize Trump's appointments. I mean, this is excellent. These guys are great. And Hegseth, he's fine. He, look at his resume. I mean, the guy spent 20 years in combat, unlike a lot of these generals like Milley, who probably would faint at a nosebleed.
No, Milley was a desk general.
Desk generals, exactly, who worked their way up through cocktail parties and social circuits. I mean, Hegseth actually is in combat. He's awarded several Bronze Stars, front line. Same thing with Tulsi Gabbard. I mean, look at her record. It's incredible. These people are great.
These are the kinds of people, Chuck, that were always passed over for these inside positions. I mean,
exactly.
That's the problem. And you can go back to Secretary of Defense a long, long time, and you know who I'm going to mention. Your favorite guy, Robert McNamara.
Oh, yeah, right. Formerly head of Ford Motor Company. Knew nothing about
the Wonder Boy who said that we were going to win easily in Vietnam because on paper we looked better than the Viet Cong. And this moron, it took him to, people can call in and tell me the exact date, but literally 6 months before he died, for him to finally admit, gee, I really screwed up.
I remember that interview he gave at that time, and, reporters started to ask him questions about it, and the man just absolutely flipped out. He was screaming at them. I mean, he's filled with such remorse and such guilt. I mean, he's responsible for, the blood on his hands of just these stupid policies and bad decisions in a war that we either shouldn't have never been in, or we could have won it in a matter of maybe a year. And just, it was really a pathetic, rotten. I mean, and these guys, I mean, they're all, even Lloyd Austin, who is right now Secretary of Defense, and who's a relatively good comparatively to most of them. Was he like CEO of Raytheon or something? I mean, he wasn't like, I mean, he's a general, I think, but it wasn't from war. I mean, it was more like another one of, I mean, I suppose we could even go back to Eisenhower, I guess. Never really was actually.
In fairness, Eisenhower was basically a desk general.
He was.
And, let's face it, he became, quote, a hero because of the way World War II worked out. But he was promoted way over MacArthur for the only reason that he was able to kiss a lot of FDR butt. And
MacArthur was the real McCoy.
Yeah,
I mean, MacArthur. He was when he was in the Philippines, and they lost the Battle of Manila, and then they were in the Corregidor, in retreat. He didn't want to leave. He was like, I'm not going. I'm fighting. Eventually, FDR had to personally call him in the Philippines and order him to leave.
Yeah,
I mean, that's like that's tough. I mean,
he was a tough guy.
Yeah,
and of course, my late friend Vin Lewis. Always what he referred to when Harry Truman fired MacArthur, he referred to it as the original Revenge of the Nerds.
Right. Although Truman was correct in firing MacArthur. I mean, it was in retrospect, because we have a civilian government, and you cannot have a military figure defy and contradict and be insubordinate to that government.
But what was great, and Vin was always very intelligent about this. It literally was true to the movie Revenge of the Nerds, because the nerds had legitimate complaints about the jocks, right? I mean,
right.
So there was stuff that MacArthur was doing that was wrong, no question about it. But if you looked at Truman.
Yes. Well, MacArthur actually was right, but the problem is he was contradicting Washington. He wanted to invade China.
Yeah.
you know, and keep them out of North. He had completely taken North Korea by force,
Yeah.
and he wanted to strengthen that border and eventually do some forays into China. And Truman put a block to it, and then of course China invaded. So it was a
Yeah,
disaster.
well, I mean, that was the really a bleak period because this whole Marshall Plan type idea for the world and so on
Right.
was a terrible failure. And you're right, MacArthur was right.
He was
But-
right, but unfortunately, it was insubordination because
Yeah.
Truman was president. So I get that. I mean, that's like what Milley did. I mean, he was insubordinate to Trump. So, and in fact, now Milley has said, and I hope he's right, that he's afraid that once Trump is in office, he's going to be called back into service so he can be court-martialed. I hope they nail him. I hope he is. What a horrible person.
Yeah, it was just terrible. And here was a guy didn't really have anything on his resume other than playing the game and being one of these desk generals. And when I lived in the D.C. area, there were hundreds of these kind of guys.
They're all. I mean, he didn't even go to West Point. I mean, he went to Princeton. He didn't have any military. I don't know if he had any background in military. It's just. I hope that Trump revokes all of the security clearances of all those people, those intelligence agents who signed the Hunter Biden laptop letter, and maybe even have them investigated. That's Trump wants revenge. Fine, good. I mean, it's not so much revenge, it's justice. The left has for years, I've been hearing them gaslight, no one is above the law. Really? Well, now they're gonna eat that now, hopefully. Yeah, because no one is above the law. And those people, I mean, they need to be brought before tribunals and interviewed. And if they're guilty, let the process take its course, of course. But if they're so worried about it, what are they hiding?
Well, call it revenge if you want, but I would prefer to look at it as straightening out and reforming the system. If these scumbags can exist in such a bad system like this, then it's got to be looked at heavily. Okay. And an article came out some weeks ago, I think in Epic Times, asking sort of rhetorical question, exactly what was wrong with the spoils system? It seemed to work pretty well.
It's sensible. I mean,
this horrible civil service thing, which now your new Department of Government Efficiency is going to look into. And by the way, great article in the LA Times, clueless thing on the front page of the LA Times today. It's unclear how this new department is going to find out anything. I mean,
I think it's going to get pretty clear pretty quickly. I mean, Elon Musk. I mean, how can you get better than that? Yeah. I mean, he's the richest man in the world, and Vivek Ramaswamy is no slouch either. I mean, to have them go in forensically looking at every government agency, I can't believe it. I mean, I've been talking about this for decades. In Massachusetts, they should do this. I hope when they're done, they have a Doge in each of the states, and they clean up Massachusetts. And the Massachusetts, the MBTA for starters. I mean, it's like 40,000 people on payrolls and their pension plans and their hacks. Meanwhile, the train is running last year with their train with no engineer running over the Neponset River. I mean, it's a disaster. And I mean, that's huge for them to go in like that. I mean, no wonder they're nervous.
Well, here's a little speculation. You think, despite the fact that we suffered from 2020 through 2024, is it not better that he won in 2024 because now he's more pissed off? The mandate is clear. And, we had to kind of wait, didn't we? But yeah, I think it's better this way. Oh,
it is. I mean, it's almost providential. I mean, Trump has had a chance to learn from his mistakes. The country has had a chance to see what a disaster an illegitimate leftist regime is going to rot. And now he's come back with an ability to bring that new wisdom and this new team. I mean, there's a whole political realignment I think it was Stephen Miller, another great guy.
Yeah.
Who said that this is the biggest political realignment in American culture and politics since the Reconstruction. Left and right no longer apply here. This is the people versus the uniparty oligarchs who are corrupt and who are out of touch. And that's why they're going berserk, especially over Matt Gaetz. I've never seen such a meltdown. Oh my God, they're like absolutely, spinning like crazy.
The funniest Matt Gaetz that I saw was Lisa Murkowski tweets out, he's not really a serious candidate, blah, blah, blah. Well, that's really big talk from that broad, right? She was Frank Murkowski, who was the governor of Alaska's daughter.
Yeah.
And he appointed her just as some young woman that from out of nowhere to become a senator. And
talk about legacy. I mean, I don't even think it's going to matter because there's 3 extra Republicans senators. I think it's 53. They're trying to take McCormick out in Pennsylvania. That's not going to work. They got Mark Elias doing like a rear guard election steal over there. He wants
what a scumbag Bob Casey turns out to be.
Oh my God. And he wants to recount ballots that already the state court twice or 3 times has said are not valid. We're talking about ballots of people that aren't even residents of the state.
Right.
So that's not going to work. But they're trying to do something. I mean, so they've got 3 senators. They probably have at least a half a dozen senators who are going to be up for re-election in 2 years, who are probably not going to be so quick to oppose the Republicans, and who are going to go along. It's not good that Thune became the Senate majority guy. I mean, that's the way it goes. But I think that, he has gone on record as saying that he supports President Trump's request for recess appointments and for recess so that they can appoint people and not have to wait a year to get someone in office.
My hope is that Thune is not going to be as bad as everybody thinks.
Yeah.
I believe that he's had a bit of a transformation. Maybe he got in there because McConnell was able to force this secret ballot nonsense. But I think if he wants to make a name for himself and not go down as another one of these crummy South Dakota senators,
right,
that he had a chance to do something right.
Well, Thune started out when he went in as his whole calling card was that he was an evangelical devout Christian, which is good. Yeah. Then he kind of lost his bearings, I think, after 3 terms. They get corrupt. Pretty soon he's become another one of the good old boys. He's like garnering favors, and he just sort of lost his soul a little bit. And
that was unfortunately, Chuck, the 17th Amendment problem. That the worst part of direct election of senators is that you get Joe Biden and John Thune type guys because it's always dominated by the small states, right? South Dakota has 300 people in the whole state. So it's fairly easy to cater to a sector of that. What Daschle did, by the way, he was in forever, was that he got very chummy with some Indian tribes, and that was it. All right. Biden's success was a couple of unions, the credit card guys in Wilmington, and he was in forever. Mike Vance,
it becomes a corrupt borough, basically. It's like a rubber stamp.
I don't know that the people that thought direct election of senators was a good idea even considered this horrible small state phenomenon, but there you go. All right.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a terrible idea. Basically, it took power away from the states, and the senators, rather than representing the states and their legislators, they represent the federal government. I mean, it's become like Trump has put revolutionary proposals in place. Term limits, Senate, no more than 2 terms, maybe House, maybe 3 or 4 terms, fine.
Right.
Moving some of these enormous bureaucracies out of Washington, that'd be great. Maybe you should put, the Health and Human Services into Juneau, Alaska, or something. Like move them around the country so that they're not part of this rotten culture and they have to like hire real people in real places and become like much more efficient. And he's also talking, and this is a miracle, getting rid of the Department of Education. Reagan said he'd do it, and he never did. Instead, he put in Bennett, who turned out to be bad.
Yeah.
And that would getting rid of the Department of Education and just putting in a couple of national standards for school boards to follow in exchange for federal dollars.
Well, you're right. I mean, it's never been explained to me. Just because you have a list of standards that schools have to maintain to get federal aid, why you need a department with 34,000 employees.
Oh, it's a gift to the teachers unions. They've been pushing for that for over 100 years. I can just hear the late, great Dr. Samuel L. Blumenfeld, my mentor, in his grave talking, smiling. I mean, he wrote a whole shelf of books on this topic. I mean, it's just a rotten, it was put in place by Jimmy Carter because they wanted to help elect Carter, and it was a political favor. And it has corrupted the system ever since. It is all about DEI and gay rights and nothing else.
Yeah.
It's nothing
Jimmy
to do with
Carter was the gift that keeps on giving. I mean, it's.
Oh man, if they get rid of that, we're going to see finally a return of education to the school boards where you have parents who are elected. I mean, the reason here in Boston that Mayor Michelle Wu is not allowing for the direct election of the school committee, it was taken away during busing because there was so much contention, is because she doesn't want people like, I don't know, me running for school committee. People who've had a child graduate Boston Public Schools like I have, who actually can go in there and take a look at the curriculum, take a look at the budget. Doesn't want that. But the point is that they still are elected, and there are parents on those school committee boards, and they will make the decision about the curriculum, not some rotten, corrupt Washington agency that is, living off of the taxpayers and foundation money from the Ford and Rockefeller Foundation and pushing a leftist agenda. Now, if they want to be leftist, fine. If like Cambridge, right, or Somerville or Provincetown, they want to elect communists to their school board, good, let them, if that's what they want for their children. But the point is, you'll have choice. You can do this through. There's a little concept that the left likes to talk about called democracy, right? There are democratic principles, and it's what Trump is doing is, it's just, he really is on a roll. I mean, this is downright revolutionary. It's just I can't believe it's happening, and it is happening. And not only that, but if God forbid Trump is somehow taken out, he is setting up enough of a structure that it's going to continue, between all of these people who are now going to be in the government, like J.D. Vance and like Kennedy and Musk and Tulsi Gabbard and, Kash Patel and all the rest of these people. It's going to become a juggernaut. It's not going to matter if ultimately, well, it does matter, but I'm just saying they won't be able to stop it.
No, and they are so scared and so upset because it's all falling apart. But that's not the only thing that's falling apart. Look at the incredibly stupid failed campaign of Kamala Harris, where I think if you play the tapes back, you will find me saying stuff like there's no talent on that side, and they think it's still 1950. All right. Apparently, they thought it was a great idea to spend a lot of money on celebrity endorsements.
Yeah, like millions of dollars. They gave $1 million to Oprah, which she lied about when she was chased down the street by a reporter.
She was confronted, and it was a stupid lie. Well, they didn't give me $1 million. They gave it to my company. Right. Okay.
Well, like Beyonce got $10 million. I mean, these are donations from people who wanted to support, a political candidacy, not to give to Beyonce. And it was all flat. They had to do it because nobody would show up to hear her. She was so horrible. They were paying people to go to these rallies. And then they have these guys like that numbskull Sisson, that white kid on Twitter, on TikTok. He was being paid by a public relations firm, to do that. He was on a payroll.
Yeah, he was completely phony. He didn't care.
Yeah. Trump
More
didn't
money
have to do
than he's
that.
ever made. So he'll say what they tell him to say.
Of course, he's an employee. I mean, it's really awful, and now they end the campaign with $1 billion spent, $20 million in debt, and she's still raising money to try to cover the debt. Trump maybe was trolling, I don't know, but he said, "Well, I'll tell you what, we'll retire her debt by my campaign. I'll just pay for it because I don't need the money anymore. I'm in office." But I don't know if they took him up on that. But really, really bad. I mean, one of the worst. And now they're all like at each other's throats, trying to blame everybody. And
here's another conspiracy theory, according to, if you want to believe Nancy Pelosi, right?
Oh my God.
That she claims, and remember, she's lies 9% of the time. She claims that the Democrats wanted to have an open primary, but Joe came out and endorsed Harris as a deliberate way of torpedoing everything, because then they couldn't go against that, apparently.
I think there might be some truth to that, actually.
Well, I mean, there's no doubt about it, absolutely no doubt that Joseph Biden voted for Donald Trump.
Oh yeah, and his wife, she was dressed in like red clothes that day. I mean,
yeah, wearing this MAGA outfit. I mean, come on, all right.
I've never seen him look happier. He hasn't looked that good in years. He's smiling from ear to ear. I mean, he met with Trump. He looked like relaxed. He's like, yes, finally. I mean, they despised her, and I mean, she called him a racist and a pedophile to his face during one of the debates. And then you see during Memorial Day, she's sitting there in the stands with Jill Biden, and you could just, it looked like she was about to get up and like it was just really brutal. So, I mean, these are all sort of like, the whole thing is just crumbling, and everybody's like pointing fingers, and they don't get it. They don't understand why they lost. They think that it's not her personality, it's the issues. She did better than Biden probably would have done. I mean, the whole administration was obviously not legitimate, and it was corrupt. Opening the southern border, right? I mean, hamburger at McDonald's, $15. Just World War III on the verge. What do they have going? I mean, castrations and hysterectomies for children. I mean, they've got nothing other than those things. What? I mean, maybe, but he's made many accomplishments. What? He lowered the price of the EpiPen. Okay, fine. Like, good. I'm glad he did. Very small potatoes. I mean, it's like this is it for 4 years. It's like, really?
It was just too bad for everybody. He should have quit while he was ahead.
Right.
He was able to get away with 50 years of corruption. He could have retired.
He couldn't let go.
To the beach, and that would have been it.
Yeah.
But
no, it's old-fashioned hubris. I mean, people think they're indispensable, and they get drunk with power. It's happening around the world. I mean, it's happened throughout history, where you have these new political figures, these young guys usually, who come up and they're reformers, and they're going to take over the country. They get elected with a huge popular vote, and then after a few years, they start to enjoy the perks of power, and they eventually, they're not going anywhere. It becomes as bad as anything. They're there for life. People get drunk.
Heard of a guy named Julius Caesar? I think you're describing his biography.
Yeah, I mean, it's an old story.
Yeah,
you could look at the kings of Judah, that. I mean, it's just an old story. I mean, this is why, you want to get biblical about it. Why the prophet Samuel warned the children of Israel not to have a king.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, there's a fantastic speech in the book of, I think it's in the book of Samuel, where the people come to, we want to have a king like all the other countries. And he's like, fine. He's going to, your daughters will be made into prostitutes. Your sons will be sent out to war where they'll all be killed. Your property will be seized. It goes on this long litany of what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's what we want, right?
But the people, we don't care. We just want a king. We want to have somebody to look up to. I don't know. It's like a psychological thing, I guess. But anyways, these are very interesting times. And, I feel like we have to still keep the eye on things. I mean, nothing is ever we're never going to be there. This is just the next stage. Our job, my job over the next years is going to be to try to articulate the reasons why this administration is in place, what they're about, why they're important, to try to educate people as best as I can to make the most out of this. And also the one issue that I hope that Trump doesn't overlook, and I understand if he does, because he's received this incredible mandate. And by the way, just a little side, not to digress, but all those states that signed a compact to do an end run around the Electoral College, right? Because they said, we're going to only give our electors to the winner of the popular vote. They're all going to have to give their electors to Trump, including California. All the electors will have to go to Trump now because he won the popular vote. And apparently they're still counting and he's growing. So, but the point I wanted to bring up is that we cannot take our eye off the ball with regard to election corruption, with regard to election integrity. They did try to steal it again. There was so many
Kerry Lake.
Kerry Lake, exactly. That's obviously stolen. I mean, I think in Wisconsin also they stole it from Hovde.
Yeah,
he's shown how this happened. So yeah, they are still trying. They still have this incredible infrastructure that can steal elections on the state and national level, and they did. The reason, frankly, why Trump won is because he learned the lessons of 2020, and he saw the example of Glenn Youngkin in Virginia. Glenn Youngkin was able to and he went up against the real left establishment. I think it was, what's his name? He was a McAuliffe, right? Clinton guy. I mean, these are entrenched powers. And he came up, he had never held office before. He's a wealthy guy. I think he's a Wall Street guy. He got thousands of volunteers to work the voting booths, to stay in the counting rooms, to watch the counting of absentee ballots, to do all of the tabulation checking. And he also had a team of hundreds of lawyers on call. So if someone saw something funny going on, whether it be just observing a corrupt election official or whether the Democratic Party was trying to pull some bullshit about, we're going to keep counting, his lawyers were ready to hit the ground immediately and get it, and he won because of that. It was the cleanest election that Virginia probably has had since Jefferson. And even that wasn't so clean. But the point is that Trump did this nationally. The RNC did this. Thanks to Lara Trump and Whatley and a couple of other people. They fielded thousands, I think it was something like 275,000 volunteers across the country, not just in the battleground states either, even in some of the red states like Texas. And they worked the counting rooms, they worked the polls, and he had lawyers on staff. And whenever they came up with some bullcrap about, well, we need to, we're going to count, illegal votes, and we're going to do this, they had lawyers in court within a minute, within hours, stopping it. Pennsylvania is a good example. I mean, there was several lawsuits brought up and decided within hours, where you had corrupt Pennsylvania county officials and DAs. They stopped it, and they did it because they knew they had everything well heeled, well coordinated, and they were able to fight these things. Michigan, they stopped that crap. I mean, they were going to start in again with the white vans. Atlanta, they had it down. I mean, they just, the only place I think where they did kind of falter was Phoenix, but Nevada.
I think though Phoenix, unfortunately, Kerry ended up being a martyr, but I think that was the last gasp because this guy, what's his name, Richards, I believe.
Richer, yeah, Stephen Richer.
He's out. That was it. I mean,
Yeah, but he's
he's
talking about corruption. I mean, he's allegedly an R Republican. He's like working with these radical left-wing PACs. These PACs, these political, not what I'm thinking, no, the NGOs apparently, UN NGOs,
yeah,
all left-wing are trying to, they're out there. You didn't have like Zuckerberg write a big check this time. You didn't have the big money coming in this time. But the point is that in the broader sense, the whole system still has to be overhauled. It's been brought up that the states that Trump won were states that had voter ID, and the
Yes.
states where he did not win are states that don't have voter ID. There's a map that can show this without exception. This is this is crazy that they don't have voter ID. I mean, there's no excuse for that. They don't have it because George Soros created this turf group back. I think it goes all the way back to the Bush Gore race. I think, but maybe not that far. Called the Brennan Center, that basically decided that the way we're going to fight voter ID is that we're going to claim that it's racist, which is absurd. And the media jumped on that. The establishment jumped on it. And it's interesting here in Massachusetts. I can think of an example. I forget her name, but she was an ultra liberal left state senator who was championing voter ID. And back then it was actually a liberal cause. And then all of a sudden, like overnight, she did a 180-degree turn. Suddenly, oh, no, we can't have it. The point is that they have
that
to.
is so reminiscent, though, of the way those commies turned on a dime.
Oh, yes.
Where Uncle
when
Adolf
Hitler-
is our ally
Yeah.
until he isn't.
When Hitler double-crossed Stalin, all of a sudden, I mean, there's a case where this communist guy was giving a speech at like a public rally, and suddenly this guy comes and whispers in his ear. He gives him another speech, and he goes, I mean, they literally changed everything overnight. And that's how they operate. And I hope that Trump does, steps up and does the reforms necessary. There has to be voter ID in all 50 states. There has to be paper ballots. The rotten computer, the Dominion, they tried to do it. They had cases in Tennessee, apparently, where you could not vote for Trump. You'd put Trump on the ballot and it would switch over to Harris. Now, people caught that, but the question is how many people didn't catch it? How many people didn't notice this? It's still there. They have to throw out Elizabeth Warren, my senator, Hiawatha. She was championing this until all of a sudden there's like a 180-degree turn. In 2019, she put up a bill before the U.S. Senate saying that there will be no voter machines because it's, quote, rigged, unquote, and she was right. And they have to bring that back. They have to get rid of the machines. They have to have paper ballots counted on election day. No absentee unless you have a very good reason for it, like you're in the military or you can show. And if you do cast an absentee ballot, you have to have your signature in the town clerk's office where it can be verified. And it's just that simple. I mean, this country, it's a disgrace that we haven't done it right. I mean, it's never been right here. You go back in history, it took 100 years to get the secret ballot. When this country, in the early part of the 19th century, people would vote in public with a show of hands, and you could get it hurt. The author James Fenimore Cooper, the author of The Last of the Mohicans, his father was murdered after voting for the wrong candidate at a public forum in New York. And after he left, after voting for the wrong guy, he was hit in the back of the head with a baseball bat and killed. So I'm just saying, I mean, this country has never had it right. It's always been corrupt. The whole, the voter rolls. I mean, Mark Elias fought tooth and nail to stop states from removing bad names from their voter rolls. I mean, what could be more obvious than that? I mean, with a click of a mouse, all that information is available. You can cross-check it. There are these guys who's doing this statistical analysis. You can go into any state and take a look at tax returns, take a look at utility bills, take a look at all sorts of things to prove that a person is who they are and that they are residing where they say they're residing. And anyone else should be removed from the ballots. I mean, you've got hundreds of thousands of names on ballots of people who have passed away or they've left the state or they don't exist. That is no excuse for that. I mean, we can't have that in this country. I think this is a very important cause. You know, it's not, I mean, there are other things that are exciting right now and I'm thrilled, but they can't forget about this. This has to be done, you know, and they're going to, and when they do, if they do, you're going to hear the left scream louder on this one than anything. They're going to absolutely go.
You're probably right, but I mean, the reason they haven't been able to do much about it is because, again, I go back to public health. People don't want to come to the realization that it's corrupt. You know, because you're taught from the time you're in the first grade that it's a free country and you can vote and your vote counts. Just like you're taught that, you know, you have your Salk polio vaccine and you do what they tell you to do and everything's great. Yeah. And for people to realize that a lot of this was just crap is devastating.
Yeah, but Trump doesn't give a damn, it seems.
Oh, I get it.
He's going to go ahead and, you know, they can scream and squeal. And his wife doesn't give a damn either. Apparently, she didn't want to go when he went to meet Biden because she hates the Bidens. And she rightfully blames them for sending armed thugs into her home where they rummaged through her underwear drawer and her son's bedroom and turned everything upside down. She's very angry. She blames Biden. And Trump asked her to come with him. And she said, F that, I'm not going. Yeah, I'm not going to, I don't want to see him. So, I mean, that's great. That's who you want. I mean, both of them, I like that. They're like, they don't seem to care. They're very, and now that they've had this mandate, you know, the left says, oh, he's not going to have the guardrails, they say. I mean, that's on Bill Maher. The guardrails are gone. Yeah, you're damn right they're gone.
The
guardrails are gone. He seems to be going right in and doing what he needs to do. And, you know, it's an incredible thing to see. And I just am very excited. I mean, for the first time, I feel
your mood is so much better than it was a few weeks ago.
Oh my God. I'm still not 100% well. I had such a nervous breakdown. Those few days leading up to that election, I didn't know I was going to be that affected. That night, I was almost like in some kind of a stupor. I mean, I'm there practically passed out on the couch with my pistachio ice cream.
Well, I figured something was up because, as you recall, it was on the next day when it was clear that he won. You were just euphoric. You called me. Let's do a show right now.
Let's do it. I know. I mean, I'm like half asleep, and all of a sudden, I have one eye open, and I took a look at Rachel Maddow's face. That she had lost all it looked crestfallen, and all of a sudden, I'm like, yes, I was totally up, and something is going on. And then I'm flipping the channels and they're all like, it's like worse than a funeral. They're like, oh, you know, and one of them, she's like, I'm nauseously optimistic. Yeah. Really? I mean, they were
throwing the hell with those people because what I saw in the real world, and maybe you saw it even in your little enclave there, is a lot of these people were coming out of the closet as Trump people. I remember I go to this deli to pick up a breakfast sandwich on occasion.
Right.
And I said, well, George, how are you doing? Well, after last night, I'm doing great, you know. And I never knew he was the Trump guy, right?
Yeah. Well, you know, I think that everybody's very happy. Even people who voted, nobody liked her. Nobody was happy with that. And I think that even a large percentage of people, other than these crazy women who are shaving their heads, I think that most people are relieved and happy. They know that the country dodged a major bullet. They know that already things are looking up across the board, across the world. The rest of the world is celebrating. I mean, it's Israel is going to annex the West Bank, okay? I mean, it's amazing. Let them do it. Get it over with. You know, it's like these are major positive developments in the world.
Well, here, I'm going to put you on the spot now because it came out and the numbers were higher than 80%, and in some cases over 90. The three top demographics for Kamala Harris were Black women,
Jews.
Jewish women, and LGBT.
Yeah, but you know
So-
something? Even amongst all three of those categories, I think Trump made a few gains.
He did.
He got 26% of the Jewish vote. Now, that doesn't seem like a lot, but
More than what?
comparatively speaking, that's 1 out of every 4 Jews voted for Trump. Women, she didn't get the women's vote. I mean, I think that Biden got a bigger women's vote
Yes.
than she did. I mean, all the talk about abortion, it didn't happen. I think Trump, I don't know if he won the women's vote, but it was pretty even. It didn't work for her. Maybe Black women, I don't know, but it didn't fly. Gays, I think Trump did better. I was driving around doing my driving, and I noticed in the town of Sharon, which is a very ultra liberal town, this gigantic rainbow flag, gays for Trump. They were flying on the front of the house. I mean, they weren't making any secret about it. I think that Trump did better among all categories.
Why do you think that the brain trust of the Democrats, or at least her campaign, thought that abortion was a winning issue? I never understood.
No, but I think that most people saw through it, which is, first of all, if people do believe in, and they are pro-choice, Biden and Harris didn't do a damn thing other than a lot of hot air on that issue.
Yeah.
I mean, they did diddly squat. I mean, it's not a federal issue any longer. It's a state issue. And if they cared about it, they might want to work with states to try to just maybe tighten up the laws a little bit to help protect the life of the mother, which, by the way, we talked about this and you made the point, and now it's been kind of more proven that isn't happening. Women aren't dying because they can't get an abortion.
No, and the other dirty little secret is that after Roe v. Wade was overturned, abortions went up.
Yeah, and in some states like Massachusetts, they actually liberalized it, like to the point where now you can do it after the baby's born.
Yeah.
It's horrible, but look, that's what it is now. It's up to the states.
Well, that's my point,
democratic.
Chuck. So why did anyone think this was an important issue?
It wasn't. And I think people saw that. It was not on the ballot. It was not a federal issue. If they don't like abortion or they want to change abortion policy, it's a state issue. And there was some people that they thought they could get revenge against Trump because he appointed conservative judges. I don't think that worked. You didn't get anyone outside of a hardcore base of people who bought into that. People just, and the other thing on this, on everything is there hasn't been any rioting. There hasn't been any violence. There hasn't been any,
Right.
pussy hat, stuff. I mean, none of it. It's people are happy. They're relieved. None of that. And I don't think it's going to happen at inaugural either. I mean, they just don't have the energy for it. And if they do, if like Antifa comes out, that's not going to help them. The other thing that Trump, and now it's sort of, there were 2 rumors going around. The first one, as I say, it was dropped by Mike Huckabee, the new ambassador to Israel. That is,
Boy, was that a great choice.
excellent, brilliant. I think he's tremendous. I think that Israel's going to annex the Judea and Samaria. The other one is that Trump is going to pardon all of the J6 prisoners.
J6, yeah.
2 federal judges have now stopped all hearings. The rotten, Garland office is still trying to, arrest people and raid people. I mean, and they're not. It's not happening. The time is ticking away. They only have a few more weeks
Well, here's a little speculation thing for you. What happens to Garland next year? What does he do? He goes around the talk circuit. Well, I tried. I was an old warrior. I did all this. What happens to guys like that?
I think that we'll never hear from him again because I think that the far left hates him because they don't think he did enough.
Yeah.
He didn't jail Trump. He didn't do, why? I mean, I'm listening to Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan on NPR here in Boston. I mean, they're like, why doesn't he, go in? I mean, he should have been put into Rikers Island because he defied that corrupt judge in New York. He defied the gag order. He should be put in chains. No, I mean, he didn't do that. So he's hated by all sides. And he's like I mean, that's just an old, rotten, that's the past. I don't think anything. He'll go to the same place Kamala goes. Nobody will want to hear from these people ever again.
Well, it's interesting because unlike Mike Dukakis, that ended up having an academic career and being sort of a somewhat respected guy, those two, you're right. Everybody hates him. What I predict is going to happen with her is at some convenient point the next year or so, Dougie and her are going to divorce.
Right.
Because what the hell does he need her for now?
Sure.
And she's just going to be forgotten, kind of like Norman Thomas or something, just fading away. And
she'll end up with a couple of cats like an old cat lady, sort of what J.D. Vance was talking about.
Well, interesting that there was maybe non-Californians aren't familiar. Well, Jerry Brown had appointed this woman, and you know where I'm going with this, Rose Byrd, as the Chief Justice of the state of California.
Right.
And she was a radical leftist who it was a joke. I mean, there were some large number, dozens of death penalty cases came in front of her, and it didn't matter how egregious the circumstances were, she voted no every single time.
Right. Let him loose. Yep.
She ends up as the former Chief Justice of California, unable to get a job with any law firm. All right. Goes on welfare.
Oh my God, really?
No, well, she developed cancer, which I think took care of some of the money, and she just died in obscurity. And
yeah, that's where I think that's definitely a possibility. I mean, these people have they're no, the left will give you, they'll weigh your shelf down with awards when you're of use to them, but when you're not, they'll pull the rug in a matter of a minute. You're just gone.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, these people, I mean, who the hell wants to go? What's going to happen to Rachel Levine? I mean, who the hell wants to hear from any? I mean, but with Harris, I mean, she is so dreadful. I mean, you can't stand listening to her. Nobody liked it. She was the left-wing media people that put her on for softball interviews and who were paid, we now know, to do so, and who did the softest interview you can imagine. They looked like they were ready to slit their throats listening to her talk. It was depressing. She, you walk out of it stupider than you were when you went in. I mean, it's just, it was so bad.
Well, that's having a boomerang effect. Also on, for example, CNN, the only reason people even watch it anymore is Scott Jennings is on.
Yeah, exactly.
He's a conservative guy, but he's always on with this Abby Phillips, who's an attractive black woman, not very smart, because he'll raise these points and she looks like deer in the headlights. And then she's listening to whatever someone's saying in her earphone and then comes up with some comment. I mean, it's all done. And people are going to reflect. This is what's going to happen. They're going to reflect, wait a minute. Why was Harris even elected to anything?
Oh, well, everybody knows. She worked her way up through the casting couch.
Yeah.
And then she was like she played the race card, and she just was very manipulative. She knew how to get favors. I understand that Jennings might be the press secretary, which would be great. He's very good. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, Trump.
It's really exciting times.
Yes.
And it's very exciting, I'm sorry, to watch some of these people crash and burn.
It's a beautiful thing. It's going to be very, as I hear, who is it? As Steve Bannon says, it's time to break out the popcorn and just watch, and
Well,
watch
you
it
can
all
see
come down.
CNN is getting rid of these overpriced hosts. Your friend Chris Wallace.
Oh,
is gone.
he's horrible. Yeah, he's been gone for a long time.
Well, he went, but the thing with him was his father was terrible, but that was the era of CBS with all the leftists. Mike Wallace was nothing more than a left-wing bully. Chris Wallace was nothing more than a nepo baby who
Well, at
just
least Mike Wallace would occasionally chase someone down the street with a mic,
yeah.
and try to get some answers. I mean, Chris Wallace is a piece of what. I mean, he's
Yeah.
what he tried to do to Trump during that debate, just evil and ugly, and just I'm glad to see him go. Hopefully, the final last ditch effort is being pulled off or try. She won't get away with it, but none other than my own Senator Hiawatha is trying to jam down some left-wing judges in the last weeks of the administration. She's trying to finish the Biden judges, and it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Mike Davis, who is really a powerful, one of these tough Irish lawyers, he's great. I mean, he's on all the times with Bannon, who, by the way, is just absolutely soaring, and who's brilliant. Check it out on War Room. I don't miss one of those podcasts. It's beautiful to listen to that. But Mike Davis is a regular guest of his, and he's a brilliant lawyer, and he's not going to let her do it. He's got people there in Washington. He's well connected. They're going to pull the plug on that. She's trying to shove down the throat leftist judges at the last minute. I don't think she's going to get away with it. They tried to get Sotomayor to step down, with the rumor being that Biden would then appoint Harris, which I don't think he would have done anyway.
No, there's no chance.
But
There's no
Sotomayor is saying,
You know what? She wouldn't have wanted it because she's just too stupid.
They don't know what to. They figure that maybe she's young enough that she'd be a warm body in there. But Sotomayor has said she's not going anywhere, and that means that Trump is going to get more federal, judicial appointments at some point, because apparently she's not in good health. I mean, I guess she's got like an advanced diabetes or something. She has a medical assistant with her at all times, and it's going to be like Ruth Bader Ginsburg. People are begging her to leave, and she's like, "I'm not going anywhere." So Trump will get probably 2 or 3 more appointments, and it's just amazing. It's going to be amazing.
We're going to get tired of winning, right?
I know. It's the whole, I mean, this country, I that's why I was so sick, because there's such a difference in terms of the course for the future, the way things could go. And I just am so thrilled and pleased.
People were just always overwhelmed. I mean, I called a friend of mine, a retired cop, conservative guy. This is about a week after the election. I said, Neil, I haven't heard from you. He said, I'm still basking in it. I'm still enjoying the glow.
I know. I don't even know what to do with myself. It's a beautiful time. I mean, you almost feel like you don't want to get too giddy, because bad stuff is obvious.
And by the way, all these meltdowns that you see on TikTok, this is all crap. And it is, because what human is going to say, well, wait, I'm going to have a nervous breakdown, but let me first log in to my TikTok account. And that's not how humans work. This is all crap. It's all theater.
Oh, I know. There's this one woman who's doing all the screaming in the car.
Yeah.
This musician, I don't know if you've heard this on TikTok. He's turned it into like a rap concert thing with drum beats and music. It's hilarious. And then there's the Lysistrata group, following in the example of South Korea. Apparently, women, no sex, no men, no relationships.
But it's like a parody on itself, because all the women that post these are ugly.
Well, I like the comment made by Natalie Winters, who's Bannon's co-host, and who did a brilliant job of filling in for him while they had him in prison. she's like, well, they're not, as President Trump would say, they're not sending their best.
Yeah.
Oh man. Anyway,
Oh,
so
there's
Mike,
been all kinds of parodies on it. One of them comes up and said, look, what do I have to do to make myself unattractive to MAGA guys? And Paul Joseph Watson said, just keep doing what you're doing. Perfect.
oh yes, I know it's just not flying. Good for them. Anyway, so Mike, what do you have coming up on the?
Well, I was
subject?
going to do but I think I've just done it on this show. I was going to do a piece called Dead Wrong, and maybe we'll still talk about how, it's getting old even for me, how there's just no talent. They're going back to 1950s. Oh, just wait till we have the media. That'll convince them.
Yeah.
What I'm waiting for is the owner of the LA Times. I don't know if you heard this, because why would you? Said that he's firing the editorial board and is going to replace it with all conservatives.
Wow.
And I guess if I'm going to get it, the LA Times has been liberal since the mid 60s, but it's at least a real newspaper in the sense that there's some content and so on. And I'm hoping maybe they'll go a little more conservative, because the thing I get delivered to my house now, and the USA Today Network has a bunch of these things, these local papers where the national news is 3 days old. I'm not kidding. 3 days old. And yeah, you're pretty up to date on the high school football scores in the local area and stuff, but
Right.
it's a joke. My wife says, well, and she reads the paper in the morning, well, that took me 7 minutes, so.
I know there's no content to it anymore. The Globe is like that too. And I don't think the Globe is going to change.
Yeah.
That's not happening. Although there's a lot of rumors about Mayor Wu having some serious opposition here in Boston, including from the son of Bob Kraft. We'll see. It's interesting. And he's more conservative.
Well, I never understood, other than historically, how Boston, which to me, a large part of Boston, is hard scrabble working class, how they didn't get all red pilled as much as I would have thought that they should have.
It's a good question. I don't know. They go just so far. They elected Marty Walsh over a very left-wing candidate.
Yeah.
And he captured all the rich, well-to-do leftist neighborhoods like the Back Bay and Beacon Hill,
Yeah.
Whereas Walsh got all the more blue-collar areas. So, there is at least some shift there, but you never see, a real, MAGA type in Boston, at least not yet. We shall see.
All right. Well,
All
good
right,
luck.
Mike.
I'm glad you're doing so much better.
As is everybody. All right. I'll talk to you next week. Thanks a lot. Okay, I think that we're good. Let me just make sure that my sound is functioning here. Let's see, go to Podomatic for that. Doing my special election day program. Hello. Yeah, it looks like we're okay with sound. Hello. Let me just try it again. And testing, and we're good. And let's go live on Podomatic. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moskowitz here. Michael D. Shaw will be with us shortly. This is Election Day. What else can I say? 508-637-5596 is the number. Let me go live on TikTok as well. Not that I'm a little worried about TikTok only because they've been censoring me. What can you say? They might shut down the program for reasons, but God willing, if Donald J. Trump prevails today, the censorship regime will take a major hit. They will not necessarily fall, but you'll have a major setback for the censorship regime. So how do things look out there? Well, what is this? I don't know what the heck that is. I'm getting music from Live Fest. I don't want that. Let me just go. I'm gonna shut down TikTok for now. I just try it again. I don't want to have anyone automatically come in. I'm going to cancel that and I'm going to go live again. All right. This is a live program. We're talking election. If anyone sees anything, knows anything, say something. Call in. What's going on out there? What's happening in your area? 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. And I will put you on the air and you can report on what you're seeing, what you're observing out there. I am nervous after maybe I've been traumatized after 4 years of living in a regime where I've had to deal with censorship, I've had to deal with hatred, I've had to deal with threats. I just feel like we're so close, we're finally here, and this is a chance to take back this country. Whether you like Trump or not, I love Trump, but putting that aside, this is your chance to take back the country and do the right thing to end this invasion of our country by 10 million foreigners crossing the border unvetted, this slide into perpetual war and World War III. In case anyone hasn't noticed, Ukraine is on the retreat, and if Biden or Harris are elected, they're going to nuclearize a war with Russia. That means missiles hitting American cities, whereas Trump doesn't want war. He's a peace candidate. He wants to bring about a treaty of peace between those two countries by getting them together and forcing them to come to the table and each making concessions. That's the role, the traditional role of the United States. Do we want to have an economy where we haven't increased the deficit by something like $5 trillion? But instead, we have a situation where we can, see inflation go down so that a McDonald's hamburger doesn't cost $15. It's really the choices are stark. Anyways, I don't really think at this point I need to make a pitch for Trump. There we go. Taking some supplements here. What I'm worried about and what I'm observing is something that I would think was inevitable, which is their attempt to steal the election. Now, again, maybe I've been traumatized by what I observed 4 years ago on election eve, when I saw with my own eyes 6 or 7 states stopping the counting while Trump was ahead, almost to the second. And, after that, they reopened the next day and Trump was behind, or he had lost ground. That was the steal. And we were told what we were seeing wasn't what we were seeing. They told us this is, we've been gaslighted for 4 years. I hope he gets to the bottom of it. Keep going. We're letting more viewers know you're live. Thank you. One of your friends is live. Invite them to go live together. They're invited as long as you stay with the topic. If you don't, I'm going to have to shut you down. I mean, at TikTok, you get people coming on who are just, they're into something else. And this is, hi, how are you? Did you vote today? Disconnected, looking for another creator. Okay. You're welcome to join me on TikTok if you'd like. Hey, how you doing? Let me just turn up my volume a little bit. So I'm doing a program on the election. Did you vote today? Did you don't know. You're dressed like Santa Claus. So it's a little early. Christmas is a month away. All right. 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. Let me see if I'm live on Twitter. I should be. Apparently Getter is I'm having problems going live on Getter for some reason. I think they want some money to do that. We'll see. I hadn't paid much attention to Getter until today. I looked it over and I found that I'm not going live there for some reason. Am I live? Yeah, I'm live on yeah. We're live on Twitter. or X. If you'd like to chat, you're welcome to do so. Come on down. We are talking election. I want to know what's going on, where you voted, if you voted, how you voted, what you've observed, what you're seeing. I just let's get to let's see. We're also live on Rockfin. Rockfin has been a really good site for me. Yep, Rockfin's live. Rumble is live. Rumble is the flagship station. I'm live on Podomatic, and I'm live on Twitter X. Everything is moving along well here. Anyway, I am. Look, if this was an honest election, Trump would win a landslide. I don't think there's any question about that. We have to get out and vote so overwhelmingly today that the cheating won't really be enough. But they are scrambling to get this thing done, to cheat. They're not getting anyone coming out. They've got no enthusiasm. All of the momentum is on the side of Trump. We are in a position where we can save our country. We can save our future. Everything is at stake. This is the most important election in American history, the most important since Washington. This is one of the most important events in world history, going all the way back to Jesus's Sermon on the Mount. Okay. You want a co-host for now? You've got somebody. Hello, you're no, I don't want that. Yes. No. You want? I'm doing that. Okay. They're just. I got another TikToker who wants to do some dancing. Let's get, please, people. I'm doing a talk show here. We're live on several live streams. We're talking the election. If you want to talk election, you're welcome to come aboard. You can join me on TikTok. Thank you. Or you can call. Oh, I've got a violation already on TikTok. A warning. Yeah, I guess you see. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be on TikTok. God willing, if Trump wins, maybe TikTok can be reformed and there won't be this Nazi-like censorship. I don't know. We'll see. 508-637-5596. If you'd like to join the conversation, 508-637-5596. You're welcome aboard. We're talking about, or you can join me through chat on multiple platforms, including Twitter, where I'm live, and Rumble, or you can come on down Rumble is the good one here. That's kind of the flagship. And we're talking election. Have you voted? If so, what did you see? What did you hear? What did you observe? Let me just see what's. Yeah, we're live on. All right. Yep, you can chat with me live on Rumble, on Twitter, and on Rockfin, all of which are live. Or you can just call up old-fashioned, like they used to do back in the day when you had talk radio. You could call 508-637-5596. That number again is 508-637-5596. The Gateway Pundit shows frustration boiling as Pennsylvania voters witness, quote, non-English speaking citizens escorted past long lines to vote. Yeah, I wonder who they are. I think that you had actually John Fetterman, who was a senator from Pennsylvania, admit to Joe Rogan recently, the other day, that non-citizens, illegal aliens, are registered to vote across Pennsylvania. That's what we're looking at right now. That's who they're going to use. Those are the votes. You have people who were registered, and their names are being voted, even though they may not even know it. I don't even blame them. I think that this is underway. I think they are trying to steal this election. Now, if TikTok wants to shut me down for saying that, fine. I have said it. There it is. That's an opinion. I'm not stating it categorically. I don't have any evidence, hard evidence of it, but it appears to me, based on what I know and what I've observed over the past. Am I in PA? No, I'm in Boston, Massachusetts. Are you in PA? What's going on in Pennsylvania? What are you seeing down there? I can tell you here in Boston, where I am, there are large crowds at the voting booths, and they are fired up Trump supporters. You might actually see some surprises right here in the Bay State, the cradle of liberty. I don't think Trump's going to win Massachusetts, honestly, but if he makes some inroads and we see some more areas go red, so to speak, that could be of earthquake proportion in our politics here. We have a very leftist government here. I could get into that. That's a subject for another day. But suffice to say that the reports I'm hearing, initial reports, are that there's a lot of enthusiasm out there for Trump. And there's a lot of people showing up, and they've been waiting for this for 4 freaking years to put Trump back in and to get rid of this illegitimate regime. Anyway, in Tennessee, have you read? Good. What's happening in Tennessee? We're getting a note on TikTok. Have you observed? What are you seeing out there? I mean, are people enthusiastic? I mean, Tennessee is a bellwether state. I know it's red, but that doesn't matter. It's a key state. If without Tennessee, we can forget it. What's going on over there? You're welcome to join the conversation. My live has been removed. Okay, so we're done with Twitter. We're done with. Yeah, I've been taken off Twitter. That doesn't surprise me. This is election day, and Twitter and I've been taken off TikTok. So be it. Anyways, 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. Let me just see something. Content has been taken off. That doesn't necessarily mean that I can't go live. Let's just see. I just want to be sure. Live. Go live. Yeah, access suspended. November 12th is when they're going to let me come back. Yeah, okay. Did I say something that doesn't comport to the establishment? Apparently I did. Let me just try something here with all right, let's just see. TikTok Studio. Let me see if I can switch accounts. I have 2 accounts here, so maybe the other one will let me go. No, I'm not going to do that. Forget it. I'm not on TikTok's out. So be it. Damn. All right. Anyways, so the Gateway Pundit says that a shocking scene reportedly unfolded at a satellite election office in South Park Ice Rink in Bethel Park, Pennsylvania, where early voters who had been waiting for hours witnessed van loads of non-English speaking citizens allegedly escorted to the front by translators to cast their ballots. According to ex-user Emma Carwood, at least 3 buses arrived with individuals being guided in by representatives from, quote, Vote Today PA, a vote mobilization group funded by the progressive organization Working Families Power. Sounds like communists. Which advocates for causes like, quote, economic fairness, racial justice, gender equity, and climate sustainability. All buzzwords for communist action. Some of these individuals were seen wearing hooded sweatshirts with Vote Today PA printed on them. One witness described a disorganized scene, claiming they had these people, they had about 12 of them, walked in and were all foreigners, and they took them up to these younger people to help them fill out and say Vote Today PA, and somehow they beat a 2-hour line. And then they walked up, and one lady, they were even asking her, they were like, "We don't have you in the system. Your name's not right." And they're like, "Oh, we'll take it back and change it." "How do you change your damn name?" the witness asked. Another individual, Kathy, recounted her experience on X. "I was there on Saturday when this happened. We were told when we arrived there would be a 2-hour wait. We watched at least 3 different groups of approximately 20 non-English speaking people were escorted into the building ahead of everyone in line." Another witness, visibly exasperated, commented, "I was there. I saw firsthand. So not only do they get everything in their life for free, but now they get to skip the line while the rest of us waited 2 hours. Unbelievable." Okay, these are all commentary on what's going on here. This is, let's see, Gateway pundit Arnold Schwarzenegger. What a jerk. He's endorsing Harris. Really? Exactly why? Local ABC news station mistakenly, quote, leaks a, quote, test election result showing Harris winning Pennsylvania as GOP voters storm the polls. Kamala calls for unity, then calls Trump a tyrant. Buzz Aldrin endorses Donald Trump. Good for him. Florida teen wielding machete arrested for intimidating voters outside polling station. I wonder who he's supporting. Congressman Keith Self, Pennsylvania's call for courage, why conservatives like Scott Perry are needed to save America. Kamala is collapsing. Kamala can barely keep her head up and looks absolutely exhausted after a light day of campaigning. FOIA finds FEMA funding millions to Illinois at the request of House Democrats. Why did FEMA get? Were they part of the Hurricane Helene? I don't think so. What's going on with them that they're getting FEMA? President Trump holds a rally. Great. Biden nukes Harris campaign, calling half USA garbage. We know that already. Trudeau on the edge. Bloc Québécois withdraws support for unpopular Canadian Prime Minister and his Liberals. Now works with opposition to topple his government. Okay, so he's lost Quebec. He's lost everything. Honor and freedom of expression, a distraction from what's truly at stake in the U.S. election. This is about that comedian who said about Puerto Rico, the stupid comment. He should never have made it. Shameful. Kamala Harris makes a comment defending Joe Biden after he called millions of patriotic Trump supporters garbage. Trans kids' mental health no better despite dangerous drug treatment. Yeah, now they released that. I wonder why. Probably somebody leaked it. Anyway, Michael D. Shaw will be joining us shortly. You're welcome to join the conversation. 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. I'm not going to engage in happy talk here and talk about how I think Trump's going to swamp it. I think that because of the cheating and because of the mass media and all of the forces that are out there to try to stop Trump and have done so in every way possible, they're not going to sit back and let this happen. I won't believe. I saw, first of all, I saw Raskin on with Bill Maher the other night, and I understand he's already drawn up articles of impeachment in case Trump does win. But what I would suggest is that if Trump does win, but if the Republicans, the Democrats are able to take the House, they're going to not only launch articles of impeachment, but they're not going to certify his victory. They just aren't. Raskin is fairly open about that. He also was promoting a radical agenda. He wants to get rid of the Electoral College. He wants to make Washington, D.C. a state, and Puerto Rico, which, by the way, probably would be Republican. And he wants to get rid of the Electoral College, which, of course, is really un-American. It means that the president will just have to run and be elected out of New York and LA, maybe Chicago. The rest of the country will become irrelevant, will become unnoticed. Let's see, do we have notes? We've got chats. Your stream so really well. As a proposal for you, I will share your stream. You just see that. To kick community for you to hit 1,000 followers. Oh, he wants me to this is some ad. they're offering to do something, and yeah, they want to pay. No, thanks, but no thanks. I don't pay for anything. Yeah, I don't need to have. I don't need that, but thank you anyways. And nothing. I mean, there's nothing wrong with making a pitch. I just I don't pay for radio. I mean, I want to do it the old-fashioned way. You know, build up an audience as I go. I mean, I'm not going to. I just ain't going to pay. Anyways, 617. I'm sorry, 508-637-5596. If you'd like to join the conversation, come on down. 508-637-5596. Let me just okay, let me hide that one. And I'm going to all right. I'm not going to overlay it, but I'm going to. You can call in. I just was canceled off of TikTok, so much for that. Let me just take a look at my my Skype here. We have. Let me just see if this works. Best way to do it is just call it. 617-396-4958. Yeah, see, that one doesn't work. It's the other one that works. Let's see. Did I write that out? Yeah, this was in my interview with Dustin Nemos. Right. Nah. Oh, anyways, you're all welcome to come on down. Here we go. If I can find it. I have the number. Here is the number. Okay. 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596 is the number. You're welcome to come on down. Now let's see. Where did I put my phone? I think I just lost that. Can't get anything straight here. Oh boy. Yeah, okay, so I'll have to find, there it is. Okay, so let me just try dialing that, see if that number works. 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. Yeah, that one works. So you're welcome to call. This is a live program. We're talking election. What are your thoughts? 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596 is the number. You know, let me just put that in there. 508-637-5596. And just enter. Call in at 508-637-5596. You're welcome to join the program. We are live. 508-637-5596. 5596. You know, I used to do talk radio in Greater Boston at different stations, and then I kind of got out of it. I got involved with other things. I ran for office. I worked in my business. I had a family. I brought up a daughter. I had other activities. Then I kind of got back in. Now I'm getting back in more so with this online show, but that I immediately bumped into the censorship regime. It actually happened, and it really started happening in earnest in 2019, just the year before the pandemic. And now, if God willing, if President Trump wins, I hope to maybe get back to figuring out how to do an end run around that. Let's see, voter suppression. Quakertown polling in Bucks County cuts voting line nearly 3 hours early, despite 4:30 p.m. closing listed on website. Peace officer cites slow and grueling process as cause. Latest UOCAVA updates. See, this is where they're going to try to cheat. Trump is going to be ahead, and he may even, they've kind of set the stage so that he can't declare victory, even if he has won all these states, because they'll say, well, all the votes haven't been counted yet, which they'll keep counting probably for a week. But in the meantime, they have these UOCAVA votes, which apparently they have lowered the standards overseas for who gets to vote. It originally was for the military, which, by the way, has been stiffed in that they don't have enough ballots in some cases to vote. So that's suspicious, obviously, and a disgrace. But the Democratic Party has spent a good deal of money and resources to galvanize non-military overseas citizens to vote. And apparently certain states in the battleground states, so-called, I would point particularly to Michigan, you don't have to even be a resident of that state, or you don't have to prove you're a resident of the state when you're overseas and you want to cast one of these so-called UOCAVA votes. So that's where I think they're spending money and time gathering those. Now, if they do it in Israel, by the way, where you do have a lot of American citizens who are dual citizens and who are Israelis, they're going to vote for Trump. So I don't know if they're really focusing too much on them. Let's see. TikTok notification. Yeah, TikTok has shut me down. Sorry about that, TikTok followers, but I ain't going to be on TikTok for another week. I'm in the penalty box. I don't know. Maybe they'll improve it. I don't know. By the way, if you're out there and you have some tech savvy, contact me. I might hire you. I need help to figure out how to get the stream live on several sites that I really could do this. Like, for example, Substack and Getter is a problem for me now. Used to not be. And several others. I want to be able to expand the program, obviously, as much as possible. What else would I do, right? I mean, that's why I'm here. And, I want to be able to make hay, what can I tell you? Let me do something. Let me also go Twitter and see if I can get the live button going. I know I'm live on Twitter, but there's also this facility where I think I can anyway. Maybe not. Let's see. Twitter. I mean, here we go. Spaces. Yeah. Go live on Spaces. How do I go live on Spaces? Let me try it again. I think I almost had that. Spaces. Let's see. Premium Spaces. Wait a minute. Let me just try it again here. Spaces. Okay, here we go. Spaces. And I want to go live on the video. Reconnect. Hello. Let's see. Mic is off. Mic is on. Mic is on. Welcome to the program. Charles Moskowitz here. Let me just see if I can get video. I don't see video. MySpace. No video. That's fine. I don't need video. We're live on Spaces. If you want to join the conversation, you're welcome to do so. I'm also live on various live streams where you can. What do I want to talk about? What do you think I want to talk about? What else? All right, the mic is on. You're welcome to join on Spaces. You're welcome to join. I've just been booted off of TikTok. I don't know what did I say. You can't know. That's the problem. Even if I did know, I don't give a crap. I am concerned about possible theft of this election. There are some troubling things going on out there. I don't believe that the powers that removed Trump in 2020 are going to lie down and let him win. I just don't. I mean, I'll be, I will be shocked. Maybe I've been, Steve Turley, who I follow and who's a good guy, he says that people like me, we've been traumatized. He understands it, but he thinks that we've been traumatized by 2020 and what we saw. And then all the hate and abuse that's poured out and the destruction and the nastiness after that so-called victory. And he's right in one sense. Doesn't mean it's not true. Doesn't mean it's not happening. It is happening. I think they're trying to steal the friggin' election. I stand by that. I don't doubt that they are. I think they've tried everything, including 2 assassin attempts. They flooded Western North Carolina. They tried to bankrupt Trump. They tried to try him on bogus charges. They tried to bankrupt his family. They tried to harass him in every way possible, and none of it worked. And now they even stooped recently to calling him Hitler and this kind of garbage. Enough with the frickin' Hitler talk. Disgusting. These are the same people who are doing stuff that's would have made Hitler and his henchmen blush. Like, for example, castrating young children and removing young girls' breasts. I don't think Mengele would have pulled that off. He was too evil, as bad as he was, obviously. They're the ones who are doing the censorship. That's why Twitter just shut me down. They're the ones who are doing lawfare. They're persecuting and prosecuting anyone who dares be a political opponent. They're spying on Catholics at church. They're spying on parents going to school board meetings. They're spying on pro-life families who, are expressing their opposition to abortion. They're freaking killing a pet squirrel in that guy's house in New York. Really? Some busybody neighbor calls and they show up with a SWAT team. They go in, they ransack his house, seize his pet squirrel and his pet raccoon, and kill them. Commit, well, it's not homicide. You have to have a person for homicide. What is peticide, right? They killed his wonderful pets. I'm sorry, but that does have an impact. And they finished their campaign with this really low, sinking to the bottom of the barrel by calling everyone Hitler, and they're all Nazis. That's right. We're all friggin' Nazis. As I said, the irony is who they are and what they're saying. And what this tells me, again, is that they are not going to allow President Donald Trump to win. I won't believe it until I see it. I really won't. I'm sorry, but that's my position. I just maybe again, Steve Turley is right. Maybe I've been traumatized. I don't know, but that's what I see, and that's all I can go by. Let's see what else is going on here. Latest UO. I talked about the UO Kava updates. Benson is up to new tricks in Michigan. The widespread leftist ballot harvesting operations. Colorado's Jenna Griswold, who put Tina Peters in prison for 9 years for allegedly exposing the code of a machine. She's exposing a ton of codes. She should be in the can. Under fire for leaking voting machine passwords in 63 of 64 counties on the state website. What else is going on? Puerto Rican Trump supporters hold massive caravan rally in support of President Trump. That's in San Juan. Puerto Rico joke hyped by Dems and media has caused zero change among Pennsylvania Hispanics. Good. New Judge Cannon won't recuse herself from would-be Trump assassin. Andrea Mitchell announces she's retiring from her daily MSNBC show. Good riddance. White House spin after Joe Biden called millions of Trump supporters garbage is so pathetic that CNN isn't even buying it. They came out of jail mentally and physically sharper, Steve Bannon tells the Gateway pundit. He's back and ready to fight. You know, Steve Bannon is really a great leader of this movement. I have been listening to him since he got out of jail. Every single show. Check it out. If you haven't been listening, check it out. It's so, he doesn't complain. He gets right back in the fight. He deals with signal, not noise, as he likes to say, goes right into the research. You can't get better than Steve Bannon. The guy is a powerhouse. He reminds me of growing up in Boston, these kind of Irish, tough, street fighting people, who Boston Irish Catholic vibe. And I mean that in the best sense, not the bad ones. There were a few of them too. But Steve Bannon, this moral power that he brings to the table is unprecedented. And he hasn't talked about the fact that he was a political prisoner for 4 months. He's busy with the campaign, but he did make one quick reflection on that. He said that while in prison, he was giving civics lessons in the rec hall, and it was wildly popular. Everyone attended. You had lines out the door. And that most of the people there were Black or Hispanic. And based on comments that were made and questions over time, and while, of course, this is anecdotal, but it's obvious, he came to realize that they despise Kamala Harris because they know that she was responsible for keeping them in prison longer than their sentences required in order for the corporate interests to get free slave labor in California when she was the Attorney General. And that conversely, they love Trump because they understand that Trump was the author of the First Step Act, which released 10,000 predominantly minority men from prison for minor misdemeanors. Hello, am I on? Yeah, okay. Anyway, you're welcome to join the program. 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. God willing, if President Trump wins, and oh my God, I'm sitting on Spielkes, as they say. I mean, the thought of it is just so, it's so tantalizing. Oh, It could be such a glorious day for this country if he wins. I can almost taste it. That if that happens, for me personally, I'm probably going to start to ramp up this program a little bit. I don't deny the fact that I've been discouraged. I've been behind the 8 ball in terms of marshaling the amount of energy needed to do it because of the censorship. Look, I was just canceled from TikTok. I was only like about 5 minutes in and they canceled me. I think that if Trump wins, there's going to be ways around that. I believe that. Let me just see if I'm live on YouTube. I have a phantom YouTube. Oh, I'm live on my own website, Charles Moskowitz Live, which I'm going to spend some time promoting. If Trump wins, I'll feel energized to do that. Let me see if am I live on YouTube? YouTube's Unlimited Hangout. All right, let's see. No, I don't think I am. It's still, YouTube is still a little tricky. Whatever. Yeah, maybe I am. I don't know. It doesn't appear. Let's see, YouTube. No, it doesn't appear that I am. Let me just see if I click live, if anything happens. No, they won't let me do that. Destiny, he's a left-winger. He's live. Yeah, they let him go because he hates Trump. You know, I mean, it's yeah. This is they're all having live coverage. Okay, fine. Not live on YouTube. Anyway, you're welcome to join the conversation. 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. I don't see. I'm not really attracting much action on the Twitter X. But whatever, you know, it's just another venue. I don't mind. It's all good. Let me just see. Where are we on this? Spaces, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I am live on the Spaces. Anyways, Michael D. Shaw will be joining us shortly. He's a science writer. He does a blog. He has a Substack, a page, and we'll see what happens. Let me just maybe I should take some more of my supplements. I've been working out at the gym. Something I never thought I would do. I always hated it. We had membership, but I never went. But my daughter urged me to go and challenged me. And, you know, she kind of like, and I listened to her, you know, whatever she says, I try to do. And so I actually hired a personal trainer. And, you know, these things get more important when you get to be my age. And I think that the results have been astonishing. You know, I find that I really like it. I look forward to it. I feel better. I'm doing stretch exercises. I'm doing good old-fashioned bodybuilding, pumping iron. I'm doing, cardio by doing the treadmill. I get to listen to Steve Bannon on the headphones while I do it. And I'm finding that I'm feeling better than I have felt in a long time, and I'm getting into shape. Plus, I want to be ripped, you know, especially as Thanksgiving comes up, and I feel competitive with one of my brothers who is very much kind of a gym rat, and he's always been fit. I'd like to be able to show up and not look out of shape, at least, or at least on my way. So that's interesting to me, and I urge people to do that. I'm also a big supplement person. I love supplements. I take them, a lot of them. Anyway, you're welcome to join the program, 508-637, while we wait for Michael. There he is. He's there. How do you like that? Hi, Mike. How are you?
Hey, let me call. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. It's kind of a casual.
No. Here we are. All right. First thing.
Yes,
I'm going to put you on the spot here.
please
First
do.
question. What's your gut? What is your gut?
You know something? I am, as I've said, I'm sitting on Spielkus. My gut is that Trump is going to win big, and you know that even in Massachusetts, the polls are crowded and they have Trump people. You know, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think he's going to win Massachusetts, but I think he could make inroads here. I think he has a chance of taking New Hampshire. New Hampshire's key. New Hampshire is coming out in spades. Kelly Ayotte is running for governor. She's a Republican, very popular, and it's very important that she wins. But she's bringing out supporters. Maine looks promising. I think New York.
Wow.
Well, Maine has. I mean, the city of Portland is to the left of Pyongyang. I mean, those people are lunatics. But if you go outside of Portland, you've got real Mainers, you know, and they're coming out in droves.
Well, Maine is an interesting place because, yes, Portland's very liberal. If you go into hardcore Maine, it's pretty conservative. But then you go into places like the mid-coast, and
Right.
Apparently somebody created a Trump train the other day, driving up to these mid-coast little towns,
Yes.
just driving those people nuts.
Yeah, but people are coming out in favor.
Yeah.
And you have to realize that Trump supporters, people like even myself, I would include here, you don't talk about it too loud because you could end up getting in a lot of trouble. So, but today is the day that you can come out and vote. And I think that Trump actually is doing well in New York. The city of New York, you don't have too many. His rally in Madison Square Garden, you had thousands of people out on the street in Manhattan. You had, you know, New York. I mean, the mayor Adams is pro-Trump, even though he doesn't explicitly say so. And Trump has given him a compliment also. And that people are upset about, you know, the whole influx of migrants taking over all the city facilities and, you know, that whole agenda. Plus, upstate New York, it's very red. I think Trump could take New York. I really do.
You heard it here first, folks.
Yes.
Heard it here first.
Pennsylvania is going to be a knife fight. I think Trump. I mean, the people like Scott Pressler have been working in Pennsylvania now for years, registering Republican voters.
Right.
The early vote, which is something that the Democrats always expect to be work well for them, and usually does. It has not worked well for them this time. It's completely backfired. In every example, particularly of the battleground states, Trump's early vote was huge. People did come out and they were urged to do so. And they're not the usual type of voters. Today, they're swamping the polls. And so I think that if everything was on the up and up, Trump would win a landslide. He possibly could win, you know, about maybe, you know, all of the states except for the far left. You know, I mean, California, I don't think he could win because you've got 3 million illegal aliens voting. So that's gone. I think Washington is probably far left also, but Oregon, maybe, I don't know. Hawaii, forget about it. But all of the West, I mean, even New Mexico, I think that Trump's
Mexico's in play.
Arizona, but of course, Arizona, you still have the corrupt, rotten, you know, Maricopa County. You know, but I just heard Kerry Lake on with Bannon last night, and she said that they have fixed the problems of the broken machines that were breaking only in Republican areas in 2022, and that the street game is good. I mean, I think that I'm optimistic there that the fraud will be overtaken. The fraud in Pennsylvania is a problem. They're blocking access to voting machines. It's like a street fight there. But I think that the overwhelming nature of the vote they could overcome the fraud. There's always the threat of the Uokava votes, and they're setting the stage now for preventing Trump from declaring victory by saying, well, all the votes aren't counted yet. He's stealing the election. And what they mean by that is the Uokava votes. Now, the Uokava votes are overseas voters. What it is that the standards were weakened, I think about 5 years or 6 years ago. I don't know if it happened during the pandemic, but originally it was only supposed to be for military personnel and their families, and maybe a few others overseas, American citizens. That has expanded to everybody, and that the standards of proof of residency has weakened. The Democratic Party has invested a lot of money in harvesting and gathering those votes, and doing so for the battleground states. And of course, you have the corrupt, rotten Secretary of State in Michigan, Jocelyn Benson, who has said that all of those votes will be counted whether people lived in the state or not. So that's a problem, and they could do that, and they could that's going to be one avenue to steal the election. I think that they may use it. There are problems being reported with the Dominion voting, and there I said it, Dominion, in some states, apparently particularly in Kentucky for some reason, where people are trying to vote for Trump and the machine won't let them. I don't know how pervasive that is, but we know that that's something that's very difficult to detect, the algorithms of those machines. So I'm worried about that. Look, I still think that they're going to try to steal it. I can't imagine them letting Trump win. They've done everything to stop Trump, obviously. I mean, they tried to shoot him twice. They tried to bankrupt him. They tried to put him in prison. They've used day after day of these hoaxes and this propaganda to push him. And, oh, he's Hitler. They've gone to the lowest of lows. I mean, the bottom of the barrel. He's Hitler. Oh, yeah, sure. And, nothing has worked, but they're still not going to stop. They're going to do something. I mean, I'm not going to be calm and relaxed until I see it happen. I mean, what about you, Mike?
All right. Well, I can't disagree with any of that, but on the positive side, they have no talent. They keep doing the same things. Let me give you this particular example. That Liz Cheney statement about the firing squad. Now, that may have worked. That may have worked when there was no alternative media. But I ask you, what's the point of making a ridiculous statement like that when it can be disproven in 3 seconds?
Well, even Bill Maher noted that even though he was on a rant about Trump being Hitler, he noted that was a hoax. I mean, and you're right. I mean, there's too much alternative media now who can identify these hoaxes, and they come out with a hoax a week. I mean, I don't know, the latest one having Trump, I mean, just this garbage. I mean, you look at, he's unhinged, or, the most recent one, this is actually the funniest one, and the one that I think encapsulates the entire agenda every week. I'm looking at the Drudge Report, which is really anti-Trump.
Oh, man. Oh.
And they have a big headline, Trump is toast. Trump is toast.
Yeah.
And they show, of course, they do what the Globe used to do to anybody they don't like. They did this with Reagan, where they show a very large picture of him in the most unflattering light. I mean, it tries to make him look really old, or, you know what I mean? They'll find something. And then you click on the article, and what it is that Michael Moore, the filmmaker, has said in some stupid interview in some weird podcast that he thinks that Trump is going to lose. This is a headline? I mean, what the hell are they talking about? And they're making this is like, oh, yes. I mean, it's like pathetic. If this is all they have.
Well, this is what I've been saying, that they're being very aggressive, but it's the same playbook they've always used. They haven't adjusted. Now, one piece of good news that I saw on Twitter, I believe yesterday, was that people are looking in Pennsylvania and say, wait a minute, where are all the votes? where are all the votes? And then the answers come up. Well, if you're comparing it to 2020, when they added 700,000 fake votes, yeah, that's why you're not seeing it. And
Yeah, but I don't know. They still might drive in those white vans filled with made-out ballots in Philadelphia and in Detroit. I mean, I assume that Michigan will be stolen. I mean, it's so bad there. But I hope that maybe that might be the only state she wins
well,
because it's stolen.
the signs look good. Obviously, we'll have to wait. But this election seems a lot different from 2020.
Oh, and you know something? I'm listening to the left-wing radio shows. They all seem demoralized. I mean, they're like pulling, and they're even mentioning, I mean, in passing, what happens when Trump does win. I mean, and these are people like, Nancy Gertner. I don't want to mention her name in particular, but I'm just saying the hard left, know, street fighters. These are thugs who will like stab at Trump in a second. I mean, these are, you know, they don't F around. I mean, this is like Mark Elias and that crowd. You know, they're not gonna. They are just out there, and they are sounding demoralized, which is a good sign. I mean, if you look at their, I follow his Twitter page. And by the way, the censorship regime is in full force. When I went on a little early and I went on live on TikTok, they shut me down immediately within 5 minutes.
Really? What did you say?
I don't know. You can never tell. Did I make a reference to getting to the bottom of 2020? I mean, I was trying to actually be somewhat careful, but somebody reported me and they shut it down. You know, I've been suspended for 2 weeks. So I only say this to note that the censorship regime is in full-fledged right now. And, you know, the last time around, anyone who brought up what they saw with their own eyes, which is that the election had been stolen and that they watched 7 states shut down simultaneously at 11 p.m., anyone who brings that up is demonized as being almost like a subhuman, you know, like you're the Untermensch. Was what the Nazis called you. And that the media, rather than investigate, because they've never really answered what happened with there or some of these other things, they just launched into vicious ad hominem attacks on anyone who questioned that election. That whole infrastructure is still in place. They are setting the stage for demonizing anybody who questions the election now. I do think that. I mean, they're going to try to keep it.
I don't think they have the power that they even had 4 years ago. It's pathetic. In fact, there were numerous articles talking about Jeff Bezos' comment in the Washington Post why they didn't do an endorsement. Mm-hmm. And I think it was Megyn Kelly and others said, it doesn't matter. The paper's dead. You're not going to save it. You have a hardcore of like a couple 100,000 subscribers and people online, but it's like you're preaching to the choir. And for a good Catholic, this is not a particularly nice thing to say, but you know, they're just going to abort themselves to death. And that's going to be a smaller and smaller faction. I think
so. I mean, Bezos, I think, knows this, which is why he's not endorsing Trump. And maybe there's a couple of other big names out there who are around now. I mean, look at Elon Musk was anti-Trump until recently, right? He supported Biden. Maybe there's a couple of those types that are out there now and that are going to stand up.
Well, even Joe Rogan, as otherwise a liberal, unless he's completely changed.
Oh yeah, he formally endorsed Trump yesterday. So, you know, there are some pretty hard-hitting people, I think, who are around now who weren't before. There's a huge momentum. People are excited about Trump's government. He has amazing people around him. RFK Jr.
That's a big point. It's not just Trump. It's the people around him. He brought the RFK.
Yeah.
Elon, Tulsi Gabbard, some of his good guys from the previous administration.
J.D. Vance.
Yeah.
His two sons are great. His daughter-in-law is great. You know, people he can trust. They're actually very brilliant people. You know, he's surrounded by good people who will not only protect him, but who are going to have expertise in various areas of government. I mean, Elon Musk wants to handle, you know, reducing the deficit. Can you imagine? I mean, Biden, they've rung up something like $9 trillion in debt, which is why people are wondering why hamburger costs $15 at McDonald's.
Yeah.
I mean, to bring Elon Musk in there for that, he's the richest man in the world. He did it at Twitter. He cut back 80%, and it's much better now. I mean, that's like, it's a gift. I mean, this is like something.
Consider that for a moment. Again, I've seen things to this effect.
By the way, let me just interject also.
Cut back 80% of Twitter, and it's running fine. Imagine what he could do to the federal government.
Of course. And by the way, they're UAKava votes. They're not trying to gather votes in Israel because Israelis are overwhelmingly pro-Trump.
Right.
They're going to, you know, they do have American citizenship, a pretty good number of them. I mean, probably in the maybe upwards of, I don't know, 50, 60,000 Israelis probably have American citizenship. And they're going to vote for Trump. And that can make a difference. So I don't necessarily assume that the UAKavas are going to all be for Biden. I mean, for whatever the hell they are. Harris.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. I think a lot of the military has become liberal, which is a story unto itself. But
but did you see that they're shafting the military? They don't have enough ballots. I don't know if you saw that.
No,
That's really a disgrace.
They always seem to complain about that. This isn't the first time, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, that's ugly. That's a disgrace. Can you imagine? Meanwhile, I mean, Jeff Kuna this morning pointed out that the Democrats in Congress scuttled a bill that would have provided for financial assistance to families of veterans who had died in war. For colleges. They scuttled that bill, and instead they supported a bill that gives free tuition to illegal aliens. Now, to me, F them. That's enough of a reason to vote for Republicans in Congress. And Trump has to take both houses of Congress. I think that his chances for the Senate are good. The House, I'm not so sure.
They're trying to, in the Senate, numbers like 54, possibly more.
Fantastic. Yeah, I mean, I think so, because I think that the guy running for Manchin's seat is going to win. The guy in running against Tester in Montana is strong. He probably is going to win. And there might be a few other surprises in the Senate races. I mean, maybe, I don't know, John Deaton can beat Hiawatha Warren here in Massachusetts. I don't know about that, but you never know.
But haven't you noticed that there really aren't too many Democrat office holders that have come out full throat for Kamala Harris?
No, I mean, they don't go in, like Tammy Baldwin, who, by the way, is losing, I think, or challenged in Wisconsin. She didn't even appear with her.
No.
When that's a shock in a way. That's a big story because, you know, when your president of your party is making an appearance in your state, you join them on stage and you support them. She was nowhere to be found. So that might be a sign for what's going on in Wisconsin. I don't know. But I mean, that could be, and Wisconsin is huge. I mean, if Trump takes Wisconsin, that's a game changer. That's huge. So
yeah. The other thing that seems to be a good sign is if you look at all the newspapers, the most they'll say is it's a dead heat,
which means Trump is crushing it.
That's what I. That's what I.
And they're never going. I mean, Trump always, historically, performs better than the polls, and you know, this is a good sign. You know, the reports I'm hearing are that people are out on the street. They're voting and they're waiting in line. If you're listening to this program, get out and vote. Bring your friends, bring your family, bring your colleagues, and be prepared to wait in line. Maybe get a couple of snacks and some water because you're going to have to be there a while. But it's your civic duty. I mean, this is a chance to really, make a difference in this country and get out and friggin' vote for Trump.
Now saying that, today you do, of course, but there are opportunities, of course, to early vote, which 50%?
Is that still happening? I mean,
well, no, there's not early voting today.
I think the early voting is over now.
Right, no, but what I'm saying is that you didn't have to wait till November 5th. If you did,
right,
you damn well better vote today. But on the other hand, you have plenty of opportunities, or had plenty of opportunities, to do it, and you should consider, because it's less of a hassle on these so-called election days. So food for thought.
Yeah, but the important thing is that so far, the early voting has been in Trump's favor across the board. Every single battleground state. I don't know so much about. I haven't heard any data come in from the blue states, but I don't know. I mean,
the information coming in from the blue states is there are more Republicans voting early than ever before.
So then, and that's the so-called firewall for the Democrats. They always banked early votes early, and they were ahead going into Election Day. I mean, at least in recent decades. And now they don't have it. It's gone. Trump's ahead in all, certainly in all 6 of the battleground states, and he's gained in the blue states. I don't know if he's ahead necessarily. But now on Election Day, Republicans traditionally come out and vote. And I also assume that independents are breaking for Trump, and a lot of Democrats are going to vote for Trump. They're not, everybody, they all admit that nobody really is enthusiastic about Harris.
No one is for Harris except for a very small number of stupid people that think the most significant thing in the world is that a so-called black
she has a vagina
woman, president.
Yeah, they're voting for her vagina, just like there was that core of people that voted for Hillary. Yeah. And all I can say to them, I mean, is what is her vagina going to affect the cost of hamburger? I mean, what the hell are people thinking?
Well, here's the thing. I mean, I'm not a fan of Hillary Clinton, but I would have to say that Hillary Clinton had a lot more gravitas.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, Harris is the worst. She's absolutely horrendous. I mean, she can't answer a freaking question for beans. Look, she's by the way having said that, I think she's better than Biden, and I think that she's probably going to do better than Biden would have done had he stayed on the ticket, because Biden could not even barely function at all. I mean, the guy he's like gone. I mean, there's nobody home at all.
Well, which begs a big question, Chuck. Who's the president now?
Well, whoever has been president for the past 4 years is who's president now. We don't know. Probably George Soros, I would guess. I don't know. Obama probably. I mean, he's probably out there. And all those people are going to be swept away if Trump wins. The Obamas, the Clintons, the Bushes, all of them will be gone. Finally, relegated to the sewers of history where they belong.
Well, let's talk about the Bushes for a minute. Interesting case. I always hated them, but certainly GW was masquerading as a Republican successfully enough to win twice. Okay.
Right.
Now, why the hell didn't he just go off into the sunset, tell his damn family to shut up, and his legacy, such as it is, would have been preserved? But when his daughters and his wife come out in favor of Harris, and I don't believe GW is in favor of Harris. He's kept pretty quiet on that.
Yeah.
But what was what was the point? What good did that do for those endorsements? You know,
Well, I think that Bush has been affected by the same forces that affected Blackmun that Nixon talked about. They are blackballed, they're hated, they're denounced, they can't hold their head up at social events, they've been uninvited, they can't go to church probably without holding their head up. And I think that got to them. I think Bush has had, I mean, there was things got pretty ugly for Bush particularly in that final year. I mean, I remember that they revved up that hate machine
yeah.
that was pretty tough. And I don't think that the Bushes are set up for that. I mean, they're like, they're country club, people were like denouncing them. So I think that has a lot to do with Bush. I think that his daughters, one of whom is in the media, I think she's on NBC, I think, they want to be part of the beautiful people. They want to be invited to the fancy parties and the dinners, and they want to see.
It's funny, Chuck. What I often ask people is real life more like high school or college? And of course, the answer is high school. And I mentioned this in my latest piece. Why are all these celebrities lining up for Harris? All right, the younger ones, the people on the way up, I understand they have to be part of the cabal.
Exactly.
But Harrison Ford.
Oh my God! What a
Harrison Ford, 84 years old. He's never going to make another movie.
I know he's a washed up.
Than God. So, what's the point?
What's the deal with him? He's a washed up actor, and he's now coming out. It's just, and Schwarzenegger is one of the worst. Oh my God! I mean,
he
really?
was. Now that was. I think something happened to him because this was a scuttlebutt going around California when he was governor. That he was ruined by Maria, who was a true believing Democrat. In fact, the funny, and again.
Plus, he stuck with the babysitter, putting that aside.
Yeah.
I mean,
there were the story that went around that I thought was hilarious, and I'm sure is true, is when Maria Shriver was in college. I don't think I ever mentioned this on the show before. She was staying in some dorm or whatever, and she happens to encounter some fellow student.
Right.
Well, yeah, I just got a new car, and the payment's a little high. I hope we're going to be able to do it. Maria turns to her and says, "Payments? People buy cars on payments?" And
oh yeah, well, talk about silver spoon in her mouth growing up.
Yeah, well, a silver spoon and brain dead.
Yes,
I know a lot of rich people, and they're not that stupid about common man things like that. Unless they've been sheltered their entire life.
well, I mean, apparently Kennedy never carried a piece of change in his pocket.
No.
He would go out and people would have to pick up the check. He'd be at church, and when they passed the pew, the thing, he'd have to hit the guy next to him. Could you give me a 10 or something? Oh, by the way, we are live. You can join the conversation. 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. I see that Alex from the Donut Factory has just joined us on YouTube. Alex recently hosted me debating Dustin Nemos on his program. Really good debate. Alex, you're welcome to come on if you'd like. 508-637-5596. I'd like to hear from people about what they're seeing and hearing out in the field. Did you vote today? What was it like? What are the lines like? What are people saying? What's going on, especially in Pennsylvania?
Oh yeah.
Pennsylvania is almost turning into, it's almost a civil war.
Well,
I mean,
there was some thing with Cambria County, Pennsylvania, where they're not going to have to keep it open till 10 p.m. I understand.
Yeah, but now they're not. I mean, they've already tried to. They only put like 2 or 3 people in there. There is a war going on in that state. They just had somebody's reporting. I mean, the Gateway Pundit, that people are in line for hours, and these buses are showing up with people who don't speak English, and being done by this radical leftist group who hired them. And they're being ushered into the front of the line to vote, and they don't even know their name. They can't even have a name listed there. So, they are they're trying to pull it off in Pennsylvania. I know that we have a very good street team there. I mean, I don't know if they're going to overcome it. I mean, you've got Scott Pressler is out there. Jack Posobiec is out there. He's from Pennsylvania. You got teams of people. Charlie Clerk is out there from Turning Point America. I mean, there are people, we're not taking Pennsylvania for granted. There's a huge team of people crisscrossing that state and watching everything. And I think that the Republican National Committee, they've had their problems, but it's a hell of a lot better than it was under Ronna McDaniel. Now they have hired hundreds, if not thousands, of lawyers who are ready, just like Youngkin did in Virginia.
Yeah, that was brilliant.
Oh yeah, I mean they're ready. If you see anything, drop a dime, call the Republican National Committee, and they'll have a lawyer on that thing immediately. They've got teams of thousands of poll workers, people watching the counting rooms. Already, the corrupt, Soros-backed, Southern Poverty Law Center-backed Secretary of State Benson over in Michigan, that beautiful blonde woman, she has already tried to block people from going into the counting rooms and has failed. So, it's tough. I mean, those people.
Isn't this though? I mean,
they're going to stick a shiv in their back.
Isn't this good news in the sense that they realize they've got a street fight?
Yeah.
And the problem is they got a street fight against people that have already been bullied.
That's right. And they're not going to take any crap this time around.
Yeah.
People are like, they're just, we've been waiting for 4 years for this. And I just don't think that they're going to pull that. I mean, I feel encouraged by that. I just think that even with that, though, they're not going to roll over. They're not going to let this happen. I can't imagine it. Do you think that they've got something up their sleeve? I'm sorry, but I feel uneasy about it. They don't care. I mean, they didn't care last time. They don't care this time. They want to hold on to power. If they lose, they all could end up investigated and in jail, like they did to Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro. I can't wait to see them being called to testify before Congress. Let's see if they do it under oath. It's like they know they're in trouble. They're going to be investigated. There's going to be an investigation.
Here's a model for this. On the ridiculous deal with Trump and the loan with Deutsche Bank, when it came up to New York Supreme Court, the case started falling apart like a house of cards.
Yeah.
To the point that, and there's video on this, I found it very amusing that toward the end, the lawyers for the plaintiff were begging the judge, don't sanction us.
I saw that. He looked like he was about to cry.
Yeah.
He's like, I have a family. I have supporting.
Yeah. So I think that you're going to see some rats leave the sinking ship. I think you're going to get some tell-alls.
There's already a whistleblower, by the way, in Detroit, a young black man who is saying that they're stealing it in Detroit, just like they did last time. They're putting names out. They're creating fictional people and voting those people. I don't know if there's any way to overcome that completely, because once a vote is cast, it's done, which is why I think that probably they'll hold on to Michigan. I mean, it's just too corrupt.
I'll tell you the way to overcome it in the future is you put these people in prison that are doing this.
Well, that's right. And we should tell people, and I think the Republicans have done a good job, even with commercials. If you cheat and you're caught, that's a felony. You're going to go to jail. If you're an illegal alien and you get caught, you're going to be deported.
Compare this to the early years of the internet, where people were hacking. Remember this? And isn't that cute? He hacked into the public school web server, changed the grades, how clever. And it was,
Mm-hmm.
oh, isn't this a little thing? And
prank.
then you get wrist slap. But now, no, it's a
No,
big
you
deal.
go to jail
They
for this.
come down on these people. And I think that I have always said that the only reason that California became deep blue was massive, massive voter fraud after 2011.
Oh yeah, I mean they put people on the. No, I think they've done it by putting illegal aliens' names on the ballot, and they and voting those names, even if they don't know they're being voted. You know, I don't even blame them. I mean, it's just.
You're exactly right. And it was the Republicans did it to themselves because they had a chance to stop this and nip this in the bud, so to speak, with Bob Dornan's campaign against Loretta Sanchez, and they didn't. And they
By the way,
didn't.
we have somebody texting me from Flanders in Belgium, Victoria Perfidum. You're welcome to join the conversation. Send a message and I'll read it over the air, or you can call 508-637-5596, 508-637-5596. We are live here. We're talking about the election. We're talking about what's happening on the street. If you voted, I want to hear about it. Have you seen anything, heard anything? What are you seeing out there, wherever you happen to be in this country, if you're listening? One thing I will say that is, if Trump wins, God willing, I intend to really start getting into doing this show. I've been demoralized by, look, TikTok already has taken me off just 5 minutes in. I think that since the censorship regime started to crack down, but I think that that's going to lift. That's one of the positive things about a victory by Trump. This Nazi-like censorship regime is going to take a major hit. They're not going away, but they're not going to get away with what they've done. They're not going to censor legitimate opposition to their political radical point of view. And I think that, the rest of the world, people are praying that Trump wins. I've talked to a few people about that. I attended on the Sukkah holiday. I actually attended a Sukkah celebration in Manhattan.
Did you have a Sukkah in your home?
No, that's a bigger deal. I don't do that, but I did it actually last year. We did it, but we went to a major one in New York. My daughter lives in New York, and a lot of French Jews were there. They're visiting their children who are going to college, and I spoke with several of them, and they're like, "We are praying for Trump. Vote for Trump." They even said it to my wife, and my wife said, you actually make a case. I would not listen to my husband, of course, but you make a case. Maybe I very well might. She doesn't. But I'm just saying that they were very passionate about it.
Well, they should be. The country has been overridden.
Yeah.
And
overridden by anti-French foreigners who, and in Europe,
anti-French and anti-Semitic. Let's not kid ourselves.
Oh yeah, definitely. And in Europe, it's a bigger problem than here. But that could be us, where you have an influx of large numbers of people who are not interested in assimilating into your country, but who are creating their own nationalism within your country. Now, I don't think that's happened here. By the way, the Muslim community in Dearborn, pro-Trump.
Oh, yeah.
The Somali community in Minneapolis, pro-Trump. They've come out. Thank God for them. Thank God for the Muslims. Thank God for the Palestinians and for the Somalis. Get out and vote. They basically said.
Isn't that an interesting turn? Isn't that an interesting turn?
Well, they want to have peace. In fact, Rashida Tlaib, right, who came to office in her first public statement said, "I'm going to screw Trump, that mother effer," and using that word. Remember that? I know. She's not coming out and endorsing Harris because she knows that her constituents are endorsing Trump. So that could tip Michigan. That really could. If the Muslims of Dearborn come out and vote for Trump, Dearborn, Michigan has the biggest Muslim population in the Western Hemisphere.
Well, the interesting thing about Dearborn, because I was born in Detroit.
Yeah.
And you have to be my age to remember this. Dearborn then, first of all, no Jews,
Right.
no blacks. But then they started, they didn't have on their membership sheet anything against Arabs. And they came in and within a very short time became the dominant demographic in Dearborn. But it completely changed. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
the old mayor,
My understanding is that Henry Ford wanted to hire Muslims to work in the factory back in the 1920s because they had a reputation for not drinking, and he thought they'd make very good employees. So he actually sent agents to Beirut and to Damascus to recruit Muslims to come to Detroit to work. So that was
right.
the beginning.
There weren't that many living there then.
Sure. But they're all voting for Trump because they believe in traditional values. I think that they're probably also, quite frankly, misogynists. They don't like women in positions of power, which is, I'm not endorsing that, but that's just
Well, that'll work this time. Okay.
yeah. I mean, that's just a reality. That happens to be a street thing. Steve Bannon has not talked about his prison experience. He says he's going to get into it after the election. He's completely focused on the election. He's doing an incredible job. Check out the War Room Pandemic. It's really, he goes into each state. He gets into it, brings in the right people. The one thing he did mention about his prison experience was that he said that while he was there, he was giving these seminars in the rec room, these civics lessons, and that they were hugely popular. People were lining up to go. These are prisoners. Most of whom are Black or Hispanic, and that this may seem anecdotal, but he said they despise Harris because they all know that when she was Attorney General in California, she kept prisoners, but the majority of whom were Black men, in prison longer than their sentence required. They could have gotten an early release because she wanted to have cheap labor for her leftist support, the leftist supporters of the Democratic Party out there, who, I mean, this is, they're going to have slavery practically, and they know this, and they despise her for it, and they love Trump because of the First Step Act. The First Step Act, Trump worked personally on that and getting that across. The result was that upwards of 10,000 prisoners, predominantly Black men, were released from prison for misdemeanors, for like having a nickel bag of marijuana, really small crimes. And that he promised to do more. So, that's I think Black men are not supporting Harris. They hate Harris. And I think Hispanic.
That's exactly right. She made her bones, such as it is, by going with tremendous and stupid zeal on relatively minor drug cases, putting tons of primarily Black men in prison.
Yeah.
To put more notches in her belt. And she was very emblematic of the cartel of the criminal justice system, which is horribly corrupt. It just exists to prosecute drug offenses, to enrich defense lawyers, and keep incompetent judges on the bench. It's a whole mess, and she was a big part of it, being involved in the largest state in pursuing that. So I don't really know what her bona fides are, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she has not once talked about anything other than being, quote, Black and female.
Right.
She's not talked about a single accomplishment, of which she doesn't have any, in her entire career. And
exactly.
So the only reason to vote for her is if you really hate Trump beyond all reason.
Mm.
But do you really hate Trump enough to put her?
I think people are tired of the Trump hatred. I mean, they're going to still have their hardcore cult Trump derangement cult. That's going to be there. But I think
And
that,
you're never going to change those people.
and who
So,
cares? I mean, I think the numbers for them have eroded. It's becoming, most people are just getting sick and tired of it week after week, year after year. And they're like, this is enough for me. I mean, how long can you sustain that kind of irrational hatred? I don't think people are buying it. They didn't buy the whole convicted felon thing. Everybody saw that they were persecuting a citizen. And then when Trump, of course, is like, he's a brilliant media person. Let's face it. I mean, he's like P.T. Barnum, and I mean that in the best sense. He knows how to work the crowd. I mean, coming out with the mug shot, right? You know, when he gets shot, standing up, fight, fight, fight. I mean, Trump has instincts in terms of how to be a public figure and how to inspire people. You know, the garbage truck, you know, these things, the McDonald's takeout window. He's brilliant. I mean, he really knows how to do the business of politics.
and
It reminds
contrast
me of-
that,
Yeah, I mean,
contrast
with Harris. I mean,
Harris, when there was a chant, Kamala, Kamala, and she said, okay, now everybody yelled their own name.
and everybody sat there in silence.
Yeah,
No,
it was
Trump
wonderful.
is like, it's like the novel The Last Hurrah, which is about Boston, Boston politics, and it showed this great skill that the fictional character had there. It was based on James Michael Curley, who was he actually won re-election while in prison because he garnered this. He knew how to work the public. I mean, he knew how to do things that would connect with people. And that's a great politician. Trump has that, and I think that's served him well. I think he's gotten
He's not
better at it.
corrupt like James Curley, but
Right. Well, James Curley, I mean, he had a few beans went in his pocket. Okay. But the point is that he also was a great populist, and he connected with people, and there are similarities. Trump doesn't need the money, but Curley was somewhat corrupt, although they probably went after him because he challenged the Protestant establishment at the time, which he was scathing. He called Saltonstall horseface. I mean, he and all these old Yankees who were running Boston. Curley was, in a way, it is similar to Trump. I mean, in a way, and he was a memorable figure. My grandparents loved Curley, because I mean,
Curley is the guy that originated the notion of having ethnic groups dominate the city so the WASP would move out.
which they
And-
did, except
Yes.
Beacon Hill. But he pushed them all out. I mean, John Kerry was like one of the last Yankees left, and maybe Bill Weld when he was governor. I mean, they were the last of the breed, and they were not the best ones either. But but no, Curley was a brilliant politician, and I think that there are similarities with him and Trump. And he got a lot done for the city. It was amazing. Anyway.
Well, that was the model in a sense for Richard Daley, right? That you can
Right.
be corrupt, but things have to work.
As long as you get something done, I mean, people are
Yeah.
willing to turn a blind eye. Everybody knew Curley was, making a few bucks on the side,
Yeah.
but he didn't hurt anybody, and he meant well. And with Trump, he doesn't need to be corrupt. He made his money already. Believe me, if Trump had a shred of corruption, that would have been front page week after week. They haven't found that. Instead, you have some corrupt judge saying that he claimed that Mar-a-Lago was worth $18 million. Show how ignorant he is. I mean, Mar-a-Lago is worth $300 million at least. The parking lot next to Mar-a-Lago is worth $18 million. I mean, just to show how rotten that and corrupt that legal system is. That hasn't worked. We don't even need to talk about that. People have forgotten about that. That's dead.
Well, in a sense, I'm glad they forgot about it
Oh yeah.
because this was supposed to be a big strategy. This idea of worshiping authority in general. I mean, when Mandy Cohen, and this has to sink in, of the CDC comes out a week ago saying you should get your COVID booster. it's like my head would explode, right? I mean, how can you keep this up? How
Yeah.
is it possible for you to keep this up? And here's the thing, they don't know anything different, right? That's what they do. But it isn't working. No one's getting these shots anymore. And why not? Well, because 60-something% of people did. A lot of them had side effects. Some of the side effects were horrific. And people thought, it's sad, but I can't trust public health anymore. Now, as one who was writing about public health for years, well, I had come to that conclusion a long time before that, the thing that made me write off public health was when they came out against vaping as a method to stop smoking. And then I realized this is so corrupt.
Oh,
and
that's
so
right.
stupid.
Well,
And-
we'll get RFK going in there with a scalpel and clean up that whole mess. He's one of America's preeminent environmentalists. He has a record as a lawyer of winning cases against the big pharma and against environmental violators, and that's a great thing. I mean, I think that he could bring in a lot of people from the old left, right?
I think you're right, because people that have opened their eyes, seeing,
people, as they say, they've been red pilled.
yeah, well, but it's red pilled in a good way, in the sense that, I think I mentioned this last time, that my oldest son said, like, what the hell is wrong with Republicans? Why have things gotten this bad? And I said, well, the first thing is, look at who these so-called Republican presidents were, going as far back as you want. After Calvin Coolidge, you have Ronald Reagan, and then Trump. None of these, they're all rhinos.
They all are. They're Me Too presidents.
Lyndon Wilkie, Thomas Dewey.
Yeah.
And let's face it, Eisenhower lucked out because Robert Taft, well, he didn't die before the election, but he was as good as dead.
Yeah.
So they never put up anybody. Barry Goldwater they put up, who was subject to pretty nasty campaign rhetoric from LBJ and company. Remember with that famous
the Daisy commercial. He vote for Barry Goldwater, he's going to blow up the world.
Yeah.
I mean, in a way, they're trying that against Trump. He's going to be like Hitler. We're going to have Nazis. And they showed the Madison Square Garden rally, and they showed the Hitler rally. I mean, talk about ugly. I mean, it hasn't worked for them though. People aren't buying it. It's like the boy who cried wolf. You can just do it so many times, and eventually you're going to be ignored. They're not. No one's paying any attention. It's like, here they go again, the latest hoax. It's just they're not. It has no traction.
Well, it has no traction. But then I point out, who was stupid enough to come up with that anyway?
The Hitler thing.
That's
Well, I mean, they've
bothers
called every Republican a fascist, going all the way back to Eisenhower. That's nothing new, but they've gone a little too far this time.
Who thought that it would resonate to compare a rally in 2024 to one in 1939? What does that have to do with you?
And they went in all in with that. I mean, you had the lead up to it, and it just didn't fly. Nobody bought that.
But Chuck, what was the point? All right,
maybe they thought they could rally their own supporters. They thought this reflects the very base of the Democratic left.
But what's the analogy? The fact that it would, first of all,
I mean, it's ridiculous. It's completely fabricated. It's an utter lie. There's no analogy, but I think they're doing it because they want. It's like a dog whistle to their reporters.
Yeah,
they're going to drum up, try to get people out to the polls. You have to stop Trump. He's going to be like Hitler, And it hasn't worked. It hasn't worked among Jews either, by the way. Trump, I predict, is going to get a big percentage of Jews. I think especially in Philadelphia, and the governor there, who happens to be Jewish, that being Josh Shapiro, I don't think he's showing all that much energy in terms of helping.
No, I was going to say that. I think you're being polite here.
Yeah, I think that he's
very actively doing nothing
Exactly.
because he got screwed. And
Yeah, he doesn't have any interest in it. Plus, he actually is popular there, and he doesn't. He can see that Harris.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like any other Democratic politician. He's moving away from her like a Chesapeake Bay crab.
Yeah.
You know, they're like going sideways.
Yeah.
They don't want to be associated with her. She's like, it's like what happened. I talked about this last time. What ultimately happened to Michael Dukakis. They're going to move away. They don't want to be seen with them. This person doesn't exist. I have nothing to do with this.
I
figure.
think Shapiro is thanking God that he didn't get picked by her.
He bit the bullet on that one.
Yeah.
And he'll be around for another round, and he's fine. But so anyway, if anybody would like to report on anything that they're seeing out there, we're still live here. We're going to wrap it up soon, but you can call in 508-637-5596, 508-637-5596. This is the most important election in American history. It's as important as the election of George Washington, going all the way back. I mean, this is this is monumental in terms of which direction this country is going to go. You have, domestically, you have somebody who wants to come in and stop this crazy, inflation, which is leading America into like Banana Republic territory. Internationally, we're on the verge of World War III. I think that it's now being reported that Ukraine is collapsing. They have maybe about a few more months left. They've run out of men. They've run out of ammunition, and they're losing. And if Trump's elected, he's going to find a formula for peace there. He's going to bring Putin and
This is a
Zelensky.
live show, folks, and I think I have to answer the door.
Okay.
But take a Chuck for a minute.
Okay. He's going to bring Putin and Zelensky into a room somewhere, probably Camp David, and he's going to force them to come up with a peace and stop the war, stop the killing, stop the fighting. If Harris gets in, God forbid, there's going to be a nuclear war because that's what they've always wanted. I mean, there's now video out which shows that Biden actually gave Putin a green light to invade Ukraine because they wanted this war. They wanted to create this perpetual war because it benefits the arms dealers. It benefits the internationalists who rely on this constant warfare to weaken resolve to develop sovereignty in the world. And that's what they're up to. So we're going to have war. It's probably going to be nuclear. There'll be nuclear missiles hitting Boston and New York. And it's going to be a complete world war if she wins. Whereas Trump is going to bring peace. Same thing with Israel. Trump will end that friggin' war. He will force both sides to the table. The Israelis are going to have to make painful concessions to the Palestinians, but there will be peace. Biden released something like, it now turns out to be $850 billion in monies that had been retained by Jimmy Carter going way back to Iran. They immediately funneled it into Hezbollah and the Houthis and Hamas, which then invaded Israel with that terrible genocidal invasion.
Why did he do that?
Because they believe in perpetual war for perpetual peace. That's why. The policy that was mentioned by historian Charles Austin Beard back in the 1920s, who, by the way, was attacked for being an anti-Semite. They tried to destroy his reputation. He was a great man, not an anti-Semite. No, they want to create war in the world. I just was mentioning that it's now come out, this video that shows this, that Biden gave Russia and Putin a green light to invade Ukraine. They want war because they want to, weaken the world. They want to have, the arms dealers, the internationalists. They want to have this perpetual state of war.
Well, here's a good question for you. What happened to all the peaceniks, the Democrats, the lefties from the 60s, all the anti-war types?
Some of them are coming home, like the RFK crowd. I mean,
Yeah, all right.
Some of them are waking up. It may not be too late. Probably most of them are gone. But they, there is some, I think there has been some awakening of people to this internationalist illuminated agenda that seeks to weaken sovereignty, to weaken the United States, and to turn us into a province of the world. That's why they're inflating the dollar. That's why they're engaging in international war. That's why they're telling municipalities that men can be women and women can be men. This is all part of this bigger agenda. And Trump is openly and articulately countering it. To me, it'll be a miracle if he wins. It'll be an event that proves that there is a God. It almost makes me want to become Christian.
Hey, you know,
I mean, I don't know.
the greatest Jew of all time, maybe.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, I only say that because it makes me become a believer in God in all of the forms. It's just something miraculous.
Here's something to think about on this military-industrial complex, the term created by Eisenhower on his 1961 farewell address. I'm thinking that he developed a lot of guilt feelings at that point, that he was part of this massive cabal of death and destruction, which, okay, worked out well for the U.S. maybe, but he could see it was not ending. And it was
I
Korea.
agree. I mean, I think that he did decide to spill a few beans at the final moments of his administration. He waited for the evening before he left office, and JFK was sworn in.
Literally the 11th hour.
Yeah,
I mean,
and he also said more than that. If you look at that speech, he also talked about big pharma and the biological industrial complex. I mean, there's a lot there that he got into, and he's not the only one. I mean, there were other people in the establishment. I mean, we've talked about Michael J. Glennon and his book, The Double Government. I mean, C. Wright Mills, the sociologist, wrote The Power Elite. It's all about that. There were other people who have tried to blow the whistle, not just Trump and the deep state, talking about the deep state. And that this is a rotten establishment that's been with us since time immemorial. It's nothing new. And it's always been a struggle by people to bring back sovereignty under God and not under the state. I mean, this was the Protestant ethos of the Puritans who founded Boston. Boston is really the cradle of liberty. They brought in the idea that, and it was definitely anti-Catholic, it was anti-Jewish too, probably, that sovereignty comes from God, who is the great sovereign, and that he grants a limited degree of sovereignty to the individual under God, and that the state exists as a vehicle to protect and to preserve those God-given rights. This was the ethos of the Founding Fathers. This was the ethos that was captured by Jefferson in the Declaration of Independence. This is the political philosophy and the religious philosophy of America. It's a Puritan country. We believe in this concept. Catholics and Jews also have become slightly Protestantized as Americans. It's not the same as it is in other countries.
Well,
Because
tell
that's what we are.
when Eisenhower, confessed in 1961,
Yes.
why has it taken so long, and why did it take a guy that was completely outside the system before more people woke up?
Because they control the media. That's why. You've got Walter Cronkite. You've got them. They've been able to, kind of like, manage what we know and what we don't know, what we see and what we don't see. They really have to a large degree, and they do so less now. There have been great figures who have stood up. I don't know. I mean, I'm a fan of Pat Buchanan. I don't know if you like his books, but he's somebody who who threw out some ripples. Nixon was not completely on board with it, which is why he was, I think, removed from office. Reagan was not totally on board with it, which is why he was shot. And there have been people who have been at least willing to stand up to somewhat to this. Rush Limbaugh, the late Rush Limbaugh, he didn't go so far as to like completely expose everything he knew, because he knew that they'd pull the plug on him in about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
But talking between the lines, he made a big difference in terms of bringing people to a more conservative consciousness, an awareness of the American values. He really did. I mean, but he worked within the system because he wanted to maintain. It's kind of it is a compromise. He had huge influence. He had the biggest show in the world, really. They used to listen to it clandestinely in Havana.
Yeah.
And he was there for decades doing that show. Huge difference. But he did play ball to a certain extent with the illuminated establishment. But he pushed the edges, and that's what you have to do. I mean, I don't do it, you don't do it. But if you reach that level of influence, you kind of have to an extent. I'm sure Trump does to an extent. But within that context, you can still move things inexorably toward individual freedom under God, toward the existence of an objective body of moral and ethical values that come from Sinai. You can move things in that direction. The founding fathers understood it, and that was almost a miracle, the fact that there were so many of them that did. And they didn't always agree on everything, but they did embrace this American system. And, ever since then, this country being a microcosm, we have struggled to realize the true, as Martin Luther King said, the true nature of our creed. But in a sense, America's, as a microcosm, you can expand it and look at the entire human experience as the macrocosm. We have been struggling to realize our own individual potential since the days of Adam and Eve. I mean, it's not new. And that, it's every generation we have to struggle to advance. And we've made major strides in this country, especially. So anyway, Mike.
Well, there you go.
So get out and vote. And as the Irish in Boston used to say, vote early and vote often. and please, pray for this country and pray for our future. There's so much at stake. If Trump doesn't win, I mean,
no, and let me put a final historical perspective on this. All right. Consider how consequential the election was of 1912 when Wilson came in.
Great
Transformed the country, and no one's looking back at this point. All right. That's where all this left-wing stuff came from, and it just marched on and on.
That's a great example, because that year, the entire country changed.
Yeah.
Wilson was an open and self-avowed socialist, and that we've never been the same since.
He was an open and self-avowed racist, too.
Oh, yeah. And he was an internationalist. He got us involved in World War I, which is unnecessary. He basically embedded the United States into this international agenda. He was very open about it, and there were people around him who were even more open about it, like Edward Mandell House, who actually who coined the phrase New World Order.
Yeah.
And he did it. He got in there through trickery. I mean, they convinced Teddy Roosevelt, who I think was a great man, but he had some weaknesses. He had an ego, to come in and run, as a bull moose, and that split the vote so that Wilson could be snuck in. They implemented the income tax. They implemented a reform so that the Senate would no longer be appointed by the states, which removed state power. They reduced the size of the U.S. House. They implemented the first social experiment, which was prohibition, right? The federal government should have no role in whether our people drink. They implemented World War.
Part of all this is he was an unmitigated disaster, and the election of that guy changed the course of the United States, and not for the better.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he implemented, as part of the Income Tax Act, you had exemptions for foundations and nonprofits.
That's the only way they could get it through.
Yeah, the multi-billionaires could park their money and use it to influence our politics, buy politicians, hire their layabout children for fat jobs, create this aristocracy in this country, this informal aristocracy. David Horowitz from the Horowitz Center has done a good job of writing about that. And just generally speaking, it's been a shift in sovereignty from the individual to the state. It's a big subject, maybe too big to get into, but you bring it up very well, Mike.
But right now, if you haven't voted,
Yeah.
you got to vote.
You bring it up well because that is what can happen. There can be a major change in the way we see ourselves, the way we govern ourselves by who is elected. It does matter. It's significant. That's a good example in 1912. We can't
That's
let
right.
that happen again. Anyways, Mike, I'll talk to you next week, and God bless America. Get out and vote. Let's not have any illusions.
Out and vote.
Thank you. All right.
right.
Mike, take care.
See everybody next time.
And good afternoon. Charles Moskowitz here. Steve Turley is my guest of this segment. Steve is internationally recognized scholar, speaker, and classical guitarist. He is a professor in theology, Greek, and rhetoric. Steve, thanks for joining me.
Well, it's my pleasure, Charles. Thank you for having me.
And Steve, you certainly have a gangbuster of a YouTube channel going. I've been watching it. Very, very good.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Now, you bring up a very interesting premise in that you seem to believe that we are entering into a, you might say, renaissance of Western Judeo-Christian culture in the United States and maybe around the world. And I think you peg that to the, not to the pandemic itself, but that the pandemic is an opportunity to advance such culture. So talk a little bit, if you will, about your premise there.
Yeah, thanks for that, Charles. Yeah, so what I saw prior to the pandemic were a number of dynamics that scholars tend to call post-security politics. It's a very interesting term. The nation state that's got structured, and not to get too nerdy, but the nation state that got structured around the 17th century, that really in many respects, like Yoram Hazony, the Israeli scholar, argues, was more or less modeled after sort of a biblical cartography, so the Israelites, the Hittites, the Canaanites, the Egyptians. Well, prior to the 17th century, in many respects, the world was kind of run by empires and imperial structures. And after sort of the fall of the Holy Roman Empire, we started breaking up into what we now know as the nation state. And there were three advantages to the nation state. We had a sense of border security, so we could stay safe from marauders, We had a sense of economic security, so we can find jobs and provide for our families. And we had a sense of cultural security so that our religions, our customs, our traditions could be celebrated and revered and give our lives a sense of meaning so we can flourish as human beings. What globalism has done over, say, the last 4 decades or so, what scholars have noticed is it's smashed those three securities. It's opened up our borders into basically a borderless world. It's instituted what's known as an economic global division of labor, where manufacturing and industry has been shipped away from first world nations to so-called third world nations, China being the primary beneficiary of it. So we've lost all our manufacturing, and it tends to replace our customs, cultures, traditions with lifestyle values. Increasingly, proponents of globalism see our cultures, customs, traditions as hateful, as bigoted, as discriminatory, and the like. So, in the face of all that, there's been a massive backlash, and that backlash is going on all over the world, where populations are increasingly re-embracing their borders, their economic manufacturing base, and their cultures, customs, and traditions as mechanisms of resistance against globalization. And in many respects, this pandemic is only, well, in frankness, it's hastening both dynamics. It's hastening the craziness that we see with globalists and their autocratic tendencies. but it's also hastening and intensifying the blowback against that. Everybody now is closing their borders. Everybody wants to bring manufacturing back home and the like.
Mm-hmm. You know, it seems to me that the portrayal of the idea of the nation state and national sovereignty involves a major case of psychological projection on the part of those who advocate globalism, because the nation state is a very progressive institution. It's one that evolved over thousands of years, and it's one that, as you say, it protects a culture, it protects property, it protects. It's natural to a nation to protect the life and the safety of its citizens and their futures. I mean, it goes back to the Bible, really, and when they began to develop national borders after mankind tried to overthrow God in heaven at the Tower of Babel. You developed different languages, different cultures, different nations, and then the Bible, the Torah, goes on to give very specific borders for the nations and for all of the individual tribes of Israel. So the whole concept emerged. It's not new, and it's something that has advanced. And I think the greatest advancement in the great progression of the nation state was the development of the United States.
Yeah.
In that we have, we are the first nation to really embrace the biblical idea that rights come from God and not from the state, that we're created in the image of God. We're not God. And that as such, we have a limited sovereignty that we derive from God. And then we give a state certain powers that protect and defend those rights. It's not, the state isn't the supreme, which is, of course, a biblical idea, but it's a radical idea. And it's an idea that was patented by the founding fathers of this republic. So, I think that the pandemic brings to fore the necessity for things like property. And now we're protecting our own private properties more from this dread disease that is banging at the door. Nation, exactly. And that the nation is protecting itself by limiting people coming into the country because they might have the disease. And I think that even the European Union, which is very globalist, as you say, they've begun to protect their borders because that's what you do naturally. I mean, the animal kingdom understands this. A bird understands this. Try to interfere with the bird's nest and see what happens. Dogs understand it. Go too close to a dog and see what happens. The idea of the nation state or the idea of the individual property is a natural thing. It's kind of hardwired into us, and this movement to erase it and to try to claim that it's anachronistic or something is actually an unnatural development.
In many respects, what we're seeing now is simply a deference to the very nationalist, populist, America First policies that Trump had been implementing for the past 3 years. If I told you, say 6 months ago, that a North American leader of a North American nation, whose last name starts with TRU, has closed all his borders, has instituted a travel ban from Europe, China, you name it, in an effort to seal those borders, you would be shocked that I told you that one would be a fellow by the name of Trudeau. But it's exactly what's happened. Even globalists are behaving like Pat Buchanan right now. Even globalists are adopting this nationalist populism, and the whole idea of the supply chain of farming out our manufacturing for pharmaceuticals to China, that's dead. That ain't coming back anytime soon, that's for sure. Right. You have Macron and France talking about bringing back industry to France. Japan has done the same thing as well, as starting to bring back their industry away from China. They start to see it as all economic nationalists do. They see the economy as a national security issue. We are a nation with an economy. We're not an economy that happens to be a nation that bows to it all the time. That's the very globalistic structure. And it's stunning. They did a study even before the pandemic. Breitbart talked about it, and they found that over 70% of the American public, when you polled them and asked them pointed questions that were reflective of an America First nationalist populist agenda, 70% of Americans agreed with it. The biggest, the single most conservative demographic, racial demographic on border security are African Americans. They have one of the highest they have one of the high. Yeah, do you mind? Sorry, my phone is.
No, that's all right.
They have one of the highest rejections of immigration of any population, and of course because they're adversely affected by, especially illegal immigration with entry-level jobs.
Well, labor and minorities have always had an interest in reducing immigration because it cheapens the value of labor, and it cuts back on opportunities for minorities who are trying to get a place at the table, so to speak.
Right.
And I think that we can see from the situation that a nation state has the right to decide who enters the national home in the same way that you and I have a right to decide who enters our private home. It is a normal, natural thing. It's a good thing. You don't have to explain it. It's just one of the basic building blocks of any nation. I mean, you try to enter into a communist country. I mean, if you're not wanted. I mean, it's sort of, the left is now criticizing Trump because they say he didn't do enough in terms of stopping flights from China in the early stages of the pandemic. They're saying, oh, you still let people in. Well, hello, they were citizens. And that at the time, I remember they were screaming about the fact that, oh, he doesn't like Chinese men and women.
Right.
That's
it's called xenophobia. Yeah.
Exactly. So it's all very situational for them.
Yeah.
But the fact is that, it's just a normal, natural thing for any sovereign nation to do. These are the functions of sovereign nations. And I think it does certainly put globalism on its heels. The latest thing I'm hearing is that now, it's sort of a last-ditch, desperate attempt by the globalists that anyone who criticizes globalism, this is a euphemism for anti-Semitism. Yeah. Hello, I happen to be Jewish, putting that aside, but as a Jew, I mean, Israel is a sovereign nation. I mean, the United States. I mean, this isn't an anti-Jewish thing. It's are Jews supposed to be globalists? Some of them are, some of them aren't. But this isn't something that is inherent in Jewish understanding at all. If anything, it's the nation state is the primary idea.
Exactly. And again, Yoram Hazony has been one of the major voices in that, a wonderful, wonderful scholar. He runs the National Conservative conferences. They just had theirs in Rome right before the pandemic. And of course, they had all those horrible anti-Semites like Viktor Orban and the like speaking there, as they're all, of course, laughing at such an assessment. Yeah, one of the funny things, there's some scholarship on this now, where they're finding that, in point of fact, people like Geert Wilders and a number of nationalist populists in Europe are extremely pro-Israel because they see the danger of Islam, and because Islam, in many respects, the Brazilian philosopher Olavo de Carvalho actually argues we have three globalisms going on right now. So the first globalism is the one we're all familiar with, the Western liberal globalism. That tends to be very economically driven. Then you have the Chinese globalism, which of course is Marxist driven, and that's getting hit hard as we speak. Thank God for that. But then you also have a religious globalism, which is the Islamic globalism, particularly via Iran. And their expansionist tendencies. They want to take over the world. They haven't been able to figure out how to do it. But nevertheless, nationalist populists in Europe tend to recognize that. And they tend to see Israel as a beacon. And of course, Israel's probably, when all said and done, the most nationalist nation on the planet right now. In many respects, the commentators are saying the left doesn't even exist in Israel. The best they have is a center. The best is the white and blue party that just got formed. I mean, Likud is your consensus party, and then of course you have all the orthodox third parties, as it were. There's not even a left anymore, really, in Israel. So the nationalist populist right, particularly Trump, of course, have looked at Israel as actually inspiration in the midst of all this, especially as they're trying to fight their particular globalist enemy, which is militant Islam.
Right, and I think that Israel has always reached out an olive branch of peace to Arab and Islamic countries, saying, you know, we're an example of a nation that has created our own sovereignty. We got rid of the British occupiers, and we want to urge you to do the same for your own respective nations. So, you know, now you have Trump coming into office, and he's using some of the same rhetoric, of course, that was used by the Bushes and by Obama and Clinton, except he means it. And everyone knows that they didn't. They were full of it. They were just saying it for the bubbas, you know. He talked about, you know, protecting the borders, and he's doing it. He talked about better trade relations with foreign countries, and he's doing that. And economic relations that favor the United States and our labor and our industry, and he's doing that. So that, to me, is the thing that is leading the globalists to really take a very strong-fisted attempt to have him removed from office. And that includes several attempts at impeachment. I think there might be more coming down the pike. I mean, I pray for Trump. This is the enemies of Trump are the enemies of our sovereign nation right now. And I think we need to understand that. And I say the same thing to liberals who may not be aware of this, and even leftists who are not cognizant of it, because we all have a life in this country. We all have a family, and we want to have a future. And do we want to have that future under our own? I mean, it's sovereign nation. That's democratic. You know, that means that you as an individual, as a community, have more say and more control over your own life and destiny, not some foreign, unelected, you know, faceless bureaucracy that's either in the form of an international form of governance or an international corporate form of governance. It doesn't matter. The point is that they have to be held accountable by a constitution and by elected officials who we elect to represent our interests.
It's so interesting because even Bill Maher, you know, an ultra leftist like Bill Maher, recognizes that if you actually want to have a conversation, a deep, meaningful political conversation, cultural conversation, you have to go to the right. The left is almost, it seems, incapable of doing that today, particularly the media, the mainstream, I like to call Marxist media. If you want to have a reasonable conversation, John Stossel found this out, Stossel being very libertarian. So being a libertarian, you know, he's very liberal in many things, also conservative in others. He found liberals shocked and absolutely, you know, offended by the things he was saying, whereas conservatives are like, oh, that's interesting. Let's chat about that. That's why we have the talk radio everywhere. I mean, talk radio is by definition 99% conservative because we love reading and thinking and reflecting and then conversio, having a conversation, because we're not afraid. We have a sense that there's truth out there. We're all trying to get to it. And we're confident that we feel a certain, you know, sense that we're really pretty close to it here. And when you have an entire political movement that says no, and anything to the right of us is by definition taboo. It's by definition now going to be defined as hateful, bigoted, homophobic, anti-Semitic, xenophobic, and on. And therefore, it's to be dismissed, rejected, and excommunicated. The cancel culture. How is that even remotely democratic? How is that not the very authoritarianism they try to denounce us for? We're the ones who want democracy. We're the ones that want referendums. We are the ones who want more say over what happens in our nation. And we want to do it through conversation and a normal democratic discourse. So it's crazy, but that's why we get to have these great conversations.
That's right. I mean, it's a major case, again, of projection, because the left is very solitary and conformist in its views. Their arguments have more to do with degrees of how fast they want to go or personality disputes, but not on ideology. I mean, the ideology, whether they're conscious of it or not, tends to be the same. Their hatred for Trump is that he's actually challenging that view. And the hatred in the media, and you talk about this on your YouTube channel, Steve, and you do so quite eloquently. It is really unprecedented. It's really open to the point where they really are no longer professional. I mean, they'll do a story based upon one anonymous source, which is unthinkable before Trump. And then, of course, the next day when it's disproved, they then take it down and go on to the next one. And it's just this constant barrage. I mean, and the hatred is so palpable. I mean, I was listening to Michael Smerconish, who's a big time left of center radio talk show host in Philadelphia. He's been there for about 30 years. And early in the administration, when the atmosphere was almost like Frankensteinian, I mean, people were showing up with torches and the rage was just on the street. He made one mild comment that praised President Trump about something he had done. And it wasn't even a big deal. It was some technical thing. And he says, we have to give a little credit. And then he got such hate mail and people were going to boycott his sponsors. I mean, people that had been sponsoring him for 20 years. And it was so bad that he had to back down and he had almost like retracted. The atmosphere is like, it's like a carnival. And I think that it might have lessened a little bit because a lot of people, I mean, the average person who dislikes Trump is not like that. They have legitimate complaints. I get that. Or they don't like his personality. That's fine. But this derangement is something that I think what they're weighing and balancing now is how far do they want to go with that? Because if they expose it any further, it's going to sink them. So what do you see happening with the upcoming election? I mean, I'm actually very concerned, not just because of the pandemic, but because of the forces that have arrayed against Trump. I mean, these people aren't going to take no for an answer.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's, I think the way to situate the election, at least the way I'm doing it, is to have a healthy balance between recognizing we are in uncharted territory right now, especially with this pandemic, and we're going to have to see the economic fallout from it over the next few months. So we're going to have to see what's going on there, but also to look at it in terms of the patterns that have been pretty prevalent, certainly over the last 100 years of presidential elections. Now, for that, I tend to be very impressed with what's called the primary model by Helmut Norpoth of the University of Stony Brook, because it's an algorithm that has studied elections since 1912, which is the first year that the candidates had to go through a primary. And what he found is he found a pattern. The pattern he found is that the primary is the election in microcosm. So you look at the candidate who wins the most votes, particularly in the early primaries, you plug that data in to this algorithm, and then out comes the algorithm's determined winner. And he found it lined up with every single winner all the way up to 2016.
Wow.
I think there was one exception. I forget where that was, but that was the pattern. There was that's your ultimate poll, right? Your poll numbers. Who tends to win those elections? Who tends to win those elections are usually the incumbent. It's a twofold pattern. It's usually the incumbent. So if you've had the same party in power for 2 administrations, 9 times out of 10 we go to another party. It's we swing back and forth. Certainly since FDR and Truman, we've been doing that pendulum swing pretty consistently. Jimmy Carter was the one interruption with that. He had one term, and
also Bush Sr.
Well, Bush so what he says is Bush Sr. technically is the 3rd term of Reagan.
Oh, okay.
So Bush Sr. getting voted in was the disruption of it. That's the interesting thing. So you had 12 years of a Republican administration there. So you almost had a little bit of a going back to the FDR Truman era to a certain extent. So Trump had that going for him. And then when he ran the numbers for the primary, Trump is setting records in terms of voting turnout in Iowa, in the caucus, in New Hampshire. He got 3 times the amount that Obama got the last time an incumbent was running for re-election, 2012. So he ran the numbers for Biden versus Trump in terms of the primaries. And he gives, based on that, plus with the pendulum swing, he gives Trump a 91% chance of winning re-election. Now, he is saying this is unprecedented territory, but if it plays out the way it's been playing out for the last 100 years, we should see Trump in a blowout. We'll have to see. So I know what
What-
you mean. I'm with you 1,000%. I'm scared too. There's just so much going against him and everything like that. But Norpoth is standing by his prediction, and he was right in 2016. Yeah.
Did he do this before the pandemic?
So he did it before the pandemic, and then if you go to the website, it's primarymodel.com, he has a caution on there. He says, now that we had this outbreak, I'm going to be watching to see if there's a massive disruption in Trump's poll numbers. If he goes down to 15%, he'll probably say, all right, forget it. My primary model isn't going to be applicable to this anymore. So he's been watching the poll numbers. And of course, I mean, his polls go up and down, but of course, the Gallup polls have been pretty impressive. Trump has positioned himself as a wartime president, and his support among Republicans has remained absolutely solid. So his support among independents is around that 50%, 60% mark. So he seems to be doing, so Helmut Norpoth has since said, yeah. The one thing he said is the last thing we got to watch out for is just the economic data that comes out this summer. If we're going into this election with 20% unemployment, all bets are off. But if he can bring that back down, we can open up the country again, which you've noticed blue states don't want to do, interestingly enough.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I think they know it's going to really hinge on that.
Well, it's all very unknown because the situation is so unprecedented. And I guess the question is, are they going to be able to hang blame for this on Trump? Are they going to parrot the communist Chinese line and do that? I think that in my opinion, we should be grateful. And I pray to God that Trump's president during this thing, because if we had the liberals and the left in office, we'd probably have concentration camps right now for people who step off the lawn.
I can't even imagine.
Take a look at some of these states. I mean, like Oregon is now, moving the opening date up to August 1st. I mean, it's and they only have like a couple of hundred cases. So it's not. It does show the authoritarian nature here, and we could go through other states. My own state of Massachusetts actually has been somewhat moderate so far.
Okay.
I guess maybe because we have a Republican governor. I don't know, but it's not as bad as Michigan or as some of these other states where they're arresting people for going to church. So, I think that all of it, however, remains to be seen. I think that I don't want to sound too tin hat here, but I wonder if they're trying to damage the economy as a way to stop Trump. I mean, I know that sounds far-fetched, but given the lowness of this, I mean, impeaching him and doing all these other things, and all these, frankly, these conspiracies, I wouldn't put it past them. I mean, I just, my way of thinking, I mean, they'll do anything. So, because we're not talking just about Donald Trump. We're talking about, as we started, Steve, a global movement that is, which people are beginning to wake up. They're getting really woke, to use the term.
In a good way, right?
Yeah, in the real sense. And they're realizing that they want a government that protects their rights, not takes them away and decides to grant them on whim, and that they don't want to have this global entity that doesn't care about the individuals and the communities in their own nations. I mean, these things are basic common sense. And I think that the international community, what we talk about, the globalists, they don't want people to wake up to this, and they want to stop it. So I wouldn't put anything past them.
Right. No, I agree with you. I do. Unfortunately, I have to. I mean, just look what they tried to do to Brett Kavanaugh. I mean, that was insane.
And look what's happening now.
Yeah, I know. I know, that's the joke.
Elizabeth Warren, always a hypocrite. She's coming out.
Yeah, there you go, Elizabeth. And I'm from Connecticut, by the way. I'm a fellow New Englander as well. Yeah. So, I know. Be careful what you weaponize. It's always going to end up being used back against you. And that's. You just look at what they were willing to do to destroy in order to stop. And, well, I mean, it comes down to exactly what you said, Charles. You had a great distinction. We can disagree. We're all for disagreement. That's fine. It's derangement that we have an issue with.
Exactly. All right, Steve Turley, let my viewers and listeners know where they can read your excellent work, where they can see your excellent YouTube program.
They can go, so if they want to see just the whole panoply of stuff, go to turleytalks.com. It's my last name, T as in Tom, URLEY Talks, like TED Talks, turleytalks.com. And then just all you have to do on YouTube to check out the YouTube channel is just punch in Dr. Steve Turley. It'll take you right to the page.
All right, Steve, listen, I want to thank you for joining me this afternoon.
Thank you, Charles.
And we start recording on this one.
And if you need to take some time, take time.
No, we're ready to go.
Cool.
All right, Charles Moskowitz here, and my guest is Charlie Robinson, and Charlie is the author of this really interesting book, The Octopus of Global Control. Charlie, thanks for joining me.
Thanks for having me. Let's get into it, shall we?
Shall we? Why not? First of all, what led you to write this book?
Oh man. So it's funny because there should be some deep, complicated story about it all. But really what led me to write it was a very simple question. A conversation I had with my mom. I had discovered some new great conspiracy topic that I had gotten into, and I was filling her in on it. And she just, and she's always such a good sport, and she listened to me about these crazy things. And afterwards, she just said, "This is all great. You've got all this information about all these different topics. What are you going to do with it?" And I didn't have an answer. It never even crossed my mind that I had to do something with it. I just kind of, I just was compiling it in my head, and I was interested in the topics, but I never had any sort of plan. And after that question, I sort of, I just started thinking about it, and I thought, well, I could do a documentary. Well, I don't really have the background in film and all that. I could do a podcast. Well, I wasn't really at the point. I now have one, but at the time I wasn't really ready for that. And I just decided, well, I think I can write about it. I think I have a way of injecting my dark sense of humor into these dark topics. And I think I can find a way to make them, while still being respectful of how serious the topics are. I feel like I can do it in a way that also kind of makes it a little bit funny, because I've been inspired by guys like George Carlin and Bill Hicks and Joe Rogan and comedians, and Jon Stewart, that comedians that had understood the political slant, and they could tell you a story about it, and you would get the gist of the story, but you'd still find yourself laughing at it too. So I figured if I could find a way to kind of do that, that would be a good part. But then I also remembered that back, I don't know, I think this might have been 2006 or so. I made the mistake that a lot of us in the, I don't know if you want, I guess, truth community, if you want to use that term. I made the mistake that a lot of us in the truth community make, which is I brought up 9/11 at a Thanksgiving dinner, and I watched the table turn on me, and I watched everybody not appreciate my contribution to the dinner table conversation. And I also realized that through that botched conversation, I realized that they saw me as somebody that didn't have any sort of authority to talk about these topics, in part because I didn't have any authority to talk about the topics. I was just a guy that was interested in it. But I felt like, you obviously you don't take your notes with you to a Thanksgiving dinner, but I felt like if I had that conversation again, what I would have done was I would have brought in the words of, not me, because they didn't value my opinion on it. This was my in-laws' family at the time. They didn't value my opinion on it, but they did value other people's opinions. So so for instance, I felt like if I would say, if you heard Henry Kissinger say this, would you believe it? If you heard David Rockefeller talk about the New World Order, would it be more real? What about Bill Clinton? You like Hillary Clinton. What if you heard Hillary Clinton talk about it? So I started thinking about that conversation. And when I wrote the book, so the structure of the book was that, yes, I've got my opinions on these topics, and yes, I brought in a dark sense of humor, but then I also brought in quotes from over 500 different people that had like a front row seat to some of these events. Either they were involved in it, or they were witnesses to it, or they had some interesting take on it. So that's
Mhm.
where I was able to pull in some George Carlin quotes and some
Sure.
Bill Hicks, but also Rockefellers, Rothschilds, and things like that. The format of the book is I'm talking about these 8 tentacles of this octopus, but then I'm also peppering it not with footnotes, but with quote footnotes. So I would talk about how they had this plan for a one world government, but then I would inject the quotes that was them talking about it, behind the scenes and everything. So that's how the book came about, and I wrote it in total secrecy because I didn't think I would finish it, or I wasn't sure if I'd finish it. And when it finally came out, and when the boxes when the first batch of books got delivered to my house, I hadn't told my wife I was writing a book, which is maybe not the best strategy. I left for the day, or I was out doing something, and the boxes came, and my wife didn't know what they were, and she opened them and found all these books, a 540-page book, flipped it over on the back, and there's my picture on the back of it.
Oh
And
my.
when I got home, she threw me out of the house for 2 days because she said
Oh
I was
my.
cheating on her by writing
Now,
books.
did you send a copy to your in-laws?
I did not, but they should get credit for spurring me to write this book. So that's kind of how it started
No,
out.
that's
So,
amazing. I mean, I had a similar experience. I don't know where you fall politically, but after the last election, I was informed by my in-laws that the Thanksgiving dinner would be a Trump-free zone. And also, look, I mean, on a more serious note, I mean, writing a book and I've written more than 10 nonfiction books on similar topics. It is a great way to really go deep into a topic you're interested in and fascinated by. And almost anyone can now write a book with the access to the internet and Microsoft Word and several things. You can write the book. You can self-publish it if you want on Amazon. It could get picked up by a publishing house, which happened with me in 1 or 2 cases. And it's an amazing thing, and that what we have access to.
Yeah.
Now, I want to talk a little about the book itself and your premise.
Sure.
You weave together a very comprehensive look at what you call the octopus of global control, what I think we used to euphemistically call the Eastern Seaboard liberal establishment, and its interactions with other like-minded establishments around the world.
Yeah.
What do you see as the main nexus of, and in a sense, the brain of this octopus?
Well, it's so the octopus concept was not mine. Obviously, it went on early. It's been around for a while. And one of the quotes that I used talks about. It's a quote from a guy named John Francis Hyland, and he talks about this octopus with its sprawling tentacles that have captured the state, the courthouses and the media and the banking and the government. And he's going on this long thing, and he says, let me be specific. I am talking about the Rockefeller Standard Oil interests. And when you get to the very end of this guy's 3-paragraph quote, he was the mayor of New York City. It was 1922, and if you would remove that and put 2020, his statement would have been as relevant today as it was 100 years ago. So what occurred to me was that this has been around for a very long time, and in the brains behind it is this group of banking. God, I hate to use the word elite because there's nothing elite about them in the sense of being good people. They're reprehensible people, but elite in the sense that they consider themselves to be above everybody else. So it's these banking oligarchy families that have been around, that have like the Rockefellers and Rothschilds, and they're less concerned about nationalities, and they talk about it in their own works as being internationalists. Now we call them globalists, but David Rockefeller talks about himself as being an internationalist. So it's these internationalist type families that have a controlling hold through their interlocking boards of governors and through the corporations that they run, through the central banking components that they are involved in. But it's a fluid situation, though, because I think that it's not just that. I think that there's new people being added to this octopus. I think that the new tech oligarchs are going to carry this moving forward. It's a philosophy more so than anything. It's a philosophy that they believe they are. They look at themselves as being the people that are making the tough decisions for humanity. They are doing the work that needs to be done, and that we should actually be thanking them for stepping up to the plate and taking care of this. And we see this, we're starting to see this now in a more modern context with what Bill Gates is involved in. And he would definitely be part of this group, part of this octopus. And you see him stepping up and saying things like, in order to get the economy back and get people out, everybody's going to have to take this vaccination. We're going to need to see where everybody is. And, and he says it in such a matter of fact way, as if like, oh, okay, well, we'll just follow you. But this is the mentality that they have. They've been either in control of their large corporate interests. They have tons of money. They're psychopathic in nature.
They have a messiah complex, I would say.
For sure.
I mean, they believe that and a lot of them are well-meaning, but they believe they live in this kind of ethereal bubble that's resulted from either inherited success or actual success, to the point where they've gotten used to power, and they believe that they want to reach out and exercise their visions on the rest of us, that somehow they're smarter than the rest of us. Yeah. And while some of them are well-meaning, I think some of them are not well-meaning, they're sinister, they nevertheless believe in this kind of informal international governments that by which they leave in place the governments of the world, they leave in place the religions of the world, they leave in place the cultural institutions and the economic institutions of the world, but they would quietly exercise their power to control these things. And I think it was Whittaker Chambers in his book Witness, which is one of my favorite books. He referred to it as a conspiracy of gentlemen. It's not like a literal conspiracy where you have a bunch of people sitting around smoking cigars and, drinking scotch, in some wood-paneled room somewhere. It's a people who are like-minded, who think similarly, and who hear each other and make sure that particular type of voice and that particular means of communication is the predominant one that is heard. A perfect example of that is Barack Obama. Mm-hmm. And he's a classic example of somebody who was fixing parking tickets, and all of a sudden he's catapulted into the presidency, and he spoke that kind of language, that sort of double talk, that sophistic style where it's all coded and it's a lot of dog whistles and indirection. And, you hear that when you hear that, it was French scholar Alain Benescon who referred to it as the language of totalitarianism. It's not real. And one of the reasons that they so much hate and despise Trump is because he doesn't engage in that kind of language. He speaks plainly. He can be crude, and certainly he can be cruel, but is what it is. It's not, and when he says things, he means it. It's not like, Obama, Clinton, they all gave a lot of speak about strengthening America's borders and stopping illegal immigration and that kind of thing. But no, everybody knew they didn't mean it. And if you listen to the way they said it, you knew they didn't mean it, because it was couched in this kind of doublespeak.
Yep.
Whereas with President Trump, he says it and he means it and he's doing it. Yep. So this is a major stick in the eye of this establishmentese, this internationalist set that scorns things like sovereign nations and belief in a creator of the universe and individual rights, and has contempt for those things as being backward and anachronistic.
Yeah. Yeah, and people have always said, well, what are these guys just sitting around, like you said, sitting around a smoky table and, plotting out how to rule the world? It's like, well, they don't need to. They know what's good for them. They understand what works for them. They understand what benefits their industries, and they have relationships with other people, high-ranking people that understand the plan as well. And do they have meetings? Yes, of course they have meetings. They have Bilderberg meetings and Council on Foreign Relations and Trilateral Commission. They have all of these things, but above those above those organizations is a group of people that understand what works best for them, and they all understand what does best for them. So they push the policies that will benefit them in terms of either making them more money, which is not as high on the list as maybe everybody thinks, because when you have access to the central banks, you have access to the money, but it's more about controlling the minds of people and shrinking the power into as few hands as possible, and playing this game where they make it look like the nation states are calling the shots on all of these things, and that the presidents are calling the shots. I totally agree with you. When you're Bill Clinton or you're Barack Obama or or George H.W. Bush, that when you watch them speak, there's two speeches in one. There's always two speeches in one. There's one that goes out to the public, and then there's one that you can interpret much differently based on understanding the words that they use, the phrases that they use. There's even coded language, like like the way they use their hands when they put their thumb on top of they make a fist and put their thumb on top, and they do this. It's a very unnatural. If you watch politicians give speeches, when they do that, it's like a trigger mechanism. It's like waving a big banner that says, "I'm lying to you right now." I'm lying to you.
Well, they affect certain mannerisms that are very studied, like the way Bill Clinton would bite his lower lip. I mean, this meant that he actually cared about anyone but himself, which we all know he didn't.
Right.
And I think they practice in front of a mirror how to deliver and how to gesture their arms. I would suggest, and I don't mean that, I'm not trying to say here that they are the equivalent by any means, but I think that one of the public figures that they study as a matter of rote was Adolf Hitler.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Oh,
I mean,
sure.
a master communicator. He knew how to, he would start, if you listen to his speeches, he starts very soft, and then he gradually builds and builds. And by the end, he's screaming and gesturing, and it's an emotional, I mean, the tactics were very studied. This wasn't an accident. It was how to hypnotize people, it's like a form of wizardry. I mean, how to create a mass experience. It's something that Edward Bernays, speaking of Rockefeller, I think he was his brother-in-law. He's considered the father of marketing. He wrote a book called Propaganda in the early 20th century, where he basically taught Americans to have bacon and eggs for breakfast.
Yeah.
He taught women to smoke. I mean, there were these
Torches
kind of
of liberty.
Yeah. I mean, to manipulate, it was to manipulate emotions and to manipulate people's behaviors. That was what it was all about. I mean, it's this is a very carefully studied thing. This is the whole art and science of psychology, in a way. Is, I'm not saying we shouldn't have it, but it's a study of control. It's a study of how to manipulate and control emotions, both control of individuals, but of masses, of entire countries.
Yeah. And you're right when you talk about Hitler. If you watch his videos, some of his speeches, he'll step up to the podium and he'll stand there for like 2 minutes and not say anything. He'll just put his hand, fold his hands together and stand there and wait. And and the crowd is roaring. And after a minute, it starts to get a little calm. And after 2 minutes, it's silent. And then he starts very softly.
And they even went so far. It's an interesting study because they would manipulate all the senses. Like they would manipulate what you see with bonfires at night. What they would have smells, they would have sounds, it was kind of like a multimedia experience. And people would get caught up in it emotionally to the point where women were fainting. I mean, Obama reminded me of that a little bit. I'm not saying he was like Hitler at all, but there was that same phenomenon, which was not something you generally saw in the United States, where women were fainting at his rallies.
Yeah.
Now, Trump is the opposite. I mean, it's very freewheeling and he's talking bluntly, and, he doesn't look at the teleprompter. Sometimes he goes way off the edge and he needs to be reeled in a bit. But nevertheless, I mean, I've been to a Trump rally, and it's a very real thing. No one's hypnotized. It's not like nobody worships Trump. It's quite the opposite. But they're into like worship of the state and of people and things that represent the state, and they exalt those things and they venerate them almost like they're demigods. And that's, I think, part of this whole program of international manipulation and control.
Yeah. Yeah. And you see that come out of the Tavistock Institute in the UK, where I just kind of describe that as the culture factory. When people see the Beatles, and they come to America and they're getting off the plane and all those women are screaming and everything. Those women were all paid to be there. I mean, that was a Tavistock project that they put forth, and they use this. And so there's a psychology behind crowd manipulation, and what works for politicians can also work for rock bands. And Tavistock was very heavily involved in this. Guys like Dr. Alexander King, who was one of the creators of one of the founders of NATO, and was highly involved in this. And so you get these really sketchy characters involved in these institutes and connected to guys like Bernays as well, who create a culture. And they're, I mean, look, we have got to give them credit. They're very good at what they do. They know how to get us riled up. And that took, they took that to new levels. And then once television came about and became really mainstream, they went to work on television through the Tavistock Institute and the CIA to really use that to shape reality. And I think it's fair to say, especially given what we're going through currently with this coronavirus pandemic situation, that the media, in my opinion, is one of the most dangerous components of this whole octopus, because
and they do their nightly like fear mongering atrocity kind of reporting and anything. But okay, my guest is Charlie Robinson, and the book is The Octopus of Global Control. It's available at Amazon and other locations. Charlie, you brought up the Beatles. That's a really interesting subject to me. I mean, look, I love the Beatles.
Me too.
I love their music. I think they were geniuses. But John Lennon was always the truth teller in that band, and he's the one who said politically, he goes, "Look, we've been made to be more popular than Jesus Christ."
Yeah.
And he got in trouble for that. He kind of went off the reservation a bit, but he was saying something there. I mean, he was like, this is insane. I mean, and he would do, when they would appear, he would make Hitler salutes on the balcony when he'd wave to people. And he totally was like letting the cat out of the bag with all of that. And then it also is worthy to note that the Beatles, as great as they were, and as brilliant as they were, they introduced alternative Eastern religion, and they also introduced drugs. I know I'm going to get in trouble for saying this, but they glamorized drug use in the 1960s with their lyrics and their actions. And it was followed by other cultural icons as well. I mean, the Stones, of course, the Doors, various groups. And it was one of the contributing factors to the development of what Aldous Huxley talked about in his Brave New World, that he said in an interview just before he committed suicide in 1963, that the world was going to be turned into a drug-induced concentration camp, that we would all be on some kind of controlled substance, and we would become, servile to this kind of mass instinct. And so, you can't dismiss the possibility that the Beatles, certainly, maybe even others, might have been conscious and witting participants in this agenda.
Yeah. And the work of guys like Mike Williams, the Sage of Quay, who's done a lot of research into the Beatles. Mark Devlin has written 2 books, Musical Truth, Volume 1 and 2. He and I both spoke at an Acapulco a year ago, and I watched his presentation called No More Heroes, and it was interesting to dig into the background of not just these really famous musicians, but their families. You start to realize start to see that, like, Jim Morrison, lead singer of The Doors.
Yes, his father was in the CIA.
His father was the admiral of the ship that was allegedly attacked in the Gulf of Tonkin incident in Vietnam, which is one of, I mean, it didn't happen. It was an event that didn't happen. And so you start to dig into who are these people, and we see this now. We see this in pop culture with regards to like the Super Bowl halftime shows and the Olympics opening ceremonies. And we see a lot of the one eye symbology of the people, the famous pop stars that are covering one eye and all this stuff. And at some point, early on, here with that, you conspiracy theorists are all the same, but look, it doesn't matter to me, but it matters to them. They are sending a message. And you talked about this earlier about how these important families are, that ritual and the way they carry on a public event, it matters to them. It comes from their culture of ceremonies and like witchcraft and Luciferianism and all these things that they're really into, and it's
right.
And it matters to. So we can be dismissive of it. My point is, we can be dismissive of all this stuff as just
not at all,
but it matters to them. And so maybe we should pay attention when you keep seeing the pyramid showing up in all of these music videos or opening ceremonies of the Olympics or the opening ceremonies of CERN, or, you're like, why are you having all of these? Why are you doing these crazy?
Oh, we could do a lot of talk on this topic. I mean, I feel nervous going too far because I don't want to lose my YouTube channel here.
Well, listen, let's get off it then, because it's a real thing.
I think that probably people who follow me and follow you, Charlie, kind of know what we're talking about here.
Yeah. There's plenty of other places you can go and get deep into that information.
That's right. I could do it on my audio show. Yeah. But I don't know if I want to do it live on YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube's funny
because
about that
maybe
stuff.
YouTube might be part of this. I don't know. I'm not saying they are, but you never know.
Talk
And
about
I appreciate
unicorns and rainbows instead.
So anyway, your book is really weaves together all of these various elements to show, as you say, an octopus of control. Yeah. And I think that the three pillars in this is the culture, politics, and money. Yeah. And I suppose the fourth estate is religion. Mm-hmm. And they tend to try to gradually, over time, control the high ground in all of these areas informally by getting into the system, working up the route line. I mean, a good example is the complete co-opting of American academe. Oh, yeah. Starting in the 1960s and right up till today, liberals gradually worked their way into these institutions and promoted other liberals to come in and got rid of conservatives through attrition, to the degree that now, even I think Boston Magazine, and I'm in Boston, they did an article showing that Boston and Massachusetts universities are like 97, 96% liberal professors. Yeah. It's like there's not a lot of diversity there. There's not a lot of dissent. There's a great deal of conformity. And at this point, it's become, really oppressive. And I think that students who go to these institutions, they kind of internalize these things, or they've already internalized them. And if they haven't, then they do so pretty quickly because they want to get through it and keep their head low and get their degree. You don't want to buck this kind of system. And I don't know, I'll just give an anecdotal situation. Back in 1998, I went to Tufts University and got a radio show as a citizen broadcaster. And I was conservative. And people there were mostly liberals, and they came in there with the blue hair and everything else. But we had a great time, and I would invite people in my show, and we would have debate and dialogue. And I had on prominent liberals like Noam Chomsky and Howard Zinn and others. And then I left that station, and I think it was 15 years later, in 2015, I came back and decided to do a show. And it was like Rumpelstiltskin waking up after having been asleep for 30 years. It was a whole different atmosphere. Nobody would talk to me. Eventually, I was reported to the anti-bias police. And then the newspaper did a story on me, calling me all kinds of names. And they moved my show to like 3 o'clock in the morning. Right. And it just was like a very kind of fascistic attitude. I mean, everything had changed. People were afraid. Nobody wanted to stick their neck out. People didn't want to, you're spending 60 grand a year for a college education. You don't want to get in trouble. They had this anti-bias Gestapo that could kick you out of school and could ruin your life. If you didn't goose step to the politically correct agenda.
Yeah.
So I think that they've really taken, I mean, again, I agree this is anecdotal, but they really have assumed the high ground in academia at this point.
Yeah, they've used tenure as a way to reward those professors that are towing the proper line that they want, and use it as, the carrot for others to get on board. If you want, it's kind of like the Supreme Court. You give someone a job for life, and then you're like, okay, well, then you lose all control over them. I mean, there's nothing you can do to them at that point. What are you going to, so you've got college professors that are rewarded with tenure for doing it the way that the university wants them to do it. Then you've got this insanity that has sprung up lately that you're talking about, which is safe spaces and all of this, 57 different genders and all this stuff. And if you point out the obvious, that this is all ridiculous, then you're somehow you're always anti-Semitic for whatever reason, just because.
Well, anybody that disagrees with the left is called an anti-Semite by the ADL.
Right.
And it's nothing to do with Judaism. I'm a Jew, by the way, and I think that they're one of the worst groups. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
if you don't goose step to the left, you're an anti-Semite, and they can put you under a microscope. I mean, black groups are doing the same thing. If you don't goose step to the left, you're racist. Gay groups, if you don't goose step to their agenda, you're anti-gay. I mean, it's ridiculous.
It's how about I'm anti-insanity. I don't. Yeah. I went to USC, which is in LA, and I got out of there in '95, and there was none of this stuff. But I don't know why. I don't. I have a daughter who's 8. When she decides to go to college, if she chooses that route, I don't want her to be in a school that says, "Oh, somebody has called you a bad name. Well, we've got a safe space for you." Because then you're starting to teach them that the world is filled with safe spaces. And listen, some of this is God.
No, I mean, I was broadcasting at Tufts, as I said, right. I came back during the Trump election, and people were weeping, and they had to set up safe rooms where people could play with Play-Doh, like they had reverted back to nursery school.
It's crazy.
I mean, and this is a time, whether you like Trump or not, we should have been celebrating the fact that we had a peaceful election, we'd had a change of power, that we have a democracy in the broad sense within a Republican context, and that we're going to have a new administration, whether you like it or not. I celebrated when Obama was elected, even though I didn't vote for him, because that's the system. I mean, you go into opposition, a loyal opposition, where you then criticize policies. You don't become the resistance. That's a communist term. It's just anyway. But
yeah. And I had this conversation with Sam Tripoli, who does Tinfoil Hat and is also a professional stand-up comedian. And I asked him, can you go out and play colleges? He's like, no, there's no way I can play a college. He goes, I have to make everybody in the audience happy. If I make one person unhappy, they go to an administrator who goes to, who then comes up on stage and, with the old hook cane thing and just pulls you right off stage. Well, who needs that stuff? And
it's become they drove Ben Shapiro out of I think it was UCal. I mean, he's like a moderate conservative guy. I mean, we're not talking about some real ideologue there. And I mean, they came up with pitchforks and burning. Yeah. They were crashing the door down.
Yeah. It's insane to me, but
and this very well could be a product of what we were talking about earlier with this kind of mass manipulation and the establishment using the means of communication, the media and the culture to present something in a way that is so pervasive and so over the top that people come to they internalize it, they are conditioned by it.
Yeah, and when you want to make a huge impact on society, if you're these maniac controllers and you want to impact society, it makes sense, like Adolf Hitler says, give me control of the textbooks and I control the next generation. So you've got them infiltrating not just the colleges and universities to get those kids thinking the way they want them to think, but also taking it a step earlier and going after the curriculum of schools. And one of the things that we saw early on was the Rockefellers and Carnegies putting lots of money into the compulsory schooling system. And now we have Bill Gates in his new version of this, and he's one of the new Rockefellers, hiding behind his foundation. We've got him pushing Common Core, which is, if anyone has taken a look at the Common Core math component, it is, I don't know any other way to describe it other than intentional disinformation and torture of these kids, because it is so backward that it screws kids up, not to mention puts us way behind every other country in terms of math.
Well, what they're doing is they've invented a new way to do equations that is so convoluted and complex that it doesn't get to the basic function of arithmetic, where you actually can solve problems. It becomes something else that, it's creating a dyslexic impulse. And my friend, the late Dr. Samuel Blumenfeld, wrote many books about this. He used to come on my show all the time. And he talks about how phonics, which is the way you learn English, because English is a phonetic language, and you develop a reflex by which you put vowels and consonants together to form words. It was replaced by look-say reading, and it was done deliberately by this establishment, starting with John Dewey, who was the father of quote-unquote progressive education. And what it did was require the new reader to memorize words as if they're pictographs. It created a dyslexic impulse. You didn't really read, you were guessing, and you were like looking at sentences and kind of glossing over them and kind of grasping at their meaning. And the result was, according not just to Sam, but to a lot of researchers who are legitimate people, including this Harvard professor, her name escapes me right now, the result was dyslexia and eventually ADD and other social disorders.
Wow.
Because, if you can read, you can become a real independent sovereign citizen. And that was interrupted by this whole rotten look-say method. And the Rockefellers had their fingerprints all over that one, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really devious what you can do to the kids if you take the time to invest in these education systems. People don't, and I didn't realize this either until I started researching for the book, that the reason why when you're a kid and you're in a public school and all the desks are in rows, these single file rows, and then there's a bell that goes off, when class is over or when school's over. It's that the Carnegies and Rockefellers wanted to create a simulation that would mimic the working in a factory, because they own the factories, and they wanted these kids to go in, get this, like a minimum type education, so that, as George Carlin says, they're smart enough to work the machines, but dumb enough to not realize how badly they're getting screwed. And they incorporate the bells and the factory, the desks in a straight line and all these things, so that when a kid goes into school, this becomes very normal. And when they get out of school and they go to work at a factory, that also becomes just a continuation of this. And so it's very, what you realize is that we maybe haven't thought about it all that much, but they certainly did. They put a lot of time and effort into thinking of how this best would shape society for their benefits. And a lot of what we do and a lot of what we consider to be normal is normalized because they normalized us to it. It wouldn't be normal to us if it hadn't been for the influence of these organizations like the Rockefeller Foundation, the Carnegie Institute, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And so we see this moving forward. So I think one thing that a lot of us need to be aware of is that sometimes these organizations that purport to be there for the benefit of humanity are not actually doing the things they say they're doing, but they're actually being run by maniacs that that have a very specific agenda, and they are shaping reality to fit their needs. And so somebody that thinks, the Rockefeller Foundation is out there doing all this great work. No. The Rockefeller Foundation was created because the Rockefeller family was so hated by society because their companies had treated people so poorly that there was a massive revolt against them. And so the Rockefeller Foundation was started with these guys that had an understanding of the new concept of public relations and press releases and things like that. And they started working on their image, and they started having professionals come in and help them with their image. And now we see, now the average person sees the Rockefeller Foundation and thinks of it as this, foundation for the betterment of humanity. And that's not what it is at all. And so I think it's important for us moving forward to understand that the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is very similar in that respect as well.
Right. No, I think you're right. I mean, they might do some good work as window dressing, but the fact is that part of the 1913 passage of the 16th Amendment, which was the direct taxation of income. And we need to realize that that wasn't the case before that. Before that, the federal government raised money from tariffs and from apportionment from the states. The states would do taxes, and it was much more democratic in that sense. This gave the government the right to directly tax your income and also know everything about you from your tax return. But one of the addendums to that bill was the creation of foundations and nonprofits, which allowed these huge, behemoth, wealthy families like the Rockefellers and the Brown brothers and the Harrimans and these industrialists to put their money into these nonprofit silos, which they could then do two things. They could hire their kids, their ne'er-do-well children, and give them fat jobs and friends, and they could use the money to transform society outside of government by influencing in the culture and using money to do that. Yeah. And the Rockefellers were part of that. They were a big part of it, but there's a lot of these foundations that have gone on ever since. I think a good source of information on this is David Horowitz from the Freedom Center, wrote a book about it a couple of years ago that really documents how enormous the Carnegie Institute, the Ford Foundation, all of these people, the incredible amount of money they have and how they wield that money to fix our culture in a way that fits their image of how we should be, I should say. Now, again, I'm not saying they don't do also good work. I like the fact that they finance the Boston Symphony Orchestra. Why not? I'm talking about there's other aspects to it that are less visible. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Yeah, they've got to do something good, right? Or else no one will buy it. So right. they go around and they do things from time to time that benefit people. But more than anything, it's a tax shelter, and it's a vehicle that they use to so that they don't lose all of their wealth through once they die. So it's either easy for them to pass it on to their future generations and all these things. So yeah, it's always a very suspect when you look at these large organizations that say that they're out to help humanity. Look, some of them have an intention to do good things.
The smaller ones are usually, and they actually, I don't mean to be partisan about it, but the more conservative ones are. And of course, we knew that they were screwed over during the Obama years. They weren't allowed to get tax exempt status, thanks to Lois Lerner, who pled the fifth about 50 times before Congress and who met with Obama and who made sure that suddenly conservatives were waking up and saying, hey, we could do this too. We can form nonprofits. We can create foundations. And they said, oh, no, sorry, that's not meant for you. But anyway, Charlie, I'm reaching toward the end of the segment. So
sure.
Where do you see the present pandemic falling into all of this octopus, if you will? How are they manipulating what is a real disease, by the way? I mean, this isn't a joke, but I mean, I'm fearful about these mandarins of the octopus, as you call it. I mean, and them manipulating the situation to suit their image.
Yeah, for sure. They'll take advantage of every sort of crisis that they get because it creates chaos and panic, and it becomes this whole, the problem reaction solution sort of situation. So it almost doesn't matter whether an event is real or faked, staged, or not as organic as it appears, because the damage that's done as a result of it is what really matters. Because we're seeing things like everybody's lining up to just loot the government as much as they can. You've got big business asking for money. You've got industries that have that should never get government handouts or tax breaks or things like the cruise line industry when they register all their ships in Liberia and in Western Africa and then
the Kennedy Center.
What's that?
The Kennedy Center got $27 million.
Right.
Harvard got a big chunk of money. They've got more money than the Vatican. I mean, they've got like a $60 billion endowment, and they're taking money out of that.
Yeah, anybody that, everybody sees this opportunity and they go,
although they did return it after it became public. But
yeah, exactly. They had, but that's actually surprised me that they returned it because I would have expected them to just pocket it. But everybody's got their hands out in situations like this. The big pharma, which I don't trust at all, they're deeply involved in this, of course, with Bill Gates.
Well, they want to make. I mean, I think that's why they are discounting hydroxychloroquine, which, by the way, from what I understand, is very effective and very low risk. But the problem with hydroxychloroquine is it's cheap. It's been on the market since the 1930s or 50s, and you can get a 1 month supply for $20. Yeah. The drug companies aren't going to make money on that.
No.
So they don't want that. They want to have like these new expensive things that they can put on the market, and the stock price goes way up, and you've got these the vaccines, which are very questionable. Yep. And they end up really cashing in on it, and then raise the price of Medicare, and healthcare goes up because it all gets billed to the government. But anyways, Charlie, again, let my listeners and viewers know where they can get your excellent book.
Oh, sure. You can get the book at Amazon. If you like the paperback version, you can get it at Amazon, or you can get it at barnesandnoble.com. If you like the digital version, you can also get it there, or you can get it at my website, which is theoctopusofglobalcontrol.com. And I have a podcast called Macro Aggressions, which is on Apple Podcasts and Spotify and iHeartRadio, and also on David Icke's new video platform called Iconic. So you can check that out. But yeah, anybody that wants to connect with me can do so through the website as well.
And let's not go shape-shifting anytime soon either.
No, we will not. We will not go shape-shifting.
No, I like David Icke. Anyways, Charlie, listen, thanks for joining me. I'll put a link up to all of your sites on the YouTube channel as well.
Awesome. Thanks so much,
and
Charles.
I appreciate it.
I appreciate you reaching out.
All right. Have a good one. Thanks.
You too. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. All right, Charlie, I'll send you a link to YouTube once it's up.
Right on. I appreciate it. Thanks so much. Thanks for reaching out to me. This is fun. I love talking to interesting people.
Yeah, me too. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, man. I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you for joining me, everyone. Charles Moskowitz here. Welcome to the program. And my guest emanating from Israel is Captain Elkanah Cohen. He is the author of the new book, October 7th, The War Against Hamas Through the Eyes of an Israeli Commando Officer. Elkanah, thank you for joining me today.
Thank you. It's a great privilege to be here.
Well, I'm glad to really finally have someone directly from Israel who is on the front line of this whole situation. Obviously, we're all concerned about Israel, especially since this horrendous attack. And, certainly those of us who support Israel are. We're not talking about those who don't. But I'd like you to, first of all, start a little bit in our discussion on a more personal note and talk about what you went through on that day and how you dealt with the situation.
All right. So before telling my experience, I want to tell a little bit about myself. Okay. So as you said, my name is Elkanah Cohen. I'm 27 years old. Mm-hmm. Most of my friends call me Kuno, which means that you are also welcome to call me Kuno.
Thank you.
Newlywed, expecting father, and finally a student, also captain in reserve, and right now I'm in a break. And above all of that, love my country. And when you tell me to describe how was it for me, so I think October 7th, not just for me, for everyone, was a shocking experience. That morning, I slept in my in-laws. I slept in their bomb shelter. I don't know if anyone knows, but it's not quite rare to have a bomb shelter in Israel. Almost every house in Israel have a bomb shelter. This was the empty room, so this is where we slept, me and my wife. And at 5:30 in the morning, she wake me up terrified, and she told me that 100 of terrorists are chasing us, and I couldn't use my gun for some reason. I'm usually walk with a gun, and for some reason I couldn't activate my gun. I told her, Shiran, don't worry, it's just a nightmare. I hugged her and I went back to sleep. And hours later, I was awake by the siren and the missile, and I realized that something happened. To be honest, I went back to sleep. I sometimes here in Israel, it's happened, unfortunately.
Right.
And then hour later, when I woke up, I realized that it's not just a regular thing. And I ran into my house, which is 15 minutes walk. I opened my phone. I'm religious, and usually I'm not using my phone during holidays.
Right.
But I opened my phone. I called my commander, and I asked him, "You'll see what's happened, and just for you, let you know I'm here, and whatever it takes." And he told me, "All right, prepare your stuff. I actually don't know anything what's happening yet and now." And while I'm turning off that phone call, I'm getting another phone call of my friend Gabi from a unit, and he told me that Shiran, Elkana, where is Shiran? Shiran, she's my wife. I met her on my active service. She also served in my unit. And he told me, you and your wife both called up. And for people who doing reserve, it's fine for me to get to called up, but me and my wife at the same time getting called up in a holiday,
Right.
I realized that we are in something
big. Now,
Yeah.
is your parents-in-law located near Gaza, or where in general where were they?
So my parents live in the south, but not quite close to the Gaza Strip. There are, I think, 45 minutes drive, maybe a
Right.
bit more. But we didn't needed to hear from our parents. Everything was burning here. I got phone calls. I've got nothing even started yet, and I already figured that some of my friends already got murdered, unfortunately. And me and my wife, as I told you, we went to the base together. And that time I got another phone call of my friends from my old team, the one that I used to train with from my active service, and I decided to join them and to be part of their team. Usually, as you know, I'm a captain, and I have a different job, different place to be. But that time I decided that I couldn't stay from the side and do something else, and instead of fighting. So I joined my friends, and this is how everything began.
Right. So the thing that impressed me a lot in this horrible situation was how Israel really pulled itself together completely, and I mean that as a society and politically and militarily, that people started to just go out there. You had retired boobies and zadis showing up, and really ready to fight, and everybody kind of was, clicked into action. I mean, to deal with the crisis. And I think that had it not been for that kind of mobilization, it would have been a lot worse, because it seems to me that the IDF was caught flat-footed.
Yeah, that time was amazing because it wasn't just one person. I think everyone who realized the situation just did everything as much as it could in order to save those people in the south. Some of them went to the bases, some of them took their own pistol and went down to the Gaza Strip in order to fight. It was amazing because usually when you see terror attack happen, most of the time you can see people running away. But in our case, people run into the terror attack, into the breaching in order to fight and to protect their brothers and sisters that are getting slaughtered right now. So I think it's part of our Jewish DNA. and the Israeli culture, not just the Jewish, because I can tell you that there was also Muslims who ran and
Oh, yeah.
Christian.
There's a Muslim bus driver who saved many people. I mean, it was just everybody mobilized in Israel, and it was an extraordinary aspect to the story, one that is very inspiring in the face of this horrendous atrocity. Now, there are people on the on the anti-Semitic side of the fence who are denying the level of atrocities that were committed by these terrorists pouring over into Israel, but yet they were filming it themselves. They had their own smartphones and they were making videos and bragging and sending it back to people saying, look at how many Jews I killed. And, and they were filming many of the atrocities that we've heard about and that the anti-Semites want to deny happened. So it's not really a matter of the Israelis talking about this. It is these depraved and hateful, genocidal terrorists who are talking about it and who are performing this kind of atrocious event.
Yes. I'm always sad that if it wasn't for hate, those protests, I'm the first one to go and speak with the people who protest, because if they are actually protest for the Palestinian, I think they just don't know the fact, because the IDF do as much as it can in order to protect those civilians, and Hamas is the worst thing that can ever happen to any Palestinian, and people don't understand that. That you see people protest for Hamas, gays for Hamas. It's almost, I don't know, it's almost like a joke, because if they will be in the Gaza Strip, those people going to be slaughtered by Hamas themselves. So,
well, it's not rational, and it's also very well funded by Qatar and others who contribute huge sums of money to American colleges, and they have successfully pitched this, this atrocity propaganda to the left and to the same people who came out, against Trump. I mean, not to get into a political issue, but the Pussy Hat ralliers and all the rest, and the people who burned American cities, particularly black neighborhoods after George Floyd's death. These are the same motley crew of people who are now agitating against Israel. And again, this isn't an issue of whether or not Israel should negotiate the so-called two-state solution. It's more a group of people who want to destroy Israel and openly do so. And that they began the agitation within hours after the attack. So Israel didn't really respond yet. I mean, Israel, I think there were several weeks before Israel responded by going into Gaza. So, it's pretty obvious what their agenda is. So, Elkanah, then you're deployed. Can you talk a little bit about that? What happened in Gaza in terms of deployment? And has the operation been successful? I mean, I wonder if it has not been as successful as we might assume. Not that you can talk about specifics. I understand that.
So if I share my experience, I think that in some places, we did manage to have success, a huge success, and unfortunately sometimes we were the one to rescue bodies of hostages that were kidnapped and slaughtered. So it's always sad, because you feel like it is a success. You rescue your own people, but you rescue bodies, and it's hard to feel. It's hard to realize that you caught as a success. It's not really a success, but
No.
but yeah, we did manage to bring the body of the family, to bring their loved one into bury, which is also a big thing. And we discover lots of terror tunnels that used Hamas, and we destroyed them. And we figure that almost every house at the Gaza Strip, I don't know to speak for all the Gaza Strip. I can talk about the places that I've been to.
Okay.
and the places that I've been to, they were full with ammunition. The entire houses was full with ammunition.
Right.
Each house had rifles, bombs on their baby beds. This is how they're educating their people.
Mm-hmm.
Once we went through a school and I found a notebook, and I saw the Israel map inside the book. It was a historical or a geographic book or something like that. And when I read that, I said, oh, there is a little bit of hope because Israel doesn't exist on their map. But then I realized it's not that Israel exists on their map. There is no Israel. There was Palestine.
Exactly.
The state of Israel. It's not just the Gaza Strip. They want everything. They want to wipe us out.
Of course, putting aside the fact that they actually expropriated the word Palestine, which was the description of the Jewish state before independence. So you have a situation where Israel has to fight this very, very difficult urban atmosphere of war, where people are setting up their munitions and their missiles inside their own homes with their children right there, and their wives and children, their parents, their family. And they seem to be doing this deliberately because they want to see people. I'm talking maybe the Hamas leadership. They want to see their people killed so they can use that as propaganda against Israel and to kind of hook into some of these anti-Semitic tropes about the Jews as, being somehow mean people and involved in atrocities. And they hide behind their own families as a way to do this. So Israel has to go in, unfortunately, in order to find the people who are killing Israelis and who are military targets. They have to go in and find them and try to take them out without hurting innocent people, which is almost impossible.
Yeah, it's very difficult. And they're using that because for them, it's a weapon. It is a weapon. Every footage and every video that they're taking, it's a weapon. They're using human as a human shield. And one of their tactical army that they developed lately, I don't know if lately, they're using that for years, but through the war, I realized that what they've done if you remember, after the first ceasefire, there were hostages exchange, and they released some of the hostages. So we saw that what they've done, they put ammunition and weapons everywhere. And when we went back in order to keep fighting, we saw that those people was coming into their houses like they were innocent civilians. Then they get into the houses, they taking their AK-47, start shooting at you. They lay down their weapon and they going out like they taking care of their son. And unfortunately, they forcing us to think that everyone can be a terrorist. One of the time, a crippled guy on a wheelchair, and suddenly, miraculously, he stand up and pulling and a rocket. He built up I don't know how to say it in English, but he kind of a rocket, and he tried to shoot it towards us. So if you get into my mind, you can think about anyone that you see a cripple, but you want to take care of them, and then he can stand up and kill you.
Yeah, I mean and they deliberately set it up like that. They're playing up to basic notions of humanity when they send out someone like that. And of course, in violation of standards of war, they're putting on civilian garb and they're hiding and integrating within the civilian community while they're fighting. So it's a very difficult terrain, which is what's causing and I have to ask you this, what is reported to be high casualty rates, because this is the main item of propaganda by Israel's enemies. So the UN recently downsized the numbers of innocent casualties and admitted that they had gotten all of their information directly from Hamas, and they weren't checking it and double checking it. And they've also not included within those figures, they don't mention that probably a high percentage of them, if not half of them, were militants. So those are legitimate targets of war, and they don't mention the numbers of people that Hamas itself has killed. They found recently something like near a hospital, 20 or 30 body bags wrapped in black plastic. Turns out that it was Hamas who did this because these people were seen as informers for Israel. And it's not the kind of thing that Israel does. It just didn't look quite right. But yet that's reported as, oh, Israel is engaging in cruel activities and, atrocities. What is the actual, do you have any handle on what are the real numbers? Because, we are concerned about innocent people being killed. It's a very difficult situation, but, how does that actually break down?
First of all, I don't know the numbers, but
Understood.
I can tell you from my experience, as I told you, that we're doing as much as we can in order to avoid any casualties. And sadly, sometimes Hamas put us in position which we cannot choose, because while he decide to shoot at us, I have to respond. By the way, a lot of the time, we're just taking cover because we don't want to take care of those people. And still, sometimes that's happened. It's war. And I don't remember anyone protest against Britain when they killed German people when they fought against the Nazis. Sometimes in war, there is casualties. And believe me, we did, and we're doing right now as much as we can in order to avoid those people. I want to show you a picture. But every interview that I have, I'm trying to talk about one of my friends that died or got murdered. And I want to show you an amazing picture of a friend of mine, Shauli Greenlick.
Mm-hmm.
And that guy, this is in Gaza. This guy unfortunately died several months ago.
Yeah.
And as you can see, he's an officer, captain as me. And during that time in Gaza, he saw a crippled lady and he decided to approach her and evacuate her from the place because, by the way, her entire family and everyone just ran away. They don't care about people. Sometimes we care much more about their children, much more about their parents, because they leave them out there and run away. Or they're using them as a human shield. But these guy, amazing guy, Shauli Greenlick, which is a truly amazing person. I can talk about him later if you want, but you can see from his picture that we care about those people much more than they care about themselves.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the day they care about their children as much as the Israelis do about theirs, I think it was Golda Meir said something like that we'll have a peace. There'll be a move toward peace. So my guest is Captain Elkanah Kuno Cohen. The book is October 7th, The War Against Hamas Through the Eyes of an Israeli Commando Officer. It's available at Amazon and other sites. You seem to have covered the map politically in that you have a blurb from both Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and also from former Prime Minister Naftali Bennett. Why did the prisoner from Jabalia reveal to IDF soldiers that he had millions of shekels hidden in his home?
It's a great question, and the reason will shock you. The reason he told us that he had millions of shekels and dollars in his house was we were needed to interrogate him and to send him into some interrogator in order to realize if he somehow connected to the October 7 attack. And right before we took him, he told us in Hebrew, by the way. And it's important for people to understand why they talk in Hebrew. It's because they're working in Israel. A lot of them, I think every person on the Gaza Strip have cousins or uncle that getting salaries and getting paid in Israel, and still they decide to do what they do. So he approached us and said in Hebrew, I'll say it in English, not in Hebrew. But he said, I have all of that amount of money in my house. So my friend asked them, why do you telling me that? You want to lead me into a bomb, into a how you say, a booby trap?
Yeah.
So he told them, no, the reason that I'm telling you that it's because if I leave my house, the Palestinian people who lives here, the Gaza people will, the first second after I'm going to leave my house, they're going to steal everything. And you know what? I'm trust you. I trust the IDF soldiers. And it sounds weird, but I think that you can hear huge truths in this sentence, because they know that they can trust on us and that we are actually moral and working with humanity code, that they can trust us while they acting like animals. Lots
Right.
of them.
Well, I mean, I think that maybe one of the things that's been learned from this whole war is that the Hamas, which of course Gaza was handed over to the Palestinian Authority on a silver platter in 1995 by Prime Minister Ariel Sharon, and Jews were ethnically cleansed from their villages, and their factories and farms were turned over to the Palestinian Authority, and money poured in from all over the world, including the U.S. taxpayer, to try to create a peaceful society there, one that could, and all Israel asked in return was just peace. They weren't asking for anything else. They weren't even asking for recognition. They just, they wanted the end of the hostilities. And this was an opportunity for the Palestinian Authority to turn Gaza into what would be the equivalent of Hong Kong. I mean, they're talking about beachfront property. These people are not poor there. You take a look at Gaza, you know, from pictures. I mean, this is like the French Riviera. And they could
definitely could make it as an amazing place. I think they have the nicest beaches in our area.
It's beautiful, and Israel handed it to them, and they could have created a peaceful state alongside Israel, but instead they took all of their money and they poured it into this war machine, this incredible network of tunnels, which it's unbelievable. I mean, the football field size buildings underground with tunnels that connect, hundreds of miles of sophisticated tunnels, and they immediately started to fire missiles into Israel, engaging in acts of war. They immediately started to ship shipments of armaments, like from the Karine B, and that's why Israel had to put a blockade. And they started to do other stuff, the flying in the terror balloons, the gas balloons to burn Israeli fields. And of course, eventually they showed up with the hang gliders with machine guns. So, here you have a corrupt leadership there that, they're going to steal every penny they can. And instead of investing it in their own people, they're going to build a war machine in Israel and engage actively in a war against Israel. Not to mention that they siphon off enough so that these guys in Qatar have a bank account like $3 billion each. So, I mean, that's what you're describing here is kind of a manifestation of that. I mean, they're just going to grab everything.
Yeah, you're saying hardly. I'm agreed with that.
Yeah. What's on the Hamas terrorist GoPro cameras?
So one of the time, one of the soldiers in my division found a GoPro, and beside the fact that they were filming everything, as everyone knows, as you start in the beginning, you said people try to say they did that, but they document them themselves and put it online on social media. They did that. So of course that, but also we saw huge tunnels. When I'm saying huge tunnels, I'm talking about tunnels that shuffles. I don't know how to say, like a
you mean like a
D9. It's a huge structures.
Yeah.
I mean,
it looks like the Southeast Expressway here in Boston. I mean, we're talking about like four 2-lane highways, and this isn't.
I think subway will look even smaller sometimes.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah.
They invest so much on terror infrastructure. It's hard for me to say.
Infrastructure, absolutely.
Yeah,
well, that's where all the money goes, and that's something that I think should be clear. Why do you feel sick every time you eat meat?
I think I will let the readers to search deeply in the book while they read it.
That's in your book. Okay. The book is October 7th, The War Against Hamas Through the Eyes of an Israeli Commando Officer. So my guest being Captain Elkanah Kuno Cohen. So Kuno, what is going to be the end game here? I know that you're not prime minister, but I have you here as an Israeli, so I need to ask, since I can't get high-level people yet. I mean, you know, it's going to take a long time, I think, to finally defeat Hamas. But is Israel going to do this job of completely pacifying Gaza? Because I think if they don't, it's going to be a future war. And if and when they do, what happens then?
So first of all, as you said, I'm not the prime minister. I'm the one who...
Speaking for yourself.
Yeah, I'm speaking for myself, and I'm also the one who do what he needs to do. And right now, as I told you, I'm on a break reserve, but we always here and ready to protect our country. But before I'll tell you what I think that they're going to be, I also want to say thank you for the people that maybe the people who watched that video and the USA government. I know that there is disagreement what they should do or what they shouldn't do, but me as a soldier, the fact that we're getting the support, sometimes we got equipment, and we also in my active service, I had the privilege to train with Marines, which is bonding us, and I think it's a great connection. And when we're talking about how the solution will be, in that moment when we figure that this is not just Israel war, because Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East, and we are a void right now from all the other democracy to fight against those terror organization. And how it's going to be end? I think it will be end by all the other democracy, and of course the US, to understand that we are here together in order to fight those people, and no second guessing, no too much hesitation, because otherwise those all the terror organization, they using that. You said about the hospital. Well, they using the hospital in order to fight.
Oh, their headquarters is underneath that hospital.
Yeah.
But I want to get back to my question here. What happens to Gaza after the war? I mean, I don't see Israel. I mean, again, this is my opinion from the comfort of my Boston home here, that I can't imagine Israel allowing another Palestinian entity to develop there, because it's just going to be another repeat maybe down the road. They're going to just once again, I mean, if there's any lesson here, it's that Israel can't do that. I think that maybe there could be local election, municipal Arab governments, but I hope that at the end of the war, an Israeli could go to the beach in Gaza and order a shawarma at a beach stand and not worry and bring his family. That's the way it has to be after this war. So what do you see happening there?
Again, I'm not the prime minister, but what I realize that those people, the thing that they care the most, it's land. And I think that in order to show them that we are here and we are not gonna vanish. Right. We need to take some of their land and to tell them, if you're gonna do more than that, more land will be taken, and it will be just after we're gonna clear their entire educating system and all their leaders that support Hamas, because this is not, people say Hamas, but Hamas it's not the only thing. There is lots of terror organization at the Gaza Strip. So it's a code name for me, Hamas. But I'm saying we need to kill all the people that supporting our deaths, because whoever wants to kill me needs to be dead.
Of course, this is a war, and these are military combatants. They've declared war against Israel. They've stated their mission, which is to destroy Israel. So Israel has every right, both from a practical and a moral standpoint, to fight back and to stop them by any means necessary. But my point is that once that's done, if you have Arabs in Gaza who want to live peacefully alongside Israel and who want to live with Israelis, then they should be honored, and I think they will be honored. But if you have those who want to continue to fight, they have to be stopped. And I just think that Israel has to maintain the upper hand there forever. I don't see them turning that region over ever again to anyone outside of Israel.
Unfortunately, I'm agree about that. I really hope to, I'm looking
From that standpoint, I mean, it's not going to work.
What?
I mean, it's a practical matter. How many times is it going to take where they continue to build up a war machine and continue to try to kill Israelis? It's like, if there's some lesson from this, it's that. And I think that from what I've heard in reports, there is an even bigger tunnel infrastructure and a more frightening and more dangerous system on the northern border. And I mean, unfortunately, Israel betrayed our Christian allies in Lebanon in 1990 when they evacuated south of Litani, and General Haddad lost his command, and the southern Lebanese army was basically went into the Galilee. Now you have Hezbollah in control there, and I hope that Israel can at least keep them at bay, but I fear that Israel's going to have to do the same thing they did in Gaza. Again, you're not the prime minister, you're not the general, but I'm asking you as an Israeli on the street.
As Israeli and someone who served, I just came back from a defense combat at the Lebanon border.
Okay.
I can tell you that for me, I don't see how nothing will change unless they all will be behind the Litani, because there is places in Israel like Metula. I don't know if you heard that.
Yeah, the northern border there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they surrounded 320 degrees of Lebanon, and they getting missile and RP like rockets every day, which is crazy. And the border looked like some little kid tried to draw and he couldn't do a straight up line.
Right.
Border should be on by geographic and also something
right,
that you
like
can control.
Litani River.
That the border right now, yeah. And when you have river and you have high hills to control it makes sense. But when they have higher hills than you, and you're surrounded by mountain that they control over your villages, it's cannot be like that, because as you know, we don't shoot them. We don't want them to die, but they do that to us. So if we want to live side by side, that even if they want to kill us, let's say, we have to have the insurance that they can shut us every time they want.
Well, I mean, Israel learned this lesson in 1967 when they took over the Golan. The Syrians were firing from the heights into Israel, and it's simply a matter of practicality that to protect the country from these enemies, and they're not going anywhere. They have to ensure that there is, as the French say, a cordon sanitaire to preserve the border. I just hope that it's done carefully and swiftly and with limited numbers of casualties on both the Israeli and the Lebanese side. And I hope that Israel is able to make an alliance with the Lebanese Christian government in terms of completely eradicating Hezbollah.
I wish for that, and people don't understand that. The IDF, and it's not the IDF. When you say the IDF, it's like it's a big term. It's a system. Well, I'm not talking as the IDF. Everyone in my unit, we don't want to fight.
No,
we want. We are young people.
Some of
us have families, expecting fathers. The last thing that we want to do is war. We hate to participate in war, but sometimes we realize that we have to do that. And when we have to do that, we will do that with all of our power. But until then, we don't want that. And we hope that there will be as non-casualties at all. And
of course. Yeah, I mean, it's heartbreaking to think about the fact that Israelis, my fellow Jews in Israel, have to fight this ongoing war, but that's the reality. I mean, they have to operate from a position of strength and awareness of the nature of an enemy that's never going to back down. Israel, after the horrible attack of October, as a society, seemed to pull itself together. There was very serious conflicts going on between the anti-Netanyahu. I don't want to get into that, but I just want to say that it was concerning. It reminded me of historically what we learn in Hebrew school about the destruction of the Second Temple, that it wasn't really the Romans. They just stood by and watched. It was the factions that became so hateful toward each other that they killed each other, and the place fell apart. I hope that doesn't describe Israel today. I know that it seems like everybody has kind of circled the wagons. Is there any societal change now in Israel where people are a little bit more cohesive? I know that I understand there are major conflicts on both sides, and some of those are very real. But is there more concern now with preserving the society and the state?
So you're right. At the beginning of the war, before October 7, we were super divisive, and I think this is what allowed our enemy to attack us. And right after that, we saw an amazing unity in our nation. It's not just nation, in Israel, Arab, Muslim, Christian, Jews, everyone got together. And unfortunately, I feel that maybe we're going a little bit on the wrong way right now.
Okay.
But I always says that this is the mission of all the soldiers. In between our units, even those we have people from all the stream of the Israeli stream, super left wing, right wing.
Right.
We all can communicate, and we are trust each other, and I think that this is the mission of every soldier. They're coming back from a fight. You're finished, not finished. You need to go and to show that this is a possibility of living together. And I think also this will be an example for the entire world, because right now you can see what happened in USA. It's the same thing. And I think people should realize that we can communicate. We need to communicate, and this is our only way to survive. Because otherwise, we will unfortunately get to the point that you just mentioned before the Second Temple Mount.
Right. Now, Kuno, I want to kind of wrap it up by just asking you generally, because this is, I think, a major concern for those of us in the United States who support Israel. How are Israelis feeling now? I mean, after this horrible event, and I'm sure that it's affected a lot of things. It's affected probably tourism. It's affected the fact that, as you say, Gazan Arabs worked in Israel and they got salaries, and turns out that they were spying on Israel in some cases. How are people feeling? I mean, is there a sense of optimism? And how are Israelis dealing with this kind of pressure?
I think Israelis are great, and they have huge spirit. Of course, unfortunately, I can show you. This is my book in Hebrew.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, I lost 26 friends during that fight. I write their name, all of them here. So I'm not saying that we're not dealing with a lot, and unfortunately, we're waiting for our entire hostages to come back. So yeah, we have some serious bad things that's going on, and we need to take care of them. But beside that, I think we have great spirit, and it's amazing to see how we survive over and over again. It's, we're talking right now about October 7th, but there was the Holocaust. It's not a new thing. Even the Egyptians tried to wipe us out. So I think one of the most incredible things about the Jews that we are here to thrive, and we have the ability and and the spirit for that.
Yeah.
And
And
we are,
we're able to persevere and even thrive and have a good time in the face of some very harsh and difficult circumstances that come up from time to time. And that's just the reality that we're in. It's an interesting subject. We could get into that. I mean, theologically, it's a big subject, so we'll have to leave it there. But I just want to thank you very much for joining me today, Captain Cohen, Captain Elkanah Kuno Cohen. The book is October 7th, The War Against Hamas, Through the Eyes of an Israeli Commando Officer. Kuno, is there any website that you'd like to share with our listeners, or any more information about you and what you're working on?
yeah. So if people want to pre-order the book, they can go into my site. It's elkanah-cohen.com, and they can also pre-order through Amazon. I'm also, by the way, on 29th of September, I'm coming to New York to give some lecture.
Wonderful.
People for some communities, and if people want to reach me out, they can call me. And I have all the details in my site. So it's elkanah-cohen.com. And that's it.
I'm just glad that you're doing what you're doing. Thank God. I mean, you're putting a nice human face to the conflict. Somebody who's been there. And, I think that I hope to see more of that. And I just really want to thank you for your service in Israel. God bless you. God bless the state of Israel. And thank you for joining me today, Kuno.
Thank you. It's a privilege. Again, privilege to talk to you. Thank you for that.
All right. Welcome to the program, Charles Moskowitz. Thanks for joining me, everyone. My guest is Vince Everett Ellison, who is the author of Crime, Inc., How Democrats Employ Mafia and Gangster Tactics to Gain and Hold Power. Excuse me. Vince Ellison was born on a cotton plantation in Haywood County, Tennessee. In 2000, Vince received the Republican Party nomination for South Carolina's 6th Congressional District. In 2019, Vince wrote The Iron Triangle, which became an Amazon #1 bestseller. And this book deals, I think, in a less than veiled way with the Democratic Party, a little bit of history of it and where it stands today. So, Vince, why don't you introduce your book a bit here? Give us a thumbnail on its story.
Well, this is my book. It's Crime, Inc.
Indeed.
It says how Democrats employ mafia and gangster tactics to gain and hold power. In this book, I just take the Democratic Party and I show that they are very similar to a organized crime family, how they use similar tactics and they have similar goals, and how they also coordinate together. So how I've proven in the first chapter that the Democratic Party, just like the mafia and the triads and MS-13, are a foreign entity. Their ideology comes from a foreign government. Their ideology comes from Moscow. It's not an American form of ideology. It's not an American ideology. And I show how the civil rights movement was used to infiltrate the Democratic Party into this Marxist communist group right now. So the NAACP, RAM, the Black Panthers, SELC were all communist fronts. And even the white people, even the white atheists and Marxists and weirdos and hippies back in the day infiltrated the civil rights movement and backed it up so that they could take over the Democratic Party, which they did in 1972. And since then, the Democratic Party does what the mafia does. They make their money through hits, and the mafia has hitmen. The Democratic Party has Planned Parenthood. They do trafficking. The mafia does human trafficking and drug trafficking and sex trafficking. The Democratic Party does through by allowing the borders to be open. Mm-hmm. The mafia grooms their children very, very young. They get them when they're 9, 10, 11 years old, and they get them in the gangs. And, the gangs do the same thing. But the Democratic Party uses public education for the same thing. They groom the children to join the Democratic Party and do all this weird stuff. They're into porn. They hate women. They hate minorities. They send the drugs to the minority areas. They control the minority areas. When you read this book, you'll see that the Democratic Party and organized crime are one and the same. Even when it comes to false piety, the mafia, the triads, all of them try to act like, and all these Crips and Bloods act like they're so religious. They go to church and they pray and whatnot. But then when it comes down to it, they'll kill you. They'll take children and use them for porn. They'll do anything for money. So it's a false piety. So as you read this book, you will ask the question: did the Democratic Party cause organized crime, or the organized crime form the Democratic Party? They're both one and the same, hand in glove.
You know, it does seem to be like kind of a double-faced entity, kind of like the Roman god of Diana, which had two faces. And on the front face is this pious, benevolent group, and then behind the back is an entirely different agenda that is really hard to explain. And since they control the high ground of the media and the culture, you don't get to question it. You talk about groups that purport to be civil rights groups like the NAACP and others that have been infiltrated by the left, certainly. Same thing is true in my case, with Jewish groups like the ADL, and with women's groups like the National Organization of Women and NARAL, even with gay groups. You have them basically acting as enforcers in that they're going to take out a microscope and try to find something that somebody who is their opponent, because of political reasons, they might have said 20 years ago that was insulting. Maybe now they're doing it to men who might have had a bad date 20 years ago, and all of a sudden somebody comes out of the woodwork and is accusing them of rape. Or they'll do, somebody suddenly is a Holocaust denier. I mean, these crazy charges that can destroy a person's life. They can destroy the reputation of a company, and they manufacture these things to do that, to suppress. Not only does it destroy someone who's in opposition to their leftist agenda, but it chills the public debate because people see this happening and they keep their head low. Nobody wants to be accused of these things. It's kind of like in the times of the Spanish Inquisition, there was an auto da fe. They would take someone out in public and they would publicly humiliate them and then probably execute them, because it sent a chill throughout the entire society. Hey, I better not step out of line here. Look, this is what they did with Jesus. I mean, right? They had they would crucify people outside the gates of Jerusalem in Golgotha, known as Calvary, to scare the entire country into sort of, kowtowing to the will of the mighty Roman Empire, and to scare people who would step out of line. They would take advantage. They would make examples of people. So this is their tactic, and it is a mafia tactic, both in terms of tactically, but I agree with you, Vince. It's literally a mob situation. It's an organized criminal syndicate.
Well, they've always been that way. It's never been a time in the history of the country where they haven't been that way. From 1800 to 1860, with a part of slavery, raping women, putting them on selling their own children.
Oh, the horrors, of course.
Yeah, and making them work without pay. Then after that, they were the part of the Confederacy. They succeeded from the United States of America, killed their own countrymen in order to keep on doing the evil that they were doing. And after they lost the war, they got worse. They became the party of Jim Crow. They started raping, maiming, keeping people from voting, extra-constitutionalism, breaking the law. The law meant nothing to these people. They were criminals. Every city, right now and then, had a Democrat political machine. In New York, they had Tammany Hall. In Chicago, they had the Daley machine. In Memphis, they had the Crump machine. In Los Angeles, they had the Bradley machine. In Missouri, they had the Pendergrass machine. They always had these political machines that controlled the politics of the area. And they sent their mafiosos out to intimidate and hurt people to make them vote for the Democratic Party. The union representatives were the same way. They come out and they beat you and slap you around and make you vote for the Democratic Party. This is who they've always been. And when John F. Kennedy stood in front of the Berlin Wall, he said, if people think that communism is a good thing, let them come to Berlin. What I say, if people think that the Democratic Party is a good thing, let's go see what happens in the places where they rule. If you think the Democratic Party is a good thing, well, I'll tell you, let them go to Detroit. Let them come to Chicago. Let them come to Washington, D.C., Memphis, Houston, L.A., Milwaukee, Philadelphia. Wherever the Democrats rule, there's nothing but chaos. There's nothing but death and destruction.
You're obviously absolutely right.
Perverts, liars, hypocrites, and anti-Christian bigots. And we need to run them out as quick as we can. Y'all buy Crime Inc., read it, share it with your friends. Use it as a gun and as proof who these people are. Educate yourself, and let's send them packing in 2024.
Well, this is what we need to overcome here, because as you point out, they have controlled the big American cities, I think, absolutely since the mid 1960s, when they started with these riots that were communist inspired, and that they enthroned these machines that are stealing elections. They have these they shut down when the polls shut down. They have people in there, these ward healers, who fill out the ballots. There's plenty of witnesses of this. And I think that has only been enhanced by electronic machines that are online and all these other mechanisms, these mass mailings of the absentee ballots that people get like 30, 40 ballots at their house, or they go to a vacant building and they get somehow mailed in and they stuff the drop boxes. We all know what happened. Everybody knows it, whether they want to admit it or not. And it has really become worse. You know, I don't think it's an accident that these corrupt Democrat machines are controlling these cities, and these cities have literally gone to hell. People aren't voting for that. I don't believe they are. I mean, I don't believe that people are that.
No, the Democrats have been stealing elections since 1872. That's why the Civil Rights Movement was precipitated, because the Democratic Party wouldn't let black people vote. They were stealing elections then. They never stopped stealing elections. They would rather steal an election than win one outright. This is just who they are. And I go into a lot about Martin Luther King Jr. and how the communists were controlling the Civil Rights Movement. In 1956, Taylor Brandt wrote in his book, American the King Years, he said in 1956 that the Comintern gave a order that their people in the Civil Rights Movement were supposed to turn the black community to a replica of the old Soviet Union, And they did that. We have one-party rule, dictator worship, false religion. They bought the communists to the black church and they made it apostate. Martin Luther King Jr., a lot of people don't know these things about him, but he was excommunicated from the black church in 1961. He was excommunicated from the National Baptist Convention for trying to take it over for the communists and the Civil Rights Movement. So he started his own religion. He called it the the Progressive National Baptist Convention. Look it up. The Progressive National Baptist Convention was started when the National Baptist Convention, a 10 million member unit, kicked Martin Luther King Jr. out of it. He killed a preacher on the floor, rioting, trying to take it over in 1961. Also, a lot of people don't know that Martin Luther King Jr. was the first recipient of the Margaret Sanger Award in 1966. Remember, abortion clinics. They also don't know that he was the reason for the man out clause in welfare. They ran the father out of the house. They said that the mother could get money only if the father was out of the house for welfare. Yeah, King was behind all of that. See, Martin Luther King and John F. Kennedy told King before the March on Washington that he had communists in his organization. You need to get them out because they want to help. They want to destroy America. So people need to understand the history of King, and I talk about this a lot in my book. His "I Have a Dream" speech, which people read which little school children now have to recite, was written by two communists, Clarence Jones and Stanley Levinson. And King said in that speech that he had 100 years after the Emancipation Proclamation, the Negro is still not free. Well, that is a lie. I was born free. God gave me my freedom. According to John Locke, my freedom is an unalienable right. It is irrevocable, non-transferable, and unsellable. And he also said that we should be ashamed of the color of our skin, that we dream of one day that we will be judged by it. I will not walk up to a racist and ask him to look over the color of my skin. Never me. If Martin Luther King wants to do that, let him do that. I don't care how you feel about the color of my skin. That's your problem. If you put your hands on me, you're going to have another one. So I want all your viewers and your listeners to go to my website, VinceELlison.com. That's VinceELlison.com. You'll see my blogs. You'll see my books for sale. You'll see my documentary, and buy them, and they'll rock your world.
Oh, you bet. So, Vince, your book is Crime, Inc., How Democrats Employ Mafia and Gangster Tactics to Gain and Hold Power. You know, it obviously makes a lot of sense. And you get into in your book these really explosive charges about the late, great Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who I will still say I give a lot of credit for, because he did stand for nonviolence and he didn't want to have a violent revolution, unlike
nonviolence is not a Christian virtue. Non-aggression is a Christian virtue. That's why he told that lie that nonviolence was a Christian virtue. It's not. It's not aggression. There's no virtue in me and you walking down the street and seeing a 3-year-old girl getting raped and accosted, and we stand there and say, well, since we 3, 2, do anything.
Of course.
No, our job is to grab him, whoop him till he stops fighting, and then can't turn him over to the police to testify at his trial. There's no virtue in you and I as godly men, me as a Christian, allowing men to come in my house and rape my wife and my family. Where's the virtue in that?
Absolutely.
No, Christianity is a religion of non-violence. When Jesus went into the temple and he told the money changers not to come into his house anymore, changing money, and they disobeyed him, I don't know how many times, what did he do? He got the cord, he ran them out. Yes, he also told his disciples tonight. You remember when I told you not to bring your no clothes nor money? Well, tonight you'll need some swords. How many do we have? And Peter said we have 2 of them. He said that's enough. Look, it's a lie, and because of that, Martin Luther King Jr. and his nonviolent concept made us a generation of stalkers. A tree is known by the fruit it bears, isn't it? They asked Christ, how you know a false prophet? They said by his fruit, not by what he says or he does.
Fruits.
When you look at Martin Luther King Jr. and you look at the condition of the black community, and it's revealed that we made more progress the 100 years after slavery than we have in the last 50 years, how can anybody say he was a success? The black community is destroyed. The black family is destroyed. The black education system destroyed. Black businesses destroyed. 5 times more men in prison. Show me one place that he's been successful except for getting more black liberals and Democrats elected into office. What place has he been successful?
I think you make a brilliant point. I mean, it's.
So he's and
also
prophet.
I think
Jesus said that you will know them by their fruits, and his fruits
and
are
what
right.
I've also heard, Vince, is that Martin Luther King and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference and his whole group, they purged the black church of conservative ministers, and they kind of took the high ground with the full backing of the establishment that actually was hoping to keep black people down and keep black people in their place. I think that the 1960s saw left-wing organizers implement Lyndon Johnson's War on Poverty and Great Society, which, as you said, it damaged the black family. I mean,
Martin Luther King Jr. was behind that. Listen,
yeah, I believe that.
Patrick Moynihan did the Moynihan report.
Yeah, that's
in 1965. Right. He told Lyndon Johnson that we need to use the federal government to put the black man back in charge of his family. Lyndon Johnson agreed. In his book, Bearing the Cross, David Garrow talks about this. He told Moynihan to take his report to the civil rights community. McGeorge Bundy was with Moynihan when he did it. He took it to Martin Luther King Jr. and the civil rights community at this convention they were having. And McGeorge Bundy wrote, it was a wonder Moynihan got out of that room alive. They cussed him out, called him everything but a child of God. The feminists said that marriage was like slavery. And they did not want to put the man back in the head of the family. And so they put the man in-house clause in welfare and said if the man is caught in the house, instead of the family getting welfare, he gets none. They only get money if the man is out of the house. And in one generation, we went from 80% of our children being born in wedlock to 80% being born out of wedlock. And that's because Martin Luther King Jr. turned down Lyndon Johnson's when Lyndon Johnson said he wanted to put the black man back in the head of the family, they turned it down. People like to put this on LBJ. It was not LBJ. It was MLK. And my documentary proves it, and my book proves it. I have a documentary out. It's called Will You Go to Hell For Me? And in this documentary, I asked the question, can a Christian vote for a person that says I'm going to cut off the breasts of little girls and call them little boys, castrate little boys and call them little girls, give them puberty blockers that mess up their lives forever, vote for 9-month abortion, killing children on the table, do the sex trafficking and fentanyl across the border that's killed 100,000 Americans every year, trap children in failing schools where they never learn to read and write, take weapons from people in war zones so people can kick their doors in and kill them and defund the police so they can't be protected. Can anybody vote for that and think that they won't be held responsible in the eyes of God? I say no. What is evil? I'll make it simple for you. Evil is anyone that'll harm a child. Jesus Christ said, anybody that will harm one of these little ones, they put a millstone be tied around their neck, they'd be thrown into the sea. Well, I hope these Democrats can swim.
You make, as I said, I mean, I can't really add anything to that. It's a brilliant presentation. I hope that it reaches enough ears. And I know they're trying to censor you on YouTube and all of that in your documentary. Vince, where can people get your documentary?
They can go to VinceELlison.com. VinceELlison.com. You can get my books, you can read my blog, you can get my documentary there. If you want to see the trailer, go to VinceELlison.com. You can watch the trailer there, and it'll send you to a link where you can buy the documentary, stream it, or where you can buy the DVD. I debuted the documentary on Tucker Carlson's show a month before he left Fox News. Tucker said it's one of the most powerful trailers he's ever seen. Sean Hannity said the same thing. I would ask you to watch that trailer and then look at this documentary. Buy it or buy the DVD or stream it. But it will change your life. All this stuff about Martin Luther King Jr. and how they let the communists infiltrate the civil rights movement and how they went into the Democratic Party. It's all in there. All about the black preacher, the black politician, the black civil rights worker being used as conduits by rich white liberals to keep black people under control. It is all there. Every question you have about why
excellent.
black
I mean,
Christians,
the black church began to be corrupted in the late 1930s with Margaret Sanger and her so-called Negro Project, where she set up an abortion clinic in Harlem, knowing that as a white woman she wouldn't be able to convince black people to go have abortions. So they started to pay ministers to encourage it. And she was a very close friend of Ernst Rudin, who was a Nazi sociologist, and she would publish his work, and she believed in race theories, and she considered black people to be a dysgenic race. And
the sad thing is that black people believed it. It's not that white people believed it. They can believe what they want to believe. But the black preacher, the black politician, the black civil rights organizers taught black people to believe it. This is why we kill each other in such astronomical numbers. And this is why the most dangerous place in the world for a black person is inside the womb of his mother. So they teach us to kill one another while we're in the womb. So we definitely kill each other after the child is born. We have a dysfunctional society, and that's because we always had a dysfunctional clergy. And the clergy was taught by the plantation owner to tell black people to kowtow and keep themselves in line for white people. And this is why black people during the civil rights movement turned into stalkers. They had their own schools, they had their own communities, and we've been the only people in the history of the world that ever forcibly asked or forced our oppressor to allow us to integrate with them. That's because of the Stockholm Syndrome and the cognitive dissonance. It made no sense. It makes no sense now. Most of the other minorities, whether it be Indian or Jewish, think about Jewish people after the Holocaust going up to the Germans, asking them to integrate with them. It's ridiculous. Instead, just like Brigham Young, what did they do? Brigham Young went out west,
created his own state.
His own group. The Indians did the same thing. Give us our reservations. Most people want to get into an enclave. They want to remain American, but they don't want to be under the heel of their oppressor or the people that they think are their oppressor. The black American, led by the Democrat Party, asked, cried, and demanded to live under the heel of their oppressor. And that's where they are now, under his heel. And it's not the white Democrat, it's not the white conservative that's doing it. The white conservative, the best decision the white conservative ever made was to leave the Democrat Party in the early 1970s. Because if they had, they would have fallen victim to the same stuff that the black people have right now. They would have had them at the bottom of every socioeconomic statistic in America also. Instead, when you come down south, the white conservative is doing fine. He saw it coming. He saw the LGBTQ coming. He saw the atheism coming. He saw the lies, the deceit, and the poverty coming. And he said, the heck with the Democrat Party, and got out of it. Saved himself. But black people wanted to hold on to the master. Hold on to that D. Nancy Pelosi held a glass of water and said, in minority communities, people will vote for this glass of water if it had a D on it. That's how brainwashed black people are with the Democratic Party.
And here you have it again. We talked about in the 1960s, as you say, they scuttled the Moynihan Report. They replaced it with welfare that paid women to get rid of their husbands and then have more babies out of wedlock. So you have young black men growing up without a father figure in the house. You have leftist economic programs that are stripping the neighborhood of entrepreneurialism and opportunity and all of it. You've got the school system that's been infiltrated and taken over by ideologues who are not teaching things like phonics to help a person learn how to read and all of the methodologies and the Constitution. Instead, it becomes a behavioral soapbox run by these leftists. And that includes it particularly affected black families because they had already started to destroy the family. and they
Well,
didn't
of course
have
it
the
did.
support.
And Martin
Yeah.
Luther King Jr. them and all of them backed it up. I mean, it's the stupidest thing in the world. You say you hate George Wallace and you hate Orval Faubus and Lester Murdoch and all those guys, right? All those old Southern governors. But then you have a school system that you have absolute control. We said, no, we don't want to scuttle that school system and hand our children over to the racists. It's like Jews saying, I want to hand my Jewish children over to Nazis to educate. Now, look at what's going on now. The children can't read, they can't write. Baltimore doesn't have one school that can educate children properly in math or science, not one, or reading, not one. Nevertheless, when people start talking about school choice, black people, when you poll them, will go 95% for vouchers and charters. But when it comes time to vote for the politicians, they say, I won't vote for a Republican because he's a Republican, but I'll vote for a Democrat. It's brainwashing, it's Stockholm syndrome, and they demoralize them to a point where they cannot even think. They think that they are what they say they are. You're no good, you're ignorant, you're stupid, you don't deserve anything, but the crumbs that fall from the table, that's all you're going to get. Don't try to do any better. Don't try to do any better. And when Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson walk out there talking about you how can you pull yourself up from with your bootstrap and you ain't got no boots? You know, telling black people what they can't do all the time. Jesus Christ said what? He said, you're more than a conqueror. You cannot be a victim. You cannot be oppressed. They said, thou shalt not covet. But what do these guys say? Income inequality. They say, he said, my peace I leave with you. What do they scream? No justice, no peace. They walk around here begging and stalking white America, looking in the window. Everybody hates a stalker. I don't care how pretty a woman is. If she's a stalker, she's despised. And they've turned black America into a generation of stalkers who are pitied and despised all over the world as opposed to be respected. That's why I can't stand the Democrat Party. They are a cabal of liars, perverts, psychopaths, anti-Christian bigots, full of pride, full of hate. They destroy everything they touch. Crime Inc. tell you all about them. Get the book. Learn about this evil party and never vote for them again because you're putting your soul in hell. You're putting your soul in jeopardy when you vote for this party.
Yes, indeed. And we talked about what they did economically to the black community, how they try to force integration, what they did with welfare, what they did to the black church, what they did to black education. Then, of course, in the 1980s, they introduced drugs. And now, you have young black men mostly who don't have a father figure and who are therefore susceptible to this. They don't have employment because of this bad economic agenda of the left. And so they turn to things like drugs. And then the final line of defense is police department keeping the 99% of people in that community who are trying to get to work and get to school, keeping them safe from drug gangs, many of which have been imported. And then they want to defund the police and basically leave the neighborhood completely.
The one thing they do, Mr. Moskowitz, is they keep people from praying to their God. If you go to a football game now and you kneel, if you are praying to protest, if you're kneeling to protest your country, they will give you accolades. But if you're kneeling to pray to God, they want to put you in jail. They have taken God out of schools. They brought the drag queens in. They've taken the Bible out and they brought porn in. My mommy, my two mommies, and my two daddies. Right. They're allowing demented men in dresses to go in the bathrooms with little girls and women. They're allowing demented men to participate in sports with women. See, this party is insane. And when you start voting for an insane party, like people are doing here, you're going to be held responsible in this life or the next. There's no severability between you and your vote. You ask the Nazis about that, the ones that put Hitler in charge. Did they not pay for it? Of course they did. Ask the Russians about it, the ones that put Stalin in charge. Did they not pay for it? Of course they did. Ask the Italians about it, the one that put the crazy Mussolini in charge. Did they pay for it? Of course they did. And America is going to pay for this if they do not repent. This is what we got to understand, because what the Democratic Party tells you, and this is what they do, their biggest sin, is they tell you not to repent because you've done nothing wrong. They tell you to walk around in pride. C.S. Lewis said that pride is the most damnable sin. All other sins are flea bites and pinpricks compared to pride. All sins derive from pride. All of it. Murder, divorce, envy, hatred. And that's all the Democratic Party is. Envy, hatred, covetousness, everything that's evil, they want to make legal. Everything that's good, they want to make illegal. They want to make death legal. They want to make aborting children legal, bad schools legal, drugs legal, You name it that's bad, they want to make it legal. And these people aren't criminals because they litter and run stop signs. They are evil because they kill and destroy people, and they enjoy it. They're not trying to change things in Baltimore. They're not trying to change things in Memphis. They're not trying to change things in Chicago or New York. Oh, they strutting. Yeah, they're happy. They run for re-election. Talking about, yeah, look how good we've done. A Democrat Party heaven is an American hell. Never forget that. And we have to beat these people in 2024.
How? How can we do it? I mean, you've got the same.
They are panicking right now because they just saw this poll that said Trump is ahead by 10 points, and they and that the black
Yeah, but they still.
About
I know
20%
this, but
That's
black
how you
people
do it.
now,
That's
black men
what
are up.
done.
Yeah, I mean, look, Trump obviously is a natural hero for black people, for minorities, for young people, for people, blue collar, everyone that is basically trying to participate in the American way of life. But they still have their corrupt machines that are running the show, and they don't care. How do we defeat that? I mean, that infrastructure that stole the 2020 election and stole the 2022 midterm, they're still there. No one's doing anything about it.
Well, we're hoping that something is done about it. We're hoping that they will have all their ducks in a row and that Trump will have his people in parts of the inner city. All he has to do is go into he has to go into Detroit, Milwaukee, Charlotte, and Atlanta, and he'll be fine. Because they stole the election in Wisconsin, they stole in Pennsylvania, stole in Michigan.
Oh, obviously. In Pennsylvania. And everyone knows it, but nothing is. Those states are still run by the same people.
Well, you go into those 5 cities and you put your people there to watch the polls, and you know how they did it last time, and they've done a good job at taking out all the ballot harvesting and the drop boxes. The legislators have changed the law quite a bit in a whole lot of those cities and also the mail-in balloting. So they have an opportunity now if you want to come in and watch the polls, because we also have decided that we're going to get involved in the early voting and also the mail-in voting. This is something that the Democrats used to just control. We just came out to vote on election day, and they would already have the lead on us by 1 million votes. So what we need to do is do what they do. We need to take advantage of the same thing they do: the ballot harvesting, the street money, all of it. We need to play the game the way they play it. This is a war, and if you're not willing to use the same tactics as your enemy, you've already lost.
No, I agree. You can't come to the war disarmed. They had Zuckerberg give them a check for $420 million for walk around money on the street.
Like Coke and everybody else, and Elon Musk, we gotta do the same thing. This is how you beat them. You got to play their game. You don't go into Oakland Raiders to play the Oakland Raiders and think you can play some type of pity pat football. You got to go in with the sledgehammer when you're playing them. That's how you beat them. So when you go against the Democrat Party, you got to understand who you're dealing with. You're dealing with the mafia. You're dealing with the triads. You're dealing with MS-13.
Literally.
You're dealing with the criminals, man. This is why I wrote this book. You got to have a J. Edgar Hoover to go in and take these guys on. And that's why the left hates Hoover, because Hoover went in there and played the game the way they played it, and he beat them. And they tried to bastardize his name even right now because he beat them all. Every time he beat them.
I know Hoover, at least Hoover went after some genuine enemies of America, like the Klan and like the communists and like the mafia. Yeah, he did.
And if we had a Hoover now, they wouldn't be here now. Hoover took them out. And that's why they use the public education system right now to try to take Hoover down, because they want to bastardize Hoover's name because Hoover did such a good job on it.
Vince, now we have an apparatchik who is putting men in jail for 22 years for expressing their opinions. But Vince, let my listeners and viewers know where they can get your excellent book, where they can get more information about your documentary. I really applaud what you're doing. I'm glad to see that you're out there. It's very encouraging.
Go to VinceELlison.com. 3 E's in the middle. VinceELlison.com. Look at the trailer for my documentary, Will You Go to Hell For Me? It's about 2 minutes long. As Tucker Carlson and Sean Hannity said, it's the most powerful trailer they ever saw. Look at it. Stream the trailer or stream the video or buy the DVD. You can also buy Crime Inc. on that website. And my other 2 books. All of my books have been bestsellers. I've sold over 100,000 books in the last year. They 25 Lies, Iron Triangle. And this is why the black community is turning for Donald Trump. It's because of this. Because of what I'm doing out here what other people are doing, and we're going to keep on going. And what my friend tonight having me on his show so I can talk to y'all. I appreciate you giving me an opportunity to talk to your audience. And I hope that they take in what I'm saying, because this is so very, very important. They've been lying about you. They've said that you're homophobes, that you're racist. You're not. Stay strong. I speak for you. Buy my book. Put it in your liberal friend's face and say, now answer this question.
Drop it on the coffee table of your liberal friends. All right, Vince Ellison, I want to thank you for joining me. It's been an honor. Let's stay in touch. Thanks a lot. All right, take care. We're now live on Rumble, and also I want to be live on Rockfin, of course. Rockfin is the new kid on the block for me.
Oh, I don't know even a thing about that one.
Oh, it's a good one. All right, so my guest is Larry Schweikart. He's the author of The Patriot History of Globalism, Its Rise and Decline. Larry Schweikart has won a wide acclaim for his number one New York Times bestseller, A Patriot's History of the United States, which, by the way, I read and I love. It's a great book.
Thank you.
Larry, thanks for joining me today.
It was my pleasure, Charles.
Larry, you talk about the rise of globalism and how that has impacted America. Of course, this is an interesting theory. I mean, various people have a lot of different takes on the origin of it. From a spiritual standpoint, I view it as going back to the Garden of Eden.
Mm-hmm.
When the serpent told Eve that she could be like God and she could know all things, good and evil, in the planet, and thus overthrow God. And I derive that from the introductory chapter, the letter to his children, written by Whittaker Chambers in the book Witness, which I think where he captured that. Your theory, which is amazing, goes back to the defeat of Napoleon and the rise of the great powers of Europe. So let's start from there and we'll bring it up to today.
Sure. Well, I think one of the most important themes of the book is this is nothing new. As you say, it goes back to the Garden of Eden. Others would say back to the Tower of Babel. But it's always been around where some people are trying to control other people. But what we saw with the fall of Napoleon was, for the first time, large groups of people, in Napoleon's case, monarchs, tried to set up a new world order of the day. And just like they do with the post-World War I era, with the Versailles Conference, with the UN after World War II, it's always for the good of the people. We're always going to do this for the good of the people. That's what they say in public. But then, as you read in the chapter, behind closed doors, they're saying something much different. And many of the participants of the Congress of Vienna are going, this has nothing to do with the people at all. We're moving populations around to please kings.
Sure. Well, I mean, it's also part of the great, probably what I would argue is the greatest hoax of modern history, which is Karl Marx's communism. The idea that somehow this is a system that's going to be helping the working person, helping the little guy, that all you need to do is transfer your powers to this enlightened elite who will then take care of everything, and they'll make sure that everything is evenly distributed, and they'll create a one world ant colony. But we're talking here about the kind of the aristocracy of Europe, and eventually their clash and the collapse of their vision of world order, which led to World War I and then World War II.
Right. And you know what's interesting? One of the most famous globalists of all is Henry Kissinger. And he praised the Congress of Vienna. Oh, this is such a wonderful thing. It preserved peace. I'm going, wait a minute. There were two major European wars between 1815 and 1900, the Crimean War and the Franco-Prussian War. Did I miss peace in there somewhere? I mean, it's a war about every 30 or 40 years, right? So you get up to World War I, and Woodrow Wilson and his cadre of elites arrive, and they're going to fix things. They're going to make things all wonderful for all the people. They do exactly what the monarchs did. They start moving around entire blocks of people. Millions of people move from Germany into Poland, from Poland into Czechoslovakia, on and on and on, without ever once consulting the people. And so it gets to be quite a common reoccurrence of these elites just completely ignoring what the people want and moving forward with their own agenda.
Right, and it's the exact opposite of the American conception, which is that rights come from the people under God. Kissinger, I think, referred to Count von Metternich as his mentor,
Yeah.
who was the Austrian count at the Council of Vienna. And they basically, as you say, I mean, it led to the development of these super states in the middle of Europe, namely Germany, which was a hyper nationalist, socialistic state, and this led to conflict, of course, with the Anglo-American establishment, as established by Cecil Rhodes, and as described by Professor Carroll Quigley of Georgetown University in his book Tragedy of Hope. So you have this colossal international clash between and competition between these superpowers who sought to dominate world order. So here we are now after World War II and the collapse of Nazi Germany, the rise of the Soviet international entity, and then eventually that collapse in 1990. Francis Fukuyama, the social theorist, wrote The End of Time, where he says that now the United States is the last standing hegemony in the world, the last controlling power. But what he failed to talk about was who is running the United States.
Well, let me go, and I don't want to spend too much time on Napoleon, but there's some amazing stuff in that first chapter. And you mentioned Metternich, and Metternich was he's a very shrewd politician, but he's also love struck with this woman called the Countess of Dagon, as was Alexander of Russia. And these two guys are vying for her attention the whole time. They're supposedly carving up Europe. And there's one great scene where all of the other people at the Congress of Vienna, the Castlereagh and Alex and some of the others, are all in a corner looking at maps. And Metternich's over in another corner writing love letters to the Countess of Dagon. And it reminded me of that scene in the 90s where Bill Clinton was on the phone, literally deploying troops in Yugoslavia and bombing missions in Yugoslavia. And he was, well, shall we say, being getting the attentions of one Monica Lewinsky, right?
Right. It sounds like Helen of Troy, if you want to look at it historically, who led to the war in the Iliad and the Odyssey, or even the rape of Lucretia, which led to the Roman Empire. Right. So you have these situations where this incredible woman steps in, and everybody goes berserk.
Well, let's get back to your Fukuyama comment, who's running America. Before we do that, what Fukuyama missed was that all of that was taking place under the Bretton Woods Agreement and the post-World War II financial globalism that was set up in order to control world trade. And for people who don't know, Bretton Woods did a lot of things, set up the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank. But the most important thing it did was it established an unwritten agreement in which the rest of the world would sign on to free trade protected by the U.S. military and especially the U.S. Navy. We're seeing some problems of that in the Gulf right now, where neither our Navy nor the Brit Navy can really protect all of these flankers from lunatics like the Houthis, whoever they are.
Some kind of Iranian-backed proxy, I think. But you're talking about the World Trade Organization, which was the third leg in the stool of the the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. And that was a kind of a world order institution that would basically transfer the right to regulate trade, which is a constitutional right for this American Republic, to this faceless body of international bureaucrats that would then be able to penalize American companies and penalize the United States for trade imbalances or lack of agreements that they decide arbitrarily should be in place. And then, of course, the new stool in the chair, and you get into this in your book, Larry, is the World Health Organization and their hegemony over what constitutes health crisis. And they certainly flexed their muscles during the so-called pandemic, and I think that most people now know that there were elements of that were grossly overblown.
Right. Well, and I think most people today, if offered a chance of the Who, the rock band, or the WHO, the World Health Organization, would gladly take the rock band over that.
Oh yeah, sure.
Let me go back to your earlier comments about the international trade and development and all that stuff. Bretton Woods was set up with this notion that the dollar would be the basis for all international trade. But that in itself relied on an undergirding notion that the dollar would be as good as gold. Now, we were not on the gold standard, but by and large, people, the dollar was pretty sound. The problem was that the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, all of these trade agreements, international trade agreements, required the U.S. to spend money on international aid, what we call foreign aid. And more of this spending drove up deficits, which made the dollar less and less and less valuable. So this was something called Triffin's dilemma. An economist recognized this early on, that there were contradictions built into the very Bretton Woods Agreement that would cause it to unravel. And we are certainly seeing that unravel now. So then they had to turn to other things, which is, as you mentioned, medical globalism.
So you're talking about in your book, A Patriot's History of Globalism, Its Rise and Decline, a point at which, and you can't define it by exact dates, but there is a decline in this globalist entity. And I think that you seem to be tracing that to the inexact value of the American dollar, maybe the rise of the BRICS nations, which are now talking about depegging from the dollar as the international unit of currency that was set at the at the International Monetary Fund convention at Bretton Woods. And that, and also, I mean, in 1970, President Nixon took the dollar off the gold standard, which created fluctuations that maybe were unforeseen. So you have essentially a demonetization or a decentralization of the world's monetary system. Is that
right.
the point of departure where the globalist agenda is declining?
The departure from Bretton Woods begins to unravel really with the Afghanistan and Iraq wars. And you start to see the massive military spending, whether you agree with the premise or not. The result is that gradually the public came to say, we're tired of this kind of overseas adventurism and expense. And the US budget started to just explode, whether it was under Bush or Obama or Trump or certainly Biden, whom I affectionately call the rutabaga. It's just absolutely exploded under these guys. And the public is saying no more. I mean, I think the sentiment against war, certainly whether it's Iran or anywhere else, is very high right now, which makes it very difficult for Biden to do anything, because he's trying to slip us into a war through Yemen while we're all watching Iran. But I'm not sure how far that will go. So it's a twin path of moving away from globalism. One is the breakdown of Bretton Woods, which is really outlined very well by Peter Zeihan in a number of books. And then the other is this growth of the U.S. debt and deficit, and a increasing reluctance of Americans to spend money on other people, since we don't even have it to spend on ourselves.
Well, okay, and the other leg of the breakdown is, as you mentioned, it was sort of implemented during the Wilson administration with the embrace of what was called by historian Charles Austin Beard perpetual war for perpetual peace. And that was a policy of the international establishment from that time right up through Kissinger and right up actually to Trump. Trump kind of put a stop to that to a certain extent, which is maybe at least one of the reasons why this international elite fears and despises him and seeks to put him in prison. And that is that he did no longer would engage in these adventures of nation building and intervention where we were constantly overseas fighting wars. He wasn't an isolationist by any means, but he did begin to wind down these interventions. He demanded that the NATO nations pay for their own defense, which was the first time that had happened, even though successive administrations, both Democrat and Republican, gave lip service to that. Trump got it done. they're now dealing with their own defense. And at the same time, the nations of the world, particularly Russia and China, did not engage in adventures during his administration because he created an aura of uncertainty in terms of what we might do. Now we're back to the old, rotten Anglo-American establishment policy of international perpetual war for perpetual peace. It's been a return to that.
Yeah, he, of course, he made the famous trip to Korea, the only American president to actually meet with Kim.
Right.
And he said, I'll meet with anybody. I'll meet with Putin. I'll meet with Xi. I'll meet with Kim. We can talk this out. Now, the one exception to that was ISIS, which he crushed without hardly any American casualties. And one of the main ways he did this was he just ordered a drone hit on Soleimani, and that pretty much put those guys out of business.
Indeed.
So did he want to move away from that? Absolutely. And I think you're absolutely right. That's why he is so detested and feared by the international elites, as he doesn't play this game. He doesn't play the perpetual debt game. He wants to bring businesses back to America. I'm sure you saw yesterday he met with the United Auto Workers in Washington, which I predicted he would cater to the unions. Huge. That's amazingly big.
And the rank and file, even the head of the UAW acknowledged when he endorsed Biden that the rank and file are major supporters of Trump, and that Trump as a businessman brought something different to the table, which was why he was able to get the Abraham Accords done. And that was moving forward at the time. Unthinkable, never done before, going all the way back. And of course, now Biden has thrown that right in the garbage with releasing billions of dollars to Iran, which is now they're using to help fuel the Houthis and attacking American bases in Syria and Iraq, and funding Hezbollah, which is attacking Israel on its northern border. So you have a complete instability, not to mention giving $1 billion to UNRWA, which helped fund the attack out of Hamas in Gaza. Right. So you have this return to this amoral, divide and conquer Anglo-American policy under Biden. And I think that Americans are aware of that. You talk about the overall decline, which is, I find very interesting, of the globalist order. They certainly are either taking their last gasps right now under Biden, or they're going to implement this. These people don't mess around. I mean, they're not going to give up quietly. We don't know what could happen between now and election day, or even if Trump wins, what could happen. What do you see? Do you think that they're on the way out, or do you think they're going to further consolidate their power?
I don't want to spike the football yet, but I think that they're on their heels like they have never been before. When you look at the Supreme Court, by the way, Trump's court picks haven't agreed with him on everything, but man, they've just been nailing it on rolling back the deep state. And I talked to Bannon about this. I said, what was going through your mind when you guys would present a list of names to him? And he said the number one question that they tested these applicants with was the Chevron doctrine, that was even above the social concerns like abortion. And well, you're seeing that the EPA, West Virginia versus the EPA, you saw it in the Jarkizi versus SEC case, which has now been appealed. There were a couple of other of these cases where the court is consistently ruling against the deep state and the administrative state being able to define its own powers. And so the Jarkizi appeal is coming up very soon. And all indications are that Gorsuch is leading the charge on overturning the Chevron doctrine. So that's a very important step against the deep state judicially and in terms of regulation. You look in terms of elections. I saw that 7 European nations have moved toward a more populist government here just in the last 2 months. And that doesn't include Slovakia, Hungary, Estonia, Italy, which had already had more populist elections, and then our friend down there in Argentina.
Oh yes, Milei.
Another guy who read him the riot act at Davos. That was pretty cool.
Oh, and El Salvador, they basically cleaned up their drug cartels. So, and Taiwan has elected a pro-Taiwan
Right.
prime minister who's standing up to China. So, yes, it is a worldwide movement toward a common sense nationalism, putting one's nation first. I think that there's moves in Canada for Poilievre as well. And so we're seeing this development, and it's really moving on. What is this? You mentioned the World Economic Forum in your book. I got that in your press release. What went on there, and what are they? I mean, as I say, these guys aren't sitting around twiddling their thumbs. I mean, they mean business. What do you think they're going to try to pull?
Well, their big push, and this is the next to the last chapter, has been climate change, which is nonsense. The climate always changes. It's changed for thousands of years.
Right.
And this whole push for electric vehicles, which I think is really interesting. They kind of put their eggs in the electric vehicle, the wind and solar baskets, and those are all coming unraveled. We saw 2 big wind power companies pull out of contracts on the East Coast in the last month. Every day, new news surfaces about how bad the electric cars are.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of weight. I had one in my today's news, for example, that Canada is figuring out because they're heavier cars, their guardrails won't hold the cars in. And so they're going to have to replace.
Didn't Ford Motor Company just cancel the development of an entire line of electric cars, and that they don't work well in very cold and very hot climates?
Right. And they don't go well with water either. You don't want to get those batteries wet.
Plus the batteries themselves. I mean, that's they like to wrap themselves in ecology. That's a disaster waiting to happen 5-10 years down the road. Those toxic metals are going to be creating landfills that are going to be a world problem.
And the same thing with the wind turbine blades are equally not biodegradable. They're a huge problem. The lithium mining that's using child labor, a huge problem. Every place they turn, my point at the end of the book is that any path they go down right now, they are in trouble. They are on the defensive, and they're I think fighting a rear guard action. And to go back to Napoleon, the only question is whether Murat's cavalry can encircle them and outrun them and get to the main body before it escapes.
Well, that brings me to my final point here, which is that they are openly running against President Trump, not on any issues because they know they'll lose those, and they are losing them, but on an effort to basically put him in prison.
Right.
God forbid they may even consider the JFK solution.
Right.
What do you see? I mean, I think these are very perilous times, especially since Trump is now clearly, has the Republican nomination in his grasp, and he's ahead in all the polls, particularly the battleground states.
Right.
We can get into the question of the 2020 election. Let's leave that there. But either way, we know that they can't steal it this time, even if they did. I mean, because of the overwhelming attention and the light that's being shined on that, and because of the great growth in numbers, particularly among minorities, Black men in particular, and younger people. What do you think they're going to do? I mean, are they going to get him? Are they going to get him that way? Are they going to? I mean, they seem to be twisting the entire system of jurisprudence out of proportion in order to do it.
Right. They launched a 2-pronged attack, one civil court with this E. Jean Carroll and the whole attack on his assets in New York, and one in criminal courts, the 3 cases. All of my court sources, including my friend Zen Master, a federal court guy who's never been wrong yet, say that none of those criminal cases are going to come to fruition before the election. And so basically they shot their wad on that. They knew it when Smith wanted a quick resolution from the Supreme Court, and they said, "Niet." And, what's interesting is that I think a guy named Shipwreck Crew wrote that the Supreme Court is going to rule in favor of Trump, but they're not going to leave their fingerprints on it. And they're just going to do it by delaying it past the election when it will become moot. Now, as to the other civil cases, those will probably be overturned at some point. So they're not going to get him out by lawfare, or as I call it, indict fair. That's not going to work. But something else is happening, and I call it the 2 Democrat civil wars. One is Israel versus Hamas, Jews against Muslims. And Biden cannot take a position on that one way or the other because he'll lose the other group. And he can't afford to lose either of those groups. So he's just got to shut up. Trump is already on record as saying, let us have peace. U.S. Grant, let us have peace, right? The other one.
Trump, by the way, is picking up support among the Muslims of town. So because they're more conservative on social issues. So there's different ways. The other thing, I mean, that the Democrats, one of their last gasps, of course, is Taylor Swift. But, I don't know, your young girls are going to, I mean, it's sad, but, it says a lot about the electorate today, but that's one of the things they're trying to pull off. Anyway, Larry, let my listeners and viewers know where they can get your excellent book.
Okay, so you can get A Patriot's History of Globalism, Its Rise and Decline, at Amazon for pre-order. It'll be out in 2 weeks. You can also soon find it on my website, thewildworldofhistory.com. And, that's my general website. If you want to talk politics, I have a political site called thewildworldofpolitics.com.
Excellent, Larry. Listen, thanks so much for joining me. We should do it again, certainly before the election. Thank you very
Carl.
much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Take care. Okay, we are live. Charles Moskowitz. Thanks for joining me, everyone. My guest is Dr. William Makis, MD. Dr. Makis is with the University of Alberta in Canada. He is what I would describe as a whistleblower. He's a doctor of conscience. Dr. Makis, this is I can't describe it as anything other than a depressing and a very frightening topic, which is the possible consequences of the mRNA vaccine, so-called, the spike protein, and all the rest. So before we go there, could you talk a little bit about your practice and how you got to where you are?
Certainly. Thank you for having me. I'm a Canadian physician. I did all my medical training in Canada. I have an undergraduate degree in immunology. I have a 4-year MD and then a 5-year specialization in nuclear medicine, radiology, and oncology. My practice has been mainly oncology for the last decade. I've diagnosed about 20,000 cancer patients with cutting-edge diagnostic tools like PET-CT, positron emission tomography, CT. I also was a primary oncologist for several hundred end-stage cancer patients that I treated with targeted radionuclide therapy. So I have a background in oncology. I'm not a medical oncologist. It's a specific branch of radiology and oncology that deals with radiation for diagnosis and treatment. Now, I've been reporting sudden deaths and injuries related to the COVID-19 vaccine since late 2021. So I've been doing this for over 2 years. I started because I realized there were many red flags with the COVID vaccines, and I saw it in my colleagues. I saw it within Canadian doctors who in late 2021 were mandated to take the COVID-19 vaccines. If they hadn't been mandated, then my path might have taken a very different course. But what the mandates did was they forced everyone to produce evidence of having at least 2 vaccines, or they would be kicked out of work. They would not be allowed to continue practicing medicine. And these mandates occurred across Canada, that the deadlines were October 2021. In some provinces like Alberta, the deadlines were pushed back because there was a huge outcry from healthcare workers. Approximately 30% of healthcare workers in Alberta refused to submit proof of vaccination status. They were threatened repeatedly until a lot of them submitted, and the rest either retired or left medicine completely or simply, refused and were fired. So we had tens of thousands of healthcare workers in Canada effectively fired at the end of 2021. And so what you have, or what I saw was a cohort that was 100% vaccinated because of the mandates. And once they were 100%.
Casual sampling of that would be required for any statistical analysis. And there are several things that strike me as significant here. Firstly, the vaccine mandates came after the actual COVID virus was pretty much gone by the end of 2020. And yet, all of a sudden, there comes this mandate both in Canada and the United States, and it's a very heavily handed enforcement. I mean, in the United States, for example, military men and women were required to get the vaccine or they would be court-martialed and they would lose all their benefits. I mean, you weren't even allowed to resign. You were told you get the vaccine or you're finished. And there was this whole business of the vaccine mandate proof of vaccine cards that suddenly we're being told that if you don't have this, you can't go to a restaurant, you can't go to a store. Right here in Boston, for example, the new mayor, the first thing she did was sign a bill saying that you had to show a vaccine mandate in order to go into a restaurant or store. Now, the people that saved the world, frankly, and I thank God for them, were the Canadian truckers. If it hadn't been for the Canadian truckers bringing the economy of Canada almost to a standstill, because that's the power they have, and that was spreading to the United States, to Australia, New Zealand, France, even Israel, and it was becoming a worldwide thing. The entire establishment that was pushing this experimental jab backed down. They can't have everything stopped. The mayor of Boston backed down, and we at least got a reprieve. But the broader question is, why wasn't the medical establishment consulting such respected figures as yourself and as many doctors in the United States? Dr. Peter McCullough comes to mind, Dr. Robert Malone, Dr. Reish from over at Yale University Medical Center. They were denounced. These were men who were, and women who they had their careers threatened and in some cases ruined for questioning the efficacy of this so-called vaccine. So what's going on here? Before we get into the horrors of the vaccine itself, what is going on with the politics of this, at least in Canada, which I think is a reflection of the world?
Well, it's important to note that before the mandates came, they tried every incentive imaginable to get maximal uptake of the COVID vaccines. And so, initially it was just, save grandma and protect the healthcare system. It then moved to all kinds of perverse incentives, such as, here's a donut, Krispy Kreme donut for a vaccine, or fries or burgers or ice cream for kids, and so on. It actually, the incentives progressed to $1 million lotteries. We had, I think, 2 $1 million lotteries here in Alberta, and this is a conservative province. And so there were all kinds of incentives to maximize the uptake. And I believe the uptake probably was already in the region of 70% or so with the 2 doses by the time they came with the mandates. So really the mandates were to hunt down the remaining 30%, of which they probably knew they could never get at least 10 to 15%. They would never have, no matter how much they forced. So it really was, to get sort of the most hesitant individuals, and to really put pressure on, and maximal pressure on them, and force them into this. I always felt that vaccine mandates were illegal. They were not only unscientific, they were unethical, they were immoral, but they really were illegal. And the courts have failed. They failed, certainly in Canada, to address the illegality of the mandates. The United States had much more success in getting mandates overturned. And, I think because a lot of the damage I see is in vaccine mandated professions. The damage is being suffered by individuals, for example, at the universities and colleges who were mandated the vaccines and might have otherwise not taken the vaccines. And so that is where the bulk of the damage is and was caused, was by mandating these shots. And of course, people who didn't abide by the mandates had their lives destroyed, utterly destroyed.
I mean, in the case of the Canadian truckers, they had their bank accounts shut down. They called
Exactly.
them Nazis, and this sort of very vicious, denunciations that seem to have accompanied the incentives, sending the message out that if you didn't play ball with the vaccine, you could lose your career, you could lose everything. And the other irony is that we now know, I think, quite definitively that there were a lot of very big lies told about the vaccine. The first one that comes to mind is that the vaccine gives you 95% immunity from the virus, and that our vaccines in America are superior to the Russian vaccine and the Chinese vaccine, which only gives you 85% immunity. That was a complete lie, and they must have known that. Then they changed the story to say, well, it doesn't give you any vaccine. Even the CDC admitted this, but you won't die from the virus if you take the vaccine. And then the Cleveland Clinic came out with a survey that was very definitive, and that was more than a sample. It was everyone who had ever entered into that world-renowned clinic, showing that 70% of the people in their hospital had the vaccine. So, it's just lie after lie. What is going on here? I mean, is it a matter of money? Is it a matter of politics? Are they trying to kill us off? Or what the hell is this about?
Well, that's a good question. I just wanted to address also the Canadian truckers. I believe the Canadian truckers absolutely changed the game and really changed potentially the outcome of where this was all going. Got the mandates removed, and probably put a big wrench into this plan, really, to put pressure on everybody to get vaccinated, or people would be completely locked out of society, which is what 6 million Canadians were. 6 million Canadians experienced communism, in the sense of we had an iron curtain. They couldn't travel, they couldn't get on a plane, they couldn't get on a train. They were locked out of government benefits. I mean, this was full-blown communism with the censorship as well. And I think that's one thing that maybe gets forgotten, is that during that time, the medical establishment didn't listen to us because we were censored. We were banned off social media platforms. We were not given a platform. On Twitter, there were over 11,000 accounts that were suspended, terminated, censored due to COVID-19 misinformation. And a lot of these were doctors, PhDs like myself, like Dr. McCullough, like Dr. Robert Malone. There was a wave of terminations of accounts around this time. I lost my account in March of 2022. And the reason I lost my account was I had posted a study. I had actually reposted a study that had come out about children 5 to 11 years old who had the vaccine, who were showing evidence of negative vaccine efficacy after a certain time, which means that they were getting sick more often than unvaccinated children, which means that their immune systems were being damaged. I said in my post that the vaccine should be taken off the market. That is all I said. That was my only commentary. And that was enough to have me banned.
There was a massive censorship. It was declared, quote, misinformation, unquote, which, of course, as you say, it was very communistic. It was extremely authoritarian to be able to not discuss, by people who are qualified, such as yourself, a medical issue. It's very anti-science, I would add. These are people who love to talk about anti-science. I mean, how much more anti-science can you get than this? There's also, I believe, I'm not mistaken when I say that VAERS, which is a federal agency, it's part of the CDC. It was created in the early 1970s as part of OSHA, that keeps track of vaccine damage, and they issue reports annually, and I've even think quarterly, on any vaccine that enters the market. In I think it was the summer of 2021, they stopped doing this. They just censored it. They no longer issue that information. It's no longer public. So you have a situation where there's a real blackout on information. And as far as the vaccine card goes, I don't think I'm wandering off the reservation by suggesting that the World Economic Forum had already talked about a digitized card, which means that you would have to present a digitized card that ultimately, quite frankly, could be implanted under the skin. Alex Jones talked about that. I know he's very controversial. I know how criticized he is, but he's been right about a lot of this stuff. But even so, this digitized card could potentially have any information on it that they want to put on it about you, and
Yeah.
you could end up having to. You can't eat. You can't go into a buy. You can't do banking. You can't get into a car without it. So this would be essentially the end of freedom. This would be it. It would be.
Well, we were very close.
Yeah.
If people will remember, Europe, for example, had a vaccine passport that had 8 vaccine spots on it. And this was at a time when people only had 2 vaccines. And so it seemed ridiculous that we would get to a point where you would have to have 8 vaccines, noted on this vaccine passport. And yet, right now, this is where we are. The CDC is about to recommend the 9th dose, I believe, in the fall. And so we are at the point where if someone followed the recommendations, whether issued by, the public health chief in Canada, Dr. Theresa Tam, or whether issued by CDC, you would have had 8 vaccines at this point, which is exactly what the European vaccine passport had back in, early 2022. And so I think we were headed in that direction. As I recall, Israel also had a vaccine passport that was called like a green card or something like that, or would be green if you were up to date on your vaccinations. A number of places around the world had this plan to implement vaccine passports, and even for a while in Canada, for example, they were forcing people to show proof of vaccination, whether to get into a restaurant, whether to get into sports facilities. So I believe this seems to have been the plan from the beginning. The goal to vaccinate. You asked what was the purpose to try to get everybody vaccinated, and I do believe I'm not big on depopulation theories per se, but I do believe that there is strong evidence that, based on how the pharmaceutical companies are positioning themselves right now, that there was certainly a profit motive, and there may have been a motive to at least disable a significant segment of the population, significant enough that now all the pharmaceutical companies are positioning themselves to profit off vaccine injuries that they themselves caused.
Oh yeah, I mean, so they cause it's like the poison and the antidote in the same laboratory. They cause myocarditis in young men in particular. Now they're coming out with a heart treatment to deal with the myocarditis that they caused. And just briefly, again, the business with the electronic passports. George Gilder, who's one of America's most respected scholars, he spent 3 years in communist China back in the 1980s, and he talked about, I heard him interviewed in an NPR program here, that China was implementing this program of social score.
Yeah.
If you didn't have a high enough social score in China, you didn't get to leave your community. You were basically living under house arrest. And he predicted that this would come to this country under the guise of the social media, Google in particular, that every American ultimately would have this score. And now that's kind of admitted. I mean, you've got BlackRock and you've got Fidelity basically scoring investments based on what they call the environment EKG score, rather than whether or not they're making a profit. And so there's no reason to think that it's certainly not even speculative that these bio passports would be used to keep that kind of information about you ultimately as part of this world control. Now, I want to talk about the actual vaccine itself a bit here because I know a lot of people who have gotten the vaccine, including members of my family. I've gotten the vaccine. I didn't want to do it, but I was put under frankly, my wife and my daughter let me know I had to do it under no uncertain terms. So and I actually looked to Israel, which I should not have done. And I said, gee, if they're doing it, it might be okay. They're not going to kill their entire population. So I went ahead. I'm fine. I didn't have any reaction. And recently, someone suggested to me on my show, actually Michael Shaw, who's a regular guest of mine and who's a medical researcher, that there's a likelihood that the vaccine companies, a percentage of the vaccine's a saline solution. And the reason they did that is because they didn't want us, because there would be such an outcry, it would be so obvious the amount of harm this thing was doing, that they reduced that by simply not putting it in the vaccine. And that I probably got the saline, although a very close friend of mine now has cancer. And in this case, I don't think she did get the saline. She got the real toxin. Do you think there's anything to that? Do you think that this portion of these things are saline?
It's very possible. There is tremendous batch to batch variability. And I think this has been confirmed. People can go on howbadismybatch.com, put their serial number in and see how many serious adverse events and deaths have been reported to VAERS for that particular batch. And there's tremendous variability. And so I have seen, I think it was Danish researchers that had analyzed the batches and made a conclusion that, probably 30% of the batches were saline, although this hasn't been confirmed, but at least that's what it looks like based on the adverse event profile in VAERS. And then there's another, 60-65% that have a variable rate of injuries and deaths, anywhere from very few to quite a significant amount. And then there's approximately 5% of batches that look to be what are called hot lots, and they have a very high rate of injuries and deaths. And the cancers now that are showing up are really extremely aggressive. And it remains to be seen what percent of the population is eventually going to be affected by cancer. What's interesting is that Albert Bourla, Pfizer CEO, when he does interviews, he confidently states that 30% of people will get cancer, and that is
incredible.
Which is
he was under
shocking.
controversy for not getting the vaccine right away, and he said, "Well, I want to make sure that people in need get it first," which seems a little fishy to me. But either way, he eventually did get it. Do you think that these people got the saline?
Well, here's an interesting thing when we're talking about Pfizer employees and so on. They had special batches for their own employees that nobody else got. So they had their own batch, which may just be saline.
Yeah, maybe a non-batch.
Exactly.
And also, I think Congress gave itself an exemption from the vaccine.
Yes. And even there have been now Canadian politicians that have come out and said that, none of the public health recommendations actually applied to the Canadian politicians. And so some of them have admitted this on the record. So,
So the vaccine was for the rest of us lumpen proletariats. I mean, it's it's for the us chumps.
Yeah.
What can we do if we have had the vaccine? I mean, it's. I know this is a very depressing subject, and I know people don't want to hear about this, but there have been. I mean, I've interviewed Ed Dowd a couple of times. He's a researcher who has shown that actuarial charts for insurance companies are through the roof on both life and health insurance, where
That's right.
they are reporting, and they don't want to report this because they lose money. It's not like they're part of any conspiracy here, but they are reporting an increase in sudden death, in myocarditis, pericarditis, and blood clots, and not to mention that there are questions of infertility, particularly for pregnant women. I mean, it's horrible that they would give a vaccine like this to a pregnant woman. But what can we do if we've had the vaccine? Is it too late for us? Are we going to be dead within the next 5 years, or what?
No. So I had discussions with Ed Dowd about this. We were together at CPAC. I was also with him at Senator Ron Johnson's hearing.
Right.
I saw the data that he presented at the Senate, and it's very stark numbers. 1.1 million excess deaths since the rollout of the vaccines, 3.5 million disabilities, permanent disabilities, and about 28 million injuries of some kind that didn't necessarily lead to disability or death. And so this is the data that he presented based on his analysis of like you said, insurance information and missed time off work and so on. So that is over 10% of the US population has been really significantly adversely affected by the vaccines. Now, I'm not the type of person to panic or to make wild claims like, everyone who had the vaccine is gonna die in 5 years or something like that. I don't believe that. I don't think the data is showing that or suggesting that trajectory. What it is suggesting is that the deaths and injuries continue. They're not slowing down. They're continuing at roughly the same rate as last year, and so that is concerning over the long term because as I report the sudden deaths of individuals, I could see people still coming down with myocarditis, still coming down with blood clots at a very steady rate, even though people have stopped taking booster shots. So these are long-term effects of the vaccine.
Young people too, by the way.
Young people,
Athletes,
exactly.
people in top
Exactly.
health.
And so it's still happening, and most of these people are not taking booster shots. Booster shot uptake is about 10% only now. So, but really, there's a bigger tsunami of neurological injuries and cancers, these turbo cancers, as they're called. So the question is, what does anybody do? I think you have to be, if you've taken the shots and you haven't had any issues, you haven't had any side effects, you still have to assume that you've been effectively poisoned to some degree, at some level, that there may be damage happening that you're not aware of. And people who are proactive, I believe, will do much better than people who are reactive, meaning reactive means you wait until you have the heart attack, you wait until you have the stroke or develop the cancer. One shocking statistic I can tell you about the sudden deaths that I've reported is that about 80 to 85% of people who've suffered a sudden death in the past year did not have a warning sign, did not have health problems, did not have blood clots and myocarditis or anything that would have given them a warning sign. That is why so many of the reports say family and friends are shocked, completely unexpected, sudden and unexpected, right? And so being proactive is extremely important, I believe. And there's very simple things you can do.
Yes.
I'm a big believer in fasting, in a long fast, like a 3-day fast, a 72-hour water fast, which brings your body into a state of ketosis and then initiates autophagy, where your body itself starts clearing damaged cells and removes them, destroys them. And this may be the only way to deal with some of the damage that's been done, whether by the mRNA or by the spike protein, because of course the mRNA is artificial. It's a pseudouridine modified mRNA that lasts much longer in the system than it should and causes problems. And of course the spike protein lasts even longer than that. People are still producing spike protein sometimes a year or two after taking their last shot. And this suggests that there may have been integration events where either the mRNA or what we are now learning, the DNA contamination in the vaccines may actually be integrating into our genome. And so fasting may be a way to remove some of these things, some of these transfected cells, and have the body simply destroy them. Because if they're producing the spike protein on the surface, that's a foreign protein. The immune system may be attacking it. The body may recognize it as a damaged cell. And then during a fasting, it may actually destroy or remove those cells. So that is the cornerstone for me in terms of approaching. And you could do a 3-day fast. You could do it, you could do it once a month. You could even do it twice a month. It's quite doable. I've done 3 of these myself, just to see how it would be, and it's very rejuvenating. It's a very fascinating thing to try.
And by the way, if you do it, make sure you have plenty of liquid, right?
Absolutely, plenty of water. You could even add black coffee or plain tea to it. It's supposed to stimulate the autophagy without stopping the the actual fasting process.
Now, I'm not a biologist, but what is the deal with the mRNA altering the DNA structure in the helix? Is that something that can become a permanent restructuring? I mean, this is the CRISPR technology, and is that an issue that once that's introduced and it basically interrupts the code of the DNA, is that something that can be done permanently? And what do we have any idea about the long-term effects of that?
Well, so this is the big issue. I actually believe that this is the big topic right now. Geneticists like Kevin McKernan, Philip Buchholz, they've confirmed that there is DNA contamination in every single vial of Pfizer and Moderna. Every single vial that they've tested, and whether it was the original vaccines, whether it's the boosters, or even the newest booster shot, all of them have contamination of billions of copies of either DNA plasmids or DNA fragments, which are there because of the mass manufacturing process that Pfizer and Moderna employed. So initially, they apparently handmade these vaccines for their clinical trial under very controlled, very specific conditions. But when it came to making these vaccines for the general population and mass manufacturing them, they actually changed the manufacturing process to make it easier and cheaper for themselves. And they used E. coli and DNA plasmids grown in E. coli to make this process easier, faster, cheaper for themselves, and of course to be able to mass produce hundreds of millions of doses. And unfortunately, it seems that because of this manufacturing process that has never really been employed before, there are remnants of these DNA, E. coli, DNA plasmids and fragments that have remained in the vaccine vials. They were supposed to get rid of them. They were supposed to purify the mRNA after making it and get rid of all the DNA that served as the template, and they didn't. For whatever reason, they didn't. Some people think it was intentional. Some think it's a quality control issue. But these contaminants are there, and there was always a question of whether the mRNA can reverse transcribe and integrate into the genome, and this was seen as either extremely unlikely or impossible, even though it was shown in vitro by one research group who published it. But this was seen as a very, very low risk. However, now that the DNA contamination has been discovered, that completely changed the topic, because if you have billions of copies of foreign DNA injected into you with a delivery mechanism of the lipid nanoparticle, which delivers it very easily into cells, now you have something that can very easily integrate into the genome. And if it integrates into the wrong place, like a tumor suppressor gene, well, now you've astronomically increased the risk of getting cancer, which is what we're seeing. We're seeing extremely aggressive cancers, inexplicable in young people. So this is the problem, is that now we know that there's DNA contamination. Florida Surgeon General Dr. Joseph Ladapo has actually called out the FDA on this. He asked and demanded, have you done the testing to see if there are integration events from this contamination? And they refused to give him an answer. So he called for a halt of all these COVID vaccines. If there are integration events happening, and this is where the work is being done right now, I believe in the next few months, we will see paper after paper after paper confirming DNA integration events, which means that the genome of a vaccinated person has been modified, has been molested, has been damaged. And that will be, I believe, the big thing that probably brings down, Pfizer and Moderna as companies. We see their stock is crashing, relentlessly, despite the fact that the markets are setting new highs. There's something behind the scenes. Insiders know something very bad about these companies. And so I think this will be the next big scientific discovery, is confirmation of integration into the genome. And what do you do with that? Nobody knows. How do you clean that up, right? How do you get the stuff out of your genome? I don't think anybody knows. I don't think anybody has the answer to that. But, when we talk about,
the shocking aspect to it is that they're giving it to, I don't know, millions of children as young as 1 year old.
That's right.
And these are children that would not have caught COVID anyways. And
Yeah.
now that they've admitted that this vaccine does nothing to stop the spread of COVID or create immunity, what's the justification for it at all?
Well, there's no justification. I mean, there was never justification
What is their
to
marketing
mandating
plan?
it.
What are they claiming it does?
Well, so they're claiming at this point that it doesn't prevent transmission, but it reduces the severity of disease. So it reduces hospitalizations and death
General or just with COVID?
for COVID. So, but the
There's no
problem,
COVID now. I mean, it's
well, but that's the problem, is that the data, the excess mortality data in every highly COVID vaccinated country shows that there was no benefit, that no one benefited, from this
not to
vaccine.
mention the fact that several countries didn't have much COVID because they used ivermectin and
Yes.
hydroxychloroquine, which are
Yeah.
FDA-approved drugs that have been around forever as treatments for viruses. And of
Yeah.
course, in this country, that was denounced. Now I've heard that this mRNA research, this CRISPR research, they're going to be putting it into all vaccines. They're going to be putting it into meat. They're injecting it into cows. It's everywhere. How
Yeah.
are they justifying that? And is that true?
So, this is an interesting topic. The mRNA technology that was used in the COVID vaccine is not yet in the meat, although I believe the Australian government actually has a project that launched in 2022 where they are building facilities to have the capacity to quickly mRNA vaccinate all their cattle should there be some kind of an outbreak. And so there's been a stated intent by the government to vaccinate all the beef, for example, in Australia. There was an Israeli company that has just been given funding to pursue a project of mRNA vaccinating shrimp. And you may ask, well, how do you do that? You can't inject shrimp, right? So they have a new technology where they are putting the mRNA vaccines into the feed of the shrimp. So the shrimp are feeding on this, whatever form of it there is, and they're taking it up. And so now you end up with mRNA in the shrimp. And they said, we want to do this for all marine, animals that are farmed for human consumption. And so there is this push to get this technology out and to get it
also,
in.
what about the shedding or the shredding or whatever? I mean, if you're near a person who's had the jab, the bioweapon, if you will, I mean, can you catch it from them? I mean, just by being in their presence?
Well, you can't get vaccinated through shedding. At least I don't believe you can. I don't believe there's been any evidence shown that can happen. However, you can certainly be affected by it. You can be affected by transfer of lipid nanoparticles and mRNA or the spike protein from a vaccinated person. What's interesting is that this has been denounced as a conspiracy theory for a long time, and still is. There are still physicians online that are saying this is a right-wing conspiracy theory.
Right.
However, Pfizer actually admitted to shedding, told us about shedding in their clinical trial documents. They don't call it shedding, but they call it environmental exposure through inhalation or skin contact of their product, of the lipid nanoparticle mRNA. And where they were concerned about this was pregnant women, women who happened to get pregnant in the Pfizer trial. They specifically state that if the pregnant woman is exposed to their product through inhalation or skin contact, you have to notify a Pfizer safety officer within 24 hours, and it has to be documented in the clinical trial. So shedding is real. Pfizer admitted to it themselves. What no one knows exactly is the extent of the shedding, how many particles are shed. Certainly, the maximum shedding occurs right after vaccination. That is when, about 75% of the dose ends up in the bloodstream, and then you can shed these particles either through bodily fluids or through exhalation. And what's interesting is that the content of the lipid nanoparticles, the mRNA, can actually, once they're dumped in the cell, they can be repackaged by the cell and sent back out in these particles called exosomes. And those you could breathe those out, so someone could actually be exposed to particles with mRNA or the spike protein once the spike protein is being produced by the body. Now, people have reactions to these things, and so there are people who will react to someone who's been recently vaccinated. They might feel sick, they might have a rash, they might even have bleeding. There have been reports of miscarriage just by being, in the surrounding of someone who's been vaccinated. I've had people come to me. I've had massage therapists come to me and tell me that they've been sick whenever they are massaging vaccinated clients because they're exposed to bodily fluids, all day long at work by the way of massage, which is their work. And so this is real. It happens. I don't believe it's a concern in terms of actually becoming vaccinated or getting an additional dose by being around someone who's shedding. But if you are a person who reacts, and a small percentage of people react to this external exposure, they should take steps that are somewhat similar to what the vaccine injured should take steps, or people suffering from long COVID, and that is take steps to mitigate the spike protein damage or the immune system reaction. And there's ways you can do that. Vitamin C, for example, or NAC, N-acetylcysteine. These are antioxidants that mitigate some of the spike protein damage. And you can actually try to address the spike protein itself. There are things that block the spike protein, like ivermectin. Ivermectin binds the spike protein. You can use
now pretty much over the counter. And what about nitokinase and bromelain?
Yes. So nattokinase is another thing you can use. This is an enzyme that breaks down the spike protein. Some people have had relief with nattokinase. Bromelain is another enzyme derived from pineapple. Nattokinase is derived from fermented soybeans. But like I said, ivermectin, quercetin, black seed oil, Nigella sativa, Artemisia annua. These are things that you can take to mitigate the damage of the spike protein, whether you're exposed to it by shedding, whether you're suffering from long COVID, or whether you've been vaccine injured.
That's right, and they're harmless if taken properly. I'm not here to recommend any of it. I mean, I've used nattokinase, and I've also taken a vitamin C, D3, and zinc and chloroquine formula. And
Yeah.
I would suggest that the listeners here look into finding some means. These are not expensive things.
That's right.
That they can do something to sort of detox, if you will. And I think that your suggestion about the fast is one that I'm certainly going to take up, and it's a good one. Dr. Makis, you seem optimistic that this whole rotten thing is going to be exposed in the next coming months. In spite of the censorship, we still have an ability to get the word out. And if you hear somebody say something's a right-wing conspiracy, it means it's true, okay? But anyway, what do you think is going to happen in the near future with all this?
You know, you look at Senator Ron Johnson's hearing, for example, and I was there, I was present in the room, and I've spoken to almost everybody in that room. We've discussed what's going on, and that presentation has gone viral around the world, something that wouldn't have happened even a year ago. And it's what I'm seeing is I am seeing a shift of the discussion of the vaccine injuries and deaths and the dangers of the mRNA platform or the lipid nanoparticle mRNA platform. I'm seeing that shift from the corners of the web, or the fringe minority, as Justin Trudeau likes to call it, really into the mainstream. You're seeing a shift of this discussion into the mainstream. It's not considered taboo anymore. It's not considered extremely controversial. People might still disagree about many things, but you're seeing Steve Kirsch on Tucker Carlson. You're seeing Dr. Brett Weinstein on Tucker Carlson. You're seeing Dr. Pierre Corey on Russell Brand.
And these guys have a
Steve,
following that's 10 times bigger than the mainstream media at this point. So
exactly.
the entire censorship regime has really failed, and I think that the reelection of Donald J. Trump will help matters, quite frankly, both in this country and around the world, in terms of getting to the bottom of this whole rotten issue and how it's affected people, including our children. Yeah, so,
And
yeah,
yeah,
Dr.
I just
William,
want to say that and you're absolutely right that the censorship has failed. There was an attempt to completely control the narrative on all the social media platforms and have a united sort of a consensus, I should say, to have a consensus on all the COVID propaganda points, including all the points around the vaccine. And we still see attempts to do this in the medical establishment. There are still attempts to completely silence and destroy all the dissenting doctors. This is happening in Canada. This is happening in the United States, UK, Australia. Doctors who are speaking up are having their medical careers destroyed. However, the censorship is failing, and it's failing because of a platform like Twitter or X, where you can get information that is not allowed on Facebook. It's not allowed on Instagram. I, for example, can only post images on Instagram. I cannot post commentary because I would lose my account. Whenever I put out articles,
yeah, that's what's going on. Now, what's happened? I mean, are doctors' medical licenses being threatened? And is it gotten to be that bad? What about the Canadian equivalent of the American Medical Association? What's going on with them? Are they coming to bat for doctors?
they're suspending doctors' licenses, and when they do that, when they suspend your license, or they damage your license, and the way they do it is they'll say, well, you have complaints on your license for unprofessional conduct, and that makes you effectively unemployable anywhere else, because anywhere you go, let's say you go to a different province, well, they look at your record and they say, oh, well, you have unresolved complaints, we can't hire you. And this is what the colleges of physicians and surgeons in Canada have done in every single province. They're persecuting doctors who are speaking up. They are desperately trying to maintain this scientific consensus, which is completely fraudulent and completely artificial. But they have a consensus because they have effectively threatened everyone into submission and compliance. And the doctors who refuse to comply have had their lives and their careers destroyed. So this is still happening right now at a very aggressive level. However, those of us who are speaking up online, we have big audiences. Like I said, it's reached. With Tucker Carlson, for example, you reach an audience much bigger than the mainstream media can reach.
Oh yeah, it's huge. And I mean, look, it takes a lot of courage for a doctor to speak out. You spend 8 years in medical school and internships, and you have all of this time invested. I mean, I've seen this. My own doctor totally changed her tune at some point and was no longer candid with me because they're afraid you're going to lose everything. I get that. It's sad. And a lot of people don't have the courage to stand up like you do. But, I think more and more people are, and the more doctors that do it, the more power you're going to have. Anyway, William, where can people get information about you and about your work?
Well, thanks for having me again. People can find me on Twitter at MacusMD. I also have a very active Substack, macusmd.substack.com. And people can also find me on Instagram, WMacusMD. I only post images. These are, vaccine injuries and sudden deaths. I can't post commentary because I would immediately lose my account. But people can find me on those social media platforms.
Well, listen, I admire your work and you're saving lives. You're doing what doctors we assume are supposed to do when you take the Hippocratic Oath, which I understand has been changed. But, you have a calling, and I admire that, and I appreciate what you're doing, William. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks a lot.
All right. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moskowitz here. Welcome to the program. And my guest is Robert Spencer. And Robert is the author of Empire of God, How the Byzantines Saved Civilization. Robert Spencer is the author of over 25 books, a prolific writer. He is the director of Jihad Watch. He's Silman Fellow at the David Horowitz Freedom Center. Robert, thanks for joining me today.
Good to see you, Charles. Thank you very much.
Well, before we get into the topic of the Byzantine Empire as a very important historic issue, given your expertise on the nature of Islam and your best-selling books, I need to ask you, in the aftermath of the bloodbath in the state of Israel with the Hamas slaughter of over 1,000 Jews and Israelis, there has been this huge support for Hamas. And in the United States, that's translated in the form of people on the far left, including the Jewish left, I may add, coming out in favor of Hamas. And in Europe, even worse, more troubling, you have the rumblings of what looks like, Islamo-Europe. I mean, it's like a takeover of entire zones and cities. I guess that for the first part of my question, is Europe to be saved for Christendom, for the West, or has it reached a tipping point, do you think?
It's going to be very difficult. The Europeans have been setting the stage for what's happening now for many decades. What's happening goes back to the 1970s, when the European Commission and then the European Union entered into a series of agreements with the Arab League that would encourage mass migration of Muslim Arabs and not require any assimilation. They would, in other words, be allowed explicitly by the word of the European governments to establish enclaves where Islamic law was enforced and the laws of the land would be ignored. These enclaves have only grown with the steady rate of migration that accelerated. As a matter of fact, in 2015, when Angela Merkel in Germany started her Wir schaffen das campaign, we can do this, to bring massive numbers of Muslims into the country, and many of other Western European nations followed suit. The European Union is completely on board with this initiative, pressuring Poland, Hungary, and other states that have been reluctant to go along into dropping their objections and opening their doors also. Poland is just about to do that now, as a matter of fact. And it seems as if they didn't realize that this would mean the Islamization and the Islamization of their countries and the subjugation of the native population. Now, of course, there are some groups that are waking up to it. Geert Wilders, who has long opposed this initiative, was just given the largest vote in the Netherlands. But even then, he just dropped his proposals that have been on the table for 5 years to ban the Quran and close the mosques, because he can't build a coalition or become prime minister while favoring those things. And so it seems as if Europe is in a very difficult situation. It would take major upheaval to reverse what's happening now. And if it's not reversed, then Europe will be Islamic by the end of this century.
You know, Robert, we would assume by conventional wisdom that nations would act in the interest of their own futures of their own people. And obviously, it does not seem to be the case with regard to the welcoming in of a mass influx of Muslims from Africa, from Asia. So what exactly, I mean, I could put on a tin hat here and think about some kind of conspiracy, but in conventional parlance, what exactly is their rationale for this? What exactly did what did Germans expect to achieve by letting in 1 million Muslims? I mean, how was this marketed to the average German?
Yeah, Europeans have had a declining birth rate for quite some time now, and
Right.
it's below replacement level. And so it was sold to them on that basis that these societies are aging and they won't have people to make up the workforce. And so the migrants were sold, the mass migration was sold to the Europeans as a way to make up for that shortfall. The migrants would come in and do the work as the European native population aged. Now, the problem there is manifold. And one aspect of it is the fact that the Quran stipulates that Muslims must fight against non-Muslims. And then it says in chapter 9, verse 29, until they pay the jizya with willing submission and feel themselves subdued. Now, the jizya is a tax. Historically, in Sharia societies, societies that imposed Islamic law, the non-Muslims had to pay this tax for the privilege of continuing to live as non-Muslims. And they were subject to various other forms of humiliation and discrimination and harassment that were institutionalized in these societies under Islamic law. Now, when the tax is not enforced, because it's in the Quran, because it's commanded to the Muslims collect it in the Quran, when it's not collected, there have been Muslim clerics, even in Europe, who have said, in lieu of the payment of the jizya, you can go on welfare. You can collect the benefits that these states offer. And this is why Germany is such a magnet for mass migration, because it offers more generous welfare benefits than the other countries in Europe. And so many of the new arrivals come into Italy or Greece, but they pass right through because those countries are relatively impoverished and they don't give great deals to the migrants compared to what Germany gives. So they were brought in to work and they're going on
That's what I was going to say. I mean, it kind of contradicts the original selling point for this, which was economic, that they would basically contribute to the economy. They would take jobs, as Bush used to say, that no one else wants, which is really not true. But they're obviously not taking those jobs. They're becoming a burden and a ward of the state, which means a further drain of an economy and a further burden on a dwindling population, thanks to policies like abortion. So you have this phenomena where large groups of people are taking over particular neighborhoods and areas in Europe, and they are not working, and therefore you have all kinds of social problems emanating from that. Like in Britain, you've got these gangs who are, rape gangs, as Tommy Robinson says, and he's just been put in prison, by the way, for even mentioning this. And similar situations in Sweden and Norway, and I think parts of Germany. So the situation there is pretty bad. But in the United States, I am told by my liberal left-wing friends that American Muslims have done a great job of integrating, of being assimilated into the American culture. And they point to Dearborn, Michigan, which has the largest Muslim population outside of the Middle East, as an example of Americanism and people who are productive. And in a way, many of them are. What is the difference between the United States and Europe in this regard, if there is one?
The difference is really only in the percentage. About 10% of France is Muslim now, and the percentages all over Europe are almost as high. And so in the United States, meanwhile, you have like 2% Muslims, maybe 3%. That's it. And so the situation, and also a much larger landmass, you're going to have much less of the kind of societal pressure emanating from people who want to see Sharia implemented than you see in Europe. But as that number grows, and it's certainly growing, that's going to change, and we'll go down the same road that Europe is going down now. That is proven by the historical record. There's never been a case where large numbers of Muslims move into a country and adopt its mores and assimilate and don't try to impose Islamic law. It's never happened in history. Why should it be different here?
Right. And if you want to understand what you mean by Islamic law or Sharia, you can check out Robert Spencer's books. He's got a New York Times bestseller on the topic of Sharia. Also, the issue of jihad, which is unique to Islam. It's not something that exists in Christianity. I'm told by my liberal friends again that this is not what we think it is, other than maybe Al Qaeda. It's actually a personal struggle. It's an internal improvement. They make it almost sound like a Western value. Is there an element of that? I mean, there are portions of the Islamic world that embraces this sort of westernized peace, love, and freedom version of jihad, or are they all believers in the bloody version?
Well, there is a tradition within Islam. It's not just a westernization or a Western influence. There is Islamic tradition of jihad as spiritual struggle. And the famous statement of Muhammad that he was coming from a battle and said, "We're leaving the lesser jihad and going to the greater jihad," which is often quoted in the West to show that fighting is only a secondary aspect of jihad at best. Now, this is actually quite misleading, and there are many Muslim authorities who will point out and have pointed out that that statement is considered of dubious authenticity by Islamic scholars, and that statements involving jihad as warfare are much more common, much easier to find, and much more central within the Islamic texts. And so the idea that there is some sort of a benign understanding of jihad that rejects the violent aspects is just an uninformed view that does not take into account what Islam actually teaches. The teaching of jihad is very clearly primarily warfare against unbelievers. The easiest proof of this is the fact that in chapter 8, verse 41 of the Quran, it says that when you fight, you should give a fifth of the spoils of war to Muhammad. He gets his cut like a mafia don. And the thing about it is, Charles, that the spiritual struggle, if that's what jihad is, there's no spoils of war. So it's very clear that the Quran, when it's speaking about fighting and struggling, which is what jihad is all about, struggle,
Right.
then it means warfare, that kind of struggle, and not any other kind.
Right. It's warfare and a looting operation, and the very word booty comes from Arabic. And the word Islam means total submission of the entire planet in order to match a complete and one Almighty God in the Islamic understanding. It's a physical, military subjugation